Required. Rates may vary.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Safeway is celebrating 100 years. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Rice Aroni, 4.3 to 7.2 ounce selected variety boxes, just 59 cents each. Now you can sing.
Hey, mix and match. Mark 1 pound strawberries or 6 ounce blueberries. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. And mix and match Foster Farm, Simply Raised, boneless, skinless, chicken breasts, thin sliced or tenders. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two.
Well done. All right, these and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law. They've got your back, Bay Area.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car
carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction. 1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car today.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Cloudy, a little sun later, going up to 75 in San Jose.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Rise.
Brubaker?
Devers, it's a high drive to right. It is out of here. See ya! And that's home run number 5 on the year.
Kipe on the call. NBC Sports Bay Area. And Rafi Devers, ladies and gentlemen, is heating up. Willie Adames, dare I say, is heating up. And the San Francisco Giants are winners of 3 of their last 4. Not only of their last 4 games, but 3 of their last 4 against the Dodgers. What? Yeah, that's right. 9-3 the final in L.A. This guy, Trevor McDonald, where did this guy come from? And I know it was a grind yesterday. He was cruising until he wasn't. That's a really difficult lineup that is struggling in LA. I expect them to be there at the end of the season. They're that damn talented. They're struggling right now. But Trevor McDonald in a spot start, Joe, when Logan Webb goes on the IL. We know what he did his last go around. 5 1/3 innings, 9 hits, 3 earned runs. Just has a calming presence on the mound that I did not expect. And for the bullpen to pick him up on top of that, Matt Gage, inning in 2/3. You got Keaton Wynn. You got my guy, Brubaker, closing out the game with the strikeout there. That was a nice win and a nice tone setter for what is a really big series. Listen, am I trying to say that the season's all okay now and this is the moment where they turn things around? I don't know. They're 7 games under 500, but you got to start somewhere. And that was nice to see last night to start off the week.
Yeah, and in a weird way, they kind of left a lot of runs out there as well. I thought that Jung-Hoo Lee started the game off aggressive, and I think that kind of set the tone for the entire day.
Teoscar Jimenez making a hell of a play.
It's a great play. It's a great play, but to see him go the other way, I thought that was kind of the theme of the night for the Giants. And then, they go right now as Rafi Devers goes. I mean, he's really been the catalyst for this team. I was looking at some of the numbers. He started this season, first 30 games, he's hitting .203 with a .530 OPS. Well, the last couple weeks here, 361, 13 of his last 36. He's got 7 extra base hits and 8 RBIs. And obviously the home run is what everyone's going to look at. I thought the at-bat of the night was the 7-pitch walk that he drew in the 7th inning when it was a 3-3 tie. And then Willie Adames ends up, coming in and finally going the other way, similar to Jung-Hoo Lee, in a two-strike approach and 2 outs going off the wall. I mean, that was monster for this team. And you referenced Willie. Obviously, the last 2 days in particular, extremely hot, but 9 for his last 30.
Well, you just look at the month of May. He came into this month, Joe, just batting 200, batting 215 now. And I know the guy's making over $150, $160 million. You want to see more of him. I heard Willard's rant yesterday about this guy. There's a lot of frustration with Willie Adames.
Willard had a rant on him?
He did.
I would love to hear it.
Mark Willard, yeah. Well, maybe we can find it. Boys in the back.
Channeling his inner Shasta. So now we can switch up one of those rejoins where he's telling me to stop being so angry.
No, calm down. You can tell Mark Willard to calm down. Well, don't tell him how to fan. Just don't do that.
Well, don't tell me how to feel.
Don't do that.
I mean,
Willie Adames. I'm not telling Willie how to feel either, although some fans and some program directors are very upset that he was dapping up one Mookie Betts at second base. Just, hey, if you're hitting, it doesn't matter. If you're not producing, these are the things that pisses off fans. Oh, it's a Dodger. It's Mookie Betts. You can't be happy with this guy. This is not what I want to see. All I know is we've been crushing Willie Adames. Sure. The guy's playing well right now.
Sure.
Can we give him some credit?
Absolutely.
Can we do that? That's what I want to do.
And, God, the Giants taking 3 of 4 from the Dodgers overall this year is huge. 3 of 4 of their last 4 games in terms of, Pirates and now the Dodgers. I thought it was just.
What do you make of that, real quick? I know it's a small sample size, but 3 of 4 against the Dodgers, and we always talk about heading into the season, Joe, the NL West and taking care of business within your own division. And everyone knows the Dodgers are the cream of the crop, and no one expects them to not be there at the end of the season because they're just so damn talented and so damn loaded, even in a down year so far for Shohei Ohtani. But I do think it's meaningful for Buster Posey and for Tony Vitello that they have won 3 of 4 against this team. I do think that's meaningful.
No, I love it. I'm looking at this Dodger team, just got my eyes on them. Ohtani's struggling
at the plate. I'll say that because pitching wise, he's been insane.
But through the Shohei Ohtani curve, he has not been playing well offensively. Mookie Betts just returned. He's got like 35 at-bats, but he's kind of struggling right now. Yeah. He doesn't look right. You know what I mean? In terms of being locked in right now. It's still his spring training.
Yeah, well, and he hasn't for a minute, Mookie Betts,
I've
right?
Been telling you.
It
looks like he's more of a professional golfer than he is professional baseball player these days.
Just don't be playing an Olympic club.
Yeah, Freddie I did meet him out there.
You did meet him. Oh, thank you. You had to drop the name. I did meet him. As long as he's playing and not LeBron James.
But he wasn't on a Saturday when no guest play was allowed. It was on a weekday in between games. So that's totally different. Carter feels me.
Okay.
Mookie I got an email back. It was actually on a Friday that LeBron played. The guy really shoved it in my face.
Oh, so he was allowed to play that day, Carter, right?
I guess.
It was a Friday, Joe. It's okay now.
I don't know. JP Money disagrees with that.
All I know is he has a lot more time to golf because his Lakers just got eliminated last night. So
Freddie Freeman, his numbers by his own standards are a little down right now.
I know, still batting 270, but to your point, yeah.
He's a 330 hitter last year or whatever it was. And then, the guy who's just, I don't know what to make of him, Kyle Tucker, not performing at the same level. Devers has more home runs than him.
He does.
So for all the craziness regarding Devers, Tucker was the guy that signed the monster deal this year. So I just look up and down that lineup, and I say, there are a lot of guys that they're expecting to perform at a level that are just performing below their level, and yet they're still winning a lot of games.
They are, and the beef getting it done yesterday is what you want to see if you're the Giants.
Yes.
Right? You want to see the Devers, the Ramoses, and God love Elliot Ramos. He's scorching the ball lately. My guy on the base paths is just... It's just a struggle to watch, man. He was out by 50 feet yesterday.
The infield was in.
Why was he doing that?
I don't get
on
it.
top of the game before where Kipe on the call was telling him to run home because he didn't hit a good read on the ball for the walk-off. It's been an adventure, to say the least.
Have I not been on this?
No, you have been. You have been.
It's been like a 2-year thing.
Well, he did it all last year. I mean, so
this is where and I tell a lot of young parents who are like, I don't want my child to play video games. Well, if you want him to be a baseball player, no, I'm being real. If you want him to be a baseball player, one thing that the video games will teach you are the fundamentals. Of base running and situations and things like that.
It's like when you play Madden, you'll know clock management if you play video games.
Exactly.
It does translate.
Yeah, and don't go for it on 4th and 12.
That's true.
at True on 18.
Unless you're Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
He plays a lot of Madden at 2 a.m. out in Detroit.
Exactly. But no, this is a real thing. Like, I truly believe that, like, playing video games, it just boosts your situational awareness acumen. And this guy just got a real tough feel for the base pass of when to go, when not to go. I mean, he made 2 outs at home yesterday.
It was bad. It was bad. We are coming to you live.
He had a great game, though.
No, he's been hitting the cover off the ball. He's batting nearly 280, Joe.
But I will say that, like, and I'm not trying to pick on Ramos here. I'm not. Like, I'm very happy after winning that game. And I know everyone in Giants Nation, trust me, we'll get to Eldridge in a second.
Oh, yeah.
But if you're telling me Pat Bailey kind of offended Buster's baseball sensibilities regarding how he played the position, you can't think that Elliot Ramos running the bases is like Buster's like, yeah, it's okay. I'll look the other way. I
know.
Something's there. Something's there.
By the way, something's there. Something was not there yesterday in the Giants lineup. Again, that being the guy that was called up, just a little while ago, the highly touted prospect, the number 1 prospect in the Giants organization, Bryce Eldridge. And, it's frustrating if you're a fan and you're hoping to see this guy day in and day out on a team that's struggling and needs some pizzazz and some pop. You saw him hit the home run over the weekend. Mm-hmm. The guy turned it in. I mean, that ball was so inside, and the way he was able to have that torque and turn on it, and it was almost a splash hit. It bounced into the water, not quite a splash hit. I think a lot of Giants are like, that's different. I want to see more of that guy. I want to see him play. I want to see him play through his struggles. I think that was what Giants fans thought the promise was when he came up. And when Tony Vitello said, hey, don't get comfortable up here. Veterans, the Chapmans, the Adamises, the Devers. Hey, you might have to take a seat from time to time because these young guys are pushing. The Casey Schmitz of the world, he's playing well. He deserves a spot every single day. I think a lot of Giants fans felt the same way with Bryce Eldridge when he got the call up. And then you don't see him yesterday in a series where you want to see your young prospect go against the best, against the 2-time defending champs, against guys in the other lineup like the Shohei Ohtanis, against a guy like Roki Sasaki, who's a big name in the sport. And you get the tweet yesterday from Susan Slusser, who covers the Giants for the Chronicle. Vitello, without quite saying it this bluntly, is pretty clear that Eldridge mostly will come off the bench with Devers the primary first baseman and Schmidt the team's most productive hitter all year. He will make some starts here and there, but most of his at-bats will be pinch hitting spots. And keep in mind, for everyone losing their minds over these, that the group decisions are with the front office and the staff. So it's not just Tony Vitello. That's what Susan Slusser followed up there. But that came out, and I'm just looking at it right now. There was like 200, comments on that post, which tells me fans are pissed. They're not happy.
No.
They were promised Bryce Eldridge, and they're not getting Bryce Eldridge. And I ask you that, Joe, are they right to be upset and angry?
Absolutely. I'm looking at this team right now, and look, you paid a lot of guys a lot of money to perform, and some of them are starting to come around and perform, but you have a lot of guys that just aren't performing at all. They brought this kid up, and here's how I view these things. You have to have a plan, and you have to stay committed to your plan, and look, can things change your plans and alter them? Absolutely. Every individual in your company, and if you worked corporate levels at anywhere, they're like, all right, I hired Joe Spadoni, okay? Here is his individual development plan that we're working on within this company. We're going to train him. We're going to have him work here. And then, from there, we'll figure out where we want to have him go. But part of that training process and that development process is, hey, we're going to have him work with Carter. And then we're going to have him go work with Sam Lubman. And then we're going to have him go work with Joe Shasky. And he's going to learn all the finer things. And we're going to start off with him learning like the technical board stuff and then work our way up. And eventually we'll get to booking guests and we'll get to producing shows before we even get to like hosting.
Sure.
There's an entire development track plan. And I wonder, did you guys just elevate this guy to just appease the fans because you were going through a losing streak? Or did you have a carved out specific developmental plan for probably the most important prospect you've had in a decade? I think that's pretty simple saying.
Yeah.
And I just don't understand why they have felt the need to sit him against multiple righties 3 out of the last 4 days And it feels like the guy's actually hitting the ball well Saturday night when no one was hitting the ball well. And you bench him the next day. All right. I didn't love that after he hits a home run. And then you bench him again. And you don't give him a pinch hit at bat. And what I find very odd, and again, I'm not even going to lose my mind today because I've already done that. I already know where I'm at. And I think a trade is imminent. I don't want to sound ridiculous. I'm being very serious. I think a big trade is imminent, whether that be Bryce, whether that be one of the other guys, Chapman, Devers, Adames, someone else, Jung-Hoo Lee. No, I really do. Like,
no, I'm not like scoffing at that.
Because the only other explanation, Joe, is malpractice. I mean, this is what other organization in baseball would stymie one of the most important prospects they've had in a long time?
Well, you said it right there. Like this team has struggled with the whole prospect agenda for a decade now.
100%.
They don't know what they're doing in this pipeline for a long time. Now, you have Buster Posey at the helm. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, trying to fix this thing that he inherited from Farhan Zaidi. And it looks like, when I look at the rankings, he's done a pretty good job. They're like, 13th, 14th, something like that. They're middle of the pack.
They've climbed
which is significant because they're bottom of the barrel for years and years and years. So I do want to start there. That being said, to your point, I don't know what the plan is for this guy. What do you think their plan was in mind when they brought him up? I don't know.
Well, I think at the beginning of the year, before they broke camp, I think that their idea was, all right, we'll see with Casey Schmidt. Right? I really do. I think they were like, we'll see with Casey Schmidt. We got Devers, we got Chapman, we got Adames. We'll see with Casey Schmidt as like a utility guy. Well, then he got really hot. And it was like, oh my gosh, like he's got to play every single day. And so like on one level, this is a good problem to have. But on another level, like this is kind of what you flirted with when you acquired Rafi Devers. Yeah. And it made a lot of sense back then. But when you take on a 9-year contract and you have, limited positional versatility with Rafi Devers, there is a redundancy here. And so I kind of was it 3 weeks ago? I think, was it me and you, Sam? Where I said, I think they're going to have to make a choice here, guys. Either it's Casey or Eldridge or one of these other guys is the odd man out.
Well, I think that's an easy choice for me. I'm moving one of the old guys. I want to keep the youth movement going right now.
You're committed financially to them, right?
Well,
and so that's where I think it complicates things.
I'll find a partner that's willing to take it on, right?
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
But they brought him up on Monday, okay? He played right away. Chapman sat 1 day in that week plus. Adames didn't sit at all. Now, Adames is heating up the last couple of days. All right. Chapman's in a deep abyss. Rafi Devers is heating up. All right, that makes sense. Casey's remained hot. 2 hits again yesterday.
It's been great.
I think the big takeaway is that the team overall is drawing walks, which is great. But Chapman, 3 for his last 27. It's like, all right, well, let me zoom out a little more. Well, he's 7 for his last 55. Oh, my God. Well, let me zoom out some more. Well, he's striking out almost 28% of the time.
Jesus. Oh, my God. He's been awful.
Joe.
At the plate.
Joe, he's been horrible. He struck out in his last 55 at-bats. He struck out 20 times. Now, he had a big hit on Sunday, right?
He did.
And I think that where we're at here is that with the emergence of Casey Schmidt, which was unforeseen, and the precipitous decline in production from Chapman and Adames to start the season, and to a lesser degree, Rafi Devers, it has made things really, really difficult to find spots to get Eldridge out there. Now, on one level, I do understand it. On another level, but why'd you bring him up? Like, why'd you bring him up if you weren't committed to playing him? Because when you brought the guy up, to me, you had to stay committed to playing him through the ups and downs. There's a guy who's playing shortstop right now for the Pittsburgh Pirates, Connor Griffin. And he didn't really start off hot, but he plays every single day.
And they believe in him so much, they gave him a $100 million contract.
Within the first week of him breaking camp. So I look at this and I say to myself, a trade, like, they're not this stupid. There's no chance in hell they could be this stupid. But yesterday afternoon, seeing Giants fans so united over the handling or mishandling of Bryce Eldridge, it made me feel good. It made me feel good that we care so much about this team and that I think that something is going down with a monster trade. It could be Bryce. It could be Chapman. It could be Adames. It could be Ramos. It could be Jung-Hoo Lee. Like, I don't know who it could be. Are they moving Jung-Hoo Lee to center field, putting Ramos in right and Schmidt in left field? I don't know. But something has got to settle here.
So I'm glad you brought that up because Bob Nightingale, longtime baseball columnist, insider for USA Today, had this over the weekend, and I brought it up yesterday. I want to bring it up now because Bob is going to be joining us at 9 o'clock today, Joe, on the River Islands guest line. Can't wait for that. This is a little excerpt he had. The Giants would love to unload outfielder Jung-Hoo Lee, shortstop Willie Adames, first baseman Rafi Devers, and Matt Chapman, and start over. They just don't have that luxury. Instead, they may have no choice but to shop their biggest trade chip in starter Robbie Ray, who will be a free agent after this season. Some executives insist they would also listen to offers for ace Logan Webb, yet it's highly unlikely the Giants would move him considering the premier starter only has 3 years remaining on a reasonable 5-year deal, I should say, for $90 million. Bob Nightingale's saying they could do that. And we're going to talk to him at 9 o'clock if he foresees that happening sooner rather than later. I want to pick this up on the other side.
Well, and there's a guy who's in a no-win spot here. And it's not Buster Posey.
Oh.
Yeah, and I think we've put this guy in a no-win spot, and I'm kind of ticked off for him.
That's a tease. We're going to hear from Tony Vitello from after the game yesterday. What do you hear? What do you say? After every Giants game, we hear from the skipper, Burnsy and Fremont. We'll get to you, I promise. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. The Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. And this segment, Carter, was sponsored by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
It's Bonte. And listen, I know a great thing when I see it. And River Islands and Lathrop, this place is the real deal. We're talking about a community that's alive, especially this summer. Sparkling lakes are perfect for kayaking, paddleboarding, and just getting out on the water with the family. A brand new amphitheater is under construction for concerts and community events. The Redwood Cafe is opening this fall. This community is only getting better, folks. And the homes? Whether you're a young family, a professional ready to level up, or an active adult looking for that next chapter, River Islands has something for you. Homes start in the low 600,000s and go over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Dale Webb's Lakeview Club is now open, giving you resort-style living right on the water with a swimming pool, fitness center, pickleball courts, and more. I'm telling you, warm evenings, great neighbors, summer on the water. This is Northern California living at its best. It's time for you to discover the islands. Start today at riverislands.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Iserve is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Iserve, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Iserve can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Iserve may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Iserve. To learn more, call 1-855-ISERVE or go to iserve.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Now through May 24th at Big O Tires, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo tires with installation purchase. Book your appointment online today. Disposal fees extra, not covered with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tires dealer for pricing.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center, restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. TrimFay, guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about TrimFay. Visit trimfaya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
This is Stories from the Pitch, brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. And by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with new limited time deals from Lowe's.
Nobody expected them to win a match. They opened against the defending champions, Argentina. Diego Maradona on the field. Cameroon down to 9 men by the final whistle. Final score, Cameroon 1, Argentina 0. Then came Romania. Then a 38-year-old striker named Roger Mila summoned from a semi-retirement on a remote island, climbing off the beach to score, then dancing around the corner flag, hip swaying, finger wagging. Africa had never reached a quarterfinal. Cameroon got there. 2 goals from England, 2 minutes from the semis before Gary Lineker's penalties broke their hearts. They lost the match. They won the world. After 1990, no one could pretend football's center wasn't shifting.
Stay tuned to this Odyssey station for more Stories from the Pitch.
Bay Area, what's going on? It's your boy Chewy from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7 p.m. But right now, let's get right back to the morning roast with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game. You fired up, Shasky?
Damn right he's fired up. Giants just beat the Dodgers, Chewy. You kidding me? Won 3 of 4 against that team. 9-3 the final. Trevor McDonald, baby. Let's go. 5 1/3. Didn't give up 9 hits, but he's spread them around. Limited the damage. 3 earned runs. We'll take it. Against that lineup, absolutely. And the Rafi Devers getting hot. Or Casey Schmidt doing what he's been doing, batting .294 this season. Luis Arias, 2 hits. Jung-Hoo Lee going the other way. I like what this offense is doing. If the pitching, if you can just get a semblance of pitching right now with the way this team is hitting, you can climb out of this hole. I know it sounds crazy. I know you're 7 games under 500 and it feels like the sky has been falling on this team forever. It's May 12th. The season is not over yet, people. And if we're already going to say it's over, well, these next 3, 4, 5 months are going to be torture for a lot of Bay Area sports fans. And we're going to be watching a lot more Valkyries basketball than anything else, which also isn't a bad thing because they're also 2-0. We're going to get to the phone lines. Burnsy and Fremont wants to talk Rafi Devers. You had a tease I want to get to. We'll hear from Tony Vitello for What Do You Hear, What Do You Say? And the number is 888-957-9570.
Look, it's an encouraging stretch right now for the Giants over the last couple of days. So I'm feeling really good about them. Doesn't mean they're going to climb all the way out of this.
It does not.
They're clawing and they're scratching, and we'll see. We'll see. The guy I feel bad for is I just think that Tony Vitello has just been put in such a tough situation. Look, he accepted the job, right? There's no other way around it. Like, you took the job, and this is what comes with the job. But when you have high-priced guys with big status, those guys are going to play. And the last thing that you want to do as a guy who's new to the game at the pro level and new to that clubhouse is completely alienate one of your guys making tons and tons of money who's fully established, because that could, like, ruin your credibility with the entire locker room. That's a real thing. I think it's easy for us to sit here and be like, bench this guy, bench that guy, bench that guy. It's a lot harder to actually go out and do that.
Yeah.
You know, it just is. Even if we all like Bryce Eldridge or whomever it might be.
There's so many examples of that in any sport, too, where you're trying to, send a message by alienating the team's best player, like a diva.
Yeah.
See it with wide receivers more often than not in the NFL landscape. And it almost always never ends well for that manager, coach, etc.
If I was putting together a template for what not to have happen at the beginning of the year, if I was coaching a new team, all right, at any level, it'd be like, all right, well, I don't want to lose my ace. Well, that's happened.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want him to underperform. Well, he's kind of underperformed because he's hurt.
Yeah.
Boy, I'd like to have a better overall rotation than the one that I inherited. Well, that's not the case. You got a pretty down bad rotation. All right, well, how about a bullpen with a legitimate closer and I can work backwards? Well, we don't have that either, Coach. All right, so I've got to kind of like figure out who's hot and who's not. Okay, well, who's the best guy you got? This guy, Ryan Walker. We're going to start there. Yeah, that didn't work out too well. And I don't even blame that on Tony.
No.
Like that, to me, is on roster construction. All right, we have these high-priced guys that are making tons of money. They're going to get off to near historic lows of their careers to start the year. And on top of that, this sure-handed guy at third base is actually going to boot a couple balls that are going to really cost you. And we're going to be a revolving door at first base because we really don't have a real first baseman. Like that's a horrible recipe. On top of that, the center fielder that we really liked, that we signed on a one-year deal, Bader, he's going to get hurt too. He's going to go down. The catcher that we kind of thought maybe could be the next 10-year catcher, yeah, he's going to bat actually worse than he's ever batted. And so we're going to bring up a bunch of guys. And then the one guy who shows a little promise, he's going to go on the IL, so we're going to have to go to another guy. I mean,
but other than that, you're set up for success.
Then I'm going to go on a horrible road trip. Everything goes wrong. We lose 6 in a row. Years and years of anger and frustration from the fan base is going to pile up. And it feels like my GM is either getting bullied into or is deciding that we need to try something new. And he brings up one of the most coveted prospects that this organization has had forever. But really, I don't have a spot to put him because this other guy who's actually excelling right now in Casey Schmidt, who's a young guy that we're actually developing, there's really no position for him every single day. And I'm afraid I'm going to alienate these expensive contract players. And so I have this fine line that I have to walk where I'm not upsetting the apple cart, but I'm also trying to put out a roster to win every single day. Because remember, this is my first month and a half in the bigs, and I would like to win. And I am getting results, based on results. I'm getting judged on that. And so, I got this young guy who does strike out a lot, but I don't really have a position other than first base. But that's being occupied by 2 other guys, and I don't have a DH spot because that's being occupied by a $300 million player. Tony Vitello, he's put in the worst spot. Now, again, he signed up for this, and this is what you get paid for. But can we acknowledge on one level, it's about as crummy as a spot you could be put in for a first-time manager that I can think of.
Yeah, it's not ideal, Joe. It's not how you draw it up for the first-time manager. That's for sure.
And that's not to take away. He's made mistakes. I'm not here to say, he did an ambiguous pitching change on Saturday night. They didn't even know, or Friday night. They didn't even know what guy they were going to.
Yeah, he had Jesse Chavez, who's a friend of the program, by the way, literally looking over to the dugout. What do you want? I don't know what you want.
So there has been some learning. I will freely acknowledge he is not without fault. But my goodness, Buster Posey gave this guy a poo-poo platter of stuff to navigate. And I think it's really difficult. So the last guy I'm really mad at this morning, if I'm a Giants fan, is really Tony Vitello. This is more on, to me, the front office and how you put together a team than it is how you manage the team you have in the clubhouse.
You say poo-poo platter. I say your aforementioned pie chart of culpability. He's got a sliver of the pie. Not a big piece. Yeah. There you go.
I think we're in agreement.
Burnsy, Fremont. What's up, Burnsy? Good morning.
Hey, Burnsy. I'm encouraged.
Good morning. Hey, first of all, Joe, congratulations on the baby, man.
Oh, thank you.
That's awesome, dude.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
For reals. But hey, as Devers is heating up, every time I see him hit or go yard, it makes me chuckle because just last week I was like, Joe, are you still wanting to change Devers' swing. Because last week you were ready to coach him. You were ready to change the Major League Baseball player's swing. Or do you think it's better now that he probably just worked it out himself and is getting back to
Have you
the
been paying
regular
attention?
Devers that we love?
Have you been paying attention? Because he did actually. One second. I'll let you get in there.
Okay.
Take a deep breath.
Okay.
He actually did change his hand placement.
Okay.
You think I'm wrong?
It just makes me laugh. It makes me chuckle, Coach. I'm sorry.
Have you watched Ramos's at bats lately? I'm just curious. Have you watched Ramos? Because Ramos is now more upright.
I have not.
Just relax, young man. Relax, young man. All right. He has actually changed his stance dramatically. He's not as crouched as he was, and he's much more upright. If you don't think these guys are making subtle adjustments all year long, like I don't know what sport you're watching.
To a 3-time TRL fantasy baseball champion here, all right? And the biggest thing I learned from being a champion in fantasy baseball is you got to have patience, okay? They're not called the boys of winter. They're called the boys of summer. Your boy Willie Adames, he's going to heat up. He is going to heat up. And the whole thing is he's not a on-base hitter. He's all about the bombs, man. Once that sun starts shining and these guys will start cranking, man. That's what I really believe in baseball. It's all about patience. I am going to tell you guys how to fan a little bit. It's like, man, just relax, bro. Relax. I love you guys, though. Love you. Got to go to work.
Wow, that Burns and Fremont, he must love the afternoon show. Just telling you how to fan and also telling us to relax.
Can we get
that really triggered you.
It's you have got to be a freaking moron if you don't think these guys are making subtle adjustments every single day.
We're not calling Burns a moron. We love Burns.
But I'm being real here. So, for example, side-by-sides. They were doing, some guy on the internet was doing side-by-sides on Rafi Devers in particular, where his hands are pre-pitch behind his head. And he's been playing around. He gets this thing where I don't know if you see where I'm looking at you. The left elbow is like twitching. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
When he's he's trying to put his hands a little more behind his ears and not so out in front. Because what it does is it creates a big loopy swing.
So just because Burns and others don't see the adjustments in real time doesn't mean they're not making them.
They're constantly making them.
And they're subtle. They're subtle, as you're saying.
So like Ramos is a great example. Sam, did you notice how more upright Elliot Ramos is in his actual stance in the last 2 weeks?
Yes, Sam.
He's not as crouched as he was to start the season.
He's locked in on something else.
No.
408.
I took 2 different photos of it to showcase.
408 on the text line. Are you guys not going to mention that weird A celebration? WTF was that at the Outfield? Did you see it?
They were like humping each other.
No, not like.
I don't know what to say.
They were thrusting in a group circle with their arms around each other, doing some thrusting. I was like, what is happening? Hey, if it's working, I really don't care. On the other side, what do you hear? What do you say? I want to hear from the skipper what he saw from Trevor McDonald making his second start of the season, Rafi Devers leading the way, all of that, plus Bryce Eldridge. Back-to-back games, not even in the lineup. Giants fans, how we feeling about...
Come back with the Humpty Dumpty dance.
Do the Humpty Hump. How we feeling about Bryce Eldridge not being a part of any of these lineups? Maybe he'll get some action today. It is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I heard that, Joe.
You know your outdoor space isn't just a backyard. It's where everything happens. And if you're thinking about upgrading your deck, Ashby Lumber is the place to start. At Ashby Lumber in Berkeley and Concord, you'll find fiber-on decking built for durability, style, and low maintenance. So you can spend more time enjoying your space and less time working on it. Fiberon's Concordia line, including the Aster collection, features a rugged take on classic wood grain with nature-inspired multi-tonal colors. It's backed by a lifetime performance warranty and a 50-year stain and fade warranty. Fiberon Sanctuary decking brings a warm, inviting look with rich tones like espresso and latte, perfect for creating a relaxing outdoor space. And for dependable, budget-friendly performance, Fiberon Good Life decking offers warranties up to 30 years. And when you shop at Ashby Lumber, you're getting great products and a knowledgeable local team that understands your project and helps you get it done right. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord today or online at ashbylumber.com. Fiberon,
built for life outdoors.
UFC fans, listen up. Want to win the ultimate UFC fan experience? Total Wireless, the official wireless provider of UFC, is sending 4 lucky winners to Washington, D.C. for a VIP UFC Freedom 250 Fan Fest experience. We're talking travel, VIP access, and so much more. Text TOTAL to 23955 to enter for your chance to win. No purchase necessary. Data rates may apply. Ends May 19th. Entrants must be resident of the 50 U.S. or D.C. 18 plus. Official rules at TotalPowerSweeps.com.
Big matches, big moments, big rewards. This May, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and score 2 free soccer tickets to a San Jose Earthquakes match. Guaranteed. Plus, you could win the ultimate VIP soccer match. 4 sideline seats to a world global game. Plus, premium food and drinks and exclusive access to live entertainment. Don't miss your shot. Give blood. Get rewarded. Make an impact. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org today. When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Angela from Modesto. Aaron did a fantastic job. We were having a gate issue, and he came and got us up and running. His customer service was hands down the best I've seen in a long time. Also, I want to give a shout out to Sierra, the office manager. She was very kind and helpful.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The new My Lowe's Pro Rewards American Express card. Earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's hit to right. Here comes one. Here comes two. And Adames does it again.
Boy, the last 2 days, the two-strike hitting has just been phenomenal for the Giants with runners in scoring position.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Spadoni, you hit the ground running, dude. You are off the hook. I love how you guys vibe.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Where's that guy at? Kruk and Kuip on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. Hey, we're having fun here on a Tuesday, which some say is the worst day out of the week. Tuesdays, they're not great. I don't love them. But today I'm having a great time. We just have big boss man Matt Nehegan try to recapture the Giants outfield celebration.
Hey, look like a fool and hump each other. Let me put that out on the internet.
Hey, guys, come huddle around. Let's do the Giants celebration.
So, okay, if you didn't watch the very end of the game, Drew Gilbert always has a lot of weird things that he does just in general. You want to talk about vibes, guy? I mean, he's like if he was an NBA player, he'd be bench?
Yeah, he's definitely something. He'd be, who's my guy? Nate, not Nate. God, what's his name? I can't think of his name. God, it'll get to me. Keep going.
Anyway, they win the game, and then the three outfielders usually come together, and they'll do a little celebration. I mean, every team's been doing this forever. But they got together.
Kent Bazemore. God, there it is.
Good call.
He'd be Kent Bazemore. Thank you.
He's better than Bazemore,
yes.
Though Bazemore did get that deal from Atlanta.
He did. Magic City.
They all come together after the game's over to celebrate, and they start humping each other. It's
harder standing up and doing it in the back right now.
How else can I describe it? It's a hump,
they're like ring around the rosy, except their arms are all interlocked around each other, and they're humping each other. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
It's bizarre.
You know, whatever it takes.
Just not that.
You know what? They do some questionable things in baseball. I'll allow it.
What's the Meatloaf song? I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that.
I will do anything for love.
Well, what's more bizarre?
I won't dry hump my teammates.
What's more bizarre? Them doing it or Nehegan trying to get us to do it in the green room right now?
That is way more bizarre.
I mean, just so weird.
I
thought the choking thing was weird in the dugout. I thought that was a little weird. And now we're crossing over.
Of all the shows in the station, which one would be more apt to do the celebration after the show's over? Am I putting something out there that I shouldn't right now?
Just not going to comment.
After the crossover on Friday.
After the crossover. Oh, my God. All right. I want to hear from Tony Vitello. By the way, he did speak to the media after the game yesterday and immediately said Bryce Eldridge will be in the lineup today, Joe.
It's just what? I don't think I've ever heard a manager talk about a bench guy. Yeah, for sure he's playing tomorrow, though.
Against Yoshi.
It sounds like me talking to one of the parents. I promise you he'll play second base next game.
Against Yoshinobu Yamamoto, so good luck there. Hey, Bryce, there you go. Let's go up against Yamamoto.
World Series MVP-ish.
Just a baller. But here, what do you hear? What do you say, Ready, Carter? You don't, do you? Because you're dry humping back there. You're not paying attention, all right? Pay attention.
What do you hear? What do you say?
It didn't blow my eardrums out.
Not yet. All right.
Way to make the adjustment.
It was a great adjustment. All right, after the game, every Giants game, we hear from the skipper himself. And let's start off with Vitello saying how insanely impressed he was. Yeah, Burns is your enemy number one right now.
I mean, it's like, hey, if I did this for 3 weeks straight, hey, guys, we have to wait till it's summer. You got to stay patient. Don't react to anything you watch over the first month because nothing matters till June 1st. June 1st, check back in with the radio station. It's like, what? Okay, got it. Thanks for the killer breakdown.
I love Burns. Tony Vitello, he's impressed.
Be patient, though. I've won fantasy championships.
I'm being patient right now, trying to get to this. Insanely impressed with Trevor McDonald.
Thoughts on? I think on the surface, or just to directly answer, it's incredibly impressive. You're on the road, a tremendous lineup, and then it just, all of a sudden it went from going great to it's not going well at all, and you don't have any outs on the board to show for it. But then when you add in the story of, we did get somebody moving around, but I honestly, I shouldn't admit this too much, but before I got to this level, I didn't understand as much in a situation like that. We probably can't do anything. So it's kind of up to him, to dive into the mess there and see what he can make of it. And they always say you can't make chicken salad out of stuff, but he kind of made chicken salad in that inning. So that's my best way to say it. And then to the team, I got out of their way while they were celebrating, but I just wanted to give my one little fist bump verbally to saying that without him just kind of gutting out the way that he did tonight, we honestly did not have a chance. And then on the back end, too, we had some guys pitch that are fatigued, throw really well for us.
I'm glad Tony did get out of the way while they were celebrating. You don't want to get involved in stuff like that. Definitely in the outfield.
What was he alluding to about just some of the early inning navigation for McDonald?
Yeah, I think he was basically giving him props for navigating and not letting the game completely get away from him, where it could have against that lineup. And I think he was just, as you said, insanely impressed with his performance, given he was incredible his first go-around this season. And then, as expected, you're going to get, it's the big leagues. People are going to adjust to you. They're going to see you. And that team, that lineup, could be patient and that they could wear you down. And they haven't been great this year, but there's greatness all around. You look at that lineup: Betts, Freeman, Ohtani, Kyle Tucker, Will Smith, Max Muncy, who has been tearing the cover off the ball. He crushed one yesterday. Pages, who's been really good for them.
He's the all-time, honestly, giant killer in terms
Max Muncy.
If you told me he had 700 home runs against the Giants, I'd believe you.
Sam loves him. It's probably his favorite Dodger player is Max Muncy.
And I'm sure the numbers don't bear it out, but it feels like he bats 370. If he had a full season of data just against the Giants, it'd be like a 370, 38 homers, 120 RBI season.
Well, I can look that up for you right now. But in the meantime, I will say with Tony Vitello also, I love when he says what he's done this a couple times this season. And I do think it endears himself to the fans and maybe to the media to an extent, or maybe not. I could be reading it wrong. When he says, I probably shouldn't be admitting this, or I probably shouldn't be saying this. How many times has he said that in answers? He says it all the time. He's like, yeah, I probably shouldn't be admitting this, but I had no experience with that sort of a pitcher struggling and getting someone up. I've never had to deal with that on any level before, let alone a collegiate level, because we just have, one pitcher, or we just kind of get through it. So I do find that endearing, and I respect him for admitting it and being like, yeah, this is kind of my first go around with some of these things. I'm not used to it, but I'm learning. And, I think he learned well. And I got to say this. We gave so much grief about this bullpen heading into the season, Joe. Is it perfect? No. Do I know?
Not even close.
Do I know who their closer is on a day in and day out basis?
Who's their best bullpen arm?
I don't know. No, seriously.
Killian?
I was going to say Caleb Killian, probably. Okay, although Matt Gage, he looked pretty good.
I agree. I feel like for the most part, he's had a pretty good feel for the bullpen.
And
his starting pitchers and how long to keep him in.
And wouldn't you say heading into the season, that would have been your biggest question mark?
Especially with a team with no closer.
Yeah, and coming from the college level where you don't have to deal with all of that. So I got to give him credit where it's due. I know you were saying, last segment, like the pie chart of culpability with this guy, we should be backing off Tony Vitello. I actually don't think the smoke has been really coming down him as hard as, you and I might think.
There's been some confirmation bias where I think people on the front end were like, there's no way a college guy could do this. And it's like, I think he's been fine.
I do too.
Really do. I think he's been fine.
I do too. If you're going to have a bugaboo about the, the lineup and the players, that's upper management. That has nothing to do. Tony Vitello inherited this team. He didn't hand select these players. It's not like, Kyle Shanahan at the draft with John Lynch. All right, I want this guy. I want this guy. I want dribbling. I want that. No. This is what he inherited. He's doing the best that he can with him. I'm not going to get mad because Matt Chapman's struggling at the plate. That's not Tony Vitello's job to fix that. Now, can he see some things and maybe he offers some advice? Maybe he says maybe he tries to be like the Zen Buddhist, like a Phil Jackson, where you wrap your arm around him or try to get find out what makes him tick. Maybe, but for the most part, I think he's navigating all this cluster pretty damn well. He could have been a guy that's panicking and, going at players and stuff like that, but he's not. I think he's navigating the toughest stretch of this early part of the season very well.
I would agree. And I think Keaton Wynn has been solid is another name that I was thinking about. The Ryan Walker thing is interesting. Hypothetically, he closes out that game in Philly.
Yeah.
Doesn't a lot play out different?
Well, maybe you still have Patrick Bailey.
I didn't even think of that.
Like, remember the Ken Rosenthal little excerpt? That might have been the nail in the coffin.
I just
called 9 straight sinkers. Yeah. No, you're right.
The vibe around the team, you know?
Yeah.
Blowing those 2 games in one day. And I think starting off with that first one, it just felt demoralizing. You know, they always say, like, that's like a week worth of losses in one loss. And sometimes in the NFL, we'll say opening week feels like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You know, where like one win can feel like a 2-week stretch. It really did feel like that doubleheader where they lost both of them. But in particular, that first game, man, it kind of changed everything.
Well, I always compare it to, like, you'd rather get blown out than lose, like, by a couple points, right? Like the Lakers got swept yesterday and they lost by, a couple points. They had gotten blown out in a lot of these games, but that was the last game and it was in LA. And it's like, man, can we extend this one more game? That had to have hurt way more than just if you had gotten just blown out right after. They did. They just didn't have the talent. And sometimes that's what happens, especially in basketball. If you don't have the talent, you're not going to win. And by the way, we will have a conversation as LeBron James's time in LA could be coming to an end now. That could have been his last ever game in a Lakers uniform. Could he be a Golden State Warrior? Do you want it to be a Golden State Warrior? We'll get into that. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. And we have another cut from Tony Vitello I want to get to, Joe. Yeah.
Yeah, and we got to get another Bryce Eldridge
We
stuff.
do. And we can do that right after this one because, we take the time to make these cuts, and I appreciate Carter and Sam in the back. And I don't think I do a good enough job, guys. I'm going Tony Vitello on you. Maybe I shouldn't admit this out loud. I don't do right by you guys all the time, playing all the sound that you cut. So I'm going to try to be better at that going forward. Here's one more from Tony Vitello talking about the Giants grinding out some at-bats yesterday.
And then the other thing about the at-bats offensively, it seemed to be a lot of guys grinding out at-bats, even prior to that last inning, grinding out at-bats and trying to find whatever way to get a job done. Even when it wasn't successful, you could see the intent, like Jung Hoo's ground ball to first base was sharply hit. It was just right at a good first baseman. Overall, the at-bats were really good, and Rafi kind of led the way.
Rafi leading the way right now, and, with Rafi being the primary first baseman, Casey Schmidt being hot, that's kind of put Bryce Eldridge on the back burner. And, Susan Slusser had the tweet yesterday. I'll bring it back up with Vitello. Vitello, without quite saying it this bluntly, is pretty clear that Eldridge mostly will come off the bench with Devers, as I just mentioned, the primary first baseman, and Casey Schmidt being the hottest hitter. He will make some starts here and there, but most of his at-bats will be pinch hitting spots. And that blew up, and it continues to blow up right now. What needs to be the plan for Bryce Eldridge? Because right now it doesn't feel like the Giants have a plan, and I think that's freaking out Giants fans. This is the biggest prospect you've had since God knows how long. He's larger than life. You saw him just hit a home run over the weekend against the Pirates. You want to see the development of this kid this season. In a season that could be lost, Joe, and we've talked about this. Wouldn't you feel great, even if it's a lost season, you knew you developed your highly touted prospect. You knew Bryce Eldridge was a guy for you going forward, a guy you could build around. Well, if you want him to be that guy, he needs to play. Not pinch hitting, not, coming off the bench for an at-bat. No, he needs to play against the big boys, against the Sasakis. And I know he's going to get the start today. That's what Vitello said, against Yoshinobu Yamamoto. But I need to see this guy every single day, Joe. That's the only way he's going to get better. And it's frustrating if I'm a fan that was kind of promised that, and now we're not getting it.
Totally. I've seen the term malpractice thrown around. I've seen negligence, incompetence, because they're all kind of the same thing. And so, like, when we're talking about law, right, when you have malpractice, it's basically negligence or incompetence on the part of a professional.
Okay.
I don't think we've met that criteria just yet. And here's why. Like, it's a couple of days. I'm a little frustrated, too. I don't love it. I'm not here to cape up for it. I think we're in a holding pattern right now. This is just. Do I think Buster's incompetent? I don't. Is he good at the job? That's a different question. Incompetent means you literally don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And is he learning on the fly? Sure, to a degree. The Arise move's been pretty good.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I think so. I think the way they've handled Casey Schmidt's been pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't have that on my bingo card heading into the season. I think we all were kind of questioning. I was like, what the hell is Casey Schmidt doing at first base in the series against the Yankees? But you know what?
It's worked out.
He's been their best player offensively.
All right. The way they handled Patrick Bailey, I think that was the right thing to do. The way it all played out. Hey, we gave other guys opportunities. Then we gave you an opportunity to get back in there. You proved you couldn't really, carry your weight. All right, we're done with you.
I felt validated if I'm a fan about the Patrick Bailey thing. It's like, okay, at least Buster Posey knows I'm not crazy. This guy can't hit the ball.
Yeah.
He can't be playing if he can't hit the ball. Thank God he saw that and he moved him.
Now, look, I want to go back to the term like negligence, malpractice, because that's the terms Giants fans, they're irate, and I get it. You know me, I'm not happy. I'm not here to say that I'm happy Bryce Eldridge is sitting. I think it's kind of weak sauce that he's not playing right now. But I have to believe, maybe, and I could be wrong. Look, if this lasts another week or 2 weeks, Joe, I will meet everyone with the same anger regarding the terms malpractice, negligence, incompetence. I've got to believe there's a deal because there's no other logical explanation for them to not play this guy. There's no other logical explanation to think that we're just going to bring him up and we're going to let him rot on the bench on a team that doesn't use a lot of pinch hitters to begin with a manager that doesn't necessarily use a lot of pinch hitters to begin with, on a team that already has multiple positions stymied, whether it's third base, first base, DH, a little bit in the corner outfield for Casey, second base with a rise. I gotta believe a deal is imminent. Whether that's a deal to send Bryce packing or to send one of the other guys packing, I don't think that they're incompetent.
So why bring him up?
I don't know.
Just to appease the fan base?
Joe, I have been thinking about this for 15 hours since yesterday's news came out, and I'm like, what was the point of bringing him up? All right, well, he's better than Will Brennan, right? Yeah. He was on the bench. He's better than Gerard Encarnacion. Those guys are on the bench. But I don't treat him the way I treat Will Brennan or Gerard Encarnacion. Those guys are like randoms, you know what I mean? Those are found money. If they sit on the bench for 8 days or whatever, it doesn't necessarily affect the organization as a whole. When you play Bryce Eldridge in AAA, I know that he's developing, he's getting at-bats, or maybe you're increasing his trade value to others. When he's sitting on the bench of a major league game, what's being accomplished? Is he learning? Okay, maybe he's learning something on the bench. Maybe.
Yeah, but it's not like a backup quarterback learning the first year.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not saying you're saying that, but I think
I'm trying to think of the plausible explanations on why to bring him up.
Baseball, you need to play, man. I think you and I are in
reps.
lockstep.
You need reps. You need reps, right? And then I'm like, all right, well, did they bring him up thinking that maybe Casey Schmidt would cool off? Possibly. I don't know. The at-bats for the first month look pretty damn real to me, but I also understand, hey, we saw this from Tyler Fitzgerald, albeit a much smaller sample size, and Luis Matos, way smaller sample size, and those guys fell back down to earth. I don't know, guys. It's been about a third of the season, close to it, fourth of the season, third of the season. I think this is who Casey might just be this year. Now, maybe he has a cold streak and he falls off in the second half the way that Ramos' back cooled off after he made the All-Star game. Maybe. But Ramos was pretty good that whole year. Would we all agree?
Yeah.
Pretty good. Yeah. He ended up bouncing back in the last month and settling. I have a feeling this is who Casey is. So maybe that's not it. Do they think that Chapman, Adames just can't be this bad, but they brought him up for the time being to spell them a couple days? Well, you only sat Chapman one day.
Yeah.
And you haven't sat Willie. And now Willie's starting to heat up the last couple of days. Chapman's still really cold. I don't think that's it either. Well, is it to spark Raffy? You don't spark Raffy by bringing up a prospect. That's not what motivates a guy making $300 million. It's just not how he's wired. You have to assume. I don't know what the reason is, Joe.
What do you make of Bryce not playing yesterday, but getting in the lineup again today? Getting in the lineup today and against a much better pitcher, Yamamoto. Is there anything to read into that? Are they set it? Because on the surface, when I ask you that question, it's like, well, the way I'm presenting it is almost sounding like they're they're setting this guy up to fail, which is not what they're trying to do.
I don't think they're doing
that.
it.
Why would they try?
Why
would they try to do that? That makes no sense.
If that was their operating, theory, that is incompetence. And I don't think they're incompetent.
Correct.
Do you?
No.
Okay.
I think that...
Are they negligent? Do you think they're negligent?
No, I think that you have multiple guys, as you just said, Joe.
I think it's complicated.
They're learning this job on the fly. And these are kind of the things that pop up when you're learning the job on the fly.
Who are you talking about? Vitello
I'm talking
or Posey?
about, both, quite frankly. Both.
Okay.
These are relatively new. Vitello is brand new to this game.
Sure.
Brand new. Buster Posey, in the grand scheme of things, is new to this position, is he not? Yes, he has Zach Manassian to help him, who's been a guy that's been a part of GM circles for a very long time. And that's a good ear to lean on. And Buster Posey has said, I'm leaning on these guys. I will lean on the front office guys, the scouts. I will lean on all those people, and I will make an educated decision because of that. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not going to swing for the fences with some of these things, and maybe I'm going to take the reins on certain decisions. And maybe we're seeing that with the Bryce Eldridge thing. Maybe this was a Posey move. And maybe they're learning right now. It's like, yeah, Buster, you brought the guy up and you might not have a spot for him. And are you going to make a spot for him? That's also on you. Should you? We're getting a lot of people on the text line, Joe, saying, dump Chapman, move Rafi to third, put Eldridge at first.
No, Rafi can't play third.
Well, he played it. I know they're saying he played it in Boston, and they think they can do it. There's a reason Boston didn't want him to play there again.
I don't think he can play third.
No, I don't think so either. 650, get rid of Chapman and move Adames to third. Buster is in over his head for the 925. Job's too much for him. 707, he can't Casey Schmidt play shortstop? Maybe they trade Adames.
Guys, everything's on the table.
Everything is on the table right now.
So this last week, how many at-bats did Willie Adames get? I have it right here.
How many?
30.
Okay.
All
He's
right?
playing well.
He is. This week, how many at-bats did we get from Bryce Eldridge? Because he's been up a week, right?
15?
14.
Okay, 14. Oh,
a total of 16 plate appearances. He's got a couple walks. He's got 14, okay? That's probably not enough.
No, it's not. That being said, do you begrudge Vitello for keeping Willie Adames there? Like, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is because he's making $160 million. See, this is where it gets a little confusing for me talking about it because I don't know how much of the economics is playing into all of this. Now, they said, and Vitello, we'll go back to some of the comments he made, Joe, about, if Eldridge will play every day, the lack of offense, guys not getting too comfortable, and some guys are going to have to take a bench. Like, Willie Adames hasn't had to sit on the bench for Bryce, right?
No.
Chapman sat one game, right?
But here's where it's delicate. You don't want to lose those guys.
No, you don't.
You don't want to lose those guys. Like, I think it's easier for us to sit, and I'm not trying to cape up for them. I'm not. I want Bryce to play. I'm almost contradicting myself saying this out loud.
Right.
But I do understand, like, they are trying to win games. They're not trying to bury themselves early in the year. As bad as it might have looked, like, I get it. They're going to try to win games. I guess my counter to them would be, like, I actually think this guy gives you as equal a chance to win games as maybe some of those other alternatives.
I think that's interesting. I want to peel that back on the other side. Does Bryce Eldridge in the lineup over a guy like a Willie Adames give you at most, I guess as you just said it right there, does it give you just at minimum the same amount of chance of winning or being a plus baseball team? 888-957-9570. And what is the solution right now? I'm seeing a lot of different examples of people texting in saying, we should trade this guy, we should trade that guy. What is the perfect lineup for you, Joe, going forward for this team that you want to stick with?
Well, I think the lineup to me is dependent on who's hitting, who's not, and where are you playing and who are we pitching against?
By the way,
and I'll get to more in a second.
Absolutely. We're going to have a quick break. Bob Nightingale joining us at 9 o'clock, USA Today. He had in his latest article over the weekend, the Giants potentially moving off and unloading a bunch of their high-priced guys. Could they actually do that sooner rather than later? We'll ask him 9 o'clock, and it's sponsored by Front Bank. Here for you, here for good.
It's Bonte. And listen, I know a great thing when I see it. And River Islands in Lathrop, this place is the real deal. We're talking about a community that's alive, especially this summer. Sparkling lakes are perfect for kayaking, paddleboarding, and just getting out on the water with the family. A brand new amphitheater is under construction for concerts and community events. The Redwood Cafe is opening this fall. This community is only getting better, folks. And the homes? Whether you're a young family, a professional ready to level up, or an active adult looking for that next chapter, River Islands has something for you. Homes start in the low 600,000s and go over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Dale Webb's Lakeview Club is now open, giving you resort-style living right on the water with a swimming pool, fitness center, pickleball courts, and more. I'm telling you, warm evenings, great neighbors, summer on the water. This is Northern California living at its best. It's time for you to discover the islands. Start today at riverislands.com.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 21% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $451 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa. Aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard windows and patio doors and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Now back to the morning roast
Want to talk about basketball?
with Joe Spadoni.
Anything about the game?
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Well, it hit it from the front. It hit it from the back. Let's take some calls on the request line. Petey Pablo. What is the last part? I'd like to give a shout out to Seagram's because they're paying me to drink it. And I love something like that. I'm butchering it, but God, it's a great song.
North Carolina, come on and stand up.
Oh, it's great. Freak-a-leak, let's go.
He had a song with E40 as well.
Did he?
Yeah, I think it was E40 and I want to say Little John and the East Side Boys.
Yeah. What's Bryce Eldridge's walkout song, by the way? Did you guys, any of us hear it?
I don't know.
Sam, do you know what it is? Do you remember? No, you don't? Well, some people are into that.
I'm horrible with picking out songs.
Oh, okay. So. That's me with like numbers.
Just Jersey, so. Horrible.
And why would you say that?
Don't make me call Burns up, Shasky.
Yeah, we're going to get Burnsy back on here.
I do love Burnsy.
Do you?
I do.
Okay.
Burns the guy. He's roasted everybody at the station at one point.
Well, his name is Burns. He better.
He's good.
Solid.
You know I like to tease. We're all having fun.
We're all having fun.
In the words of Gary Radden, it's just with a twinkle in the eye.
Okay, so this is what you don't want. All right? Was what I see a lot on the text line from the last 24 hours. Is Bryce Eldridge the new Jonathan Kuminga?
Oh, God.
That is what we do not want to see here.
I legit almost tweeted that out last night. I was like, nah, we're not that crazy yet. I'll get the open ready, though.
We are.
No, 808. Instead of Kuminga watch, is it now Eldridge watch?
Bryce beef.
Again, like, I see more. Like, this sounds very Kuminga-ish from the 925.
Bryce binoculars.
858, Kuminga. People think this is Jonathan Kuminga 2.0, Joe. Is that too strong right now? A little bit?
Well, I do see the comparison.
What are the comparisons?
Well, raw upside and fans being told about how great the guy could be.
Yep.
And right now it just feels they're like kind of stymied in terms
Upper management
of
stymieing him. Not giving him the opportunities maybe to let him cook.
Yeah,
let Bryce cook.
A combination
That's what
of
we
things.
want to do.
But can I just... I'm not trying to defend the Giants' thought process here. I'm just saying, can we acknowledge it is a little more complicated than we're making it? That's it. Am I one to bash the team when need be? Come on, guys. I yell and rant and rave and lose my mind about this team all the time, right? But let's think about this. Let's think about this with a deep breath. Just seriously.
All right.
We were all making the Raffy deal, whether we thought Bryce was the next coming or not. It was really difficult to find a middle-of-the-order left-handed power bat. Can we all acknowledge that?
Yes.
All right, so we were all making the Raffy deal, all right? No matter who was in the minor leagues, okay? So the Raffy deal, all right? Well, that complicates DH and first base in general for the next 7 to 8 years, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Shortstop. Adames was paid before Raffy Devers even came in. That's number one. And on some level, if you give a guy $200 million, you do got to kind of like play him a lot. You're not going to sit him once a week.
No.
Probably at most once every 10 days.
Sure.
That's at most.
Sure.
All right? So he's going to play the majority of the time. Well, the same thing could be said for Chapman, right?
Yeah.
Similarly, you're not going to bench him once a week. You're going to play him at minimum 8 out of 9, 9 out of 10 days, right?
Yes.
All right. So you do the math here. You're only going to miss probably 15 to 20 games. That's at most. That's at most if they're struggling. So they're going to be in there the majority of the time. Then I think about Arise at second base because that's where Schmidt would have played, right? They had an open spot. Well, Arise has been so good, you can ill afford to have him sit. He's been infinitely better over the bulk of the beginning of the year than Adames and Chapman. So second base, which maybe was a position going into the season, I was more open to Schmidt being more of a platooner there. Well, I kind of have taken the platoon thing off the table because Arise has been so good. Then I go to Schmidt, who really we're talking about Schmidt as much as we're talking about Eldridge.
Correct. Because Schmidt's play right now has made things more difficult for the management. If he had just like struggled and not been great, then it would have been easy to put Bryce at DH.
Schmidt's emergence has made this a very complicated situation. Correct. It would have been complicated had Schmidt not been in the mix.
Correct. And I do think that's a good thing because you want your young guys to start producing. Yes. And I love that Casey Schmidt's been balling.
It's a great thing. This is a great thing. Is it great? The contracts? No. I'm talking about Schmidt's emergence is a great thing.
Yes.
Schmidt's been so good this year. Every one of us is going, well, how can we put him in the field in left or somewhere else, shortstop, third base, first base, DH, so that he's bad as there every day? So now I get to the Bryce Eldridge component of this. Well, Joe, why bring him up if you're not going to play him every single day? Well, you brought him up because he's better than Will Brennan, Encarnacion, whoever else you might have on that bench, right? That makes sense.
Sure.
This is not about having the best AAA team. This is about having the best possible Major League Baseball team. And if Bryce is pinch hitting late in the game, I have more faith than Encarnacion and Will Brennan, just as two examples. But I also recognize, like, this isn't Pat Spencer to your Kuminga, thing. Like, This is someone that you've invested a lot in and you believe to be a pillar of your organization moving forward.
Yeah.
Problem is that I have these other pillars that I paid who aren't performing. And now I have this young guy who kind of came out of nowhere in Casey Schmidt, and he's almost kind of jumped the pecking order.
So is Casey Schmidt Pajemski? Not bad.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
Let's just
I know you don't want to do that. I know you don't want to do that. I know.
I don't want to go because that invites so many other things. That being said, I know this is about Bryce and how to get him in the lineup, and I don't want him to sit, and none of us wants him to sit. And he hasn't hit the ball enough to be like, yeah, his bat needs to be in there every day like Casey Schmidt.
Yeah.
But to me, this is equally about Casey Schmidt versus Ramos in left, because these are positions that he might play. Casey Schmidt versus Adames at short. Casey Schmidt versus Chapman at third. Casey Schmidt versus Arise at second base. And what I'm going is that Schmidt's been so good that I have to put him in the lineup either at first base, at DH, maybe possibly in left field, and that's a long shot, maybe possibly at shortstop, maybe possibly at third base, and maybe possibly at second base. They have a decision to make. And I believe the reason why Bryce has been sitting the last couple of days is that decision has probably already been made by management regarding what they're going to do. And what I mean by what they're going to do is long term. I think someone's out the door. Could it be the left fielder? I don't know. Could it be the shortstop? Man, that feels unlikely. Could it be the third baseman? Also feels a little unlikely. Could it be Arise? He's on a one-year deal. I don't want to lose him. He's the guy I actually want to bring back next year.
Right.
Could it be Casey Schmidt? I don't want to lose him either.
No.
Team control, inexpensive. I want to see what the best years of him are. I don't even think he's even close to reaching his prime.
I mean, are they in a position right now to get rid of their good players?
No.
Yeah.
Could it be Bryce Eldridge, Joe? And maybe they don't want to signal to the rest of the league, dropping him back down to AAA. Oh, they've lost faith, and he loses a little bit of value. I don't know.
That is a possibility that we're not really talking about a lot. Like maybe they just want to kind of just show him off like the shiny new toy. Hey, guys, come get him. Come get him. We'll trade him.
I think we would all agree. Forget the word malpractice. Forget the word negligence. Forget the word incompetent. This is not optimal for Bryce's development, right?
Yeah, I would agree with you.
But it's also about Casey. And that's where I'm really stuck on this one. Because I think as much as it's about Bryce, it's also about Casey and him forcing his way into the lineup. What we really want is we want Bryce to impact the plate and all of his at-bats in the same way Casey has. Where it's like, I can't envision a lineup where he's not in it. because that's how good he's been. And I think that Casey's earned that. And I love that about him. A trade has to be imminent here, Joe. A trade in the next 3 to 15 days, either trading away Adames, trading away Chapman, trading away Arise. I mean, maybe it's Ramos, maybe it's Jung-Hoo Lee and you're moving Ramos over. I don't know. Maybe it's Bryce. I don't feel like it's Devers. I wouldn't trade Devers.
Right.
But a trade has to be imminent because I don't think you're negligent. I don't think you're incompetent. I don't think that you don't know what you're doing. I think that there's a log jam, and I think it's really complicated, and I think they're trying to juggle all these plates, and I think it's really easy to sit here and I am the first to scream and yell when it is appropriate. I don't think this right now warrants that just yet. Now, talk to me in a week. Talk to me in 2 weeks. If we're having similar issues, then yeah, I think something needs to happen. But God, Posey can't be incompetent. Because if he is, we're in real trouble.
I don't think they are incompetent. I don't think this is as crazy as everyone's making it out to be with the Bryce.
Am I being more reasonable than you thought?
No, I think you are, but I don't know why we're so angry. It'd be one thing
because we're losing.
Yes,
because we're losing.
But it'd also be one thing if Bryce was tearing the cover off the ball and he still wasn't getting any playing time. Has he looked more overmatched at the plate than you would think?
Yeah,
right?
Bats have been up and down.
Exactly.
That's what I would say.
If he was seeing the ball well and getting a bunch of walks and extra base contact and he had the one home run, that was great. Like, it'd be one thing that he wasn't playing, but like, they're feeling him out right now. They don't know what they have in Bryce Eldridge yet. I don't know what they have in Bryce Eldridge. He's their highly touted prospect. They want him to be great. They want him to succeed. Do I wish they treated him like they're treating Connor Griffin and, all those other prospects you see up in Sacramento,
but
90 miles north?
They don't have Adames at short.
No, they don't have the money allocated for these other guys, which makes it complicated.
Up the spot.
Absolutely. It makes it more complicated, but you know what? To your point, you should have known that when you brought him up. You should have known that if you're the group think that is Vitello, Manassian, and Posey.
I don't want them to treat him the way they would treat, Matos.
Yes.
Hey, you play one day, you sit for 4 or 5 games.
Because it's not the same.
No. And if you believe in him the way that I thought you believed in him, then you wanted him to get treated as such. But he also has to earn it, Joe.
See, this is the 209's thinking, and I'm kind of thinking how he is, but I don't think we should be viewing him this way going forward.
I get the outrage, though.
209 saying, I think it's as simple as Bryce's bat is not good enough. That's why it's a platoon thing. We're overthinking it. But you need him to play. No. He's saying that we're over. People. No, he's saying 209 or she, excuse me, that they're platooning him because his bat's not that good. Well, if you're platooning him and he's your number one prospect at this point, send him back down. Like that's how I would feel, because then he's clearly not ready for this level if you're platooning him immediately. And that way, and if that's really the case, 209, then you're hurting his value. If you're saying this is our top prospect and we're willing to platoon him going forward, that's not how you succeed or get better at this level. And if anything, I think that shakes his confidence even more and it makes it worse. And you know what? We have experience with this in the Bay and are going to go to cross-sport analogy. These guys need to play. Look at Trey Lance on line one. Now, Trey was a little different because he got hurt more. But what did we always say about Trey? He needs the reps. Hell, one of our hosts here, Bonte Hill, was saying, I think the guy needs to go to Canada because he just needs to play football. I don't care that it's the Canadian League. He doesn't have the reps to get better. And if he's on the bench, this is what we're getting back to the crux of the part of why you're frustrated, Joe, is we just want to see this guy at the plate. And we're going to see him today. And hopefully we see him tomorrow and the next day. But if you keep yinning and yanging and yanking him out of the lineup, he's not going to get better. He's just not. I'm sorry.
No, it's a fair point. In his first 8 days in the bigs, how many at-bats for Connor Griffin?
His first 8 games in the bigs?
8 days in the bigs.
8 days. For 20?
He had 26 at-bats.
26 at-bats.
So he started, came off the bench. They had a day off, started. Like,
yeah.
That's the difference, right? Now, what do you think in his first 26 at-bats, what do you think he did? Bryce right now, just for those that...
He struggled.
Bryce is 2 for 14 right now.
Probably like some like 3 or 4 for...
4 for 26.
There you go.
To start his career.
Yeah.
right? You got to give these younger guys times to settle in, and you got to give them opportunities to get comfortable.
Now, they did give him a fat contract, so a
vote of confidence.
They gave him the vote of confidence that said, dude, you're paid, you're good. We understand that you might struggle, Connor. We're willing to work through that with you. Don't worry.
I mean,
we believe in your future. Has Bryce Eldridge gotten that vote of confidence from Buster Posey and Tony Vitello? I don't see it. Maybe they've told him that behind the scenes. I mean, this is Tony Vitello just a week ago, Joe, when asked if Eldridge will play every day.
Me getting to know you guys, that kind of puts you in a box where it's like, well, every day is every day. But I think he's got to be given room for error. I mean, Will Brennan is a good example. Koss is a good example. A little bit circumstantial, to be honest with you, of us hunting down wins or searching for runs. Those guys have gotten pinched out a little bit. And I bring up Will Brennan as an example because to do what he was asked to do is just get an at-bat here and there. I mean, you got to be a pro and you got to accept the challenge, but you know and I know it's not that easy. So the one thing we don't want to do with Bryce, who's a younger player, is just sporadically give him at-bats and expect him to produce every single time in order to get rewarded with more playing time. I think there's got to be a longer leash there if that's appropriate.
I agree. And I think that's why people are frustrated. When you hear that, you automatically assume he's going to be in the lineup for day after day after day. But as we've talked about, it's hard to find the spot for him right now because he doesn't have a utility skill set like a Casey Schmidt where he can play multiple positions. If he did, this would be a lot easier. Let's say, Joe, if he was an outfielder in this case, that makes so much easier.
But you knew that when you were bringing him up.
Exactly.
Right? You knew that when you were building your
Correct.
team. And that's why I think the Schmidt thing is the most fascinating aspect because him being so good and forcing his way into the lineup has really thrown a monkey in the wrench.
Yeah.
I want to get back to one thing, and I don't want to get into like Kuminga, but
I like how you phrased that. I've never heard monkey in the wrench before. I like how you used that. Continue. That was good. I've never heard that, like, I said it that way. Yeah.
I think the Kuminga thing is perplexing for a lot of Warrior fans.
Correct.
But on one level, it's like, hey, wait a minute. Like, we won a championship with Andrew Wiggins. Like, hey, guys, we won multiple championships with Draymond Green. Won multiple championships with Steph Curry. So, like, you know, this other guy taking a backseat to them, I kind of get it.
Yeah.
You know, like, there's an emotional connectivity for those players, and Wiggins less so, but you get where I'm going, than like a guy on the bench like JK.
And there's no emotional connection on this Giants team right now,
well,
right?
That's where I'm going.
Correct.
So, like, Chapman and Adames and Devers, you know, these guys are, to a lot of people, they're free agent, you know, not necessarily mercenaries, because that's not fair to them.
But they're not homegrown. They're not.
No, but there's no invested stock. And I've tried to explain this. You know, like, I like Susan. She does a great job covering the team. She was on the show yesterday talking to Willard and Dibbs about what's going on. And Susan thinks that the Bay Area sports fan is, like, enamored with Matt Chapman because he was in A and now he's a Giant. It's like, Giants fan. And I'm just telling you, I'm a Giants fan. I don't care. Like, and I don't mean this in a negative way to A's fans. I just don't care if you played for the A's or not.
Well, no,
it doesn't matter.
That has nothing. It didn't play for your favorite team.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me.
Why would it matter?
Just because you played in the Bay Area does not mean that I necessarily, I'm talking about for the A's, like, oh, I like you more now.
Well, no, it's like when Juan Soto played for the Yankees. You think Mets fans cared about that?
That's my point.
No.
So like when people are like very cold about this whole, like, just trade them away to move away. There's literally no emotional connection to Chapman and Adames and Devers because we won nothing with them.
Correct.
We haven't gone through any winning times, and times are really lean right now. And so I think it's more like ferocious, the feedback from fans on why they're so angry about Bryce, because Bryce is one of ours. We drafted him. We developed him. And we're like, get these other guys out of here. You're not Draymond Green or Steph Curry or one of these guys that we've won with. Like, I'm not giving you the benefit of the doubt. So I kind of get the fan reaction, but I'm here to say I'm not with them just right yet. I think this is more complicated than we're admitting, and I think, you know, Bryce has left a little to be desired. In general, he's left the door open just enough to not play him every single day. I get it. I want him to play every day, but I also think you got to earn it a little. Like, I'm kind of caught up in the middle, and maybe I'm contradicting myself, but I understand the fan reaction. I'm just not with them just yet.
925, what has Bryce Eldridge done to warrant more playing time? Just because he is a prospect doesn't mean you allow him to go 10 for his first 100. He is 5 for 47 in the big leagues. His only asset is hitting for power, and he simply isn't doing it yet.
I don't care about last year's end of the year. I'm talking about this year. He's 2 for 14 this year. He's got 1 home run. So let's talk about that. Saturday night, he hits a home run. It's a blowout loss. No one's hitting the ball. Now, I thought he should have been in the lineup the next day. They didn't have him in. They ended up winning the game.
Yeah.
It went to 12 innings. I think he got 1 pinch hit at bat. Was that what it was, Sam?
I think so. If I'm not mistaken.
Sam, he pinch hit on Sunday?
I think so. Then he came in. He finished the game out at first base for Rafi as well.
Okay, so he got in. Did I love that? Not necessarily. You won the game. Like, they are caught up in trying to win. And, like, again, I'll buy it for a Steph Curry, Draymond Green run.
Sure.
I'm not buying it for a Chapman, Willie Adames Devers because I just don't believe in them as a core, even if they are playing better right now. Yesterday, Roki Sasaki on the road. I mean, who are you benching? I'm asking you guys, like, who was going to take the bench? Everyone's like, Chapman. Well, Chapman had a good Sunday.
Yeah.
He helped you spark the comeback.
And again, this is where contracts matter. Like, people can, like, it could have been totally lip service, and that's what it's kind of feeling for me when Vitello was
No, it is. The contracts are absolutely involved in this.
It has to be.
No doubt.
It has to be.
And I think it's really easy for all of us to bench $150 million. That's a lot harder to do that in that locker room. And then a week later from then, like, you're my guy, Chappie.
Yeah.
You're my guy, Adames.
These guys have been around for too long.
But I get the anger.
Absolutely. And I want to go to some of the calls here. People are calling in. Let's start off with Skills in Vallejo, talking Giants and Bryce Eldridge. What's the right move for Bryce right now? Is it sticking him in the lineup every single day? Is it what they're doing right now, kind of mixing and matching when he should spot start? What's up, Skills? You're on the roast.
Good morning, gentlemen. Joe and Joe. The whole thing with Eldridge, you're not going to know what he's going to be until he actually gets a fair chance to play.
Great.
He can end up being, I've said this on the air before, he can end up being the next Gary Brown. He can end up being the next Will Clark. I don't know. No one knows. But having him on the bench, you don't want him to be the next Manny Mota, do you?
No.
He's not going to be the next Mark Sweeney. That's not why you drafted him. So whatever move you're going to make, having him on the bench collecting dust is just not the right one. And do I know what the solution is? Probably not. But it isn't. I can tell you what it is, and it isn't this.
That I agree with. You're the way you drew to that conclusion, like via process of elimination, I would agree. But I'm also not outraged. I think it's more complicated than we're all giving it credit for. Again, I don't love it. I want Bryce to play every single day. But I also understand we've invested in all these other guys. And now, Adames is coming around a little right now.
And that's he's coming around right now. And I think that's also plays in part to it, Joe. It might just be a perfect storm of, oh boy, they were struggling really bad when we were bringing up Bryce, and now maybe some of these guys are getting not on fire, but clicking again. And now it's making it extremely difficult to find this guy at bats. And we're not just going to shove him in there if I'm Tony Vitello, if these guys are producing wins. They've won 3 of their last 4, right? If they continue, if they win again today, that's 4 of their last 5. And now all of a sudden you're feeling pretty good if they can get out of this rut. Where do you find the time for Bryce Eldridge? And maybe Bryce is a part of it today. So here's an example. Bryce gets to start today. He goes 2 for 4, gets a double, right? He automatically starting tomorrow? Should, right?
Who's on the mound tomorrow? A lefty?
Yeah, tomorrow I have them all right here. It's, Shohei Ohtani.
Oh, well, another righty.
Yeah, Shohei.
I mean, look, I think, I don't know.
Yeah, the next 3 are all righties, by the way. It's Yamamoto, Ohtani, Sheehan.
The win now aspect. Here's the win now aspect, which I hear a lot of people we've been losing forever. I want to win now. Can we all acknowledge? Can we just? And I'm not trying to play consequentialist here, but can we all acknowledge this core? Bader, the older guys, Bader, Chapman, Adames, and Devers, they're doing no damage in the playoffs. No. The best case scenario is they fight for a wild card spot this year. Would you agree?
Yeah, at this point, yes.
Okay. When is the Giants' next best chance to be really, really, really good and actually compete for something significant?
I don't know.
Probably in the future, right?
Yeah,
maybe 2028.
Maybe.
Okay. So is Bryce a part of that?
You want him to be if you're a fan.
I would agree.
Yes, you want him to be.
Chapman and Adames probably not going to be a part of that. So you need to make a decision on one of those guys. And maybe it's Casey they've made a decision on. I don't want it to be Casey, but maybe it is. And you got to go, all right, look, we're not winning right now. We're probably not going to make the playoffs this year. I know we want to win, but we need to make a decision on one of these other guys. And if we have to bite the bullet, we have to bite the bullet. But the part that I think that people need to also acknowledge is, as of now, Bryce has been a little underwhelming.
See, I think
and that's fair.
I think this is also the disconnect right now between how fans feel and how front offices feel. And we do this all the time in every single sport. I want development, right? I know my team's not going to compete for anything of significance, I deem, at this point the rest of the season. You said at the high water mark, maybe they get a wild card. Maybe at this point. Yeah. I think a lot of fans are saying, to hell with that. I want to see our young guys produce. Yes. I want to see our young guys develop. That would be a win for me. Remember, I talked about this with you last week. I was like, I do think there is a silver lining of this season, even if you don't compete for a playoff spot. If Bryce Eldridge and a guy like a Trevor McDonald, if you find out those are pieces for the future, for the now and for the future, yeah, I do think I could say, you know what? It wasn't the season we wanted, but there's some good things that came out of it, and I could build off of it going forward.
But it might take years.
No, it might, but I do think there's a lot of fans that feel that way right now because of the team's struggles, and they're saying, let's blow it up, and let's see Bryce Eldridge play every single day because I don't want to see Matt Chapman, Willie Adames. I know that's what you're saying, but like that's kind of where we're at right now, but I'm telling the fans, the front office isn't giving up on the season yet.
Well,
they're not giving up on it yet.
I'll tell the front office, then you either need to trade Bryce Eldridge or you need to trade. What?
They might.
Well, no, they might. Like, you can't have it both ways right now. You just can't. We've learned our lesson. Like, in 1 week, we realized, oh, boy, this is really complicated. You either free up a spot to play him, meaning trade one of these other guys, or you trade Bryce Eldridge. And I don't want to turn into a consequentialist. But that's where this is heading, is it not?
No, it feels like it.
Grandy and I were doing a show. Lubman was out. And I was alluding to this maybe a week and a half ago. When did you miss time? Lubman, a week ago, a week and a half ago?
Yeah, something like that. All these days blend together.
Yeah. And I was like, dude, I could see this down the barrel. And this is part of their job, is to see this down the barrel. You have a decision. It's either Casey or Eldridge. It's either they're both staying or one is going, or I'm trading one of these other guys on my team. You got to figure it out. It could be Arise. It could be Ramos. It could be Adames. It could be Chapman. It could be Devers. I doubt that.
831. Shout out the 831. Bad ownership hires an inexperienced general manager who hires an inexperienced head coach from college, and we're surprised. Really. I do think that's a sentiment a lot of people are saying right now.
No, I think it's really the easiest sentiment to have right now, and I get it.
It is.
I get it. I don't think they're the worst. Like, because, guys, you know, again, why is this such a big deal? Because Casey Schmidt and Arise have been amazing. Yeah. So, yeah, as bad as Adames and Chapman, those deals are awful. Yeah. And those are very more important to the overall scope of the organization because they feel like unmovable contracts. But Arise has been amazing, and Casey's been amazing. That's why this is so complicated.
This is David in San Jose wants to join in the conversation. Dave, what's up, man? You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning. You know, I'll take the win as we get them. But, Shasky, you know, I'm kind of hitting on what you're saying. I hear you with Eldridge. But one thing I do want to mention on is it's just kind of nice to see the plate discipline on these guys. Some like in the late innings yesterday, you want to see some of these guys. We're striking out with bases loaded before, but I don't know if it's these new guys coming in and I appreciate the plate discipline yesterday a little bit more. And if these guys don't turn the season around, at least what they can do is motivate the core guys. Hey, stop messing around because here are your replacements. Here are the next generation that's coming up. Get it together or get out of here. Thank you, guys. You guys have a good one.
That's David in San Jose. And, you know, what is the reason to have Bryce in the lineup every single day? 888-957-9570. I just think it's as simple as development for your best young player. That's what people want to see. It's sometimes as simple as that. And maybe we're overthinking it this morning and as fans. Like, I just want to see a young, homegrown, everyday player with the Giants again. We have him at our face. One of the most beloved Giants in the history of the organization is Buster Posey. Homegrown guy. I want another Buster Posey again. That's what fans, I think, are feeling right now, Joe. And that's why they're frustrated, because they really want that. Because they have no love loss with Matt Chapman. They don't care about Willie Adames. Rafi Devers, cool. If he produces, that'd be great. We would love to root for him. But there's not one guy outside of Logan Webb probably on this team that I could point to that says, God, that is an absolute fan favorite. And miss me with the Jung-Hoo Lee jerseys because they sell jerseys.
Casey's, I think, a fan favorite right now.
Right now, he might be. And you know what? Why? Homegrown guy, right?
Yeah. And exceeding our expectations.
I think that matters.
But I think we learned our lesson with Casey, where it's like you can't give up on these guys too early, and you got to give them chances.
Well, Elliot Ramos as well, right? That's another one.
Yes, I agree. And again, they have a decision to make, and I think they know this already. I think they've been well aware of it. They've got to move one of their guys to free up time, and they need to be committed to it. Like, I mean, we've learned this throughout whatever it is, whatever sport it is. You can't be looking over your shoulder every 2 seconds.
No.
It's not the great way to develop players.
925. Can you guys please explain to the special people in the YouTube chat that Chapman having a no trade clause doesn't mean that he can't be traded? It means he gets to choose where he goes. He just did it, 925.
He would
Congratulations.
need approval.
Correct. Yeah. And I'm sure there are a select group of teams that he would say, yeah, that's fine. I can get traded there. I'm sure that is in there.
Well, if you tell him something to the lines of, hey, we're going to bench you or we're going to trade you to, a contender, what would you like?
Yeah, exactly. And I would trade him to like a team like the Yankees in a heartbeat right now. And if it's for pennies on the dollar for some of these guys, I would consider that.
Joe, I will get the GoFundMe to give this team $100 million to get one of these guys out of here. Because I want to see Bryce.
That's what we need in society. Not like helping poor people. It's helping get a $100 million player.
Feed the hungry or trade Willie Adames.
For just $1.
For just 85 cents.
You can get Chapman out of here.
For just 10 cents a day, you can get Willie Adames on a new team.
Oh, my God. People would do it, too. Would you rather Chase wins now at the expense
Chase wins now. This is ridiculous.
Hold on. Would you rather Chase wins now at the expense of Bryce's development or risk losing now, but you see Bryce develop into an everyday player? I think I'd do the latter. I want to see the development of Bryce Eldridge.
If this team was 10 games over, the answers would be different.
But they're not.
I know.
They're not. They're 7 games under 500 currently. So I think it's pretty obvious, right? I mean, everyone's fed up with this team. I keep saying, blow it up, blow it up, blow it up. Talking to Bob Nightingale, USA Today, covers the MLB at a very high level in about an hour and 10 minutes. He's saying the Giants would love to move off all these big contracts. So if that's the case, if they would love to move off all these big contracts, play the young guy.
I think a big deal is imminent.
I hope so.
I mean, Chapman to the Tigers is something no one's talking about.
Oh, Tigers.
Well, let me add this.
Hey, it's Tigers.
If you were going to solve 2 of their needs, right? Hey, we got Robbie Ray. I know Scooble's out for 2 to 3 months. We got Robbie Ray. You put Robbie Ray and Chapman in a deal, and maybe you have to also attach money or prospects or something to that. I mean, would that be something that Detroit, who's in a win now mode, is that something that they would be interested in?
Maybe. Now, they have a lot of young players, too. They have a lot of young up and coming up. McGonigal's one of them. Yeah. They've had some of the other guys they've already paid before, the Torkelsons of the world, right? So I trust their farm system. So if they have someone of note, maybe, it doesn't even have to be that. That's another thing I think you and I are in a lockstep in. I'm not saying I need to have a top prospect for Matt Chapman or Willie Adames.
So I might give you a prospect just to get rid of them.
It's like basketball. I might attach a first-round pick to get rid of this guy, right? Jordan Poole on line 1.
Jordan Poole's so toxic. Let's staple a protected future
What's the Chris Paul equivalent to getting him back for the San Francisco Giants? Who's my guy over in Detroit? That is formerly of the Cub. Who is it?
Javi Baez.
Javi Baez. Oh. You want to bring a Javi Baez back
He'll
here,
play
Joe?
center field for you.
Yikes. Kevin in Belmont wants to talk about how Buster's handling Bryce Eldridge. What's up, Kev?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Doing good.
Fantastic. It's foggy this morning in San Francisco, but it's a beautiful day.
I'm a little tired, quite frankly.
Yeah, and it was a great win last night, but I just want to say, it got my blood boiling. What was it, a couple hours before the game when Susan Slusser broke the Eldridge news from Vitello. And I know that's not coming from Vitello. I know that's coming from Buster. And Buster was my childhood hero, man. But since he's taken over the team, I feel like I've been trying to give him a lot of leeway with all the moves he's making because I feel like he's still learning. But Eldridge needs to play every day. And I don't care if that's in the bigs or in Sacramento. I know we all want to see him play at the big league level and watch him on television, but I would send him back down to Sacramento because he wasn't a first baseman in high school, right? He was a pitcher and a hitter. So he needs to hit every day in Sacramento. He's got to play at first every day in Sacramento. And, when the Giants do probably in a few months make another move, whether that's trading Arias or Chapman with Robbie Ray, then you can plug Bryce back into the big league lineup and for him to play every day. But right now, for him to pinch hit, I mean, you sit him against Roki Sasaki with a 5 ERA, and then they say last night, he'll play against Yamamoto, probably a top 3 pitcher in the National League.
He's the World Series hero.
I think they're handling this right, and I just think this is a ridiculous way to handle the best prospect you've had in probably 15 years. I just want to hear what you guys think.
Well, I mean, we've been talking about it all morning. Yeah. I've come to the conclusion there's got to be a trade going on. I don't think they're this inept because if they are, we're in big trouble.
We'll find out more with Bob Nightingale again at 9 o'clock, going to be joining us on the River Islands guest line. This was Ken Rosenthal, who's also tapped in on all things baseball, awful announcing, and also not awful announcing. No, is it awful announcing? Is that who he's? But he's also athletic. Formerly Fox Sports, maybe with Fox Sports. He's all baseball, MLB Network. Ken Rosenthal on Posey's big moves, not really working out quite yet.
The moves that Posey has made so far, you put them all together. In sum, it's subtraction by addition. They have not worked. Now, there are a lot of reasons for this. And what's weird about the Giants is that some people felt, including myself, I would say, that going into the season, their offense would maybe not be great, but it would be at least league average. It's not anywhere close. The Giants are one of the worst offenses in the game, fewest homers, fewest walks, a historically low walk rate. It's kind of incredible the way that they've cratered offensively. Now, as I wrote, most of that is on the players. Outfield Devers should be better than this. Willie Adames should be better than this. Matt Chapman, the same. But at the same time, this was the sum result or the end result of these moves that they've made. Now, again, I'll repeat. Each move that you look at with the Giants that Posey has made, the big ones, they made sense at the time.
Foul territory, not awful announcing. Foul territory, that's Ken Rosenthal. And he also has one more here that I found interesting, talking about all things Vitello, Posey, what's going on with the Giants. Liking Posey's aggressiveness, but where is this headed?
What I like about Buster Posey, and what actually a lot of fans should like about Buster Posey, is that in an age when most heads of baseball operations are risk-averse, afraid to make any move that they think can come back to haunt them, Posey does this repeatedly, one after another. He is decisive, he is bold, he is all of that. That is to be applauded. The problem is, when it doesn't work, well, then you wonder, okay, where this is going. And that is a fair question with the Giants right now. Where is this going?
And I do think he nails it there when it comes to the fan base, though, Joe. We love the aggressiveness. We love that. Oh, wow, we want to get Rafi Devers. He signed Adames prior to that to a fat contract. We re-upped Matt Chapman, all right? We've gotten some big boys. Okay, what are we going to do now? We brought in Arias. It's been a great move this year. And then was it this huge fat contract? No, it wasn't. But I liked the aggressive mindset, but when it's not working, you have to admit it. And maybe the Patrick Bailey trade was the first step in admitting some of the wrongs right now with this roster. Maybe we'll see another big move. Maybe we'll see, Matt Chapman or Willie Adames. And it'd be kind of crazy. It'd be literally a little over a year removed from those contracts. Willie Adames being in and just ripping off the Band-Aid. But you know what? I would respect that. Just admit if it's a mistake. It's better to admit the mistake now than down the line 2 or 3 years when it's too late. And you're paying the guy to go away and you cut him and someone else is paying him a new contract. You know what I'm saying?
He's got to know this situation, because if he doesn't, he's one of the worst GMs in baseball.
I think he knows.
And I was thinking about the way he operates. I know, look, do the injury report and then we'll get into the way he operates. I apologize. I know it's on your mind. I can see it.
You. That was well done though. I appreciate that. Carter, are you ready for the injury report or are you locked in on something else? You ready? You good? And the Giants are waiting for a pair of guys to get healthy this week. Daniel Susac dealing with right elbow nephritis. Went 2 for 4 in a game with 2 for 4 in a game for AAA the other day. Easy enough for me to say. That all rhymed, by the way. And reliever Eric Miller gave up a hit and struck out 1 for AAA Sacramento on Sunday. Okay, that is good news. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And as you know, Joseph, the Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. And you know what? I want Bryce Eldridge to be a hero on this team. I would love for him to be a hero of this Giants squad this season. Be great. Be fantastic. Just don't know if we're going to see it.
I just don't understand. You know, Buster Posey's such a smart baseball mind. I don't understand what he was thinking with this one unless he has something up his sleeve.
Are you losing faith in your guy Buster? Are you losing faith, Giants fans, in Buster Posey? 888-957-9570.
I think he's had a mixed bag, and that's being generous as an executive.
A mixed bag.
I mean, look. Arise has been solid.
Sure.
I think that, he dealt Tyler Rogers and Camilo Duvall. I would have done both of those. Now, I would have also went out and probably got a closer in free agency. He didn't do that. So that's a negative. Casey Schmidt, that development's been excellent. I think sticking with Ramos for the time being is probably the right move. I think trading Patrick Bailey was the right move. I really do.
Yeah.
Didn't love what he spent on his starting pitchers. How much of that is him? How much of that is budget? I don't know. They made the big trade and got rid of Kyle Harrison and brought in Rafi Devers. Now, they've been awful since getting Rafi Devers. Is that coincidence? Accident? Correlation? I'm going to say coincidence.
925. Buster is not afraid to admit his mistakes. Exhibit A, Bob Melvin.
I don't know if that was a Buster mistake.
That's what I was going to say.
Inherited. The texture isn't wrong on that one, but I don't know if Bob Melvin's the right example.
I never really bought where we picked up his option. He's going to be here. He gave him the vote of confidence, Bob Melvin. It's like that didn't mean anything to me. It's like, hey, Bob is our guy the rest of this season, guys. All right, I believe in Bob Melvin. Well, you didn't. You got rid of him.
But when I watch these games, their approach hasn't changed much. Last night was so refreshing. Why? Because they're actually drawing walks, right? Last night was so refreshing because Adames went the other way with 2 outs, which is something that precedes Posey. The approach at the plate has preceded this regime. Their inability to hit home runs has preceded this regime. Their inability to steal bases, league low, has preceded Buster Posey. None of that has changed.
Yeah.
Their inability to get on base, that's not good. Their slugging, not good. None of that has changed, right? And so even though the contracts are more expensive, a lot is the same. And so it's really frustrating. Yet I still think that a lot of the moves I could support or like in real time, they just haven't aged well.
415. We just beat the Dodgers 9-3, and there's more complaints. We talked about it all first opening segment of our show today. 415. It was a hell of a win. They've won 3 of 4 overall, and they've won 3 of 4 against the Dodgers this season.
But I think most Giants fans before, during, and after that game are just frustrated about Bryce Eldridge. And I'm here to I think I've been defending them.
It's also hard.
Not really defending them, but just explaining it.
No, I'm with you on that.
And I'm frustrated too. I want him to play, but hard for me to be angry when the guys that are playing in front of him are playing better.
It's also hard for me to have this pie in the sky. Everything's fine. We beat the Dodgers, so we have to be happy the entire show. You're 7 games under 500. All right. I'm not trying to sugarcoat the entire season because you had a nice win yesterday. Do it again today. Do it again tomorrow. Get back to 500, and then we can start having some more overall happy Giants talk and conversation. But the fact of the matter is right now, why we're talking about this, Joe, is because the team's struggling the way they are. They're 7-12 on the road this season. And like I said, they're 17-24 on the year. Can they dig out of this hole? I have a hard time seeing it happen, but they've been playing better. So I'll give them that. They've been playing better.
Big Giants fan, NorCal Mike is always in the YouTube chat, and him and I don't agree on everything, but I would say that for the most part, he's been skeptical in general of the Giants' philosophy and of Posey. And look, he might be way more right than he's been wrong, but he has a great little line here. The Giants gave Kyle Harrison about 5 starts to become Tom Glavine. and you know what I got to say to him is you're kind of right on this one. But for the Kyle Harrison, like these top prospects.
Sure.
Luciano, like we kind of knew right away he cannot play shortstop.
No.
Nor can he play second base.
Nope.
But for every one of those, I could point to, but I mean, they did give, I felt like Matos got enough opportunities.
Yes, absolutely.
I think Ramos has gotten enough opportunities.
Yeah, and then Ramos has been great. Dude, he got so much opportunity. Giants fans wanted to cut him.
Yeah.
We had Fleming on our station last year, and he felt Ramos was a bad game or two away from being cut.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Some of his fundamentals are that poor.
Well.
But they need him. But I think NorCal Mike is correct on Kyle Harrison, and it is bizarre. Yet they gave Tyler Fitzgerald every opportunity to win the shortstop and second base job. And it never materialized.
Well, there's favorites, right? Sometimes there's favorites within an organization. We've seen that.
Yeah, but when someone is a highly coveted prospect, I think you need to carve out more time for them if your organization is the one hyping them up. I mean, it's not me that's hyping up Bryce Eldridge. The Giants themselves have hyped up Bryce Eldridge.
Correct.
They're the ones retweeting his, Eugene Emerald's home runs and things like that. Like, that's not me, and, Kyle Harrison, they're the ones that really hyped him up. So I don't see them doing the same singular post for like a Trevor McDonald the way that they did for Kyle Harrison. And it does feel like the leash for some of their more their more like highly talked about, highly touted prospects. It does feel like they're so quick to make judgments on them. And yet some of these other lesser known guys like Gerard Encarnacion, what was the infatuation there?
I never understood that.
What was that?
I laughed at that every single time.
What's the infatuation? It never made sense.
He was featured more in the injury report than like an actual Giants wins last year.
So I will agree with NorCal Mac. It does feel like with some of their younger players, they just give them very little opportunities, and yet others of their, and again, your point about favorites is probably correct. Other guys, it's like, dude, you just can keep failing and it doesn't matter.
650. If trading Bailey and bringing up Eldridge is what lit a fire under their butts, so be it. Let's wait till
it did work.
Let's wait till 4th of July before overreacting. I don't think anyone's overreacting to what we're seeing with Giants.
Assessing.
Yeah, no one's overreacting. What? Hey, 650. I'd argue, has it been good? Has the Chapman and Adames signings been good? Just straight up for the Giants.
Grandy and I were arguing about this. I'm sorry I brought him up a bunch of times, but we were just...
I know, I love Grandy, man.
Because
fellow Italian.
We were arguing about, like, the Adames and the Chapman deals, and I'm like... Hey,
slightly.
I'm like, Grandy, man, we're a year and a month and a half in. It's not been great. He hit 30 home runs. And, like, he's, playing the other side of the coin.
That doesn't mean you're good if you hit 30 home runs.
That was, like, kind of my thing. Like, Joey Gallo hit, 35 jacks. Guys, a subpar baseball player.
Exactly.
And he was a Gold Glover one year.
Correct.
And I don't think, I don't know, man. The Chapman deal, and I supported it. It's not looking good, especially with Casey Schmidt's emergence. They never believed in Casey Schmidt, and I think he's forced their hand right now. And I think it's a really good example to myself and everyone. Don't bury these guys. Give them opportunities to succeed and fail.
And I just want to see an opportunity to Bryce Eldridge to succeed or fail, as we're talking about it right now. But it's more complicated, and we've been talking about it all morning. The Bryce Eldridge, what do you do? Would you rather chase wins now? I think so. See, the way you even phrased that, Sam, and I appreciate my producer Sam Lubman, adding some questions into the chat here. Would you rather chase wins now at the expense of Bryce? And I like how you say chase wins because it's not a guarantee that you're actually winning. See, that's the other thing. I don't believe it enough in the core of this team to say that they could chase wins. Yeah, I'm not giving them that benefit. Now, I'm saying
chase
this now.
Wins.
They've won 3 of the last 4.
I only want to hear that when you have a core of Hall of Famers.
There you go. Chase wins. Exactly.
I only want to hear that when you have a core of Hall of Famers that have actually won playoff games in the uniform that they're in.
What was that? That was the famous line from who? Steve Kerr talking about chasing wins, right?
But Steve can say that when you're a 4-time champion.
Yeah, we're not going to chase wins this season.
Top 10 player of all time.
And aging. They were old. That was the whole point of the whole chasing wins, because they wanted to preserve their bodies for when the moments mattered the most. It just turns out that those moments, fell in the play-in game. And right now, the Warriors, or not the Warriors, but the Giants would be lucky to be even in the conversation of a wild card, a third wild card spot. They're 7 games under 5. They're the third worst record in the entire National League.
So, like, Buster is very interesting and in a very interesting spot right now because, the Bailey trade, I think, was a big one for me. And it's not about Bailey per se. He came up at a time when Sabian, at that time, he was really bold early on, but at that time, he really was reluctant to move like young, proven players. The Matt Duffy trade feels like the most aggressive trade of a guy that was like, fans liked him. He's young. He's ascending. And it was for Matt Moore. And I still think there are mixed, opinions on that. I would have done that deal. I thought Matt Moore was just good enough to do the deal. I wanted him to pitch in a different game in the playoffs, but whatever. I think a lot of fans were really burned that Matt Duffy got traded, and it was because of the fat cat. It's not even because of baseball. Yes,
Fat cat.
You don't know what I'm talking about?
Buster, that was his name, right?
It was a bunch of internet, wishy-washy bandwagon fans. They're like, you can't trade Duffy. His cat is famous. Remember, he had what was the fat cat's name? Duster. It's enough. But like Sabian for that entire run, like I think one thing he would trade unknown prospects, but he didn't really trade like during that 15-year kind of like run that they had, and Evans is part of that. They didn't really trade their prospects that actually played in the bigs and established themselves. So I thought that was a change of course from Buster Posey, and it's like, I don't think he's going to operate the way Sabian did. I think he's going to be much more aggressive.
Speaking of a change,
I kind of like it.
Speaking of a change of course, I want to do a change of course on the show right now. We've talked a lot of Giants. We'll get back into them. We got Bob Nightingale joining us in about 50 minutes, top of the hour.
Was the cat.
Skeeter, yeah. I was like, it wasn't Buzz. Hey, Skeeter. There you go. It's like the South Park, like
These
one of those rednecks.
Fake internet bandwagon fraudulent fans that were obsessed over a fat cat.
Dude, why do you always hate on the animals, man?
It's just a
the animals.
thing.
It's so weird.
Ridiculous.
How's the therapy bunny doing?
Can't get rid of him because of this cat.
Your hatred of people's pets is really weird.
No, but am I wrong? I
shouldn't have.
You are wrong. Yes, to hate on people's pets. It's weird.
No, I love my pets, dude. But I don't
talk about other people's
love
pets.
my pets.
That's true. No, I'll agree with that.
I
love
my pets.
You don't have to love other people's pets. That's true.
My dog used to lick my face. I don't want your dog licking my face.
Do not hire Joe Shasky as a pet sitter.
No, it's called just being like realistic and normal.
Well, it's true. It's like I like
lick my face, doggy that I don't know from family I don't know. Keep your dog over there.
I think you just hate animals.
Hey, you guys good? You guys good? You guys want to talk some Warriors? By the way, there's a lot happening with the Golden State Warriors. I just want you guys to know that Steve Kerr's back. We got the 11th overall pick. LeBron's season just ended, people. Do you want him in Golden State?
Oh my God.
888-957-9570. Do we want Giannis in Golden State? And you know what? Are the Warriors contenders if they make either of those moves? What and how should we talk about this team going forward? Because I was listening to one Daryl the Guru Johnson yesterday, and there is some hopium being smoked at this station. Not just from him, maybe some upper management as well.
You did it 17 years ago. Henceforth, you're always going to be a contender.
And as you know,
it's a Cowboy fan in them.
As you know, Joe, we are live on YouTube throughout the entire day. Just search 95.7 The Game, and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. That's right. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our host and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live, instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite host after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. And it's sponsored by Freon Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I always like talking about local organizations that actually do things the right way, and San Francisco Fire Credit Union is one of them.
They're celebrating 75 years this year, and it all started back in 1951 in a San Francisco firehouse.
And despite the name, anyone can join.
So you can get no monthly checking fees and a top-rated mobile banking app from a local, not-for-profit credit union.
Bank like a hero at sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured. Insured by ASI.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
It's Bonte, and listen, I know a great thing when I see it. And River Islands in Lathrop, this place is the real deal. We're talking about a community that's alive, especially this summer. Sparkling lakes are perfect for kayaking, paddleboarding, and just getting out on the water with the family. A brand new amphitheater is under construction for concerts and community events. The Redwood Cafe is opening this fall. This community is only getting better, folks. And the homes? Whether you're a young family, a professional ready to level up, or an active adult looking for that next chapter, River Islands has something for you. Homes start in the low 600,000s and go over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Dale Webb's Lakeview Club is now open, giving you resort-style living right on the water with a swimming pool, fitness center, pickleball courts, and more. I'm telling you, warm evenings, great neighbors, summer on the water. This is Northern California living at its best. It's time for you to discover the islands. Start today at riverislands.com.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery, staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Bay Area, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Steph? I miss you. I miss seeing you not in the playoffs right now.
All right, I'm gonna throw something out there. If 95.7 The Game went full WWE, I contend Sam Lubman, at minimum, would be Intercontinental Champion, if not Heavyweight Champion.
Yeah, who else is the Heavyweight champion?
Guru.
Oh, Guru would be good.
Guru would be a great wrestler. Come on, keep it real.
On the mic, yes.
He would be like The Rock.
Yeah, on the mic.
He would be hilarious. He'd be Booker T meets The Rock.
Oh, my God.
What?
Yeah, you're right.
I think Guru's finishing move would just be hilarious. I got to come up with a finishing move for Guru.
That'd be so...
The Thundercat kick.
Why does he love that term so much? Thunder, like the show?
The show is trash.
Thundercats, oh, right? You know, my brother loved that show when he was a kid because you're around the same age. My brother Sam's a little older than you, like a year or two. But like he used to tell people at the park his name was Lionel, the main character of Thundercats. And then they would come up like these like old ladies like, oh, your son Lionel is just so sweet. And she's like, that's not his name. His name is Sam. There you go. We need Thundercats. What does that mean? And you know what? Let's get right into it because I think he's talking about the Golden State Warriors. You need players, right? In any sport, you need bodies, you need players, you need elite talent, all right, to be successful. And I understand.
I'm not done with this.
What?
The wrestling thing. Just give me 1 second. I'll let you set it up. Lubman, though, to me, Lubman, his finishing move, he's wearing, for some reason, I have him wearing like OG Kurt Angle style, like, what is it called, a leotard?
That's Sam Lubman right there.
And is it a leotard? I think it's a leotard.
Yeah,
so it would be Lubman the Lion, and he comes out, right? What?
I'm just watching his reaction. Continue.
And he comes out.
I'm looking up the leotard. Oh, I can totally pull that off.
And then when it's his finishing move, whatever it is, he's definitely jumping on the turnbuckle, but he's got to take like half the singlet off and like showcase the bicep. And then he's going to do like a giant people's elbow from the turnbuckle.
You've thought a lot about this.
Is it a singlet? What is it called?
Yeah, I think it's a singlet. There you go.
Well, because Lubman to me, it screams roids. I don't know why. He's got like
I'm all
and
natural.
then like Lubman's roid rage. Oh, look out.
Well, if he was in the WWE and if you are natural, Sam, you would go unnatural. So because that's what you do there. But that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
Just a lot of working out and good eating.
Well, you have to work out to like have the physique still. That's the only notion is like, well, he takes steroids. I was like, yeah, you also have to work out on top of that. I can't just be fat and eat these Dunkin' Donuts and take steroids and just get a six-pack. It's not how it works, people, although it would be nice. All right, continue. So we got Guru. We got Sam. Is Steiny, is he involved in this roster at all? What is Steiny doing? Is he the announcer?
Steiny's just doing play-by-play on the side.
Is he the announcer?
No, he'd be similar to
the ringside.
Oh, my Guru, the Undertaker.
Oh, he's Paul Bearer.
Yeah, there's Guru's music. Yeah.
No, he's a general manager for one of the people.
Actually, no, he'd probably just not be bothered. This match isn't that good.
He's just not there.
This match is overrated.
Oh, he'd be creative then, just giving up.
This match is overrated. He's lousy.
We got
I think he stinks.
Willard. He'd be
he's
the baby face, right? Mark Willard.
Willard?
He's the baby face.
The baby face.
Yeah, so he's the nice guy. He's not the heel. He's the face.
That's actually pretty good.
He is, yeah. Dibs would be the heel.
Is that Willard's Full House music?
Stop. What would...
Because he reminds me of Danny Tanner.
I do like the, throwing out to the text line and to the people, 888-957-9570. What song would each host at the station have as their walkout song for WWE / I don't like calling it WWE still, by the way. It rubs me the wrong way 20 plus years later. It's still WWF to me. It's still real to me, damn it.
Dibs would be coming it's like Dibs' whole thing would be like fake injured. So he's coming in a wheelchair with his leg in a cast. And then when you're not looking, like he's ringside, when you're not looking, he jumps out of the wheelchair and he like smashes someone over the head with a chair. And you're like, he can walk.
Oh, no. Yeah. Diesel, when he has the meme of him on the wheelchair.
Yes,
exactly. He unloads the blanket. That's pretty good. How is anyone but Steiny not the ultimate 95-7 the game heel from the 650? No, he is. I agree with you. I just think he's so much of a heel, he doesn't want to do it. What is it? Yeah. So now we're going in the nitty gritty of wrestling. So kayfabe is a thing, you know this.
Yes.
Is where you're always in character no matter what.
Okay.
Kayfabe. That's Steiny. So he would always be Steiny, even in interviews off air or whatever. He will never relinquish his whole style and persona. That would be him. Dibs is from the 650 saying he's a Dudley boy. He'd be Spike. He wouldn't be like one of the big ones. I mean, come on. Tables, ladders, and chairs? Come on, 650. Dibs can't climb up a ladder. He can't do that. What are we doing? He's not doing anything hardcore. He's just not. Oh, Mankind is a good one for 4-on-5 for Dibs. That's not bad.
That's not bad.
Just the sock out, Mr. Socko.
Well, that would be you with the feet.
Well, stop. I am not Mick Foley level of dirty.
Instead of a sock, you'd have like a sandal.
That's not bad. There was the chancla. There you go. Throw those out like a Mexican grandma.
I know we're going to get into LeBron.
650, they're calling it the Guru Gripe, his finishing move.
The Guru Gripe. Phenomenal.
Pretty good.
That is phenomenal. That is phenomenal.
That is good. Oh, man. All right. I guess we got to talk about real sports now.
Well, we'll get it. But the reason why I brought it up is because Lubman was standing there at the door and he was like he was just standing there and he was just like flexing. And I was like, dude, my guy, he's got a lot of testosterone this morning.
I mean, that's not what was going on, but you're not inaccurate.
510 guest wrestler Bonte music would be, here comes the money. money.
And he's going like this. He's going like this.
I'm only coming because, that's good. 408 Dibs is Gold Dust. I actually don't hate that one. He's Gold Dust. What does Gold Dust do? He does the... Oh, he's all time. Hey, I love Gold Dust. He didn't get enough love for what he was.
Fedoni's finisher is taking his sock off his foot.
Hey, you guys need to, my feet are immaculate. You guys know this. 925. Steiny's finishing move would be the rat on the table.
The rat on the
No, but that's more goo. That's more right? Goo. Come on. That'd be part of his finishing collection.
Steiny would pull out the dictionary.
Oh, God. That's Evan. That's Evan. No, that's Evan Giddings. He does the dictionary. Or the thesaurus.
You beat me to it.
Oh, no, he's bringing out the thesaurus.
And by the way, the best tag team at this radio station would be Grandy and E-Dog. That's the tag team.
But they would have to be after a Warrior loss where Draymond gets ejected. That would be like optimal anger.
Oh, man. Your manager would be Lucas Alexander. That'd be your guy.
That'd be pretty funny.
That'd be pretty good, right? Shout out Fight On.
Schedules your matches on the wrong day.
This is right up your alley, Sam.
Oh my God.
Sam would be Vince McMahon in the back actually writing all this out.
Oh, my God.
510 Guru's outfit would be a basketball shorts and jersey holding a basketball. And he'd use the basketball as the finishing move. He'd throw it at someone's head.
The knockout?
The knockout tournament.
Grandy's just hitting you over the head with the trophy.
Oh, man. Yeah, that would be the case.
Guru's finisher's called Thursday PTO. That's bad.
Come on.
That's bad.
What are we doing? 925 Willard is telling people how to fan is absolutely a heel. He'd probably be part of the IRS.
Oh, Erwin R. Shyster, the auditor, the fan auditor. That would be hilarious. He comes in his full outfit with the briefcase. That would be pretty funny.
People are crushing Willard on this. Willard would be Mr. Perfect. According to himself, he's never wrong.
Oh, my God. You guys, we got to stop this. Oh, that's not fair. Oh, that's not fair.
4-5. Steiny's finishing move would be called the Irish goodbye because he always leaves events early and never says goodbye to anyone.
Oh, no, Steiny left you on red.
Oh, man. By God, he's broken in half.
This is pretty funny.
4-5. Risotto, Lubman, and Spadoni are the Mean Street Posse. And then Olympic Club Shasky is Shane McMahon.
I like that.
I could
live with
Shane
that.
O'Mac could take a bump,
dude. He was badass.
He was insane. There's when he fought Kurt Angle and Angle threw him into all the plexiglass.
Yes.
There was a couple of them where he didn't break, which
All
is
time.
like shattered his back. And he kept telling Angle or Shane kept saying in Angle's ear, again. And he's like, are you sure? He's like, yeah, again. Dude, Shane's a baller. I will always have respect for him. 650, Steiny would be the cliffhanger. 415, Steiny's finishing move would be a bullhorn by whining you to death.
See, in my heart of hearts, I think what I would try to be something similar to Shawn Michaels. Not that I'm as good as Shawn Michaels, but that I'd have Carter, who's 6'8", as my diesel backup, and he would be the one basically being my protection on the front and back end of every skirmish we got into. And like Carter would just like push the ropes down and step over the way all the 7-footers do. Yeah. We'd have the Heartbreak Hotel podcast.
So you have to sing your own song like HBK did.
It'd be amazing. You got to get the heart tattoo though, and then you have to have the chaps.
And then you got to
except they would be catcher's gear.
I can't do it on the camera right now, but you have to squat super low and show the
exactly.
guns. There you go. Sexy boy. It's so good, dude. Oh.
WWE released this as a CD one year, like an audio,
Really?
and we used to play this at parties. I'm not kidding.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm
That's
dead
pretty
serious.
good. Oh, man. People are fired up by this, by the way. Just talk WWE and make it 95-7 the game, and people start having it's Vince McMahon from 707, from 415. It's everyone. I guess Nahigian in this case would be Vince McMahon, but you don't really want to be Vince McMahon.
He's got more of a Eric Bischoff vibe to him because he's really smart. He's smarter than the competition.
Well, there's some famous basketball players that made the transition to the WWE once upon a time. Dennis Rodman.
Yeah.
You think LeBron James could be that guy? Karl Malone?
That Bash to the Beach was so sick.
That was WCW, right?
Yep.
LeBron James brings me to this. He's not going to be in the WWE. That would be great, but I don't see that happening. LeVar Ball, by the way, that was another one. He is gone. The Lakers are done. They just got swept by the Oklahoma City Thunder. I don't see him being a Los Angeles Laker. What? Are we going to get through this?
Steiny's finishing move as the opponent is laid out like on the mat. He's like pouring salt in the wounds.
Well, that's actually pretty good. Steiny and Gore, the Dudley boys. That's not bad.
Come in and tell you why you just lost the match you lost.
They're calling him Scott Steiny, not Scott Steiner.
That's a good one.
There you go. 415.
He's just not as jacked as him. Could you imagine him wearing, what was the sheath thing that he wore over his head? It was
the chainmail. The chainmail. Just rocking that. The guy was so roided out of his mind. He had veins on his veins.
800 pens.
It's so good. No. Well, Scott Steiner famously had the one where he couldn't do math correctly. If you have 10% and then you go 20%, you'll have 95%. 925 Carter is Coco Beware and Shasky is the parrot. I don't know who that is. Coco Beware. That's above my head. Can we get back to talking about sports? 510. It is.
We were just having a little fun.
That is sports. It's wrestling, baby. Fun. Sports entertainment is what it is. And you know what would be entertainment for me next year? It would kind of have a WWE feel to it. Let's just bring him in.
Who?
LeBron. Bring him here. Seriously.
So what's it going to cost you? Is it nothing? Is he going to play for nothing?
I don't care the cost. Bring him over here. If LeBron says to Joe Lacob and to Steph and to Steve Kerr, I want to play for you guys, figure it out, Dunleavy. Figure it out. I'm dead serious on this.
Well, he would have to play.
This isn't a bit, by the way. I'm dead serious. Bring him over here.
So you want LeBron?
Yes.
On the Warriors?
Yes.
You think Warrior fans want LeBron on the Warriors?
They should. Give me one good reason not to bring LeBron James on the Golden State Warriors next year. 888-957-9570.
Because it might cost you Draymond?
Who would I rather have on the team next year?
There's a reason for or against LeBron.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is that you're making
guys,
the better
if
case?
LeBron's coming, it's one of two guys. He's not going to play for free.
Of course he's not.
And he's definitely not playing for the mid-level exception. Can we all acknowledge that?
Yes. And I will also acknowledge that if I had to bet money on May 12th, 8:30 a.m., 2026, do I think he's going to be here? No. I don't think he will be a Golden State Warrior. That's not the question, though.
Where do you think he's going?
I think he's staying in Los Angeles.
Gotcha.
I do think how the season ended, I think he's going to Luka got hurt. Let's run it back next year. They were playing well before Luka got hurt.
Austin Reeves.
They might. Maybe he goes back to Cleveland. I have no idea. Maybe he goes back to Miami.
But Cleveland doesn't have any room.
Yeah, you're
financially.
Right. Financially, things could happen. I have no idea.
I know.
But that's where I would guess today. But smarter people than me have linked the Golden State Warriors and LeBron James for months now. No, we're talking like the entire year they've been talking about this thing. So, yeah, if the money is right and it's allocated correctly, I don't see a downside of bringing in LeBron James outside of people saying it would take away shine from Steph Curry, which honestly, I don't buy. LeBron is never going to be what Steph is here in the Bay. Now, will he
are they going to retire together?
Maybe. I actually think that would be kind of cool, but that's just me. Some people would say no because...
Could you imagine their final game and Curry's walking off and like...
LeBron has his arm around him?
It would be a weird visual. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. It just would be it would be such an odd visual.
What is the argument against bringing LeBron James here? Now,
He
I'm
doesn't
serious.
solve your number one issue, which is perimeter defense, rim protection, and shooting.
Okay.
If I were to say in any order, those are your three biggest needs. You got to get, younger perimeter defenders or active at the rim defenders, and you need more shooting.
I would say he's an opportunistic defender. Is he what he was? Is he what he was a decade ago? No, he's going to be 42 years old by the middle of next season.
He also didn't play the first month and a half
with a sciatica, the old man disease. Yes, he had that. But he also averaged 21, 6, and 7 on 51% shooting.
He's still a top 25 player in the game.
Yes.
I mean, maybe that's even a stretch. Maybe it's more like he's higher up on that.
And I can't scoff at that, given what the Warriors need right now, talent-wise. And this is what he just did against the Oklahoma City Thunder. And again,
that team is just...
They're so stacked. But this is what he did against them. In Game 1, 27 points, 12 of 17 from the floor. Game 2, 23 points, 9 of 18 shooting. Game 3, 19 points, 6 boards, 8 assists on 7 of 19 shooting. And then yesterday, in an elimination game, probably his worst game shooting-wise of the entire thing, but 24 points, 8 of 18, 12 boards and 3 assists. It wasn't
all.
It wasn't his fault that they couldn't beat the Thunder. They didn't have the bodies.
But how does that make you... I mean, it's a great story. It's way more entertaining. Does it make you better?
Yes, I do think bringing LeBron James makes you better. It does. Now, does it make you better to the point where I'm automatically a contender? No.
Do you mean better as in we don't have Jimmy for 2 months?
Correct.
Okay.
Give me whatever the Warriors were last year without Jimmy and you plug in LeBron. Yes, they're a better team. Absolutely, they're a better team.
I would agree.
How could they not be?
No, I would agree with that.
LeBron,
are you trading Jimmy in this one? In this, like if Draymond, because Draymond is probably staying if LeBron's coming. So play it out for me. You're trading Jimmy?
That's fine. Or you bring it. I don't know what the financial ramifications are. I'm not even getting there yet. I'm just talking about LeBron in Golden State. That's it.
The league would love it.
And if Jimmy's still here, then yes, I would love that too. Or if you have to move off of him. I have no idea what Jimmy wants. And again, I'm kind of with you where I think Jimmy's not coming back until he has financial security. That's just me.
I think that if you don't trade Jimmy this offseason, the next thing that we hear from Jimmy is going to be, I just say, I got to get that extension.
Well, he's like, my knee's just not right yet. I'm not playing the entire year.
And I hate to be so nefarious with it.
That's what he's done his whole career.
So it's got a Trent Williams vibe to it.
Absolutely. See, this is what I'm talking about with 415. I have no desire to watch LeBron do a retirement tour in a Warriors jersey. Why not? No, seriously, why not?
Because we don't like him.
Why?
Because he's been the number one foe to this particular organization, and probably the biggest loss in the history of the organization can be directly correlated to him.
Okay. That was the last time LeBron, and outside of that one Lakers series, he ever had the upper hand on you. Ever. Was the 2016 game.
He also beat you in the play-in.
Well, do we care about the play-in?
Well, that year, the 3 rims, and, I hate him.
Him and Steph are homies now. Let's call it what it is.
But
they're homies now.
Look, I'm going to talk out of both sides of my mouth here. On one level, would it be way more entertaining? Yes.
That's a great question in my ear, Sammy. Do I think Stephen Curry would take a pay cut to bring in LeBron James? I actually think he might. No, seriously. I do think he would take a slight pay cut to bring in LeBron James.
I don't know.
I don't hate that.
Well, I'm listening to Willard and Siney kind of go at it yesterday, and I just disagree with Mark on this one. And he's like, you can't treat everyone the same, blah, blah, blah. And I know Tibbs has done this financial exercise where Curry's worth way more than the $500 million. Yeah, you don't own the team. The owner owns the team. And yes, you have been a huge impact on the overall value of the team at every level. Revenue, merchandise, tickets, the valuation of the organization, all of that. There's no doubt about it, all right? You've made $500 million.
That's it.
Steph's made that's on the floor. $500 million. Okay? They got you the greatest or second greatest free agent of all time. It's been a pretty fruitful endeavor on both ends. Now, you could say Curry is still owed. I'll listen to that. You're probably right. Like, you know, the owners all across sports would die to have Steph Curry. I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is he's been compensated on and off the floor by the Warriors for his lifetime. And this next extension that he ends up taking, it is going to give me an idea of kind of where Curry views himself, the team, like everything. I'm going to get a real good feel for, and the only word I can use to describe it is introspective, not selfishness, of if he takes the full max, I'm going to be disappointed in him.
You can make
I am. I'm going to be disappointed in him.
He's often compared himself.
$20 million is going to change his life.
He's been inspired and compared himself to the likes of Tom Brady. And you know what makes Tom Brady the greatest? It's not just all the accolades. It's not all the Super Bowls. It's not all the MVPs. It's not the longevity, although that stuff's all amazing and why he's a Hall of Famer. It's the selflessness when it came to building a team.
Yes.
And taking a pay cut. He did that before anyone else wanted to do that. Peyton Manning really didn't do that. In Denver, when they were breaking him off a big chunk of change, he wasn't taking the pay cuts.
No.
Tom Brady, that's why I always view him as the GOAT, is because he was willing to do whatever it took to get the championship pieces around him, keeping the Gronks, keeping a Wes Welker, keeping the Julian Edelmans, keeping whoever you need defensively to stay on your team, because that's what the bread and butter certain times, or to have the financial flexibility to bring in a mercenary if you need him to be an Antonio Brown, right, in Tampa Bay, or the Ndamukong Suhs of the world, Leonard Fournette's. Like, that is what winning is about. At the end of your career, when you look at it and say, hey, I made enough money. Now, am I going to begrudge Steph if he wants to, maximize? No, I'm not, because that's him.
It's not
what he wants to do.
him, but it is to me a microcosm of like the final years of your career.
But it's
more difficult to round out the team.
No, absolutely.
But no one's saying play for free.
I
a $20 million haircut on 1 year is not changing his life infinitely. It could help the roster infinitely.
Joe, I would only have a problem if he started complaining about the roster and about the lack of championship kind of, medal of the organization, if he was getting a full,
sure. He's earned it.
Exactly.
No one's saying he hasn't earned it. But like what we're saying is there has to be some slight adjustment. I don't know. I'm not going to see eye to eye. If this was a guy with his first contract, maybe his second contract, it's life-changing, every million, I get it. How is $20 million when you've made $500 million on the floor? That's not off the court. How is that changing his life?
415. Disappointment's a very strong word, Joe. I don't know how you could be disappointed in Steph Curry for the amount of money he decides to take or not take. That's from the 415. He was underpaid earlier in his career. That's a fact.
For 4 years.
I'm disappointed in him because of his actions, not because of the money he decided to take or not take.
I want to build the best team, right? Don't we all? I want to build the best team. And it's easier to build the best team when Brock Purdy takes $5 million less per year, which he did. When other guys around the team take slightly less. Again, mid-level exception is like $8.5, $9 million, all right? So $20 million, you can get a really, 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 really good player for $20 million to help this team out, to win.
Go get LeBron James. And if it does mean him taking a pay cut to bring in LeBron James, I think most Warriors fans would be in on that, right? And that would show Steph still doing whatever it takes to try to compete. And I'm not saying bringing in LeBron, and why are we talking about this? Because the Lakers got swept and LeBron's a free agent and we'll see where he goes. I'm sure it's going to be the talk of the entire summer. It's going to be like Aaron Rodgers 3.0 with LeBron James. That's what we're going to be doing, as you already see on First Take a bunch. But I do think that significantly improves your team if you bring in LeBron James next year. It does. He is still a really, really, really good player. Is he what he was a decade ago? No, he is not. And I don't think the Warriors are in any position to scoff and say, we're too good to have LeBron James here, when he'd immediately be your second best player next to Steph Curry. It would be a 1A, 1B scenario. Again, I'm going through the stats of this guy, what he was able to do this season, Joe. At age 41, he averaged 33 minutes a game. 33 minutes. That's incredible. 20 points, 51% shooting, 6 boards, 7 assists. And he would be okay being your primary ball handler. If you don't want me to be that, that's fine. At this point of his career, he bought into being the 3rd best player on his team, Joe. You don't think he could buy into whatever the Warriors ask of him next year? Again, I'm asking the question. LeBron's a free agent. Why not bring him to Golden State? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Mix and Match Foster Farms Simply Raised Boneless Skinless Chicken Breasts, thin sliced or tenders. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
If you're considering new windows for your current home or attractive window options for your new home built, well, Golden State Lumber and Showroom can guide you through the entire process. Golden State partners with Milgard, Marvin, and other industry-leading manufacturers. Their expert showroom staff can assist you in choosing the right materials to the best glass and the best finishes. Stylish frames include durable vinyl, sleek aluminum, and energy-efficient fiberglass. Right now is a good time for homeowners and contractors to invest a tax refund into their home. Upgrade with Milgard and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series you choose. But act soon. This offer ends June 8th. And get this, the first 50 customers who mention this radio station, 95.7 The Game, you will get free delivery. So mention this ad. Connect them with GoldenStateLumber.com or visit them at 3141 Arden Way. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center, restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit SilveradoResort.com.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Not available in all states.
Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. All you need is a job and a checking account. You can find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow at billshappen.com. Billshappen.com is the smart way to get a personal lender now. So if you need extra money for car repairs, medical bills, family emergencies, whatever you need cash for, go to billshappen.com and you can get the money you need as soon as the next day, up to $5,000. At billshappen.com, our process is safe, secure, and all online. No one to deal with in person, and Bills Happen does not charge you any fees to use our service. It's easy. When you need a lender, just remember, when bills happen, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
I mean, I don't even think it's a hot take. Just bring in potentially the greatest basketball player of all time to play with the Golden State Warriors. Why not? Oh, because we in a rivalry and Steph's team, his standing within the organization, it's gonna feel threatened. No, it's not. No one is going to come close to what Steph Curry means to the Golden State Warriors, and not even the Warriors, Bay Area sports. He is a god. I don't care if Michael Jordan came over here. He wouldn't do what Steph has done here and what he means here. Stephen Curry he can walk on water here, man. He can. So why are we so insecure about bringing in LeBron James? Why? Where does this insecurity stem from? I'm really trying to understand it from the text line.
It's this individual is one of the most hated players of this generation. Like the Warriors, they've had a few rival teams. It's more a rival player, and this is the number one rival player.
We had the number one rival player in Richard Sherman once upon a time.
LeBron.
Chris Paul.
Richard Sherman was so much more disrespectful than LeBron James ever was to a San Francisco team.
He did the 3-1 cemetery and the Halloween stuff and the cookies.
Oh, come on. That was just cookies.
He ruined the greatest season that the Warriors have ever had.
You think that Niners...
ruined it.
Wait, time out. You think that the Warriors fans hate LeBron more than Niners fans hated Richard Sherman? There's just no way.
I don't think so.
No, we hated Richard Sherman. There's no doubt.
I think he was the most hated athlete of my lifetime.
What?
I think he was maybe the most hated athlete of my lifetime around here.
Yeah, but he wasn't as good as LeBron also. Like, we respect LeBron so much. Not that we didn't respect Sherman, but how many cornerbacks are you naming? Cornerbacks before you get to Sherman in terms of all-time greats.
Well, when you're comparing to LeBron, it has to be a quarterback, I think, right?
Yeah, it would be again, Brett Favre or Russell Wilson, Patrick Mahomes, and... Again, those guys did it on the field. This guy did it on the court and then also rubbed it in your face.
So we still are salty from a decade ago. So that's why we're not.
Well, it'll never go.
Are they in a position to say no to LeBron James right now if he says, I want to come to Golden State? They're in zero position to say no right now.
You talking about the team or the fans?
Talking about both. What do the fans want? No, seriously.
I think they're in denial.
What do they want?
No, I think they're in denial.
They can't say they want to have meaningful basketball and then also say no to LeBron James.
This is a different. So put LeBron to the side for a second. Just bear with me. And I'm not trying to rip on Goo. This is how Goo feels. He's entitled to his opinion. I just think in general, the boss, Goo, other people, and I heard Willard make the case for Giannis. It's intriguing. I listened to him, and I hear him look, could you sell me on a Giannis package? Absolutely, you could sell me on it. It's got to be the right package. But, I just think in general, Warrior fans are in complete denial. It's over. I'm talking about winning championships with this group. It's probably over. And that's okay. We've had a great run. I'm like super grateful. And they've made me crazy and this, but like do this and do that and do that. Guys, there's no easy fix. There's no easy fix, right? There's just not. So this thing that like one move and you're automatically back into the championship contender, realm. I think that is the most insane thing I've ever heard. I don't think it's not living in reality. The reality is that I watched Victor Wembanyama get kicked out of that game in the second quarter, and the rest of that Spurs team rallied and made Minnesota fight their you-know-what's off to be able to beat them.
Yeah.
All right? And that's one of the biggest unicorns in his prime. I don't even know if he's entered his prime on the planet. All right? That's what you're going up against over the next 4 or 5 years, not just next year. Minnesota, Anthony Edwards, it looked like he tore his ACL a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
He has been unbelievable since then. I thought he was done.
I know. Incredible.
Think of how quick he came back. All right? That doesn't even bring up OKC, who looks like they're in the middle of a dynastic run.
Yeah.
The East can go to the side because we're not in the East. Doesn't matter. There is no easy move. Now, you want to sell me on entertainment? I'll listen to you on entertainment. Are they more interesting if they trade everything to have Giannis? Yeah, I acknowledge they're more interesting. Are they really a better basketball team?
Better if you have Giannis on the floor, yes.
Well, okay.
Are they entering a separate tier from where they're at? Maybe. See, and I'll give you that. Maybe they'll enter into another tier of not being a play-in team.
We had our run. Why is it so hard for everyone to just come to the realization we had our run? Draymond referenced it to TNT or whatever, the inside the NBA. Like, we shouldn't be talking about championships. Steph Curry said it on his exit interview coming out of the play-in loss. Yeah, we should probably recalibrate and not talk about championships anymore. Steve Kerr said we're a fading dynasty, basically meaning it's like, guys, we're not going to be competing for chips. We've been in the play-in 3 out of the last 4 years. We've won 1 series the last couple of years. And you guys want to throw around the word championships, contenders. You sound insane. I'm sorry. Like, there's no quick fix. Yes, we pulled off one of the greatest runs any sports seen. Yes, we ripped off one of the best free agents of all time in Kevin Durant. We found a way, after KD left and threading the needle on the Clay injury, to have one more unbelievable run and pull one off against a young Celtics team. I'm so thankful, so grateful that I hate hearing bonus title, but you know what? Maybe for Dell, there's something to that, right? This thing that they're one trade away from being back in the mix. Watch the playoffs. Minnesota has been bounced in the Western Conference Finals or the semis every year. They have ammunition and they have players other teams want. They will be a huge player for a Giannis or whomever, okay? Spurs. Dylan Harper's just scratching the surface. They have a trade piece and all their draft capital in De'Aaron Fox. They're going nowhere. They have 3 lottery picks who are grand slams, one more so than the other. Victor, Castle, and Dylan Harper. OKC has every pick from now until the end of time. And they have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jay Will, and they have Chet, and they can move one of them and get more stuff. We are so far away. There's not one trade out there. I'm tired of hearing about Giannis and this. Everyone's like, well, then what would you do? Take my medicine like a real team, draft and develop, and get back to the root of what created the first run in the first place. Drafting well, identifying well, cultivating a good culture, bringing in good players.
We got Bob Nightingale joining us momentarily.
I don't know.
We're talking some Giants and some MLB in a couple minutes. But
I'm not trying to rip others. They can feel how. I'm not telling people how to feel. But
Sure.
when I hear that, I'm like, you guys sound delusional.
I understand why people are so. They push back because you don't want it to end.
No,
I get it.
I get it.
I understand because I do that as a fan too.
I get it.
I don't want it to end. I don't want it to end either. But you know what? All good things must come to an end. This happens. It's called life. Life happens. Father Time is undefeated for a reason.
But why is it so hard for everyone to not come up with these crazy, unrealistic trades? Like, okay, does Giannis even want you?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
No, not from what I've heard, like reports-wise.
Okay, so, Giannis. Then let's go to Kawhi. Guys, does Kawhi, this is the argument that I hear from the pod. Well, Kawhi makes you better and more. Kawhi played Steph in the 9-10 play-in game. Not the playoffs.
The
9-10 play-in game.
And lost.
Okay? The 9-10 play-in game. And he had his healthiest, most productive season in years.
Yeah.
And we think we're going to do that again? Now, maybe this team surprises us and they do something more than what we thought. What? The 6th seed?
Are they a trade away from contending or a trade away from being entertaining and playing meaningful games?
Can I ask a question,
the latter is okay.
Let me ask one question.
I'll allow it.
Which is, LeBron's a free agent.
Yes.
The other two you're trading for.
Yeah, but LeBron, in this hypothetical, LeBron coming here, you would probably have to do some form of a sign and trade.
So if he were to sign a 1-year deal, though, how does that?
I'd be in on that.
And mind you, Steph Curry's not going anywhere, so you're not rebuilding.
Well, guys, they're telling you we're not competing for championships.
But they're also telling you we're not rebuilding.
Well, that might be the case. Reloading, whatever verb you want to use to describe it, it's definitely not competing for championships. And that's
absolutely.
I think the compete for championships is the specific thing that I'm discussing. Now, you want to hear about entertainment or building around someone moving forward? I'll listen to your argument because like Willard made a really good point yesterday about like, hey, it's a lot easier building around Giannis, even if you don't have draft picks, than no one, and just pray that. All right, that makes a lot of sense. Would you agree, though? All the teams that they're facing, Julius Randle, again, he's older, lottery pick. Anthony Edwards, lottery pick. Gobert, lottery pick. These are all lottery picks, right? Okay? All these guys, all of San Antonio, all lottery picks, all right? In their primes, too, right now. OKC, all lottery picks. It's not about one guy anymore in the NBA. It's about building a war chest of draft capital with other young players all about the same age. And yeah, you could sprinkle in a Caruso and a Hartenstein, but there's no quick fix. I don't know why we think this is the 2007 NBA. It's 2026. The CBA is crazy ridiculous to navigate.
I agree. Mo in San Francisco. We'll get to you in a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 in San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Bob Nightingale, USA Today, going to be joining us shortly to talk all things trades potentially for the San Francisco Giants as they traded Patrick Bailey just a week ago. Could more moves be on the horizon? We'll ask Bob here momentarily. And we're asking the question right now. Trading for Giannis Antetokounmpo, signing a LeBron James. Do you truly believe that this team is, a trade away from actual contention? I find that hard to believe. People are saying that, though. I don't see it, but if some people does, talk me into it.
Well, and here's the other thing. So the boss last night was almost yelling at me. He's like, you don't like Giannis? What's your plan? And I'm like, here's my plan. It sucks, but this is the plan. I don't know, do what every team that's been stuck at the end of a dynasty does, which is take your medicine and be appreciative and grateful for the run that you had and try to draft and develop well like you did on the front end of the dynasty. And let's see where this goes. Is that sexy? No. Does that make for a great, YouTube clip or Instagram clip? No. But OKC once made a shrewd trade and then drafted and developed, and that's how they're there. Now, San Antonio was bad for a long time, but they made all the right picks.
Right.
They've made all the right picks, and they've put together a situation that's really fruitful. Minnesota has been bold. They've tried to trade certain pieces to build around Anthony Edwards. Yeah. And I think if they get bounced again, what are they going to do? They're going to do something even more bold.
They're going to do something more bold.
You can't build a true contender in the modern day, it feels like, through free agency and trades. It's really, really, really hard.
And you know who's actually learning that right now in the San Francisco Giants? Yeah. Buster Posey.
Yes.
It's very difficult to try to do Band-Aids and try to do that. And we're going to talk right now to Bob Nightingale, who joins us on the River Islands guest line, Joe. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Bob, good morning. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. And let's dive right into it. You had a little excerpt over the weekend in one of your articles in regards to the Giants after they made the Patrick Bailey trade. This is what it says. The Giants would love to unload outfielder Jung-Hoo Lee, shortstop Willie Adames, first baseman Rafael Devers, and Matt Chapman, and start over. So I guess I'm asking this, Bob. Do they already have buyer's remorse on the Devers, Adames, and Chapman contracts? And good morning.
Yeah, morning. Yeah, they have. They have to at this point. Unless these guys get going. Particularly Devers. I mean, I know he been better last couple of days, but he's been a shadow himself since the Red Sox days. Adames hasn't looked anything like he did in Milwaukee. Chapman. They know him, of course, and they signed that extension, and he probably would have got that money from somewhere else. But he just hasn't, produced those numbers yet either, and neither has Lee, of course.
Bob, there's just a logjam of position players right now. Raffy at first in DH, Schmidt kind of as your super utility and your DH, and his emergence has been very special. Adames at short, Chapman at third, Arise, who's been excellent at second base, and now Bryce Eldridge isn't getting any opportunities. Is there a world where they may explore trading Bryce Eldridge?
Might have to. Of course, you're not adding to his trade value by sitting. He needs to play. I mean, he's not playing with San Francisco. He needs to be, playing in Sacramento. He's got to play. But yeah, I mean, I know that was kind of raised over the winter, and they said no. But where are you going to play him? So I think there has to be a world where you listen to offers and see if somebody wants this guy and move him.
Well, Bob, then if it's not Bryce Eldridge, which one of these big contract guys is the most movable? Raffy, Adames, Chapman?
Probably, I don't know. Probably Chapman would be my guess. I mean, with the Adames, you'd have to eat a lot of that money. Same with Devers. Where Chapman, you probably have to eat, less than the other guys for sure. I would think Chapman would have more value at this point.
Bob Nightingale joining us here on the Morning Roast, covers Major League Baseball for USA Today. And Bob, what is your sense right now in talking to all these league execs and how the Giants have been viewed under the Buster Posey kind of era here as president of baseball operations? What is their standing around the Major League Baseball right now?
Well, just that they were bold in the moves, but they haven't worked out. So it hasn't been good. But, can things change? Sure. But right now they invest a lot of money, made the bold moves by, making the trade with Devers and that kind of contract for Adames. I don't think the Brewers even made an offer for Adames. And of course, hiring Tony Vitello. So, made some big gambles so far, and they haven't worked out.
Wow. I mean, they really have. What'd you make of the Buster Posey trade of Patrick Bailey?
I thought it was interesting, just the fact they gave up on him. And, pretty much, they just did it for the draft pick. You really can't trade draft picks, but since it was a comp pick, you can do it. So it gives them some extra money to draft. And I think, what they're hoping is to get the UCLA, shortstop to drop down the draft by, making it by telling him, hey, we'll give you a lot more slot value than these other teams will. So I think it was strictly, move for the draft. It wasn't like the pitcher they got, back, as a prospect, kind of like middling prospect type thing. I think it was just simply for money and just gave up on Bailey.
Hey, you're referencing the UCLA shortstop who everyone has projected to go number one overall. Is there any other examples where this has happened, where teams have figured out that they have a little more slot money and there's like a wink, wink, nod, nod to the player, and other teams maybe back off of a player who should have gone higher because they don't have enough money to sign said player?
No, it certainly happens. I mean, you see this a lot where, the number one pick in the draft isn't the best player. I mean, when Carlos Correa was drafted, no one had him as a number one. Astros took him number one. But you see this a lot. So the same thing can happen. I mean, if he, comes out and, tells these teams privately, hey, I'm not signing with you. I'd rather sit out a year, go play somewhere else, Japan or something, and then I'll re-enter the draft. So you see that happen. You don't see a lot of it happen, but it's certainly possible here.
Bob, what are some names out there right now that could potentially become available, through a trade, what have you, that's not really getting discussed potentially that could become available in the coming months?
Yeah, I mean, it's so early. Pretty much right now, it's just the pitchers. Whether it's the pitchers from the Clay Holmes and Peralta from the New York Mets, that sort of thing. Houston Astros, have some pieces there that they can move. You pretty much look at the teams that are underperforming that have a big payroll and look at them. So it should be a busy one, particularly with the pitchers. I mean, everybody's looking for pitching help, and I think that's why teams too have an eye on the Giants. Like, okay, if they're still out of the race come in July, try to jump on Robbie Ray for sure, and see what it would take to get Logan Webb.
What about Robbie Ray?
No, Robbie Ray definitely. I mean, they have to be in the thick of the race for them to keep Robbie Ray. He's a free agent. I've heard no talks that they're trying to sign to an extension or anything like that. I think Robbie Ray would definitely go, providing they're out of the race.
What do you make of Tony Vitello through about a month and a half? There's been some really good signs, and then there's been some kind of puzzling things, like not, calling out the appropriate pitcher, righty or lefty, to the bullpen the other night. How is he being received in terms of things that you're hearing around the league about his first month and a half?
Yeah, I think it's just a thing where everybody's kind of curious. It's kind of hard to judge him. It's not like he's got not like guys are clicking all cylinders here and they're still losing. So more intrigue. I mean, there's a big step, and I think the one thing you hear, is that okay, he probably needs some more help in that dugout just to let him know things and that. But it's a tough transition. I mean, it's one thing when you're coaching college and say, okay, I'll take your scholarship away if you're not performing well. When guys got big contracts and stuff, you're not taking their contract away. So it's a big adjustment for him.
Hey, Bob, great stuff this morning. We really appreciate your time, and we'll do it again in the future, man.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, buddy.
There he goes. Bob Nightingale covers Major League Baseball for USA Today. And yeah, he's basically saying if they continue on this path, the Giants, he would not be shocked if they move on from some of their big contracts. And the guy that, the name that just kept sticking out to me was Matt Chapman would be the one that's most sought after. And that makes sense, kind of what we're talking about today. I think he would be the one. He has $125 million remaining on his contract, Joe. And I don't see anyone.
That's it?
That's it. Yeah. Well, Willie's got 160. Jung Hoo's got 85. And Rafi Devers just got a cool 226.5 remaining on his. So other than that, things are great. Other than that, Giannis, you want him here? 888-957-9570. We can pivot back to the Warriors. We're allowed to do that. See, I'm not hamstrung on just because we have a guest from a different sport doesn't mean we can get right back into what we were talking about, people. It's okay. Do you want Giannis in the Bay or, and it's through a trade, so you'd have to trade him. I'm just going to ask it. Would you rather, there's two options I'm giving you, people. Trade for Giannis or sign LeBron James to a free agent deal. You don't have to give up prospects for LeBron. 888-957-9570. I think I know which one I want. It's LeBron James, the old man.
Look, if it costs you, just money, then yeah, I probably would do it as well. I just think these terms, contender, this move makes us this, or we catapult. I'm overhearing that. I'm overhearing it. You can feel that way. I'm not going to believe it. I think the hard part for this team, I think for the bulk of this fan base, is to understand, and we had our time. It was a great run. It was awesome. I hope we get a couple more moments, but we're probably not winning anything of significance, and that's okay. I'm not mad at that. I do want to see them get a little younger and round this thing out. It doesn't mean you go full rebuild or whatever. Do a dignified, send off for whoever ends up staying. But we also have to start, thinking about surrounding these guys with other youngsters.
What's coming up the game is brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort, 888-957-9570. Warriors fans, I'm giving you one of two options, all right? Either you trade for Giannis or you sign LeBron. You can only pick one. 888-957-9570. And also, wait till you hear what Nick Friedel, cousin Nick Friedel, covers the Warriors for The Athletic, said yesterday on our airwaves, Joe. I think he's in agreement with you when it comes to one Giannis Antetokounmpo. And by the way, ready to fill your cart with cash prizes? Join Cash Creek Casino every Sunday in May to win up to $1,000 cash from 1 to 6 p.m. Then check out at 7 for up to $20,000. Fill your cart and cash in, Sam.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Tune in to Willard and Dips every Thursday at 4:40 as we raise a glass to toast the sparkling performance of the week. Presented by J Vineyards, the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. Raise a glass to excellence on the court and in every bottle.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Inherited a home? Done being a landlord? Helping parents downsize? We've bought over 1,500 Bay Area homes since 2016. As is, on your timeline. No pressure. Call 510-462-6000 or search John Buys Bay Area Houses. 510-462-6000.
John Buys Bay Area Houses. Sell your house the easy way.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at mirastarfcu.org. Purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At EasyCater, we believe every workday gets better with great food. Like that morning status meeting, always better with bagels. And don't forget the coffee. Ops team working late? How about some power bowls to keep them going strong? Sandy's celebrating 10 years at the company. This calls for cupcakes. With EasyCater, you get a huge variety of favorite restaurants with tools to help meet dietary needs and stay on budget, all on one platform. So make every workday better with EasyCater. Start an order at easycater.com.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
We need Thundercats.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Spadoni, shut up.
I love you, Goo. Goo got the most love when we did our WWE segment. Everyone kept trying to have like wrestling comps for him. So maybe he is the most WWE ready host here at 95.7 The Game.
Oh, he would be a multi-time heavyweight champ, right?
Heavyweight strong. I'm going intercontinental for sure.
No. Okay, timeout. Goo? Yeah. Goo is a headliner. He's not intercontinental.
He's got to work his way up.
No.
Come on. You think he's just Brock Lesnar right out the gate? He's going to be that guy?
The Goo?
Yeah.
The Goo is box office, dog.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're tripping.
Wow. I guess
think you're tripping.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. You know who's not tripping? Mo in San Francisco. Brian in Palo Alto. We'll get to all of you. People are getting mad at you, Joe, for being honest and
what do you
being
mean?
real. They're saying, hey, don't tell me how to fan. I can have hope. Did I say that? I can say, you know what? I think the Warriors are one move away. How dare you say that a Stephen Curry-led team with Giannis Antetokounmpo can't compete for a championship? How could you say that?
Where did Milwaukee finish this year?
Out of the playoffs.
Okay. Where did the Warriors finish this year?
Out of the playoffs.
Okay. Where were the Warriors when Jimmy ended up getting hurt?
Out of the playoffs.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure we establish them. And if I trade all my picks, all right, all my picks, so I'm going to surround this team then, all right, with GP2 and Seth Curry types. And those guys did what for this team last year? No, GP2
Gary Payton was good. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Seth was
You were the 37-win team. I mean, he was really good. You're a 37-win team. To be a top 6 team in the West this year would have cost you 49 wins.
Okay.
So Giannis and Steph.
I think that adds some wins.
Playing occasionally.
Yeah, occasionally.
Well, how many games did Giannis miss the last 2 years?
Well, I'll look that up. Probably a lot.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And let me I want to make sure I'm clear here. Steph Curry's season last year was ended because of?
Injury.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then this year was marred because of?
Injury.
Oh, and
his runner's knee, so it's really
and his running mate was older, and they traded for him. And last year he ended the season with an injury, and then this year his season was over because of an injury. Like, are we not learning our lesson?
Giannis played 36 games this year.
Oh my God. Wow.
Hold on. The year prior, he was an all-star this year. And the year prior,
good.
He was 67 games. That was more than I thought. Year prior to that, it was 73.
Mm-hmm. Steph played 73 a couple years ago.
Yeah. So I'm just saying this was his worst year when it comes to that. But
nothing to see here.
No, I'm not saying it's nothing to see here. But that might have just been the outlier here. If he plays like 70 games next year, I'd take that.
Okay, again, I'm telling you in this Western Conference, I think you guys are not understanding. You need to have other players on the floor. So it's going to be Pat Spencer because it's going to cost you Pods. Let's go through the thing. It would cost you Pods. It would cost you Jimmy Butler. It would cost you what else? All your draft capital. So around the team, it's going to be Will Richard. It's going to be who? Maybe GP2 on a minimum contract.
Key Santos.
I like Gee. Gee might be part of the deal. They might want Gee.
Well, apparently Steiny did the right trade machinations for Giannis. It's Buddy Hield and Pods and 3 picks.
Buddy Hield's not on the team anymore.
Or not Buddy. What did I say? Jimmy Butler. Sorry, God, I don't know why I said that.
And Pods?
Jimmy Butler and Pods. Yes.
And how many picks? 3. That's it?
Yeah.
So Mikal Bridges goes for more picks than Giannis. Come on, guys. Come on. Again, if I'll listen to this. Don't tell me how to fan. That's fine. I'm the one who penned that. But my point is like
you penned that.
You got to come with something that's a little more believable than the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse that I'm watching with my kid. I mean, that's a cartoon.
Rudy Gobert also went for 4 picks.
Come on. We'll get Giannis
just
because
those teams are dumb doesn't mean the Warriors are going to be all right.
There's always a sucker.
Thank you.
And we've been the sucker at the table the last couple of times.
Hey.
I'm not telling people to give up hope. That's not what I'm saying. Like, it's literally not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they're
screwed.
Quick.
That's kind of what you're saying.
No. The days of plug and play, make a trade, and you're a championship contender, they're really, really, really difficult, and it feels like they're over.
You know who agrees with you? Nick Friedel, who covered the team the entire year for The Athletic.
I can only speak for myself. You can put Giannis on this team tomorrow. They're still not good enough, and that's part of the problem. So that's part of what direction is everybody going? Is Kawhi enough of an answer to give up your future couple first rounders or whatever it would take to bring him in to make one more push? If I'm trying to figure out what direction they're going, if I'm the Warriors, I'm saying, all right, I'm keeping Steph because he's the whole show. I want to still be competitive and try and win. I just don't believe that with the pieces in place that they have and the catastrophic injury that Jimmy sustained, that they're going to be able to shuffle it enough to get back to that place before Steph walks away.
Okay. I think what he said there is like, and you can hear Guru, damn, like during the middle of that. All right, guys, the new CBA is not about 2 and 3 stars. Remember before COVID, it was like, oh my God, Paul George and Kawhi, 2 stars, they're lined up. It's about 2 or 3 max players. Okay, maybe it was at one time. All right, the modern NBA is with this CBA is different. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
It's about stockpiling loads of draft picks to have cost controlled young cracks at the, development opportunities, and then a couple of in their prime max players and a guy who's playing like a max but is yet to be cashed in like a max. That's what the modern NBA is in the Western Conference right now. Look at the Denver Nuggets.
Yep.
They got a really good team, right?
They bounce in the first round.
What do they need? They need some younger, cost-controlled pieces. They're very old and expensive.
Well, they thought their young piece, Christian Brown, was going to be part of that, and he's kind of fizzled.
Yeah, and Jamal Murray is good, but not great.
No.
And Aaron Gordon got hurt multiple times.
Well, McDaniels is right about them. They can't defend. So none of those guys like Jamal Murray, Jokic, outside of Aaron Gordon, really can defend at a high level.
So that team, which is a lot younger than your team, okay, that team has to make a lot of moves to be back in it. But the Warriors are one move away. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, guys, that logically doesn't make sense.
That team doesn't have Steph Curry.
They have Jokic. Jokic is
he was exposed. His defense was. No, he was. His defense was. Come on, let's be honest. Let's be honest. We always like to crush Steph's defense. But can we start crushing Jokic's defense?
All I'm saying is like, if you want to say, hey, we have Steph and that's different, sure. They have Jokic, who's younger and more in his prime. Now, you want to say Jokic is way lesser than Steph? All right.
I'm not going to say that. Not way
Jokic
lesser.
Is pretty special.
No,
we're talking about an all-time player.
He's one of the greatest players of all time, yes.
All I'm saying is that team, the Nuggets, feels a couple moves away, right? And even then, like, I don't know. We'll see. And then I look at the Warriors, and it's like, oh, we're one move away. No, we're not. Like, guys, we need to upgrade a lot of spots on the roster.
Is there one move that they could make, like just in the hypothetical game? Even if they traded for the best player, like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, if they got Shai on this team.
Oh, that would be like he's one of the Victor. Okay. Would change things, right?
Okay,
like,
that's it. That's it, though. Outside of the pie in the sky possibility of that.
There's a couple of guys in the league that are going to do that for any team. Cade Cunningham is going to do that for a lot of teams, right?
Sure.
those guys don't become available.
Yeah. Well,
at one time, Jokic was one of those guys.
Well, one did last year. Well, we didn't know he's available, Luka Doncic, but even he gets hurt.
Yeah.
The season's over.
It's a great point.
Season's over. Mo in San Francisco wants to join the conversation.
I don't know. I'm trying to be logical.
No, I don't think what you're saying is out of bounds.
I know people don't want to hear
it. I'm trying to hear from Warriors fans like you're saying that, like Nahigian and Guru. I don't hear that on the station. Like I don't.
What do you mean?
I think we have pretty reasonable fans here that like don't feel like even if they get Giannis, they're championship contenders.
Yeah. So because
I'm not seeing it on the text line either. Yeah.
But you go get Giannis, and that's a great starting point.
Sure.
But then what are you rounding the team around him with? And that's where, if you trade all your draft capital, that does limit you in how you put it together. Now, Giannis gets a max.
Right.
Well, Steph's on a max. All right? Well, 2 maxes is like 75% of the salary cap. So you're right back in the exact same situation that you were in. All right, well, we got to load manage his calf.
Right.
So is he playing 60 games this year? Right? The reason why Shai Gilgeous-Alexander will never be traded, he's in his prime and he's never hurt.
Never. Never.
He's never hurt.
Mo in San Francisco, he's been waiting patiently. What's up, Mo? You're on the roast.
What's up? Morning, boys. Morning, boys. Hey, Shai never gets hurt because he also gets every single foul known to man. So that's probably a reason for that. Hey, I wanted to chime in on the LeBron versus Giannis. I think the honest thing kind of gets to the point that you're making, Shasky, about one move away. I think that's the reality is we're not one move away.
Exactly.
I think we're mixing arguments. That would be amazing if we had some other pieces there, but they're not there yet. Of course, you got Steph, but I am concerned about the injuries. I want to make an argument for LeBron, which is surprising to me because I was very anti until Spadoni. Earlier, you were like, oh, he'd actually be the second best player on the team, and that kind of blew my mind. But the thing we're not talking about with LeBron is his IQ. And yes, he's getting older. He is physical and not. But also, if we think about what he brings cerebrally to the team, and I wonder if there's an opportunity bringing him with Draymond, with Kerr, that could be really interesting to just be competitive. But more so, what impact can he have on the other young players and helping step their game up? Less about, all right, hey, now they're going to be all of a sudden.
I love this. I agree with you, but here's the conundrum. If it costs you a pick to do a sign and trade in any scenario, you have less youngsters to bring in. So that's why I think, and I love your idea. I'm in on LeBron if it doesn't cost me this year's 11th pick. I think they need a young player.
Yeah, I wouldn't give up. I wouldn't. Yeah,
they need a rotation guy. Right now, you don't have Moody, and I don't know what's going to happen with the Jimmy thing. So who knows there? You just don't have enough young guys to fill those voids that you're talking about. I am in if it costs me not this year's pick.
But check this out. Yeah, I wouldn't give up this year's pick. But check this out. What we really need is value, right? And if he can increase the value of all these other guys, then it becomes really interesting a year or two from now where they're trade pieces, right? And then maybe we can go get younger. Maybe we can be starting to trade for some draft picks. So that part of it, I think, is interesting. It's something that's unique that LeBron can bring to the table.
That's a good point.
That's Mo in San Francisco.
I'm not ruling that out. That's a good point.
And listen, I am all in on LeBron. Do I think it's going to happen? No, that's a different question than would you want to bring him in.
And also, any sign and trade machination, you'd have to have a team that has enough space.
Yes.
And then that team's going to want to be compensated. And if you're giving them the carcass of Jimmy Butler, they're going to want to pick.
The carcass of just sounds so messed up, but it's true.
And I was listening to Mark yesterday. He actually made good. We're undervaluing Jimmy. The expiring deals don't have the same value they did in the old CBA.
Are we undervaluing Jimmy? This is a guy that's
saying that he's the guy that we should be trading. Meaning his is the slot we should be trading.
I understand that you would want to trade him if anyone on the team right now. Who's undervaluing? He doesn't have great value right now.
Well, my point is I think the value of an expiring contract in this modern CBA is not what it was a CBA ago.
Absolutely. Can you explain that? Why?
Well, it's just, I don't know. I don't know what it is. There's guys aren't hitting the open market in free agency the way they used to.
I would think it'd be the opposite, that an expiring deal now and then the current CBA would be more valuable.
Name the biggest sign and trade over the last couple of years.
I can't off the top of my head.
Klay Thompson?
Yeah, that's a good one.
It was a 6-team deal, and that was a $10 million deal.
I would just think that teams
in
would be
free agency.
I would just think that teams would want to get people off their books more with the new CBA. See what I mean?
I just think people are all fretting long-term commitments to non-max players. The modern CBA, there is no middle class. It is rookie deals, max deals, and guys on mid-level exceptions.
Completely agree. The mid-level is done.
It's done.
Yeah.
It's done. Like the days of like Caruso, for example, is coming off the books. Caruso could fit so many teams. Look around the league. Who's got $23 million just sitting there?
No.
For Caruso.
No one does.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I hate this whole convoluted. The
CBA is terrible.
CBA.
It's terrible.
It's awful.
It's terrible. And I think that's one of the biggest hurdles for the Warriors to clear.
Absolutely. This is what Slater had to say with us yesterday. Great interview, by the way. If you missed any of it, Anthony Slater on yesterday. Find the entire interview on YouTube or the Odyssey app.
So real quick, before you go to that, I want to double down on this. Furthermore, let's say you're a team, hypothetically, like a Wizards, okay? Oh, we'll take on Jimmy's deal and we'll cut him and we'll have max money. Nobody wants to go to the Wizards.
Well, they might now. They have Anthony Davis, Trae Young.
All right, so let's play the Milwaukee thing.
There you go.
Let's say Milwaukee. You're Milwaukee, right? Let's play this one out. You take on Jimmy Butler's deal. Okay?
All right.
And then he expires and you got all this extra money. Who wants to go to a Milwaukee team?
Who wants to go to, no, you're going to just stop there. Who wants to go to Milwaukee as an athlete?
How many free agents
in the
did
NBA?
the Detroit Pistons land before Cade Cunningham started playing well? In the 20 years where they searched the desert looking for players?
One, Blake Griffin.
After he was hurt.
After he was hurt, yeah. They had to overspend for him. Yeah.
It's a great example, right? They had cap space every year, did they not?
They did.
All right.
Andre Drummond.
No one wanted to go there.
Yeah.
All right. Guys with options and guys that are good. No one wants to go there. So back to the Milwaukee thing. All right. Why wouldn't they want Jimmy Butler's deal? They'd have cap space. They don't care about cap space. If you're tanking, no one's coming there to play anyway. You're just going to be awful.
I love when there's a predictive text that comes in because I'm trying to decipher what they tried to mean. 415, because it was auto-corrected. 415, not Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Shaggy Just Alexander played 60 games this year. Shaggy Just. Not Shai Gilgeous, Shaggy Just. I love predictive texts. And he only did play 60 games this year. You're right, 415. 650, Joe Spadoni needs to be checked with a Wemby elbow right to the neck. Is this WWE again? Someone's so angry. SGA would have you believe he went to the ER 6 to 8 times a game. I'm not even going to get on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Everyone just hates him. It's fine, whatever.
No, it's good. I think he wants to. I think that's good for his brand. People hate him, quite frankly. Anthony Slater yesterday on with us if LeBron to the Warriors is possible.
They've been interested in the past, and LeBron has kind of declined in the past, if we're being honest, right? Some of this stuff has been reported. I think to your question, yeah, they'd be interested, but right now we're talking about they could clear mid-level money. Cleveland's similar. Part of the trouble I think LeBron might have is this is no longer a cap space unrestricted free agent type league. So it would have to maybe be a sign and trade. Would the Lakers even be interested in something like that? And I think that the Lakers showed when a lot of this buzz of him potentially leaving was going on, I think the Lakers were in a tougher spot. They actually impressed before Luka got hurt. LeBron was kind of sliding into this third type role. They're in the second round. They're getting pounded by the Thunder, but who isn't? I tend to believe he may go back, honestly.
So he's to stay with the Lakers.
Yeah. Shai Gilgeous played 68 games this year.
Oh, 68, sorry.
Because he qualified for all the...
He did. No,
so that's why I want to make sure we're good.
Okay.
He went 68, 75, 76, 68.
Oh, okay.
And remember, they load managed him down the stretch because they had clinched.
They did.
In both years.
Let's go to the man, the myth, the legend himself. Brian, I've missed you. I haven't heard your voice in about a month now. Good morning. The floor is yours. Brian in Palo Alto.
Hey, guys. How you doing? I think that everything has to be hit the standard of one move away from a championship. I mean, there's 10 teams in the NBA that have never won a title, right? So basically, if you're going to live by that standard, everyone should just give up, right? Fold their tent and go home. I mean, the Thunder are not one move away from a title if SGA blows his knee out, right? In the same way, the Warriors are not a contending team with Jimmy Butler with a torn ACL or Luka's on the, injuries happen, right? And yes, if you're older, they happen more, but I don't need I don't expect a title in the next 2 years from Steph. I'd love to see them contend and play some important stuff.
I'm agreeing with you.
What they do owe is they owe it to, because Steph made Joe Lacob as an owner, right? Like, none of it happens without Steph. The valuation of his franchise and everything else that's come with it. For 2 years, I want them to give their level best to give him the best chance to be as competitive as possible. And in 2 years, you're starting over. There's no head start, right? And I don't have, it's the future of, you talk about one move away. In 3 years, they're going to be,
But here's the issue, Brian. 5 years of assets for 2 years, you get nothing for being crappy for 3 years.
Yeah, I'm not saying you trade all your first-round picks, your future first-round picks. They can put a good competitive team on the court next year without doing that, in my opinion. They're not going to get Giannis. I mean, come on, right?
Okay, I'm in agreement with you. You could still field a team and have fun.
Yeah.
But the word contender, that's the problem I have with.
Yeah, but that's not. I don't think that's not a realistic. Obviously in the title window, ending in 2022, I guess. But maybe you could think. I don't think that way, right? And I want to see Steph get a chance to play important basketball because he's one of the greatest that's ever played. When he gets that, platform. So, and then in 2 years it starts over from zero, essentially, right? Pods Otani or whomever else, right? Pods is not a bridge. Pods is a bridge to nowhere, right? So all these other assets are expendable in my opinion, as far as young players on the team. So, So anyways, that's my take.
You and I are just not going to see this thing that Joe Lacob did nothing right, and he's just this boob that happened to be in the right place at the right time.
It's ridiculous.
Ask anybody who's done a remodel, or tried to pull a permit in San Francisco. This guy built a stadium in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Do you know how many other owners would have squandered the Steph era? They might have won one title. You ain't winning 4.
No, it'd probably look more like what's happening with Giannis in Milwaukee right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, think of some of the contemporaries who played on one team for as long as Steph Curry. Okay, Kobe.
Dirk.
Okay, Dirk went to how many finals?
2?
Yep.
Yeah.
And won 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Reggie Miller.
Went to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're acting like, and I'm not saying that Joe's the greatest owner who ever lived. He's certainly not one of the mediocre ones.
Yeah.
All right. There was they could have played this out with 29 other owners, and I bet you, what do you think? 27 of them come up short from what Lacob put together around him?
I think Joe Lacob is one of the greatest owners of the last 15 years.
OKC had
not even close.
Harden.
It's
Russ,
not even close.
They had Harden, Russ, and Kevin Durant.
He turned the Golden State Warriors into the most valuable North American sports franchise. The Golden State Warriors. Second, sorry. Who's number 1 technically? The Cowboys? Yeah, there you go.
Correct.
He turned them into equal footing with the Dallas Cowboys. That's insane.
No one's saying he's perfect, but he's certainly not some moron who just happened to be standing there in the right place at the right time. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't buy that.
If you want to get mad at him and him putting a lot of his children in positions of power within the organization, all I'll say is this: when you're the owner of the team, you get certain privileges. And deciding who works underneath you is one of them. If you want to say that's nepotism and it's negligence, all that, you can feel that way. It's rampant everywhere. I'm not excusing it. And honestly, until it turns into a total cluster, you know what, Joe? I'm not going to sit here and say whatever he's doing is wrong.
No.
Now, does he have guys that he roots for and guys that he wants to succeed in the organization, like a Jonathan Kuminga? Sure. I think a lot of people want Kuminga to succeed there.
Forget Kuminga.
No, but
does
people
he not
always
get credit
use that.
for Mark Jackson? Does he not get credit for hiring Steve Kerr? Does he not get credit for hiring Bob Myers?
No, he does.
Does he not get credit for bringing in Dunleavy? We act like Jerry West did everything.
That's exactly what they did.
Jerry was very influential.
Who brought in Jerry West?
Thank you.
Like, what are we doing? Do you get credit? See, this is what I also have a hard time. In the sport of basketball, we never want to give credit to anyone else but the best player on that team.
And it drives me nuts.
It's always what it is.
And what are we doing right now with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, just nationally? Everything is now dismissed and he's a grifter. And I'm like, well, That's too far on the other end.
It's all he does is foul bait. He's not even that great. Although Lebitard had a great tweet this morning, or a poll question is like, if the Oklahoma City go back-to-back, are they the most slept-on dynasty of all time? Maybe. It's not even slept on. It's just they don't resonate with us.
No.
It's like they just don't like it. But you know what? You said something I think is great. It's like they're becoming hated because of the foul stuff.
Yeah,
and I actually
no doubt.
think that's good for them.
No,
if they become a villain, it'd be great. But that's what always happens.
Why are we discrediting? Like, Shea's awesome. Like, yeah, I don't love the foul grifting either, but he's freaking awesome. He's a great player. You know, like, I watched this whole thing
because we hate greatness.
Well, just his ability to pivot and jump stop with 2 feet is like a lost art. Kobe was like the master of it for a younger generation. I mean, he's excellent at it. Dirk was amazing at it. All these ISO mid-range scorer threats, like the amount of dedication to his craft. And yes, part of that is the grifting. I acknowledge all that. But we're taking away from his excellence. He's also unbelievable. Ball handling, the shoulders, the ability to hit the fadeaways, the off-balance shots. I mean, he's unbelievable.
Would you guys say Jalen Williams is their second best player? Santa Clara Jalen Williams?
Yeah, probably.
Has he not played like this entire postseason?
Yeah, he's been hurt forever.
They swept both teams.
I know. Well, that also goes to show you how good that team is.
No, for sure.
And Chet's awesome, too.
No one brings it up.
Chet's so good.
No, he's really good. And
so
maybe
good.
Chet is now becoming that second best player in his own right. And he was drafted to be that.
Going back to the CBA, they will have to move one of those three.
Sure.
You know, like that's coming, right?
And
Like,
maybe they're figuring out right now. Maybe we can get rid of
it's going to be Jalen.
Yeah, maybe we could get rid of Jalen Williams.
Now, that's a name. All right, now let's talk. If you want to be real. And I brought this up. How many weeks ago did I bring this up? Carter?
I was having a baby.
Yeah.
A month? He's always hurt, though. Because it's been multiple years. And I have, like, legitimate questions on his butt. He's a hell of a player.
Yeah.
I would be much more in on, like, hey, what if it costs you a couple picks and we match salaries and go get Jalen Williams? I'm interested in that because that's a young player, again, in his prime. He has legitimate injury concerns.
Yeah.
But now you're talking about a guy under team control who is an absolute dynamic player when he's out there, but it's risky. And like any of those guys that you would acquire are either super old or super risky, right?
No, for sure.
He fits the bill. I would listen to that. Now, would I rather have Chet? Yes. Would I rather have SG? Of course. But like, those guys aren't available.
Slim pickings.
If Jalen's available, I think you listen.
Mario in Napa, he wants to bring back a certain name just for the vibes, and I'm kind of with that. What's up, Mario?
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
Great.
So, let's just start off, man. Like, LeBron ain't coming here. Giannis ain't coming here. You know who might come here? Klay Thompson, man. Let's bring him back. You know, if we're talking hypotheticals, let's just finish it off right into the sunset with Klay and the Splash Bros. Let's do a reunion. You know, like, I don't know. Just want to give a big shout out to my boy TJ Hartman, RIP. Without him, he used to be the scorekeeper for the Warriors. I used to go to all the games back when the Warriors weren't good. You know what I'm saying? But now, man, I saw the rise of it. It was great. So I just want, it just sucks knowing that it's coming to an end. You know, but it just, let's just bring back Klay. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's Mario Napa.
Just Klay wants to
just for the vibes. No, I think that chapter's closed for him. I do.
And the vibes, what were the vibes like that last year?
What are they going to be next year when he's clanking 3-pointers?
Hey, Klay, I don't know if you know this. Pods is closing games.
By the way, Klay's Q rating is it's not great right now amongst the pop culture crowd because of Meg Thee Stallion. Yeah. He has a $17 million cap hit next year, by the way. I care about that stuff. All right? 1st to 5. Pop culture questions. Come see me, Carter. Come see me. Do we have that tomorrow, by the way? We doing that?
Klay coming back?
Just doesn't even acknowledge what I asked. Stupid. You don't want Klay back?
No, I'm good. I think they made the right decision. And I love Klay.
How about this? 925. If I'm the Warriors, I'm offering the 11th, 1 future first, and Butler's contract. That's not going to get it done, 925, for the player you want.
Who?
Jaylen Brown.
They're talking about trading Jaylen Brown straight up for Giannis.
That's not close.
That's not even close. He was an MVP candidate this year.
I mean, what?
He was incredible.
Top 5 player in the league.
He's so good.
That's more delusional than we're one Giannis trade away from being in the Western Conference the Western Conference Finals.
I will say, a lot of us did laugh at that Jaylen Brown contract when it happened. I think he earned his contract, right? After this past, he was incredible. Although you blow a 3-1 lead the way you did against the Philadelphia 76ers, maybe that makes the Celtics want to, think about different things. I don't know. That is a name, though. If you were going to, no, real quick, Joe, would you rather give up like 3 or 4 first for Jaylen Brown or for Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Jaylen Brown right now.
Me too. I would absolutely be with that.
And I might be in the minority in that, but I would.
I would too.
He also solves an immediate, huge issue. Perimeter scoring, guy who can create his own shot. I mean, and then like perimeter defense and athleticism and size.
I would love that. God,
I would love him.
Jaylen Brown.
He's a dog.
They got to keep him, though. With the uncertainty of Jason Tatum. I mean, I'm just shocked that Jason Tatum even came back last season. That was an incredible story in and of itself. Is it time? Do we have final thoughts?
Whatever happened to just taking your lumps and rebuilding through the draft?
We don't do that anymore. We don't do that. No. We want to win always, Joe. There's a song that says, all I do is win, 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 no matter what. That's what we try to manifest as sports
That's
fans.
DJ Khaled?
Something like that. And they say that.
There was a photo.
That's T-Pain.
Well, there's a photo of DJ Khaled circulating where he looked like a gust of wind could blow him over. And I go, this man ate 17 of himself. Because now he's huge.
Wait, DJ Khaled?
Yeah.
I thought he was doing the GLP-1s.
He's still huge.
Oh, is he? Well, there were some jokes from the roast on Lizzo because she lost a lot of weight too. Oh. I can't repeat those jokes because I'll probably get fired.
Oh, no.
Final thoughts?
Some say I should do it.
You don't need G-Bill. What?
I know.
Stop.
It's just for the chin.
Stop.
Hi, how are you?
It was really good listening to his voice. I miss Brian in Palo Alto. All right. Final thoughts of today's show. So this is what I learned today. I want to see more Bryce Eldridge. I don't think that's a hot take. If Willie Adames needs to take a couple, games off, so be it. Find a way to play Bryce Eldridge. I want LeBron James here in the Bay. Bring him over, whatever it takes. Bronny too. You can hang out at the boardwalk while Dad's playing games up at Chase Center. And I'm out on Giannis here. I don't want Giannis here. LeBron, though, I'm in. That's my final thought. Right, Carter?
Yeah. My final thought today is I'm over people getting on Shea about the foul grifting. Like, I'm so over it. Like, you're going to get on the one guy who plays not just at the three-point line and not just at the rim. He's a guy who's actually in the mid-range and making basketball interesting. If you want to get on this guy about fouling, get on him about not getting offensive fouls called against him when he's creating space. That I will listen to because he gets a lot of push-offs they don't call, I think.
They called one this year, and I want to say it was against the Rockets, and it was like a game-losing call because it was like to win, and they called it like, no, and it was a turnover, and then I think the Rockets
It's
won.
just inconsistent. I think that he doesn't get that whistle, and everyone else gets that whistle all the time with the right forearm, and it's just kind of ridiculous.
Well, famously, Michael Jordan did push off on that shot, and they didn't call it.
Yep.
I mean, Utah was, what? What are you looking at? What? It was a push off from MJ. It's
that
okay.
whole era was way more physical.
So they were allowed to.
Guys.
He's right.
Were either of you born when that shot was hit?
Yeah, I was 5.
I remember watching it in the living room.
Yeah, I probably was too. I was like eating a peanut butter sandwich.
He was playing with his Legos while he was doing it.
Yeah, I had my feet out. What do you got? What do you got?
I don't have anything. Sam, what do you have? I have nothing.
You have a tailor-made outfit. You going golfing?
No, I've just got things to do.
You just dress like you want to go golf. You're always ready.
Oh, Shaska, I have some bad news for you in a second. It's off air, though. My final thought today, it's not that scary. Don't worry.
Do we have a meeting?
No, he's got to do some reads, and he's not going to like them.
Oh.
My final thought is, my prediction by the end of the week, you're going to see Bryce back in Sacramento. I think this team's going to panic a little bit, like, oh, we made the wrong move saying he's going to be a pinch hitter. They're going to realize it's a lot tougher to get him in as a pinch hitter than they thought. They're going to realize that playing him once or twice a week is a dumb idea. You're going to yo-yo him back all year long, and it's going to be very, very frustrating. That's just my prediction.
That sucks. Well, they do play in Sacramento this upcoming weekend, so can we have some at-bats there? They're playing the A's. I'm saying like seriously, he should play in that series, right? Who is that?
I mean, that's Mac, isn't it?
That's Greg Cosell. That's Greg Cosell. It's the happiest I've ever heard him.
When Willard and Dibbs are being like, Greg, we love you, and that makes him happy, I guess. But I'm just saying that's my prediction. We're going to send him back down to the minors, and hopefully if he goes down to the minors, leave him down there until an actual opening on the roster exists that he can play in, not just come up and be like, see, look, he's here. Be happy. Be grateful. Like it.
Is that it? I thought you were going to keep going. I'm looking at you while you're doing it.
I thought about it.
Okay. All right.
We had some intense eye contact.
It's only when he's in the A chair.
What? What do you mean? He was doing a hell of a job for me.
I know.
He was crushing it.
Dude, Scuba Sam was killing it.
I mean, I don't even know why Shasky showed up for work. I mean, I'm just being basically what Shasky thinks he is, just bringing him in as my backpack, carrying him all day long, doing all the talking.
I heard you were doing a lot of the talking from a lot of different people. I heard you had an 8-minute rant. Is that true?
Who, me or him?
Yeah, you. I heard you had an 8-minute rant.
Who told you that?
A lot of people.
Streets?
Streets.
No, seriously, out your source here, because that's not true at all.
It's called the Odyssey
It's
app.
called a source. I'm not outing it.
It's called you're making things up.
I'm not making it up. I heard it was
the
an
Odyssey app. My favorite is he did a 6-minute soliloquy, then reacted.
6 minutes.
It was like 4 minutes.
Then
I
he
timed it.
reacted to his
You
own
guys don't know how to
6-minute
tell
soliloquy.
time.
Then he threw it in my lap and was like, what do you think?
I mean, that's called literally what I had to do with Shasky all the time. I'm going to rant for 5 minutes. Okay, now you take over, and I just go to the injury report.
I missed you guys. Oh,
You like
all
that
right.
fish I just threw in your lap?
It's pretty
Which
good.
of the 17 things that you just said would you like me to react to?
You guys just don't know how to tell time. That's why we always miss breaks.
Oh, I have like heartburn right now. I don't know how that's possible.
You need a sundial to figure out how long Sam's doing his monologues.
Well, how are we going to...
What? The Egyptians have statues that create time lapses for him. You know? Hey, bring the pyramid in. I want to see how many years this guy's been talking.
Hey, by the way,
I can't wait for you to do these reads in a minute.
Can I have a final thought real quick? Why is it so hard?
Solar Sam.
Why is it so hard to have live action adaptations in film from video games? Why is it so difficult for some of these? Because I saw a trailer yesterday for Resident Evil zombie game, right? It's been around for a long time. Those movies are always so awful, and yet the premise of the game is so badass. All I want is for them to go to the Spencer Mansion and stumble upon all the scary zombies. Literally, it's a script right there, Resident Evil 1.
Nerd alert!
Get the cast right
Just the
and figure it
nerdiest
out. Shut up. All right. Signing Goo next. Fremont Bank here for you. Here for good.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Safeway is celebrating 100 years. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Rice Aroni, 4.3 to 7.2 ounce selected variety boxes, just 59 cents each. Now you can sing.
Hey, mix and match. Mark 1 pound strawberries or 6 ounce blueberries. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. And mix and match Foster Farm, Simply Raised, boneless, skinless, chicken breasts, thin sliced or tenders. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two.
Well done. All right, these and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Ah. Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
I'm Neil, founder of Clave Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Iserve is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Iserve, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Iserve can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Iserve may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Iserve. To learn more, call 1-855-ISERVE or go to iserve.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee. Pacific, 800-PACIFIC, or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Summer is coming. Are you ready? If you're still trying to do it on your own, it's time for a smarter approach. Jumpstart MD offers local, medically supervised weight loss with personalized plans and access to GLP-1 medications at our lowest rates. This isn't DIY. This is real care that delivers real results. And right now, mention Alice and save up to 70% this May. Start now, not later, and get ahead of summer. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit Jumpstart MD today.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege. Listen to and follow Campus Files. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Just keep it going, baby.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7.
I don't want to hear it. I'm telling you now, I don't want to hear it. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Did you guys give
each other some form of illness. It's been going around. I noticed you were sounding a little off. You spent some time out last week. Goob kind of coming down with something. I don't know if I want to be in the studio.
I'm tired of y'all.
The last 2 weeks here at the station have been pretty difficult. Everybody's under something. I got hit last week, missed a couple days. Marcy's been a mess. We've had people out here, and Goo got it. Goo got it yesterday, and he'll be back.
Just please tell me it's not one of these new variants or whatever's been going around, because I cannot afford to get sick. I got a streak going this year, Steiny. I've not taken a single sick day.
Really?
And, of course, as I say that, I'll probably be out tomorrow, but I can't have you guys getting me ill. Wow.
What do you think of this one from Uncle Looney right off the bat? Fluru. That's not bad. That's not bad, Looney. Good start.
Coming in hot.
Speaking of good starts, Giants, they beat the Dodgers last night 9-3, 3 out of 4. Bats are starting to come alive a little bit. You got some action.
You watched the game last night?
I did, yeah.
You watched the whole game?
Did, yeah. The game was over after the Dodgers left the bases loaded on that double play. That you got to get runs. You got to squeeze across more there if you're the Giants. I mean, if you're the Dodgers.
Well, Dodgers quietly been underachieving. Giants 3-1 against them this year. Do you know that Shohei Ohtani is 1 for 18 against the Giants this season?
I did not know that.
And he absolutely pummeled them last year. That dude has lost the plate. One thing that he's been doing, apparently, at least according to the NBC's Bay Area broadcast, he's been taking batting practice on the field. He doesn't do that. That's he's completely lost. And Trevor McDonald absolutely flummoxed him last night.
Yeah, the Giants obviously traded Patrick Bailey. I'm pretty sure I saw a headline that called that a blockbuster.
Is that a play on words?
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Maybe. But the Giants, this is a big series for them because I know, what do they say? You can't win a golf tournament on a Thursday, but you can lose it. You can't go in there and get swept. So they win game 1 last night, and they had Bob Nightingale of USA Today on the morning roast today. And there's a lot of talk out there that Buster Posey is not exactly enthusiastic about this team right now, and that shakes some things up.
You think Buster Posey could get Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Yeah, I think he could.
I'm just saying it's, and Buster I don't think he's done a great job. A lot of the guys he's brought in haven't been incredibly productive, and the team, as it stands, yeah, they beat the Dodgers last night, but they're still 17-24 and a game out of the cellar. But if we're looking at general managers across the Bay Area, obviously Lynch, Dunleavy, Buster, you can make a case he's made the most decisive moves. He's been the most direct about what he wants. And I think it's interesting that he's tried to, according to Nightingale, he's looking to pivot so fast. But at the same time, these are clearly pieces, I'm talking about Chapman Adames and Devers, that haven't really worked out for him. He already moved off of Bailey, who was at a sub-400 OPS. He's trying to shake things up for a team that's clearly subpar. And I just think it's interesting on the heels of what is supposed to be a big summer for the Warriors, where they want to make a move, they want to get better. Obviously, they have the 11th pick. They brought back Steve Kerr for 2 years. It's just got me thinking, of all the power brokers at the top of sports teams, I know Buster Posey hasn't had the most success, but it feels like he's made the most of it. Like he's been a kind of strong arm in this thing.
Well, there's somebody he actually reminds me of a little bit, and that's when Chris Mullin was the general manager of the Warriors. And I remember the Warriors had Mike Dunleavy and Troy Murphy, and they were kind of middling players, or they were okay, but the team wasn't doing well. He ended up signing both guys to long-term contracts. And the reality of the situation is he said they needed to do it for stability, to get some players in there that were going to be in there for a few years and the fans could get to know them. And I remember somebody said, well, what if it doesn't work out? And he said, then I'll trade him. and he ended up trading him to Indiana. But I feel kind of the same way about Buster Posey. So if you look at the things he's done, he fired Melvin, pretty decisive. He hired Tony Vitello, which is his Mike Montgomery, in essence, which is who Chris Mullen hired as a coach right out of college. I definitely think like he pulled the trigger in a hurry on Devers because it was a relatively early season trade. He was decisive on Adames, went out and got a guy he had targeted and that they had wanted. And so, and even last year with who was it? Lamont Wade Jr. Got off to a slow start. Boom, gone. So I do think I don't think Posey's afraid to make moves. Obviously, it's just going to be a matter of how good the moves are.
Well, I mean, I guess the question is, what do you prefer? You know, do you like someone that isn't afraid to go out there and swing, and then basically have to clean up their own mess, but they tried? You know, I think, like, I've heard a lot of Warriors fans, especially after Jimmy got hurt, kind of killing the deal. But that's what a lot of people wanted the Warriors to do, was to try and find a big player, whether it was Paul George or Markkanen, then Durant. They ended up with Jimmy Butler. It's like, I can't, even though the move right now doesn't look very good, I guess it depends on what they do with it if they try and move off the contract this summer. But I can't kill Dunleavy for getting aggressive at the deadline and try and improve. And he did improve a season that was going nowhere. You know, with Buster, I'm not there yet to say that these moves cannot work out, right? Devers is starting to hit. In the month of May, I think he's above 300. He's starting to figure something out.
Yep.
But, like, no one would go back and say that move was a silly move. The Giants had not been able to court a power bat. They hadn't been able to develop one. And maybe Eldridge is that guy, but, you know, Posey he's not afraid to swing and miss. And maybe that's because he's a player, like you're saying with Mullen. I think their approach to how they go about business is, I don't know, it feels more aggressive. And I wonder if fans are more into that, because it is kind of hot and cold. It is very black and white, as opposed to the more methodical approach of, well, I guess Dunleavy's a player, but it feels like he's a little less conservative than Posey is.
Yeah, the Bob Nightingale story in USA Today was that Posey might be looking to get off a lot of one or more of their big money contracts. And, to me, that would be obviously it would have to be either Adames, a guy he acquired, either Devers, a guy he acquired, or Chapman, a guy he extended, right? So, it gets back to that old adage: if you make a mistake and you find out you make a mistake, do you try to fix it right away, or do you give a player more time, or give a team more time? And I do feel like Posey might be ahead of the curve in terms of looking at this team right now and saying, I don't like what I'm seeing, despite winning. Like, when you win 3 out of 4 in baseball, I don't think it changes your overall mindset if you're a guy like Buster Posey.
No, but it's interesting that the teams that they're trying to jump in the standings, that you want to be better than the Dodgers ideally, you want to be better than the Padres. They haven't played the Diamondbacks yet. They haven't played the Rockies, but they are 7-4 against the Dodgers and the Padres now. 4-3 against the Pods.
Sounds right. They're 3-1 against the Dodgers. Yeah.
If they win tonight, that's as many wins as they had against LA last season. So it's interesting. I mean, the team, don't get me wrong, the team right now stinks. The record is not good. But you go into Chavez Ravine and you take a couple games from this team on the heels of, picking up an emotional win on Sunday against the Pirates. It's like, maybe that is where this team begins to turn around. They dug themselves a deep hole, but I just find it fascinating. Like, what is Buster Posey evaluating this team on? It's the same question we had with the Warriors, right? When they were playing good basketball in December into early January before Jimmy got hurt. Is this a fugazi sort of stretch for them, or is it real? And I think that's the question that Posey has to ask himself, has to answer before he decides to pull the trigger on a potential Chapman, Adames, or one of these big boys he's brought in.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. We're going to go, we're going to talk Giants and, of course, the Golden State Warriors today. I don't think we got deep enough into the Giannis thing yesterday. Boy, the boss was fired up yesterday about Giannis. He said he just couldn't believe some of the things he was hearing. But we'll get into that. The number, of course, 888-957-9570. And it's pretty simple, ladies and gentlemen. That segment was brought to you by Alameda County.
Superior retirement plans. Apply today at acjobs.org. That's acjobs.org. Alameda County, our community, your purpose.
At Ashby Lumber in Berkeley and Concord, you'll find Fiberon composite decking, made to capture the look of real wood without the constant upkeep. No sanding, no staining, just durable, low-maintenance performance. Discover Fiberon's Concordia line, including the Aster collection, with rich, multi-tonal colors and long-lasting protection, backed by a limited lifetime performance warranty and a 50-year stain and fade warranty. Get expert guidance for your next project at Ashby Lumber. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord today. Fiberon, built for life outdoors.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center. Restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit SilveradoResort.com.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in LA.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Spring is showing up and showing out. Give your yard its own moment with limited time deals from Lowe's. Grab select 1.5-gallon annuals hanging baskets, 2 for only $15. Plus, we've got Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for just $10. A little dirt, a little color, and we are so back. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid 5/7 through 5/13. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. And, I got to tell you something. Last week, I showed you a video of, all right, enough, that off. And the reason I need that music off.
Keep it going, Pasta.
And the reason
We're in the club today.
The reason I need that off is because what I'm going to say next is about a musician. Last Friday.
Oh, God.
Was that me?
It's BPA.
Last Friday, I came across a video that was unbelievable. It was of Mark Knopfler.
Dire Straits.
Guitarist for the, he's a solo now, but he used to be for the Dire Straits. And the guy is one of the greatest guitar players of all time. And, the camera was close up on his, fingers and stuff. And it was just unbelievable. It was art. It was beauty. I've probably watched it now 15 times. Anyway, you have the nerve to say, look at him. He's just all about him, isn't he?
No.
And I said, he's leading this riff. And then you actually said, seems like he's a little selfish.
Why do you always put words in my mouth?
And so it got me to thinking, and
this is not
I'm going to be honest with you.
Okay.
And this is you're not wrong, is what I'm saying. You weren't wrong. Because in order to be great, you have to be selfish.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be selfish.
No doubt.
So, it's just one of the tricks of the trade. How did Barry Bonds get so good? He just practiced. He's selfish. He just did what he needed to do to be great.
He wouldn't tell teammates about how he would read opposing pitchers because they might be on a team in the future against him. No, what I said to you was, number one, that was a comment that I was watching and I was impressed. It was incredible. It was unbelievable what Mark Knopfler was doing with the guitar. And then I started looking at the comments because, unlike you, I like to gather information from other people. It's not just about what I think. I'd like to be able to, incorporate different ideas. So I was reading the comments, and one of the comments was, which I thought was interesting, he looks like he's playing for himself, or he looks like he likes watching himself play guitar, which is not a bad thing. But because I said it, and because you put the voice of seemingly everyone under the age of 40 onto my shoulders, and into you visualize the younger generation and what frustrates you about us, and then you take it out on me. So I was just simply regurgitating someone else's opinion. which I told you about, in addition to complimenting, I would assume he's your favorite guitarist?
Well, I mean...
Or one of them?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he's musical genius, right?
Yes.
Is that
there you
fine?
go. Yes. Okay. That's acceptable. That's acceptable.
I just want you to know that more often than not, I'm on your side. Like last night, you got pissed at me for trying to calm you down.
About what?
Well, there was something that happened in the Giants-Dodgers game, and I said, it's a run. It's a long game. We'll be okay. And then you went on some diatribe about genius and Thoreau.
Yeah, Henry David Thoreau. Yeah.
And all I said was simply, John Brown's better.
Well,
and that sent you into a tizzy because you didn't think that I knew about the abolitionists, and it kind of took you by surprise. And so all of a sudden now you have a need to educate me. So the floor is yours.
All right. I'm done.
Okay.
I'm pretty much done with it. Let's get back to the Giants. They're on fire right now, 3 of 4. They got a 2-game winning streak. So, maybe they get up to 6 and Guru wins a bet. Let me ask you this.
Close.
Let me ask you this about the roster right now. It's obvious, Devers at first, Arise at second, Adames at short, and Chapman at third. That leaves 2 of your guys that you want to play a lot. There's a decision to be made between Eldridge and Schmidt. What do you believe this is something that's fixable within, or that they're going to have to make a move to alleviate this log jam if they absolutely feel like they must get Eldridge in the lineup more?
So let me ask you this. Let's see here, 42 Major League at-bats, Bryce Eldridge has 5 hits.
All right.
It's a 119 batting average. Why would we unlog the jam that you're talking about?
Well, isn't the goal... I mean, don't we have to find out what this guy is?
Yep.
And this would be the year to do it if you don't think, you're a juggernaut?
If you don't think you're a juggernaut, but Sonny, it's also May 12th. You can't give up on the season. So what's the best way for you to win baseball games? It's with talent.
It's without Eldridge right now is what you're saying.
Well, it might be in the future, and hopefully it is in the future. But you didn't have him on the opening day roster. I remember you and I were talking about this when they got shut out and scored 3 runs opening day, the opening series against the Yankees. And my thing was, for an offense that's really struggling, it's kind of interesting to me you have your best offensive prospect in the minors. But clearly they felt like that's Eldridge's path. They want to take it slow. They want to make sure they don't ruin him or wreck him. And because so far at the major league level, he hasn't really performed, albeit in a small sample size. He's played 15 games. But to me, you're not there yet in your season to completely dismiss the possibility of making a run. And I think now you're starting to see that Devers can hit. He's coming out of his slump. Schmidt has been your best offensive performer this season. So I'm okay if Bryce Eldridge plays one every couple of games, one every few games. This isn't also an uncommon thing that teams do with their top prospects. I know Shasky and Spadoni brought up Connor Griffin, who is the shortstop for the Pittsburgh Pirates, is the number 1 or number 2 overall prospect in their system. But they don't have another shortstop. They don't have anybody to play there. And he's also a pretty damn good shortstop, even though the bat's coming around. Where is Eldridge going to play? The biggest thing to me about him is he's not yet a Major League Baseball player. He might be a Major League Baseball hitter, but he doesn't have a position. And I'm sorry, you're going to choose Eldridge or Devers to play at first base?
Well, you're going to choose Devers right now. You have to.
And some people are saying, look, put Schmidt at third base, take Chapman out. But to me, you're not there yet where you can just throw your Major League talent, and by the way, your multi-million-dollar players to the wayside for an unproven commodity.
Well, the question is, if you combine what Bob Nightingale said about the Giants trying to get off some money or looking to move one or more of their guys, who would it end up being? I mean, let's take Devers off the table. You're not going to move him. All right, you move Arise, who's a rental anyway. You can put Schmidt at second base, and then Eldridge could be your. I'm just wondering if the Giants feel strongly enough that they got to get at bats for Schmidt and Eldridge that they'd be willing to move off Arise at second or Chapman at third.
I think Chapman. Well, both of those are candidates, but again, to me, it's too early in the season to make that decision. Patrick Bailey was, to me, that was more of an obvious one. The guy literally could not hit. And you can't have a starting catcher that can't hit the baseball. And they felt better with Susac and this guy Rodriguez. Although I think it's funny, I think Bailey threw out a runner in his first game with the Guardians over the weekend.
And he went 0 for 3.
Well, that sounds like what he was doing with the Giants. Although, actually, no, I think they lost that game. But point being, okay, you have better options for Bailey. Is anybody really that much worse that's blocking Bryce Eldridge right now?
Worse than Bryce Eldridge? No.
So then why is it such a big deal that he's not playing every single day? He's not supposed to be here.
Well, then why is he, I guess, is the question.
You called him up to shake up the roster.
All right.
Because, what was it? Gerard Encarnacion was giving you absolutely nothing, which is basically the spot that he's filling right now.
Right. My question is, with Eldridge, though, is it a big deal if they send him back down?
No. In fact, that might happen at some point this year. Again, this is not uncommon. I can go down a list of prospects that have been jockeyed back and forth that are top guys. Now, you may not want to believe that Bryce Eldridge is in these is in this category, but this has happened with Jordan Walker, who was a former top prospect for the St. Louis Cardinals. This has happened with Jackson Holliday, who's a top prospect for the Baltimore Orioles. This has happened with Spencer Torkelson, who was a power-hitting first baseman for the Detroit Tigers, number one prospect. Like, this has happened throughout baseball where a guy comes up, he's brought up to give the team a boost, doesn't do it, may have to go back down, and might have to bide his time until he actually develops into a major league hitter, which right now Bryce Eldridge does not look like he is.
All right, so before yesterday's game against the Dodgers, this topic came up with Tony Vitello. And here's what Tony Vitello said about, trying to work Eldridge into the lineup.
The conversation that we've had with you guys is about keeping guys fresh. You know, it's a little bit of a conundrum. You want to keep guys fresh throughout the season, but what winning does is it buys you room for error, if that's the right way to say it. It buys you a little more freedom to try this or try that, whether it relate to pitching or position players. And, we haven't really had that to this point. Well, it's time to drop our guard down and get a fresh start to the season and just talk about today. And one thing that we're going to do is kind of sort out the puzzle of how do we involve everybody. And the negative to that is going to be, you call it ego or pride or whatever, or guys just eager to get out there to find the best version of themselves. There's going to be days where they're not playing. But the benefit of that is when they are playing, they're not going to have any excuses, and not that they have, but they're going to be fresh of mind and fresh of body.
Tony Vitello.
Yeah, I think what he's saying there is it's a puzzle, and they haven't been able to piece together enough wins. So it's a tough spot. If Eldridge had more of a natural position, if he had been able to maybe play some outfield. I mean, right now, that's the reason why Jesus Rodriguez is probably playing more than him, because Rodriguez has more of a path at a position that isn't right now log jammed. And Rodriguez is not a good catcher, in my opinion. I don't think he's a great catcher, but they just traded their catcher. So someone's got to be back there. You're not moving Devers. You're not moving Schmidt. I think it's too early to move Chapman or Arise. And so right now he might play tonight. He might DH against Yamamoto. But right now he's more of a platoon player than an everyday player. He's a hitter. Right now he's not a player, because that means that he has a position.
Well, it sounds to me like what Vitello's doing is trying to do is keep Eldridge up here and get him enough at bats, and not take one player in particular's at bats away, and instead try to spread it around. I mean, how many days off What's the difference between an everyday player and a platoon guy? If a guy plays 5 out of 6 games,
if he's platooning,
yeah.
Well, it just depends on the matchup. You probably want him against righties, and last night he didn't hit against a righty in Sasaki. I think it would kind of suck if you threw him out there against Yamamoto, but Sheehan's going. I think they have another righty tomorrow. So it's like, oh yeah, Otani's pitching tomorrow. So at some point he's going to play, but I guess this assumption that he was just going to step in and be your everyday DH or play at first base and play all the time, at least from the way that I've read the way that Buster Posey in that front office is approaching this specific prospect, they're trying to be very careful. And in that effort, he's just not going to be gifted 120 games right off the bat.
That Vitello sound was actually from May 4th when he was called up, and they were talking about what his role is. So, we're about 2 weeks later. We can assess, but this is why they called him up.
It's the number one topic. If we had an hour, you guys would want to grill me about hitting stuff. And we obviously, everybody knows that statistically, you can back it up. We have a group of hitters that have potential, but we haven't had anything click or get in the right rhythm. We've tried a few different things. Bryce has earned the right to be at this level and maybe even did so prior to today. But if anything, he'll change it up and, potential to add a spark. But, all we're looking for him to do is be who he is. And the one thing that you know about him, if he makes contact, the ball's going to jump off the bat.
All right, so that was Vitello's role, and this is the last one. He was basically asked if he's going to play every day, Eldridge.
Me getting to know you guys, that kind of puts you in a box where it's like, well, every day is every day. But I think he's got to be given room for error. I mean, Will Brennan is a good example. Koss is a good example. A little bit circumstantial, to be honest with you, of us hunting down wins or searching for runs. Those guys have gotten pinched out a little bit. And I bring up Will Brennan as an example because to do what he was asked to do is just get an at-bat here and there. I mean, you got to be a pro and you got to accept the challenge, but and I know it's not that easy. So the one thing we don't want to do with Bryce, who's a younger player, is just sporadically give him at-bats and expect him to produce every single time in order to get rewarded with more playing time. I think there's got to be a longer leash there if that's appropriate.
All right, so he and they are trying to thread a needle here.
Basically, it kind of sounds a little Warriors-ish. It sounds It sounds a little too timeline-ish, right? When he does play, you want to make sure he gets 3 or 4 at-bats in a game because you want to give him ample opportunity, and bringing him in a pinch hit situation is not conducive to his development. But you're also not really sure you can win games consistently with him right now, because at the major league level, he's struck out 35% of his bats, and he's hitting 120 in 15 career games. So you're not sure that he's there yet as a Major League Baseball player. It sounds a lot like what the Warriors were going through with, Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody at the beginning of their careers, which is, it's funny because Tony Vitello obviously doesn't have the resume as a manager or head coach that Steve Kerr does, but right now, he's trying to figure out how to win baseball games with his veterans while also sprinkling in some of these young guys. And this specific position, the Giants have a lot of players at. You're not going to take Devers out. Schmidt's your best batter. And is Tony Vitello going to give Bryce Eldridge the benefit of the doubt over a Chapman or a Rise if you want to shuffle things around the infield? I don't think so. So it does sound kind of too timeline-ish to me.
Well, what I wonder is how much does Eldridge have to play to warrant him staying up here on the big club? And, how are they going to move forward deciding who's playing game in and game out and at what position? Because it seems obvious Schmidt's got to be in the lineup right now. Devers is starting to hit. The Devers and Adames are 160-game players. So if they're healthy, I don't want to give either of those guys a rest if I don't have to. And so then we're down to, Chapman or Casey Schmidt trying to play outfield. And you said he was, taking some fly balls. So maybe that's the answer. And then if you feel like Schmidt can play the outfield, then maybe Ramos becomes a little more expendable.
Well, and maybe you're also hoping that a guy can develop on the job. I mean, Ron Washington is one of the best coaches, defensive coaches in Major League Baseball. So maybe they want him at the big league club because they want him to work with Wash. And he's developed many an infielder who have had subpar track records. So, I just think we got to give it time. And to me, he's not, at least at this stage of the season, I know they're 7 games under, but Bryce Eldridge right now is not the priority of the San Francisco Giants. It should be winning baseball games and trying to get closer to 500. And if in a month or two you can't do that, well, then the focus shifts. And, oh, by the way, you still have half the season left to throw him out there and let him fail as much as possible, which the team at that point would already be doing. So, to me, Eldridge has not proven yet that he deserves to be an everyday player. And there are guys in his way that are. So those are the ones that are going to be prioritized.
I mean, I feel like I understand what you're saying, but when you look at the Warriors and their young players, whether it's Kuminga or Wiseman or Moody, they weren't playing because the Warriors operated under the assumption that they were playing for a championship. All right? So is it possible to look at this team and say, you say, well, we're not ready to give up on the season. I agree. But does that mean if you make an effort to play Eldridge every single game, that means you're kind of giving up on the season? I don't necessarily see it like that.
Well, if you're playing him over Schmidt or Devers, then to me, you're not giving yourself the best chance to win.
I get that. I guess what I'm saying is,
and some people might say it's not them. It's Chapman, who's obviously been putrid at the plate. But, that's your $20 million player. That's who you hope can break out of his funk, because when Chapman is playing well, your team is better.
I guess what I'm saying is there something between, we're playing to win a World Series, and, if we play this guy, we're only going to win 70 games. You know what I mean? Because if they're not a championship team, but they have playoff aspirations, does that mean that Eldridge can't play on a team if they have playoff aspirations until they're eliminated or until they struggle into June?
No, but okay, so you're 41 games into the year.
All right.
So you're roughly a quarter of the way there.
Okay.
I don't think you can just write it off as we're not good enough yet. They don't look like it.
No, but what about what I think they're trying to do? Aren't they trying to appease all their masters and start to win games? If they can do that, if they can, let's say they have an extra batter now, whether it's Schmidt or Eldridge. Mm-hmm. Is there a way they can keep everybody here and give guys as little rest as they can, the big boys, and they start winning?
You mean involve Eldridge in the winning?
Correct. Is that possible?
Yeah, I'm sure it's possible. You can go on and win with him in the lineup, but
I guess what I'm saying is is there enough room on the roster for all these guys to play play as much as they're playing now, and they start winning? You know what I mean?
Oh, if you're just rotating guys in and out and platooning them?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, that's how a lot of major league teams operate, where you have a lineup that hits primarily against righties, a lineup that hits primarily against lefties. And so Bryce Eldridge might be a part of that. But, I just think, Sonny, it's the Giants are trying to find some sort of consistency. And to me, you're always going to lean on your veterans to do that. He is their number one prospect. He's supposed to be a guy that can be a game changer. But so far, and I know he hasn't had a ton of opportunity, but that's the way it goes. When you're 21 years old and you're in high school 3 years ago, you're not just going to get to play every single day. You're not going to be a priority for a Major League Baseball team. Unless, of course, you got a bunch of other young guys and you have room to play, which currently he does not.
I'm looking at the...
do you want to see Bryce Eldridge play 6 of the next 7 games? Do you think that gives the Giants the best chance to win?
Probably not. Probably not. I guess what I'm wondering is, among Devers, Arise, Adames, Chapman, Eldridge, and Schmidt, are there enough at bats for them for it to be reasonable that they're all obviously they're going to be on the Giants, everybody except Eldridge, but with those 6 guys and those 5 slots in the batting order, how long can that go on, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, it's not like he's not going to play, right? Tony Vitello said he's going to start one game at first base in this series. He's going to DH in another. I think people were just pissed off that he hit a home run and wasn't in the lineup the next day. And they lost that game 13-2, right?
3.
13-3?
Yep.
Okay.
There you go. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Giants take game 1 from the Dodgers. 3 more to go. And they've beaten the Dodgers 3 out of 4 this year. On the other side, we're going to talk a little Golden State Warriors, where they're at. I got to explain myself about yesterday. I got to set my foundation on what I'm thinking about Warrior-wise. You mind appeasing me a little bit next segment, Evan? Thank you very much. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Balance Financial Wellness.
Falling behind on your mortgage? You're not alone, and you have options. HUD-certified counselors at Balanced Financial Wellness can help you avoid foreclosure. Don't wait. Call 888-456-2227 or visit BeBalanced.org today.
Question. Real estate in California. What the Seriously, can someone help? What's an escrow? What's an ARM? What is an REO? What is pre-approval? Can I get pre-approval? Why is inventory so low? Why are interest rates so high? Oh, interest rates not so high? How low is low? How not so high is right?
Before you go down the road of questions, get expert help at championsofhome.com. California Association of Realtors. Who's your realtor?
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
This Memorial Day, American Vision Windows brings expert craftsmanship and big savings to your home. Get 25% off all windows and doors only this month. A real upgrade to your comfort, curb appeal, and utility savings. We've installed over 1 million windows and get most jobs done in one day. Hurry, this offer ends May 31st. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Some restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends May 31st, 2026.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. If anyone knows about diehard sports fans, it's me. I get to live and breathe the excitement of the season all year long. Now for advertisers, that passion matters. It's exactly why sports radio performs for brands. People who listen to sports on radio via streaming or on sports podcasts are nearly 3 times more likely to consider a brand that supports their favorite team. So if you are interested in reaching sports fans, we have the playbook for you. Check out our comprehensive ebook, State of Audio, Sports Fandom. Check out stateofaudio.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Oh, God. Are you kidding me?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Guru today, but that doesn't mean I can't ask Evan a Guru-type question.
I got one for you, too.
Where are you watching the game tonight?
Which game?
Minnesota, San Antonio.
Actually, I might catch it out somewhere.
Okay.
You know, so there's this spot down by the ballpark, the Giants ballpark. It's called Candlestick, the Candlestick Bar. And it
used to be something else, right?
It did. I don't know if I want to say
different
I don't
things.
know if I want to say this on air though.
Well,
so whenever there's not a game, or the Giants are out of town, there's like nobody there. And they got some nice TVs. They got a little pool table. It's pretty cheap. And we can just walk in like the place is ours.
Oh,
it's fantastic.
You know, it's funny. I was talking to my best friend, Stan Kazawa, yesterday from high school. And we had this long text thread about, you know, how he and I used to watch games together. And he was a Lakers fan. I was a Celtics fan. But we watched games together. We like to. You know what I mean? And there was no like, dude, Bird stinks, man. He gets every call. Like, we didn't watch games like that. We
You guys didn't bicker at all?
No.
You just watched the game in silence?
No, we talked. Like, I'd be like, that's not a foul. And he'd be like, Stein, he hit him. I'd be like, come on, that's not a foul. But nobody can do that anymore. You can't watch a game with a fan of another team because it becomes acrimonious.
What are you talking about?
And we were just, my friend Stan and I were talking about how times have changed. We used to be able to do that, be civil toward each other while we watched our rival teams play. Can't do it anymore. There'll be a fight. There'll be violence. There'll be cursing. There'll be confrontation. And, you know, it's just a sign of, you know, just a little more of a deterioration of our society.
You need more faith in humanity, specifically for sports fans. People, you can go out and watch a game and have a good time together without screaming or someone throwing a glass or, I don't know, if a fire's included. People can do that. People are cordial, more so than I think you'd like to let on.
Yeah, I don't.
Let me ask you this,
see it, Bob.
I got a question for you I think you can help me with.
All right.
What's too late to show up to a dinner party?
Do you mean the time or where the meal is? Like,
No. Someone showing up at a time that is too late for a dinner party. So last night
I need to know what time they were supposed to show.
A lot earlier than they showed up. So some people are naturally late. You know, it's fine.
Yeah.
It happens.
Goo. Oh,
you can't say that on a day off, man.
I love you, Goo.
Some people are later than they let on, or they just don't show at all. Which is, to me, if you're going to be so late that we have to almost stay up for you, just don't show. It doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me none. So we're having a group of people over last night, and it's some pizza and playing card games and blah blah blah. So one of the members of the group that was supposed to come, we said, hey, all right, 6:30, 7. We know he's probably going to be there 7:45, 8. This guy shows up at 9:30.
And you guys were waiting to eat?
No. We'd already eaten.
Oh.
However, it's a school night. We got things to do. In my mind, if I'm there from 6:30 until 10:30, then I could take off and get back home. So at 10 o'clock, because he gets there late.
Right.
God, I hope they're not listening. He shows up late and he says at like 10 o'clock, hey, we got to play a game. Like we have to play a game. I came over here, I had some food and we're schmoozing and catching up. We got to play. So we start playing this game.
Code names?
We ended up we did play code names. We had to settle a score. We were best of 3 from a couple days before.
Secret Hitler?
It was code names.
Okay.
And we ended up playing this game, and it takes like almost an hour.
Yeah.
And so we end up leaving it, close to 11, little thereafter. And my brother's kind of pissed because, he's sleep deprived. He's getting agitated. And there's losing involved on both sides. So people are, not good losers, competitive, mixed with being sleep deprived. And I'm sitting there at the end of the night, get all tucked in, and I'm just thinking, this individual was responsible for all of the frustration this evening because he showed up late. So I need you to help me study what is too late to show up to a dinner party.
That's too late. And
I would have rather he just not come.
Of course. Why didn't you guys say game time is over? You missed game time.
Well, because we're a nice family and we do love this person.
Oh, okay. I kind of thought it was more of like a party of friends rather than family.
No, it was family stuff. And, we want everybody to have a good time. But I just, like at the end of the night, my brother was like, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to get mad at you. I was kind of pissed.
Yeah.
You can't show up 2 hours late.
I'll tell you where I really struggle.
3 hours.
I'll tell you where I really struggle is you have dinner and people want to linger at the table after the meal is over. I can't do it. I cannot do it. I have to get up from the table. I can't stand it. I can't stand long meals. I can't stand them.
Do you eat fast?
I do. Yes, I do.
So you're usually the one waiting for everybody else to finish.
That's correct. And I'm always the guy. I always am the guy. Are you ready? I still have half my drink. Oh, okay. Hurry up. I cannot linger at a table. Speaking of lingering, the Golden State Warriors.
Don't do that.
Hey, I got 2 years to apologize to them.
What do you mean?
Yeah, for saying congrats on the play-in.
I'll make you a bet.
Okay.
You won't apologize.
Yeah, you know what? I think I probably will.
Take notes, Pasta. This is called reverse psychology. It's to get him to actually apologize.
All right. The one thing we didn't talk about yesterday that was the big news of the NBA was that the Bucks are probably going to trade Giannis. And we've known this for a little while, but it feels like push has finally come to shove. And I don't know about you, Evan, but I believe Giannis will be in a different uniform next season. Do you?
Yeah, I believe that. Well, I mean, I think that was the whole setup of the trade deadline, right? Is they were fielding offers. Warriors were involved. What was it? Miami, Minnesota was a late suitor. Portland, Atlanta, I think, and New York. But it was all in advance of this summer when they can get the most from whoever's going to walk to the table and say, we really want this guy.
Right. So I think here's my first question, and I do think it's a fair question because I've been guilty of it a little bit too when I cavalierly say, yeah, I don't want Giannis. I'd rather not have Giannis.
Well, what about him don't you want?
Well, and that's what I want to kind of clear the deck on right now. I don't. If the Warriors find a way to acquire Giannis in the offseason, and it's going to take the 11th pick, and it's probably going to take a few more unprotecteds, and it might take a Butler, it might take a Draymond Green and some others. The one that would work would be Butler and Pods and draft picks for Giannis. But anyway, what I'm getting at is if they do find a way to get Giannis, do I think they're going to win a title? I don't. Do I think they're going to move up the Western Conference standings? Yeah, I do. Probably a little bit. But I would understand it. I would completely understand why they would be doing that. And so I wouldn't drill them for it. And here's the other thing that I'm starting to realize is, can somebody tell me what has happened with Giannis for him to go from the prize pipe dream acquisition, the one guy that this team seems to have, targeted? What has happened between then and, I don't know about Giannis now anymore? Because I agree, I've come enough the other way where I'm starting to think, dude, it's Giannis. He's not broken down. He's still one of the best players in the NBA. And I feel like I'll just say me, I've maybe downplayed how good he really is, and understanding that if the Warriors could get a guy like that, it would be worth it, not only for Steph now, but 2 or 3 years down the line.
But isn't it because of the birth certificate and the odometer?
Correct. And that is.
I mean, he's going to be in year 14.
Yep.
He's played nearly 900 games and 30,000 minutes, not including the postseason. So, again, it's the question that I think a lot of these teams have to answer, which is, are you buying a good player? Are you trading for a good player? Are you trading for a good resume? Because Giannis is unparalleled. He's 3 MVPs, DPOY, NBA champion, 50-burger in a Game 6 closeout. He's an all-timer. But are you getting that guy? And I don't know. I feel like he's been pretty durable throughout his career. He's only had one season in which he did not play at least 60 games. It just happened to be last season. But, with Giannis on your team, I think you're in the playoffs. But I think what's changed about Giannis for a lot of people is
that's what I'm asking.
It's not necessarily the player. Maybe for some it is. I don't want to speak for everybody. But I think is it worth it to the Warriors? It's almost as if the Warriors have regressed so much that even Giannis can't save them. So if Giannis can't save them, who's been this supposed savior for the last few seasons that's going to take them and catapult them right back into title contention, if he can't do it, then it's not worth giving up anything. That's where I think a lot of people are coming from. Giannis is probably the best player this summer that the Warriors could acquire. I don't know if they will. I don't know if he wants to even come here. But he's the best player they could get. And even he, who Nick Friedel told us yesterday does not believe in his heart of hearts, could take the Warriors back into the place of contention. And so I think it's as much about Giannis as it is people are just so down on Golden State.
Yeah, I mean, should you not try to get better first before you get back into championship contention? The other thing I think is a fair question is if you give up some, future unprotecteds for Giannis, Do you only do that if you think you have a realistic shot at a title? Or if you're a 37-win Warrior team and you project, I'll tell you what, if we were just to get Giannis for Butler and Pods and give them 3 unprotected firsts, we think that's a 48-win team next year.
Is that worth it?
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. And then
I think
if you win 48 next year, let's say you finish 6th, 7th, you get in, and let's say you lose in the first round. Is there a viable way to get better than that the following year?
Well,
without, some of your future firsts. Like that is tricky. That's not an easy one, and I don't think it's one where you say, oh, definitely or definitely not.
Well, he's an all-in move, and I think, why would you bring Steve Kerr back for 2 years if you're not all in on them? I think behind the scenes, the Warriors, they do want to maximize these 2 seasons because I don't know if they know if Curry's going to play after these next 2 years. Like, if Steph Curry decides to retire in 2 years, if I told Warriors fans that, would you feel different about trying to acquire a Giannis or whoever is your favorite superstar? Because if you don't do anything this summer, then maybe you're signaling to Steph Curry, and this is what some people want, that, you're fine with just riding off into the sunset as a kind of a mediocre team.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. Booker Barnett on the text line was like, Steiny, you don't believe that. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he said, you don't mortgage the future for a second-round exit. That's not the smart play. That I would agree with on the surface. My question would be, is there a way to, if you make the playoffs next year, that we're more optimistic about the next season if Giannis is on the team at that point?
Well, I mean, look, the reality is every team is their path in the postseason is largely going to be dictated by injury. I mean, I don't think the Lakers would have beat the Thunder, but I think they would have had a better chance if they had Luka Doncic.
Right.
Or maybe even Austin Reeves for the entirety of that series. I'm not sure. Let's say if Wembanyama had got suspended for tonight's game, Timberwolves probably feeling pretty good about themselves. Right. At least taking it to 7. I think Cleveland is a team that right now they're tied at 2. Last year, their postseason was derailed by injury. A lot of their top guys went down. But what did they do this year? They turned Darius Garland into James Harden because they felt like they could make a run. You never know what's going to happen, and I think assuming the worst is not how good organizations operate. So is that negligible? Is that I don't know, Steiny. It's like I realize the Warriors are an older team, and they're in a different category than a lot of these other squads, but I think using that as an excuse to not do anything, that doesn't feel like Joe Lacob to me.
Which part? Giving up all the draft picks?
No, just standing pat because we're older and somebody's going to get hurt and it's not going to be worth it because eventually we're going to break down.
Well, we talked about this before the show, and I'd like to, see what Warrior fans think at 888-957-9570. Like I said to you, it feels like the Warriors are going to get a guy this offseason. It just, I think they are. I don't know who it is. I know the big names are Kawhi, Giannis, and LeBron, and it might be one of those. But for some reason, I do think there's going to be a player on this team next year that, people think is pretty good. Might be older player, but pretty good. The question I have is, what do you give up for Giannis? And what is it about Giannis that is turning people off? Was it just his deterioration, the relationship deteriorating in Milwaukee? I mean, I think he's a great guy. I don't think he's a bad guy at all. I think he's a great pro. The only concern I would have about him right now is durability.
Well, I want to backtrack for a second and ask you this. Why do you think that they're going to get a guy? Is it just a hunch? Is it Are you reading some of the tea leaves? Like, why does Matt Steinmetz believe the Warriors are going to swing a move this summer?
That's a fair question, and here's why. And it also plays into this Curry contract extension, too. So Curry we talked about a lot yesterday, he's eligible for contract extension, a year, but not till August. So the Warriors will have made 3 months of moves or not moves by the time that they can extend Curry that 1 year. And, if you, I think if they know, and I think they think Steph wants to play another 2, possibly 3 years, I think they would be willing to trade the number 11 this year. Then next year, keep your pick. And the following year, you give up another one. Would that be enough for Giannis? The 11 and then one more unprotected first in a couple years, because then at least at that point, as you head into life without Curry, you're only going to be down 1 draft pick, ideally, and you'll still have Giannis for a couple more years.
I mean, I think it would take more than that, but if that's all it took, I would do it. By the way, Steiny, it's official. Steve Kerr is, the press release has been made official. The Warriors and head coach Steve Kerr have agreed to a multi-year contract. Nothing on the number, but he's still, according to reports, the highest paid head coach in the NBA. I think he wants Giannis. I
do too.
I think one of the and maybe Willard was right, and Spears and a lot of other guys who are have kind of been on the Kerr's coming back train no matter what. Maybe there was more of a pitch to Kerr that, hey, this summer and for the final 2 years of you being here, we're going to make it worth your while. We are going to be trying to contend, that we're not just going to fizzle, and we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that you have as competitive of a roster as possible.
Do you think Kerr coming back increases the likelihood that the Warriors could make a trade where they do give up multiple future firsts?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I'm starting to think so too. And working backwards, if I'm talking like I think that I just feel like they may be able to get a player in here, then they can't get anybody of value without a couple future firsts, I would think.
I also don't know if you would be able to convince if we're going to talk about it, could you convince a Giannis Antetokounmpo to sign? Because this is also part of it too. He's eligible for a 4-year, $275 million extension come October, I think it is. Either way, it's in the fall. It's towards the beginning of the season. Would you be able to convince him to sign that extension, which is the whole reason you trade for him in the first place? Any team is going to have to convince him to sign an extension. Would you be able to do that without Steve Kerr as the head coach? Let's say the Warriors had a rookie head coach or elevated Jerry Stackhouse, someone who's unproven compared to the 4-time champion. I think it'd be a tough sell. So I don't know if the Warriors can get him. I don't know who the Warriors are going after. It sounds like everybody.
Right.
They're going to have a bunch of different backup plans if Giannis falls through, and then they'll have plan B and plan C. But I think Steve Kerr makes it easier for them to swing a trade or maybe acquire a free agent this summer.
I mean, if I were the Warriors, let me ask you this.
Like, is Braun going to play for a rookie head coach in Golden State?
Probably not. So I think to me, that's a fair reading into the situation is with Kerr on board, they would be more likely to, acquire a Kawhi, a LeBron, or a Giannis. I would be more interested in one of the younger star players who, isn't perfect. A Zion, for example, somebody like that, rather than an older guy. But the other thing is if you acquire Giannis, and then Steph gets an extension, there goes, and it's fine. It's fine. There's all your cap space that you had saved up for the end of next year. Mm-hmm. But it would result in Giannis, which you could look at as a free agent. So, I'm just wondering, Warrior fans, where you're at on this. 888-957-9570. Why has the interest among Warrior fans seemed to decline on Giannis when, to my way of thinking, he's still the best player out there that may be available? 888-957-9570. And then how much do you want him and you're willing to give up for him? Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. And suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so that you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard windows and patio doors and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Struggling to lose weight despite trying every diet? You're not alone, and there's a better way. At Prime Mayo Medical, they're helping men and women achieve real, lasting weight loss results with expert medical support every step of the way. And for a limited time, KCBS listeners can get started for their first visit, including full blood work, plus first month of GLP-1 treatments for only $199, a savings of $400. Call 415-761-4037 or go to primemailmedical.com.
Now through May 24th at Big O Tires, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo tires with installation purchase. Book your appointment online today. Disposal fees extra, not covered with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tires dealer for pricing.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car today.
The month
month of May is AAPI Heritage Month. That's Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. If you're wondering how you can participate in the festivities, visit apasf.org for access to San Francisco's AAPI Heritage Month celebration guide. There are over 100 cultural events, including art exhibits, movies, book talks, music, comedy shows, and more. There's something for everyone to enjoy. Check out the celebration guide at apasf.org. That's apasf.org. This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and little NBA news, sad. Brandon Clark, forward for the Memphis Grizzlies, has died, 29 years old. No details at this point, but Brandon Clark, pretty darn good player, has passed at 29. He played for the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, that's really sad. It's crazy, honestly. There's been no details. I know he was involved in a high-speed chase and arrest last month, but I mean, to my knowledge, he hadn't been involved in much, so it's probably a random thing. But puts it in perspective. I'm only 31 years old. He's 29 in the middle of his career.
Yeah, crazy. Somebody on the 916 saying, Steiny, I mentioned we were talking about board games earlier, and somebody said, Steiny, Secret Hitler sounds offensive. It's a board game.
It's actually really fun.
It is Secret Hitler is a hidden identity social deduction party game developed by Goat, Wolf, and Cabbage, LLC. And I first saw it played by some young women in London at a pub, and they were having a blast. And it's not offensive. It's just there's somebody in a group that has to be Hitler.
Well, it's similar to Mafia. It's okay. If you played that, it's kind of a variation of it. But basically, someone is Hitler. Someone is on kind of like the Axis side of things, and then you go around the table and you
try to figure out how to thwart it.
Yeah, but you vote for different people every single time. You're allowed to assassinate people. You can vote people for president. There's VPs. So it's kind of a strategy game, but it's also like how well you know your friends kind of deal.
Yeah.
And I played it a couple times. It's actually pretty fun.
You know what my problem with most of the board games are? That it just takes me too long to understand how to play. And then by that point, I'm not. If I don't understand how to play, then I'm probably not very good at it. And if I can't be good at it and win, I just don't want to be sitting around a board game. You know what I mean?
You don't like playing things that you can't immediately win at? You one of those guys? Like, you got to play a game with people, friends, family. You got to fall on the sword sometimes.
There are certain games that absolutely have flummoxed me over the years.
Like what?
You ever hear of a game, Mastermind?
Yeah.
I am terrible at that. where you guess colors of pegs and then they'll tell you how many of them are right, but in the wrong order, how many are right. And there's deductive or reductive or I don't know. I can't do it. Here's the other thing. You play backgammon?
I have, yeah.
There's strategy involved in backgammon, right?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, our buddy Dylan in the sales office is apparently a stud.
Yeah, because I used to have a friend, Chuck, and we'd play backgammon, and I never beat him. Ever. I didn't win one time in backgammon. I kind of didn't get it. You're stacking stuff, and then you're moving one over for no reason. I just didn't get it.
Well, what I know about you is you probably weren't motivated enough to get it, because you are a smart guy. You can usually figure stuff out. You have impressive deductive skills, but it sounds like this game, you just weren't very interested in getting better. Otherwise, I think you probably would have.
I like, I like Monopoly.
Well, it seems to me like you enjoy games with words.
Yeah.
Like, I imagine you love Scrabble.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or trivia.
Boggle,
I never got. All
right. Yeah. All right. Here's my simple question to Warriors fans. What happened to Giannis? I thought he was our guy. Nick Friedel was on with us yesterday. Here's where we're going to start. Is this one of the reasons why some Warrior fans are out on Giannis? Nick Friedel.
I can only speak for myself. You can put Giannis on this team tomorrow. They're still not good enough, and that's part of the problem. So that's part of what direction is everybody going? Is Kawhi enough of an answer to give up your future couple first rounders or whatever it would take to bring him in to make one more push? If I'm trying to figure out what direction they're going, if I'm the Warriors, I'm saying, all right, I'm keeping Steph because he's the whole show. I want to still be competitive and try and win. I just don't believe that with the pieces in place that they have and the catastrophic injury that Jimmy sustained, that they're going to be able to shuffle it enough to get back to that place before Steph walks away.
Well, and this is what's interesting to me, I love Nick, but he was not specific. He talks about place they want to be, and then he said, you could put Giannis on the Warriors. They're still not good enough. But what does that mean? Like, what does that mean they're not good enough? To win a title? To be a fifth seed? To win a playoff round? I don't know what he thinks not good enough is, because if he's talking title, I agree with him. But then is he also saying, well, if you can't win a title with an acquisition, don't even bother to acquire the guy?
Well, it's to leapfrog, I think, one of the two teams at the top of the West who aren't going anywhere. OKC's not going anywhere. San Antonio is ascending. So I think, at least that's how I look at it. Is Giannis can the Warriors do anything in the next couple of years, or just between now and when Curry retires, to leapfrog them? I don't think so. To me, there's not going to be, I don't know, unless they luck into unless the 11th pick is the next Giannis or whatever. There's not going to be anything to me that you go into the season believing your roster is better than the Thunders or the Spurs, or maybe the Nuggets, and you want to throw the Wolves in there, whoever. And there's some other teams ascending too. Utah's probably going to be better next year. You'd imagine that maybe the Pelicans take a step. Phoenix, who is a surprise team this year, could be better. Portland, obviously, could be better. So from that perspective, I hear what he's saying, but is that worth not trying?
Right.
And that's where I think fans differ from the Warriors, where a lot of fans would say, all right, let's just turn this thing around, start this rebuild, start to wind down. And I think by bringing back Steve Kerr for 2 years, the Warriors are saying they're not done trying yet, even if it might be a futile effort. Like, I don't think we can talk about this team as a championship team anymore, but it doesn't mean you still don't try and maximize what's left of Steph.
I hear what you're saying there. And I think it's also fair to say they're not a championship team, or they're not a contender right now. Could they be by the end of the offseason if they get Giannis and make another move or two? I agree with you. I think it's a long shot, But I think I'm wondering if the concern for Warrior fans is more about Giannis, the player, or what you're going to have to give up for Giannis that down the line we're going to look back at and say, well, now how do we get better because we've given away our draft picks and Giannis is 36.
Well, do you think the Clippers are in a bad position right now? Do you think the Clippers are in a spot that they don't like? Because that's the team that you'd be trying to avoid becoming, right? If you trade away all your picks, you wouldn't be giving away an SGA, which probably hurts them more than any of the draft picks.
Right.
But the Clippers got a young point guard in Garland. They lucked or stumbled into the 5th overall pick this season in a really good draft. They still have Kawhi. They're not great, but they're not non-competitive. It's like just because you mortgage the future doesn't mean you still can't make it work for you.
Right. You know what I wonder? I mean, on the top of my head, I got to believe the Clippers absolutely are loving that pick. Wonder if you could get that one, though. Wonder if you can make a move to get up to 5.
Because they don't actually want to use it?
Yeah, or maybe they're still in give us a player now mode for, you know what I mean, for the 11. I don't know, just spitballing here. Let's go to Guru. Guru's in San Jose, not our Guru. What's up, Goo?
Hey.
Hey guys. Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Really appreciate it.
Sure.
Sorry I missed Goo today. Great conversation you guys are having about all this stuff. Like, listen, on the Giannis front, I think like the fact that he played 36 games last year gives a lot of fans cause to pause, and a lot of the reason why he missed all of those games is because of the calf. And a lot of people, like going back to last year and what happened with calf injuries last year, think of that as a precursor to the Achilles injury. So I think that's what gives fans cause for pause a little bit there. But Stani, you mentioned the price that you would pay for Giannis. Like, I think you mentioned a pick, the 11th pick now, and a pick 2 years from now. Yeah. I think, me personally, I would be concerned about what the price for Giannis is going to be, because, like, for those 2 first-round picks, I would do it for 2 first-round picks, but I think the price is going to be closer to 4.
I think you're right.
Because the Warriors don't have the young talent to supplement those picks, and so it's going to have to be a pick-laden deal plus salary. And so that's where when you start getting into the 4 first-round picks range, it's like, is Giannis going to be worth that, and then a 5-year max contract where you're attached to them? Yep. I think from the Warriors' perspective, I think the Warriors are looking at, like, when Steph is gone, who is going to sell tickets for us? So I think they're looking at it from a slightly different perspective. Like, I think they want to be able to sell out Chase Center and still be competitive. And I think you guys talked about what's the goal next year. I think the goal next year is to finish in the top 6, right? I think we've been in the play-in way too long, frankly, and I think the championship aspirations, barring something unbelievable, I don't think that's realistic. I think you try to get into the top 6 list next year, get a week off, and that you will need a lot because of your age, and then try to make something happen. I think Giannis would do that for the right price again. But I think something a little more interesting would probably be, like, try to get off of Jimmy's contract for a team that can take on his salary, like a Brooklyn Nets. I think the Brooklyn Nets did that last year with Michael Porter Jr. I think for draft capital, I think they would do that. If you gave him an unprotected pick in the future, like a 2030, 2032 pick, especially with the way the lottery rules are going to be going forward, that's a very powerful pick to have now. Is going in the future without Steph, right? And so, I would go in that direction, try to use that extra money to fill out the roster.
Gotcha.
That's what I would personally do. And yeah, sorry, it took a long time.
No, that's fine.
I appreciate you guys giving me the time. Thank you.
Absolutely, Guru too. Yes, I agree with him. I threw it out as a hypothetical. Could you, because you have the 11th pick, would the Bucks be okay with the draft package to be the 11 and one more unprotected? And Guru's saying, without a young star going the other way, to the Bucks, it's probably going to take more than that, and I don't disagree with that. And then the question becomes, well, how many would you be willing to give up? How about the 11 and 2 more? The 11 and 3 more? That's where it gets really tricky for the Warriors.
I mean, I'm imagining they want everything from anybody, and it's it seems like there's going to be a bidding war. And so if you're the Warriors, it might cost you every single available first-round pick, because if you don't do that, then some other team will. For example, if the Warriors are only willing to give up 2 first-round picks, okay, that's all well and good, but a team like the Lakers could then easily outbid you, because now this summer they have 2 more available first-rounders. They're off in the future, but they could offer the Bucks someone like Austin Reeves in a sign and trade, and they would clearly rather have that than an injured Jimmy Butler and 2 first-round picks, even if they like the guy at 11 this year. So I think the only way the Warriors are going to be able to even entertain a conversation with the Milwaukee Bucks is if they're willing to part with every single available draft pick. And that, to me, it's an all-in move. I think you would guarantee at that point, if it happened, you'd have Giannis for at least 5 years, because he's probably signing the max deal. And then you have Steph for the remainder of his career, and you have Giannis, albeit, kind of until age 36.
And that's why I think the Warriors are they turned more of a long shot once they did not move up in the lottery. I truly believe that. And that's why I am very skeptical that they're going to be able to come out of this offseason with Giannis. If the Golden State Warriors had the number 3 pick and you wave that in front of Milwaukee, that is a young star player in essence. But at 11, the player's not going to be a star. You don't have young stars on your roster. You'd have to supplement with a lot of draft picks. And, I'm looking at a team like, here's a team we've heard about, Orlando. What if they want to get off Banchero? I mean, if the Magic are willing to move Banchero in a Giannis deal, why in the world would they want to deal with the Warriors, who don't have a guy like Banchero? Now, does Banchero, is he such a good player that you won't have to include as many future firsts if you're Orlando? You know what I mean? Like, is Milwaukee going to have, okay, we can either take, I'm just going to use this for a hypothetical, we can take Butler and Podziemski because we want Butler coming off, but we need 4 unprotected firsts. Warriors go, okay. In a deal for Banchero, who's going to Milwaukee, maybe Milwaukee says, Banchero's pretty good, we only need 2 firsts. Then that would obviously work against the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, and what I would flatly refute, I know a lot of Warriors fans are not maybe that high on Giannis the player.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that other teams aren't. I think the Warriors, you're going to have to put together your best package. And the reality is it's probably not going to be good enough, because it's not just the Orlandos. Maybe a team like Houston is saying, we want to win now, and we're willing to part with Alperen Şengün. Okay, if I'm the Bucks, I want him. If you're looking around, maybe it's Miami, who's got a whole horde of younger, not players that are stars like Şengün or potential stars, but there are other teams that can. If the San Antonio Spurs wanted Wembanyama, they could part. They would want Dylan Harper, wanted Giannis. They could part with Dylan Harper. The Warriors, the one thing they did do, like, I wasn't the biggest Kuminga fan, and I think that at the trade deadline they needed to part ways. But the one thing they did do was give up a player, at least, that maybe another team would look at and say there's something there. Because right now, the Warriors' best young player, if you would include him in a package, is probably Pods.
Right.
And I don't think that's really moving the needle across the league. Even if you like him, even if you say, that guy can help us, he can do some things, he might be able to plug and play with a few of our guys, it's like you're not building around him. If you're trading Giannis Antetokounmpo, you're looking for a team that has a player that you can build around in addition to getting draft picks. And the Warriors don't have that player. I don't necessarily think they had it with Kuminga, But to me, he profiles as more of that guy than Podziemski for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing is, I think a problem that the Warriors may have with Milwaukee is they're not a team, and I could be wrong, but I'm using their track record. They're not typically a player for the biggest of the big name free agents. And so, if they were that kind of an organization, then I would say maybe they do have interest in a guy like Jimmy Butler because he's coming off the cap. He's not going to play half the year, so you're probably not going to be great next year. So you're going to get another high pick. So maybe if you're the Bucks, you're saying we'll get a high pick next year and we'll have tons of cap space. Problem is, I don't know if the Bucks really want a ton of cap space because they might not be able to fill it up with a great player or even a couple to three really good players.
Well, I think if they're moving off of him, they're looking for a young guy and they're looking for filler that'll come off the books quickly. And Jimmy Butler at least gives you that. He's an expiring contract at a very large price, which would allow them to maybe, go free agent hunting in 2027, which is when there's supposed to be more players available. And that's why it's, as much as I want to be with you that the Warriors are going to be big game hunting again this summer, I also think because 2027 and that free agent class offers a whole lot more talent, this year you can make a case the biggest free agents are going to be LeBron and Reeves, but they just may end up re-signing with Los Angeles.
Yeah.
So if you're the Warriors, are you really willing to go out there and try and find not your A-level interest at the cost of getting a potentially superstar talent or that A-list level player the next summer? And the one thing the Warriors have shown us, and it's pissed a lot of people off and it's frustrated folks, and I get it, but they're not afraid to be patient, even if it is not going to help them in the immediate. I mean, that's how they got Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
They didn't pull the trigger. They didn't send everything out for Paul George or for Larry Markkinen just to get a guy. They waited. They went after Durant. It didn't work. And then they swung a deal that was not that costly for Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm just throwing some questions out there about this Golden State Warriors offseason. A lot of moving parts. And one of the things I feel like I've noticed, and feel free to tell me if you think I'm wrong, is I feel like a lot of Warrior fans have cooled a little bit on Giannis, and I'm wondering why, because anytime there'd been talk about Giannis, either last offseason or even at the trade deadline this year, it felt like there was a ton of enthusiasm. And obviously there's more than one reason. You had an interesting thought that you think that a lot of Warrior fans feel like the team sunk so low that even if they were to get Giannis, it doesn't put them back into championship consideration. So why would you give up a bunch of future firsts for Giannis, who maybe only gets you up to the sixth or fifth best team in the Western Conference? I do acknowledge that's a tricky one for me because, who's to say you can't do that and then get better from that point on, even as Steph Curry kind of ages out.
Okay, can I ask you this? So last season, we were having a similar conversation when the team they were a game below 500 when they got Jimmy.
Yep.
So before the deadline, we had a lot of conversations of, well, is it worth it?
Right.
Is the team even good enough to warrant trying to trade for a max level player? And I'm going to be honest, there were some days where I came in, I'm like, they're getting blown out by Toronto, or they're getting killed by, they're losing to teams they shouldn't lose to. Nobody's coming in and saving this thing. And while nobody came in to help deliver them, potential championship, Jimmy Butler did spur them to a second round playoff appearance.
Yeah.
They won a postseason series, and maybe that's not good enough for a lot of people, but could Giannis be that? Could he be a guy that has you knocking on the door of a Western Conference Finals? I think he could. And again, you need everybody to be healthy, which is another part of this too. But it's like I don't think a lot of people gave Butler the the benefit of the doubt that he was going to just flip the season in a 180 fashion. And obviously Steph was a big deal because he unlocked Curry, who was fantastic the final couple months of that season. But could Giannis have a similar effect where he's the tide that raises all boats? If there's any player out there on the market, I think he's the one that could do it.
Yeah, I also wonder, too, where Butler fits into this. Because I know, and let me tell you what I think's a joke, is, the Warriors apparently saying, yeah, no, we're not going to trade Jim. Get out of here. If you have a chance to trade Jimmy Butler, you better. But I do think, when you think of, great case scenarios, all right, is there any way you could get Giannis without moving Butler? Maybe, if you can do that, now you go into next season with Giannis, Curry, and a Butler coming back in February. You know what? I'm not crazy about it, but it's not the craziest thing in the world.
That would be threading a needle.
Exactly.
That would be tough. But
exactly.
Boston did it, I guess, if you really want to go down that road.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Giannis. He is available officially, and the Bucks seem poised to move at some point. How much do you give up for Giannis? Or are you out of the Giannis sweepstakes? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Balance Financial Wellness.
Falling behind on your mortgage? You're not alone, and you have options. HUD-certified counselors at Balanced Financial Wellness can help you avoid foreclosure. Don't wait. Call 888-456-2227 or visit BeBalanced.org today.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Safeway is celebrating 100 years. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Rice Aroni, 4.3 to 7.2 ounce selected variety boxes, just 59 cents each. Now you can sing.
Hey, mix and match. Mark 1 pound strawberries or 6 ounce blueberries. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. And mix and match Foster Farm, Simply Raised, boneless, skinless, chicken breasts, thin sliced or tenders. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two.
Well done. All right, these and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as Big Bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
When back to the office means back in traffic, turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
The 2 right lanes are blocked off.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Legendary fuel efficiency that never compromises on style. Get the Civic today. It's the right car right now at your Northern California Honda dealers.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kelsey. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. New York is trading at 9% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $1,044 if they take the title. On Kelsey, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kelsey. Trade on anything.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. TrimFay, guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about TrimFay. Visit trimfaya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Fewer clouds as the day goes on in San Francisco, going up to 60.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Anybody else have a workplace situation where the last couple of weeks a lot of people have been out? I guess what I want to know is it official? There's something going around. Would you say it is official that there's something going around?
I feel 110, so I don't know what you guys are talking about. But I know you've been out. Goo's now been out. Morning shows had stuff. I don't know. Dibley had the little cough thing that he was going through. So
thanks.
I don't know if it's a generational thing or. Well, I guess Spadoni was sick, so I don't know. You guys are passing something around. You got cooties.
Oh, there's a name. There's a word from 4th grade. Good for you.
Well, I don't have it.
What were they?
Yeah. What, cooties?
I mean, they were never really defined. You just didn't want to get them.
Yeah, it's something you acquire from typically the opposite sex, I think.
Yeah. All right, we can move on there.
What?
We're talking about Giannis, and he's available. There's no doubt about it. And it looks like the Bucks are ready to move on from him. And he has been somebody that Warrior fans have talked about for a while. And I just feel like there's not the enthusiasm for Giannis that there once was. And I'm wondering why that is. Is it the injury? Is it somebody talked about kind of the way he acted at the trade deadline, saying he did, he didn't, he did, he didn't.
He did.
Yeah, he probably did. But that one doesn't bother me. His durability at this age, that would that would concern me a little bit. And then obviously the biggest thing to me would be the price. What would you have to give up for Giannis? And at this point in where the Warriors are multiple future first too much?
Well, I think if anything would scare me about Giannis as a player, it would be the fact that I realize the Bucks are not very good this season, but he played 36 games this year and they went 17-19. So whereas before, I think they won 48 games in 25, they won 49 games in 24. Both seasons he had a running mate. He had Damian Lillard, who is obviously out this season and was traded actually to Portland. Was waived and then signed by Portland. But without anybody next to him, he wasn't singularly great enough to elevate that group of guys to even an above 500 record. But, I mean, we've seen it. That's hard for Steph to do by himself.
And, yeah, ideally, he'd be playing with Steph.
So if you're telling me I get Giannis and Steph for 55 to 60 games together, that's a bet I would be willing to make. Look, selfishly, I kind of want to see it. I mean, I don't know if it's going to happen. I think it's less than likely, but if you're the Warriors, why did you bring Steve Kerr back if you're not going to make a run at him? If you're not going to go after Giannis, if you're not going to go after Kawhi, if you're not going to try and court LeBron or go after some unnamed player that's behind closed doors that they're considering who's a superstar caliber talent or they believe could come in and help change this team and elevate. What did you bring Steve Kerr back for if not to try and go get a big fish this summer?
And you brought up something that, you want to go from A to B and then go B to C. Is there any way, if you could somehow get Giannis here, get LeBron to look at the Warriors and say, well now, and again, these are long shots, but this is where the Warriors are, and it's the focus of the conversation because of their track record of looking at guys like this. Let's jump into some calls. We got some people that want to jump in here. Let's go. We'll start with Marcus in Oakland. What's going on, Marcus? How you doing?
All right, man. Good to talk to y'all again. Yeah, this is another interesting conversation. I personally don't understand the fascination with Giannis, and so far as what is he going to do for you if you get him? You're still not going to be a championship level team. You're not, if that's the goal. What is the goal when you get Giannis? What's your goal? He's a guy in his 30s. He's hurt all the time. There's no guarantee he's going to finish out a season with you. He's not good enough to lead a team to the promised land by himself anymore. And let's face it, he and Steph on the same team, and that's not even counting whether you keep Butler or Draymond Green, the entire salary cap. So you're not going to be able to put any real decent players around them. You'll be stuck with another year of a bunch of G dudes. What's going to be accomplished by having Giannis on your team other than being able to say, we've got Giannis on our team, and because we are a worldwide brand, we just need to get people into the building. Because from my standpoint, it's not that I don't like Giannis. I wouldn't enjoy seeing him here. It's just that I don't think it accomplishes anything. I think it actually kicks the can further down the road of the eventual forthcoming rebuild that this team is going to make. And by the way, one more thing. I don't think having Steve Kerr come back necessarily has to mean that we're just going to go for it all. I don't think it has to mean that at all. That's all I got.
Well, hey, let me throw this at you. So, without getting into detail, you don't want to move. You don't want to move the 11th pick, and you certainly don't want to give up 3 future unprotected firsts for Giannis down the line.
No, I just don't understand the reason for doing it.
Yeah.
Why? It's just more kicking the can down. You're going to have to rebuild. You can't. Unless you are doing it strictly for entertainment's sake.
Yeah.
I don't understand the point of bringing in a Giannis, a Kawhi, or any of these other old fading superstars, other than being able to say, "Oh, I got this person on the team," because you're not winning a title with them.
Gotcha. Thanks, Marcus. I mean, I think he's right on the money. It sounds like nobody wants to give up picks anymore unless you think that they can win a title.
Yeah, but isn't that the challenge that every team faces? I mean, why did Denver go out and try and get Cam Johnson? Because they thought he would be the missing piece. They got bounced in the first round. there are teams out there that are going to try and make moves this summer because they feel like it could be the difference. But there's no move out there for anybody except the Oklahoma City Thunder, maybe the San Antonio Spurs, that's going to put you in the clear running for the championship. I just think, I don't know what you make of this, but it does feel like the Warriors, because of their own success, specifically the Durant years, that people believe unless there's a Kevin Durant out there, that kind of move, not the player himself, but that kind of move that instantly makes you the clear favorite, that you don't do it. Unless that kind of move is out there in which there's no risk, you're just giving up money, you don't have to do picks. It's a high reward, low risk kind of move that you just don't simply make that move. And yes, is Giannis potentially kicking the can down the road? Sure, but I also think they've kicked the can down the road without swinging a trade. They've said, well, we don't want to move up these young guys because we like them. Oh, it turns out they're actually not as good as they think they are. Well, that's kicking the can down the road. We don't want to go out and get Curry help in the offseason. We'd prefer to get an older player like Al Horford, or an injury-prone player like DeAnthony Melton, because that's all we can afford. So we're going to kick the can down the road. There's not really, I think, a great choice for them right now. Giannis is obviously a huge risk, but I guess I would ask fans this: how much fun did you have watching the Warriors the last couple months of the season without Curry?
Yeah, it wasn't good. It wasn't good.
There's going to be a lot of that if you don't do something.
That's fair. I'm here's the other thing that I'm kind of focused on, and everybody knows if they've listened to this show, I am loath to move future unprotected first. So let's just say hypothetically Warriors are sitting with 11. Let's focus on the picks for a second. If you could get Giannis, but you'd have to, you'd have to give up 2027, 2029, and 2031, let's say. So let's say you keep 11 and you bring Giannis in here. But now Giannis is here and you're not gonna have a first round pick every other year for the next 5 years. So 3 times. How realistic is it that you can get better over that period of time, knowing that you're only going to have a draft twice in that 5-year period? And at some point in that period, Curry will eventually retire, and maybe he can create some cap space at that point for you to go get somebody else. What I'm asking is, I wonder how punitive 3 or 4 picks are every other year, and how much does it really hamstring you?
Well, for example, if if things go poorly next year, Giannis gets hurt and Curry gets hurt, and you could just tank and go down because you wouldn't have to give up a pick next year. And I don't know, maybe the swaps are really what hurts them, and you can make them protected. I don't know, but it feels to me, Sonny, like going into a year assuming that nothing can happen well. I don't believe teams operate that way. Okay, let me ask you this.
Yep.
Which team has made the most NBA finals this decade, in the 2020s?
That's a great question.
Which team has been to the NBA finals the most in this decade?
It's whoever it is. It's probably only twice, right?
It's only twice, and only one team has done it.
Celtics?
The Miami Heat. Oh, sorry, the Celtics. The Celtics and the Heat.
What did the Heat do?
The Heat have been to the finals in 2020 and 2023. And the Celtics won one and lost one. But my point is, like, Boston's a team that's perennially there. I don't think we think about the Miami Heat as a team that is a powerhouse. They made the finals as a 7 seed. And I'm not saying that, you go into the year banking on, all right, well, we try and make something out of nothing, but it's like things can break your way and you're not going to be able to give it a shot unless you're actually at the table. And I think that's what the Warriors are. That's all they can do at this point.
Well, that's what Marcus was talking about. If the goal is we got to get back and get a seat at the table, that is different than we're not going to make a move unless it's got championship ramifications because we can't afford to give up too many assets. Let's go out to Frank. Frank is in Atlanta. Real quick, Frank, hold on. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Hey, Frank, what's going on, man?
Hey, man, what's going on? Hope you guys are doing well, Evan and Steiny.
You too, Frank.
I got two things. I'll try to be as quick as I can to explain this to you guys. I talked to my boy, my family member that works in the NBA front office. I talked to him Sunday night. Now, he told me this. He said, first of all, we need to quit talking about Giannis. We're not in the running. There's no reason for us to waste airtime talking about Giannis coming to the Warriors because he's not. A, he doesn't want to come here. B, we don't have a franchise player, all NBA first team, to put into the trade possible type of guy. We don't have the Evan Mobleys or the Pascal Siakams or a big guy who's going to be all NBA first team that's going to be under contract for 2 or 3 more years to even start that trade. We don't have that. So we're not in the running for Giannis. There's no reason for us to have that conversation.
I mean, in fairness, hey, Frank, real quick, and clearly you got inside info, but, you know, at the trade deadline, the Warriors were said to be in the mix. That I give it to you, that could have changed, you know, but they're going to try, right?
Like one of the 6 teams.
That was now that he's okay. The thing with Giannis is he's extension eligible come October 1st.
Yep.
And that's the key factor. He told me, he said, Frank, the chances of Giannis getting traded before October 1st are slim to none.
Okay.
It doesn't work out best for either team for him to get traded. The deal could be in place, but it won't actually go down till after October 1st as a sign and trade because that works into $67 million in trade pieces coming back to Milwaukee and the team that's getting Giannis having him signed for the extension.
Okay. All right, Frank, you were okay. So you don't think they're in on Giannis, but you wanted to make one more point about, I think, somebody else.
No, the Golden State Warriors aren't in that. We don't factor into that. Where we factor in the trade scenario going forward this year is in the 3, 4, and 5 team trades where it gets really sketchy. You know, stuff starts happening like last year where there's 3 and 4 and 5 teams involved to make money, the money match up.
Frank, good stuff. I appreciate it. And you may be right that they may not be in it.
So they may be in on the Giannis trade, just not for Giannis.
Yes, or something like that. I don't know if Giannis wants to come here or not.
Well, I don't necessarily think that I don't think Golden State is the highest team on his list. I'm just looking at teams in the East. Atlanta looks like a pretty good spot. Orlando might be a good spot. New York right now is looking like a good spot. And then Miami. You know, so if he wants to stay in the East, those are probably 4 squads that also might be able to put together comparable, if not better, offers. But I think the question we're trying to figure out is why Warriors fans believe that like he's just off the table. Like not he doesn't want to come here, but that the player itself isn't worth the Warriors pushing their chips into the middle of the table.
Yeah. I mean, like, here's the way I look at it, especially now, because this is what Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob have to be looking at. Okay, you put up a list of NBA teams. I'll start in the East. Okay, the Pistons. All right, Pistons, you know, they're in the playoffs. They're young. Let's just take them off the board. They don't really have a player. Okay, the Boston Celtics. Well, I've heard rumblings that the Celtics are mulling over some things. They've got 2 high-paid players, Jaylen Brown and Tatum. So at some point, the Warriors, they're going to talk to the Boston Celtics, I've got to believe. Maybe they already have. But that's kind of the direction that I'm thinking might be a better way to go. A guy on another team that's looking to make moves. Toronto. Does Toronto have a player or two that you would want? I'll bet you they would be interested in, maybe doing something here or there.
It's from our chat, Loon's asking you, is there a guy that you think the Dubs should pursue? Reference Banchero. I don't think the Magic would part with Banchero unless it was for a player like Giannis, but is someone like Franz Wagner a player that you'd want, who next year is going to be 25 and has 4 years left on his rookie max? He's a player that's going to be worth 25% of the cap. He's someone that obviously Steve Kerr wanted when he was drafted and is young and is coming into his prime. Like, is that a player the Warriors would be interested in? Because I think the Magic might be coming to a head with both those guys. And personally, I would prefer to keep Banchero. I'm not super excited about Wagner, but if the Warriors liked him in the draft, if Kerr preferred him to Kuminga at the time, then is that a player you could go out and get? Like, that might be the kind of player that the Warriors are looking around the league and saying, all right, they're going to make a choice. They run into a wall. They got to try and do something different. Maybe we can be the team that can resurrect that player or get them to the next level.
Yeah, I mean, the one team I would call would be the Celtics. I would call the Celtics and say to Brad Stevens, are you interested? You've got Tatum and Brown. They're both signed through 2029. They're both making monster money. Are either of those guys available? Well, they're not available, but we'll never not listen. Okay, now you're the Warriors. You think Brad Stevens, like, I'm looking at this team, like, would Brad Stevens be the kind of GM that would say, tell you what, Warriors, you want Tatum? Give me give me the 11 right off the bat. Give me 4 unprotected firsts or Jaylen Brown. Again, I'm just saying.
No.
I'm just hearing some stuff out of Boston.
No, that would be something I think Boston would do or consider.
And then you throw Jimmy Butler in there, and they can go shopping in free agency next year because, well, maybe not next year, but then that guy comes off their books, and now they have more flexibility.
Well, it's funny. It's like the players that they're looking at are going to be guys that are either disgruntled or teams want to get off of.
Yes.
Therein lies a problem, though, because every player we discuss is going to be inherently flawed. So, Tatum. Yeah, if you're telling me Tatum a calf problem, doesn't have a kid, I would love Jason Tatum. But there's a reason why, if he was, he would be available. Like, I think that Boston probably is not shopping Jaylen Brown unless he wants to get out of there. Okay, you go down the list. Who would be next up?
On the Celtics?
Well, I'm just looking at players that make a lot of money.
Okay. Somebody on Toronto, for sure.
Not named Scotty Barnes because they want to keep Scotty Barnes, but the only guy that interests me on that team is Scotty Barnes.
Okay. So we're
But it's like
what about a guy like Brandon Ingram?
Ingram's a good player. I think the Warriors were considering him when he was with New Orleans. But I'm saying it'd be like maybe the Sixers want to get off of Joel Embiid's contract. Okay, I don't want that contract.
Right.
But he's someone that maybe you could swing a trade for. De'Aaron Fox might be a guy for the Spurs that, all right, Dylan Harper's emerging. We want him and Castle in our backcourt. Fox doesn't fit. Well, I don't really like De'Aaron Fox, but he's a all-star caliber player that's available. I think that's why Washington was able to get their hands on Anthony Davis and Trae Young, who then they're going to probably extend this summer. It's like, I don't like either of those players. They're flawed. But Washington, combined with Sarr, this number 1 overall pick, a few other pieces, like, I can see the vision. You know, it's unfortunately the Warriors, because of their lack of development and their lack of drafting, are in a position where they're hoping that one player can come in and change everything. And that's why I think Giannis, even though He only played 36 games last year. He's the most enticing.
Yeah, I mean, is Phoenix ready to do anything with Devin Booker? Probably not. Portland's an interesting one because they've got an owner that clearly has made it plain and simple that he's doesn't spend a lot of money.
Yeah.
The Clippers, I also think, we haven't even talked about Kawhi Leonard, but he fits into this puzzle for sure somehow, some way. He's got one more year left at $50 million.
There is a guy I kind of want to look at on the other side because he's got a choice this upcoming summer that, to me, I think he's someone the Warriors would absolutely be interested in. And if he doesn't make the choice, then I think it's going to be open season actually for a lot of teams.
All right, 888-957-9570. We got a lot of calls. I'll get to you all on the other side, I promise, and then I want to hear Evan's name. I love names. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. And suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, please call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Millguard and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and we're talking about the Warriors, the NBA, and if you weren't around yesterday, Giannis Antetokounmpo is likely to be traded this offseason. Warriors talked to the Bucks at the trade deadline. It seems like they're definitely thinking of moving him. And we're just kind of asking the question, where you at on Giannis? I feel like Warrior fans have, their enthusiasm's waned a little bit as it relates to Giannis. I could be wrong there, but you've got something on your mind, a player.
Yeah, I realize we got full lines. So I do want to hear from the people, but I just threw out before the break, there's a player that I think his decision this summer is going to drastically impact not just the Warriors, but could become an all-out bidding war next year. And the date you're going to want to pay attention to is July 6th. That's the date that Nikola Jokic is eligible to sign an extension. And last season, he was also eligible to sign an extension and specifically did not, or pushed talks to this summer. They're coming off a first-round exit in which they were expected to contend for a championship. Last season, they fired their head coach to try and shake things up, resulted in a second-round exit. They have not achieved, I think, what Jokic and I think a lot of people in Denver had hoped they could after winning a championship in 2023, which, by the way, they did not beat a single team during that playoff run that had won 50 games or more. A lot of people might be looking at that team and maybe Jokic as, well, can they get it done? Or was it a little bit of a fortune that helped propel them to a title? If Jokic doesn't sign that extension this summer, and I know a lot of people believe he will, but if he doesn't, and you're the Warriors, you have to do everything possible to clear cap space for next summer to try and get him.
Well, you're assuming he's got a player option next year,
which he would not pick up if he could go get more on the market.
Do we know he wants to leave Denver?
We don't. But I thought it was interesting that they didn't talk last summer. And I imagine after a first-round exit in which, Steiny, you brought this to the table. What did he say after their first-round loss?
And fire everybody.
we're not good enough.
Yeah.
He's looking, nobody here is, and so if Jokic is disgruntled, he doesn't think that that's a place where he can win. And I'm not saying that Golden State a year from now is going to be a spot that he looks at and says, I want to go there. But again, you talked about looking ahead, being a year down the line always. 2027 is a position right now which the Warriors have the most cap space in the NBA. And if there is a player that you would want to go after full head of steam, it's Nikola Jokic.
Okay, if you want to get really into this, and I'm going to jump into the calls. Of course, Jokic is phenomenal. And I would
32 years old.
But I know. But what worries me about Jokic is like, I could see him packing it in early. That's what worries me about Jokic. I could see Jokic coming here, he's got a 4-year, $350 million deal. He plays 2 years and he goes, yeah, I'm out. Well, you're not going to get paid. That's fine. I'm going home. Like, I could see Jokic going home kind of at any time. But
no,
I mean
that's fair. But
that's the way you got to. That's the way you got to look at it, and those are the kind of teams you got to call. Damn right, I'd be talking to the Portland Trailblazers about Avdia, and they'd be like, "We have no interest in trading him."
Well, maybe with a new owner who's trying to save money, they do.
Exactly.
Because the GM is like, we love Denny. And the owner goes, yeah, he's going to cost $40 million and put us in the tax. I think you should get rid of him. And the Warriors say, well, that's funny. We got a guy who's going to be coming off the books in a year. You could have some draft picks. That's cheap talent. And you're going to get a new coach anyways who's only worth $500,000. This would be perfect.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Pat's in Foster City. What's up, Pat? How you doing, man?
Good. Yeah, thanks for taking the call. A couple things quick. One, we were talking about backgammon before. I used to think I was pretty good at that. I would beat most of my friends until I showed up at Schroeder's in the financial district one day, and guy said, you're all playing there. You want to take winners? I said, yeah, I'll take winners, and lost to the guy. I must have lost 15 times in a row. I said, this game is not for me. This is not about luck. There's some skill involved in this, and I don't have it.
Yeah, I don't either.
But I was calling mostly, I think with this trade proposition, no matter who they're looking at, I think you got to consider both starting lineup and bench depth. And you go back, I've been a season ticket for the Warriors for like 30 years. I mean, going back way back. We've gone through this feast and famine. We get a really great starting lineup, and then we got no bench, and then we get a really good bench, but the starters are lacking. And you can tell by looking at Oklahoma City, the Knicks, Boston, you need to have a good bench, at least a decent bench to really go far into the playoffs, like the Warriors had in their championship years where they had really deep bench. So when you're talking about trading for a guy like Giannis, I think a lot of, it comes down to what are you going to be left with, and I think if you're just going to end up with a few stars, probably not good enough. I mean, the Warriors this year had 3 Hall of Famers as starters. And obviously there's some injuries, but, look where we ended up. So it's not about getting the star players. If you want to win, as one of the other callers said, if you want to entertain, that's a whole different model. And Giannis would be great for entertainment perspective regardless. But I think you got to consider the bench as well as the starters. And I think a lot of Warrior fans kind of focus more on the starters and kind of ignore the bench. But a guy that I think is kind of interesting, and he's a restricted free agent, but on OK City is Hartenstein. I think that's a guy that, he's averages almost a double-double, 9.5 points, a little over 9 rebounds. 7-foot guy, 250 pounds. He's a lefty like Bogut. Can shoot a little bit. He can run the court. And probably we could get him for half the cost of Giannis and maybe not have to give up near as much. So I know the Lakers are interested in him. And OK City has Holmgren. They've got a really top draft choice this year, and in that order, there's a bunch of center or forward. So anyway, that's a guy that I like.
That's a good name, and that's a team that they're not afraid to move a guy that they have to pay and elevate a guy underneath them, for sure.
Well, they got the, is it 6th or 7th overall pick this year? Or maybe it's...
who are we talking about?
OKC.
12.
12.
They got 12. Let's go to Steve-O in San Francisco. What's up, Steve-O? How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I hope you guys are doing good.
Yep.
Thanks for taking my call. I mean, I like the idea of getting Giannis if you know the price is right. Yeah, you're gonna have to give up a lot, but the thing I like so much about it is his pace of play, in the way you guys were kind of talking a little bit earlier. You know, that pace of play really works with the Warriors these days in the same way that as soon as Jimmy came in and he was getting all these fouls and getting to the line and slowing down the game a little bit, it just really makes a lot of sense for the age of the Warriors right now. And, you know, I think looking at like a pick and roll with him and Steph just would be absolutely crushing. So I think it makes a lot of sense for the Warriors still. You know, they're going to have to give up a lot, but they've still got Steph. They still want to make a run for it. You never know. You put yourself in a position to win and see where the chips fall.
Appreciate the call, Steve-O. Yeah, okay. Here's the analogy I'll make. But whenever I do this, people don't really get it.
Well, you don't have to beg.
So, okay, I'm not comparing these guys as players. One guy is way better than the other. But I'm starting to feel about Giannis like I feel a little bit about Sabonis. And that is, Steiny, do you like Sabonis? No, I don't really like Sabonis. How come? Well, he makes a lot of money, and, you know, he's just, I just don't think he's that great. All right, so now for a year, I'm like, he stinks. And then 2 years, I'm like, he stinks. But he doesn't stink, all right? He doesn't stink. He might not be a $40 million player. What I'm getting at is at some point, you look at a guy and say, well, he can't be that bad. And I kind of feel like Giannis is getting to the point where we're saying, you know, is he really? Yeah, he still really is pretty good. So that's the one thing I was thinking about yesterday is, you know, are too many of us saying, nah, I wouldn't go after Giannis. It's just, there's too many. Well, I mean, you're not going after Giannis. Who are you going after, in a way? I mean, he's still among the cream of the crop.
Yeah, I mean, it was earlier this year where came to Golden State, played at Chase Center. Now, the Warriors won that game. This was, I think, right before Jimmy got hurt. But he played 30 minutes, had 34 and 10 and 5. And I'm sitting there just thinking, this guy is unbelievable. He was 15 of 22 from the floor. And I know Draymond's not the defender he used to be, even last year when he shut him down. But it's like, I just don't get how people can dismiss a player like that. He is, when he's healthy, he's a top 5 player in basketball. And I realize that, you know, recency bias has us believing that he wasn't good enough to stay healthy or get the Bucks to the postseason. And with Curry, who's going to be 38, you know, he can't help take the Warriors to a championship. But it's like, I don't know. When I watch him play, he is one of the more dominant players in basketball. And is he better than Wembanyama? Probably not next season. But he gives you an incredible shot that I just don't think, like, again, we talked about this months ago, but if you're telling me the Warriors had a chance to get Giannis Antetokounmpo and they said no, I'm like, what are we doing? What are we talking about?
Well, there may be a price that's simply too high for him that they feel.
Yeah, that's true. And, you know, a lot of people are saying, well, and this to me, this is also fair. If you're saying, all right, we're not going to sacrifice what we're going to use to rebuild when Steph is gone for that player. But if you're not even thinking about it, if you're not even trying to figure out a way that you can bring in a talent of that caliber, then this word malpractice has been used a lot in this station recently, mainly about Bryce Eldridge, which I kind of disagree with. But that would be malpractice. Not playing Bryce Eldridge is not malpractice to me. That's just it might be confusing or frustrating. It's not malpractice, but not entertaining Giannis Antetokounmpo this summer would be malpractice.
Actually, here's one thing that I would consider. Jimmy Butler's going to miss half the year. Moody's going to miss at least half the year. What if the Warriors are looking at it like, let's put the rat on the table? We're probably not going to be good next year.
Brought to you by Adco Pest Control.
Or we're certainly, we're in a little trouble next year. All right. About something like this. Curry load manages the whole season. And you essentially tank next year.
Mm-hmm.
So you drafted the 11 this year. You're in the lottery next year. Butler and Draymond are history, and you've got cap space, which you would have at the end of next year. Okay, we only won 25 games, and I get it. It's going to be tough with Steph. But let's say Steph gets a little tweak or something. You can be real careful. That's something like that. Now in 1 year, now at the end of next year, you had a team of Butler, Green, Curry, Horford, old guys. And at the end of next year, you could have two young guys that you just drafted and a young free agent to play with Curry.
Well, I don't think that's a bad idea at all. I think that you kind of have to go one way or another. You go big or you don't do anything, because I think there's a lot of talent, and not necessarily Jokic, but I think there's clearly the Warriors have lined their books up to be flexible come 2027.
Unless they see a player that they want for sure in their future.
And I think that player is Giannis. Or it could be Kawhi, or it could be LeBron. I don't know. But to me, it's like, I don't think they can just go out and get a couple of pieces to help, cobble this roster together. To me, it's got to be a superstar, or people are going to hate it, but you take the pick, you make it, and you stand pat, and you hope that a guy becomes available next summer that you can pounce on and offer the most amount of money possible to.
Yeah. And in a perfect world, you're coming off a bad year.
Well, yeah. You get a better pick.
Yeah. City Boy. What's going on, City Boy? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, City?
Yeah, interesting conversation. The Warriors have just so many options. It is going to be tough for Dunleavy to make a decision here, Matt. I mean, what you were saying, Matt, honestly kind of makes the most sense. But then you look at it and go, well, teams like the Washington Wizards are perennially in the lottery, and they build that way. And that can be tough, because you wind up with just a bunch of young athletic players who never really pan out. I mean, the Trailblazers are sitting there right now pretty good, but they don't have that dominant player. So I think if you can get a Giannis, you have to do it, kind of to Evan's point. But I also would say if it's going to be a Kawhi or some other old guy who's going to command a lot of money and he's not a top 5 player, maybe you do hold tight. I mean, it's a real tough situation. I'm rooting for Mike D. I know I've come down on him a lot, but at this point he is our GM. I'm rooting for the guy, and I hope he does a great job. But if you can get a Giannis, you got to do it. He's still young. I mean, it's not like Kawhi, who's 36 or whatever. You get a guy who's 31, 32, and has some good years left in him. And, I mean, every team that's won a chip that I can remember has an MVP player, whether he won MVP the year they won the chip, but guys that have won MVPs, whether it's SGA. I know Tatum hasn't won an MVP, but he's considered a top 5 player, right? I mean, Jokic, Giannis. All these teams have great players, and you're not going to win without them. So I'd like to see him go after Giannis. I mean, that guy Frank made some good points. I mean, I agree it's probably pie in the sky that they could even do it. But the thing about having cap space is the really good players don't make it to free agency anymore. They used to, but the way they've done it, Luka got kind of screwed out of about $100 million, $120 million, the way that was handled. But, guys don't make it to free agency, so you can have a ton of cap space, but you're not going to have anyone to spend it on, And that's where sign and trades are so important, or trading off a Jimmy and using that money to bring somebody in. So, I love the idea of unloading all those guys and having a ton of cap space, but then who are you spending it on?
Yeah, that's fair. And that's why, thanks, City. And that's why, frankly, that's why the Jokic thing is interesting. Because, as Evan was saying, if they don't re-sign or extend Jokic this offseason, he could become a free agent at the end of next year. And I tell you right now, and I kind of feel this way too, the more I think about it, and I know he's not in the NBA anymore. I know what Don Nelson would do.
What would he do?
He would draft the 11th player this year, play the hell out of him. He would lose in a banner way. They'd go 20-62. They'd get themselves the number 2 pick for the following year. They'd have $85 million in cap space. Maybe go get Jokic. And then you got Jokic, Curry, and 2 young guys who are still on rookie deals. Just a thought.
Well, it's just like, and I know that Jokic is, amazing, and he may re-sign with Denver, wants to end his career. I don't know, but it's like it's that kind of thinking that I just feel like management has to be open to. I think they are. I think the Warriors consider just about everything we've talked about today. A lot of stuff that fans have thrown out there, and it's like. But even that, though, to your point earlier, you'd be a little worried about the birth certificate or his commitment to basketball.
Yep.
And I'm just like, dude, I don't care. If I can get a player of that caliber, as City Boy was kind of doubling down on it, but if you have the opportunity to get a top 5 player in the league, damn the risks, there will not be another Kevin Durant move for the Warriors to make where you can get a guy without giving up anything, getting an MVP caliber talent in his prime. That is a once in a generation type of move that Bob Myers and that front office swung. That will not happen again. And I feel like a lot of Warriors fans are only willing to make that move. And that move ain't going to be out there. It's like Giannis this summer. Okay, you go for it. If you can't get him, I understand. Maybe he doesn't want to come here. Okay, then what's next? Jokic is next. If that doesn't, you go down the line. Right. You swing for everything. You don't have to give up at all. But there are a few players to me that are worth mortgaging the farm for. I'd obviously be more in on Jokic than I'm on Giannis. But it's like, even if that takes setting up a year, a pitch, okay, what's the worst thing? You suck for a season, you get a top 5 pick, and you're rebuilding anyways.
This is from the 707. You guys think Jokic wants to play with Luka?
I kind of don't.
I do, except I don't think he wants to play in L.A., Jokic. I think Jokic would love to start easing into a number 2 role. Even at 31, I don't know.
I think he wants to win, and maybe that's where the Warriors are off the list. But
probably right about that. You're probably right about that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's squeeze in Biggie in Vallejo. What's up, Biggie?
Great show, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to say, this is one of the previous callers, and he said that he didn't think Giannis would ever come to the Warriors. I don't think so. San Francisco has a very European flavor to it, and that could attract him to come here. And I just wanted to get your thought on that. And I saw the great Marty Lurie last night at the San Francisco Italian Athletic Club. Good. And was able to speak to him for a minute, and we talked about a lot of things because I was a caller about 2 years ago, and he remembered my call.
Nice.
So it was really fun talking to him.
Yeah,
I really enjoy your show, and keep up the good work.
Thanks, Biggie. Appreciate it. Yeah, Marty Lurie, great guy.
Legend.
Thanks, Biggie. Appreciate it. Hey,
we got a little time here. My bad.
Yeah, no, I
thought you were going to.
Well, I'm just looking at, I'm looking at my play sheet. Let's see. You have to be selfish to be great. That's on there. Oh, I know what.
I already dropped dime on the dinner party. Got a couple text messages.
I don't want to squeeze anybody in. I see FedEx, Mike, JJ,
I can't
Oliver. I'll get to you all on the other side.
Well, I'm glad people are passionate about it. I'm glad because, I was curious this summer. It's like, I think that there's a lot of big choices the Warriors have to make, right? One of them is already done. Okay, so what does the Steve Kerr extension mean? I think it means they're still going for it, or at least trying. And so what's next? All right, is it a player? Is it Curry's extension? It's funny we haven't got to Draymond Green at all today, but I think that's also a big choice they got to make. Maybe it's Butler and trying to move his contract. I don't think you can really take feelings into account when you're doing these things, but
do you think Draymond will be on the Warriors next year, all year? You can hold that thought. 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, that segment was brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. You will love the way Cache Creek Casino Resort feels. Every escape there will feel a little more extraordinary. Every getaway is a chance to make the moment yours. Everything at Cache Creek Casino Resort will feel wonderful. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Safeway is celebrating 100 years. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Rice Aroni, 4.3 to 7.2 ounce selected variety boxes, just 59 cents each. Now you can sing.
Hey, mix and match. Mark 1 pound strawberries or 6 ounce blueberries. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. And mix and match Foster Farm, Simply Raised, boneless, skinless, chicken breasts, thin sliced or tenders. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two.
Well done. All right, these and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected
unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, rock star. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. Guru not feeling well. Hey, by the way, we got 2:30, Willard and Dibbs. They're bringing on, quite frankly, the Giants' best starting pitcher, Trevor McDonald, will be on.
Oh, nice.
At 2:30.
Yeah, he's been dominant, Steiny. 2.92 this year.
That's
dominant.
Dang.
Carved up the Padres and the Dodgers.
He's an Italian.
Is he?
No, he's Irish.
Yes.
Trevor McDonald?
I don't think he's an Italian.
E-I-E-I-O.
He's from Mobile, Alabama. He's going to join Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah, and we'll get into and I'll try to make some kind of segue, even though there is none. I have to go in and do that, my hit with Marcy every day.
Well, you don't have to, but you do out of the kindness of your heart.
Are you kidding?
No, dude. I was trying to give you a compliment.
Dude.
Shut up and let me give you a compliment.
You know what tomorrow is?
It's Wednesday.
It's our year anniversary of me making appearances on Live 105. Seriously. I didn't realize it, but she told me. That's the first one that was in the... Anyway.
Well, that's very kind of her to...
Anyway. I asked her something today, and it completely threw her for a loop. But I guess we could compare it to the Warriors because, they're almost in the same position.
Well, so would it be appropriate to say she's, like your work wife? Because
that would be inappropriate.
You got an anniversary coming up.
Yeah, I think that would be inappropriate. Nevertheless.
Just asking.
And this does pertain to the Warriors, actually, come to think of it, where they're at. I just asked her, because I think everybody's got a feeling on this. What do you think happens when you die? Like, what do you think happens to people? And, of course, I'm tying that in with the end of the Warriors dynasty. What's going to happen to them? God. Do you believe in heaven?
I do.
Do you really?
Yeah.
What's it like up there?
Whatever you want it to be.
Well, do you believe then in everlasting life?
I think I'm more of a reincarnation guy than a everlasting life sort of character. But yeah, I mean, I don't poo-poo anybody's beliefs. You know, if you believe that nothing happens, if you just sit in the dirt or 6 feet under, then that's totally fine.
That would be as arrogant as it got.
What?
It's one thing if
everlasting life?
No, it's one thing to say, hey, Evan, you're wrong about Jokic. He cares about winning. You are wrong about Jokic. As opposed to, dude, you're wrong about what happens after you die. I was wrong. Who knows?
You've got to be
somebody's going to be
dumbest
wrong.
Son of a gun I've ever heard.
I'm just saying. Do you think you're just laying in clouds up there?
I'd like to believe so. That'd be pretty cool. Looking down, helping some people out where you can.
Once you get to your version of heaven, are all things possible in that world?
Sure.
Okay, so
yeah, sure.
Okay,
absolutely.
So
that's kind of the point.
Okay, so in heaven, you could go back and watch, and you should. Like, you could go back and watch all Larry Bird's games that he ever played. I could go
watch Wilt Chamberlain score 100.
Yeah. Okay.
Something only a few people have ever seen.
See, now, everlasting life scares me, but if I had that ability, it would scare me less, because then I could fill the time. But the idea of never dying, oh, God, that makes me...
Well, we're really going to get into this, and I think I know you well enough to ask. Don't you think you'd kind of get a little bored watching Larry Bird shoot left-handed a million times?
Well, first of all,
it's everlasting life. You eventually going to have to find something else. Like the Netflix shows are going to get a little boring.
No, you're right. But
you got to go take a hike
But if it were truly all things were possible, then in theory you could go back and watch every single Celtics practice.
That's true.
Over that. You could see every single pickup game he ever played in his entire life.
You could go watch the first 100 basketball games ever played.
Oh, God.
Was a peach basket?
Yeah.
You could do it all. You could
see Naismith tacking it up.
You could see Abner Doubleday stumble into a 90-foot... I don't know.
I mean, bring it on, man.
Yeah, that's what I say, Jan.
I think there would have to be something, though, because the only way to really make it all worth it is if you could have some sort of impact, like, helping some people.
After you're dead?
Yeah. I mean, I don't necessarily know how. Some people have described out-of-body experiences where, someone has kind of been there to, I don't know, guide them or move them or push them or something like that. So you could do that with all of your sports knowledge. Somehow, I don't know how to, like, ostensibly deliver what you know into another body.
Oh, I see. Like Ghost.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
You mean more.
Yeah, you could be Patrick Swayze. Patrick Steinmetz.
Okay. But in theory, if you're in heaven, it's because you've done a lot of good deeds. So
well, technically, he was in purgatory. His soul was still trapped. It's not exactly the same.
Purgatory. They may as well call it heaven. Seriously.
Well, the Warriors in purgatory. No one calls that heaven.
All you got to do in purgatory is say you're sorry. They're going to keep you waiting for a little bit. They'll keep you waiting for a little, but you got eternity. So they'll keep you waiting for a little bit, and then, they'll open them up. They'll open the gates up.
Who's the guy you've been kept waiting for? Is that an hour?
Who?
Someone online.
Oh, FedEx Mike?
Yeah.
Maybe there's only 40 minutes. I'll get to FedEx Mike, and then maybe after we talk to FedEx Mike, you'll understand why I didn't call on him yet, because he's back to his old tricks. Hey, FedEx Mike, what's going on, man?
Steiny, what are my old tricks? I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't have any magic or whatever you're thinking about.
Do we get a little description about what you want to talk about? And are you talking about number 30?
I am.
All right, have at it.
Well, first of all, Evan, I think Steiny is the guy with the bird jersey on Do the Right Thing. That whole episode spells Steiny. Let's just get that out there right there.
That's
a great scene.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Steiny, is that right?
That is right.
It's pretty good.
And he ran over Spike's shoes.
Anyway, I mean, can we agree that we're not one player away? We're not even two players away. The Niners traded Joe Montana, the greatest San Francisco Niner ever to be. And we went on to win another Super Bowl. I mean, can we just call it and say, look, it's over, clean the house, get what we can for Big Steph. We'll always love you. We'll probably have a statue or two for you around Chase. And let's move on. I mean, let's get what we can for it. I mean, that's no tricks there, Steiny. That was just it. So,
thanks, FedEx Mike. I appreciate you. It's a bridge too far for many fans.
I could see you scuffing Guru's Jordans.
Oh, absolutely.
Said you were the guy took his bike over. I thought it was it Spike or was it
Oh, no.
Giancarlo Esposito.
Yeah, I think it was. Great call.
Yeah.
It was Giancarlo Esposito. That's a great call. It's a great movie.
Awesome movie.
Sal's Pizzeria. That's what
Gus Fring?
That's that actor?
Yeah.
He's pretty good. How come the little brother's on the wall? When you have a pizzeria, you can get them. All right, enough do the right thing. The Warriors going to... I'm not going to...
Are the Warriors going to do the right thing? Is that your segue?
Yeah.
It's not bad. Go get Giannis.
Let's go to JJ in San Jose. What's going on, JJ? How you doing?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Thanks for taking my... What's up, guys?
Sure.
What's going on? Thanks for taking my call. Real quick, I've been on record saying that, it's the Jim Morrison we should kind of just accept it. And in all honesty, with the Steve Kerr hire, it's not changing my mind at all and anything. They're riding off into the sunset, and I'm okay with it. The only thing that I just have an issue is kind of like what the previous caller said, is that we're not just a player away. We got a long ways to go, especially with every factor involved, the Curry's age, all the injuries, even the play style, like the style of play is I don't know, it's kind of feeling dated, because it's like we're relying on a 38-year-old Steph Curry to run around and do what he's been doing for 15 years, and as unfortunate as it might sound, Steph Curry needs someone else to be the one now, because he's got so much attention that at his age he can't be the only one. He is an all-time great, but it's kind of like how LeBron with the Lakers. Austin Reeves is the one, and with Luka there too. LeBron is not the one. We kind of got to start going that route and probably have some better success than what we've had lately.
I got you. Thanks, JJ. And this is Guru and I talk about this a lot, and it's that fact. And the last JJ just said it, like, Steph can't be your best player anymore. And I completely agree with that, but I still think there are a lot of fans that aren't there yet. For example, if I were to tell you that Curry will play 65 games next year, I think most people would assume that the Warriors are winning 40, 45 at least.
Yeah, I would. 40 games. Well, you're talking about a 500 basketball team. I don't think that's crazy.
I meant more like 45-ish. But yeah, you're right. But what I'm saying is that what I think is, if Steph does play 60 or 65 games next year, this is where I kind of do agree with a caller. He's going to have some tough games in there. And he's going to have tougher games than a lot of guys who are the best players on their teams, because of the attention he's going to get and because of his age. And I am with that caller. I think they do need somebody better than Steph right now. But it's something that's hard for Warrior fans to hear, because the assumption is if Steph's healthy and he plays, this team will win.
To win a championship, I think you need a player better than Corey Wright.
Okay.
Or you need him to play at a higher level, which is going to be hard to do. One thing I also think they're running into is, all right, let's say he plays 70 games like he did 2 years ago.
Okay.
What happened at the end of that season? He got hurt because of the attrition built up over 6 months. And if you want to throw the Olympics in there, you can. But to me, it was just not inevitable, but he played so many minutes, so many games, and if they're going to get him to the postseason healthy, then he can't play 33 minutes a game for 70 games in a season. And if he doesn't do that, I think it's going to be really hard for them to make the postseason. I mean, you even look at a team like the Clippers, and I realize they kind of pulled the plug early because they traded Harden for Garland, who helped them at the end of the year. But like Kawhi Leonard was awesome this season. I mean, he scored 28 points a game. He played over 60 games. He was the healthiest he's been in years. And I don't know if it's because it's a contract year or whatever, but that team won 42 games and didn't make the playoffs. So just because you have a superstar, and I would say Kawhi was absolutely a top 10 player this season, the way he played. So even if you have a guy like that, you only have one of them.
Right.
It's still extremely difficult to make the playoffs. That's why entertaining a conversation for a LeBron or a Kawhi or a Giannis, it's like I think you have to do it because we've seen that even if Steph does play at a top 10 level, or if anybody does, it's really hard, especially in the Western Conference, to make any sort of noise.
We had a caller earlier, and I forget who it was, and we were talking about some kind of like bigger type moves, and he was talking about, the bench and maybe that the bench needs to get better. And I just thought, well, that's a little bit strange just because we're not talking in detail to that degree. But the more I thought about it, the more I think, like, that's the other inherent issue right now with this team that isn't fixable right now, and that is Butler, Curry, and Draymond make all the money, but they play, they didn't play a lot last year. So you asked your bench to play more, but you have no investment in your bench because all your money's going to your higher paid players. And that's the other place where they feel a little bit stuck, Evan, is that if you're gonna kind of roll the dice next year with Steph and Draymond, and you hope to get Butler back, and let's say you even go get a Kawhi, like, you need a bench if that's the team. Like, if you don't have a bench, they cannot make it through a regular season and a postseason. But how do you get a bench with minimum guys?
Well, you need him to play well. I mean, look, that was the problem with a lot of high-paid teams. Look at the Lakers. Just got swept by the Thunder. There's nobody on that bench.
I'm not saying...
And it's because their money's tied up in Luka and LeBron, and they're eventually going to pay Reeves. It's the only way that you can, I think, build... The way the Warriors are able to build a great bench back in the mid-2010s is because they had a lot of cheaper talent. If you have huge, big money guys, it's just tough to do that way. That's like the New York Knicks are incredibly top heavy.
Right.
They don't really have a bench. Now
they're a little younger than the Warriors, obviously.
True. Yeah, and Cat and Brunson, Bridges, and I guess Anunoby's hurt, but for the most part, those guys can play 35 or 40 minutes every night in the postseason. You look at Houston. Their bench was like, they're not a very deep team because they got a ton of money that they acquired with Durant. They traded their depth for a chance at a superstar. So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. The only perfect team right now in my mind would be Oklahoma City. They just swept the Lakers without their second best player. You ain't and that team ain't going anywhere.
They're
a juggernaut. I said this before the postseason. I don't know if we talked about this, but like, seriously, I think they might be in the middle of a 2017 Warriors playoff run, a 2000 Lakers playoff run. Like, they might not get challenged.
I think somebody's going to challenge them next round.
The Spurs?
Well, I think Minnesota will take a pound of flesh from Oklahoma City, even if they get beaten 6 or 5 or 6.
But this is going to be the problem, though. I'm not completely against you, but Minnesota wins tonight.
Okay.
That series goes deep.
Yeah, you're right.
The Thunder just swept the Lakers and are sitting on 8 days rest. So
they don't even need rest. They're so deep.
Yeah, I know.
So maybe they'll get rusty. But no, I mean, Oklahoma City's got that look. There's no doubt. And, I don't know what a dynasty is, what makes something an official dynasty. And I'm not going to say they're going to be a dynasty because who knows? They might not win it this year. But how are they not going to be in the mix? I think it's one of those things where Basketball Reference is going to be like NBA Finals, Western Conference Finals, NBA Finals, Western Conference Finals, Western Conference Finals, NBA Finals. You know what I mean? I think they are going to have an incredible run. They may not win it every year, but they're going to be a top 3 team, you would think, in the West for a while. Even if Holmgren gets hurt for a whole year, they're still pretty good.
Well, they won 60 games last year, and he only played 30 of them. Now, he was healthy for the postseason, but their best player is 27 years old. He's 27 years old. Sorry.
Austin in San Jose. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Yeah, waiting for OKC to fail is, I think, a fool's errand. I don't think they're going to fail anytime soon. I always said a year or so ago, Steiny, we talked about OKC and people questioned whether they were young and they couldn't get it done. Our guys were the same way once upon a time. I mean, probably said the same thing about the Warriors before they won their first title, right?
Exactly.
They were jump shooters. They didn't know how to win. And all of a sudden they win. Now we don't hear it anymore. So I always push back on, they haven't been tested. And so we're going to test them with old guys. Steiny, you said something earlier. You said the fans aren't willing to accept the fact that Steph, can't do what he used to do, and he's not that. I think the organization is the one that keeps promoting Steph. I mean, what are they just doing? They just double down on Kerr. I mean, why do you bring back Kerr? To me, signals, hey, we're going to go with status quo. I may be wrong. We're going to bring back all the guys that Kerr is comfortable with, right, including the role players, which we can go back and forth about who we like, who we don't. Doesn't matter. Collectively, they're not good enough. So if we're bringing Kerr back, I need to see Kerr show the fans that he's going to do something different over the next 2 years that he's done over the last 4. And we keep talking about Kerr's legacy. Nobody's disputing the fact that Kerr's a great coach. He's got championships. I think what we want to see is what can he do going forward. We got to stop. We got to stop pretending like we can't criticize Kerr because he's won 4 titles. I totally don't like that, and I don't think even Kerr would submit to that. So I think it's time to start measuring Kerr on what he's going to do now, not on what he's done in the past. Is that fair to you guys, or are we still going to be talking about Kerr's untouchable because he won 4 titles? I don't. I think we should get past that by now, guys. What do you think?
I'll tell you exactly what I think. I think I have a different view of some of the conventional wisdom. I think, and I had the first initial thought, the Warriors have brought Steve Kerr back for 2 years. I was like, well, that's not very exciting. And my second question was, oh boy, I wonder if that just means, another year of Steph and running it back. That was my initial thought. But now I've completely changed my mind. I actually think one of the reasons Steve Kerr's back is because the Warriors absolutely, positively know they're in transition the next 2 years. They just don't know how quickly it's going to happen. But think about it this way. They have strategized for the last 5 years to have cap space at the end of next year. So clearly next year they want to go shopping. So if next year they want to go shopping, they're going to have new players on the team, or at least a new big boy on the team. But Steve Kerr's still going to be here. So to me, I think one of the reasons Kerr's back is because they know there's decisions on the horizon that may put this team in flux for the next 2 years. but at least they've got stability with Steve Kerr. And he went into this with eyes wide open, knowing he may not be able to control some things because they're thinking of maybe 2 or 3 years down the line. But, I think they know. Steve Kerr will not he probably won't be coaching Draymond Green 2 years from now. I think they'll either let Draymond go at the end of next year or maybe they trade him this year. They know that's happening. That's one of the reasons they want Kerr here, maybe. Who do they bring in when they bring in a guy in a trade? Who can they sign in free agency next year? I think they want to be assured that Steve's okay with coaching a team that may be in flux for a couple years without a definitive goal of anything other than just trying to get better over a 2-year period.
Maybe we're saying the same thing different ways, but I think they realize there's nobody else who's better for the job.
Okay.
And the job is incredibly unique, and I don't think they wanted to hire a Tim Floyd, or the guy who followed Phil Jackson in Chicago.
Yeah.
They didn't want to hire somebody who is going to be looked back on as a laughingstock potentially, because it's such a hard job. It's a little like, not as similar, but it's kind of like what Dunleavy was asked to do. Just imagine Bob Myers left now as opposed to leaving a couple of years ago. That's an impossible job for someone who has no understanding of the place they're at to take over. There's only a few people that are qualified, that have the institutional knowledge to handle everything that's going to come with the gig. Even Kerr, I'm sure, doesn't know necessarily what's on the horizon, if they're going to be bad, if they're going to be good, but he is somebody that is equipped to handle all possibilities and all avenues. I think that's the biggest reason why he's back, and I think he needed the Warriors to tell him that they wanted him back, because maybe it was the political stuff, maybe it was the roster construction, I don't know, but I don't really get the feeling that at the end of this season, Kerr was really feeling the love from the front office, and obviously they have enough now to make it another 2 years.
I mean, the other thing with 2 years is they'll still be a lot of rebuilding at that point. So they're not going full into a rebuild. So they probably don't want him to be the coach for a full rebuild, but a partial, maybe. All right. Hey, as you know, we're live on YouTube throughout the entire day. All you have to do is search 957 The Game, and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
It's Bonte. And listen, I know a great thing when I see it. And River Islands and Lathrop, this place is the real deal. We're talking about a community that's alive, especially this summer. Sparkling lakes are perfect for kayaking, paddleboarding, and just getting out on the water with the family. A brand new amphitheater is under construction for concerts and community events. The Redwood Cafe is opening this fall. This community is only getting better, folks. And the homes? Whether you're a young family, a professional ready to level up, or an active adult looking for that next chapter, River Islands has something for you. Homes start in the low 600,000s and go over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Dale Webb's Lakeview Club is now open, giving you resort-style living right on the water with a swimming pool, fitness center, pickleball courts, and more. I'm telling you, warm evenings, great neighbors, summer on the water. This is Northern California living at its best. It's time for you to discover the islands. Start today at riverislands.com.
This Memorial Day, American Vision Windows brings expert craftsmanship and big savings to your home. Get 25% off all windows and doors only this month. A real upgrade to your comfort, curb appeal, and utility savings. We've installed over 1 million windows and get most jobs done in one day. Hurry, this offer ends May 31st. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Some restrictions apply. Call us a website for details. Offer ends May 31st, 2026.
Thinking about getting in shape for summer? Then stop trying to do it on your own and call the experts. DIY weight loss is not the answer. At Jumpstart MD, you'll work with real clinicians right here in the Bay Area and get access to GLP-1 medications at our most affordable rates. And for a limited time, mention Alice and save up to 70% this May. Don't wait until summer. Start now and lock in your results early. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Millguard and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
I need a little range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
The month of May is AAPI Heritage Month. That's Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. If you're wondering how you can participate in the festivities, visit apasf.org for access to San Francisco's AAPI Heritage Month celebration guide. There are over 100 cultural events, including art exhibits, movies, book talks, music, comedy shows, and more. There's something for everyone to enjoy. Check out the celebration guide at apasf.org. That's apasf.org.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right.
Yeah, I just thought of something that I wanted to talk about, but I forgot to notify the great Steven Risotto of the Sound. All right, I was walking out of the studio. What?
Of the Sound? Like of the Puget Sound? It's kind of an old-timey.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about Sound from Draymond Green.
No, I know, but the way you set it up is Steven Risotto of the Sound. You know, you made it sound like he's
I
from
love
somewhere.
pasta.
He loves pasta. I love pasta. We all love pasta. He was called in late today, showed up, smile on his face.
I know, he's up till 1:49. Heard that all day.
He's up to wait, what?
I was up till 1:45 and tired.
He's like 22 years old, dude.
Exactly.
He can stay up until 1:45 and then wake up at 6.
Risotto, you working the rest of the day?
Just this show.
Oh.
I feel good, though.
Okay.
We'll see about that.
Okay. All right.
We'll see.
All right. As I was leaving the studio last break, you gave me one of yours, oh, boy. And I was like, what? And you just said 2 words, a guy's name. And I'm going to ask you to please explain. Brandon Ayuk.
Oh,
what happened?
I thought you were going to say Drew Gilbert.
I thought he was going to say John Monkey.
They don't know about John Monkey yet, Pasta. That's between you and I. So, Brandon Ayuk, according to social media, has made a post. And obviously he's still a member of the San Francisco 49ers, to my knowledge. And Ayuk has been, kind of leaving breadcrumbs about what he may or may not do. And apparently he posted something on Instagram, and it was a compilation of photos of him and some...
Working out?
No.
Oh.
He looks like he's in pretty good shape, but he has to be in good shape. He has to have strong arms because he's holding a lot of cash. He's holding a stack of bills, the caption being, "I'm back to ballin'." There was an expletive in there, kind of crossed out the last couple of letters, but he's got cash on the ground. There's also a picture of a couple of seemingly extremely expensive watches. So the fact that his contract was, it's foregone at this point, it feels like, and he's on some reserve list that's not going to allow him to cash that money. He's not feeling that in his pocket, Steiny, because he's got a lot of Benjis. You got a problem with that?
No, but it's just one of those things where my only response is, what is wrong with people?
What do you mean?
What is wrong with people?
He's back to balling with the number 2.
Okay, what does that mean?
It means he's not worried about the San Francisco 49ers. This is a shot at Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. He didn't need their money. He didn't need to play this year. He's fine. He's got watches and cars and alligator skin backpack, and it looks like a nice waffle shirt with a little duck on it. Cuban link chain.
Let me ask you a question.
Everything you'd need to be
ask you a
happy.
question. Do you think this is a coincidence or not? That we're talking about Brandon Ayuk and, his watches, okay? And during the break, I texted my buddy back in Philly, and I said, anybody going to the PGA championship this weekend? There's a major golf tournament outside Philly. Is this like coincidence, or do you think it's nothing, Burgerstein? I said, hey, anybody going to the golf? And my buddy said, yeah, I'm actually going Sunday. I'm going to be behind the 9th green. I'll be in the Rolex tent, Steiny. Maybe I'll see if they've got a nice watch for you.
Well, that's cool.
Is it cool? But we're just talking about Ayuk's watches.
Well, it sounds like he wants to get you a watch. That's pretty cool. I don't really wear watches like that, but if someone was going to buy me a Rolex, I would gladly accept.
Well, I told him, I've got a Garmin, and it's great for golf.
Yeah, so that tracks your physical progress. The Rolex, it's a representation of your financial progress.
He's the guy I'm going golfing with in Scotland this summer, and he said if I bring that to Scotland...
Are you serious?
He will throw it in the ocean.
Wait, what?
He said if I bring this watch to Scotland, he will throw it in the ocean.
The Garmin or the Rolex?
The Garmin.
Wait, what?
Because he claims that if you're playing with caddies, you should not wear a watch, with the yardage and stuff. Like, you don't need it. because you have a caddy to tell you that.
Well, what do you use your Garmin for? Isn't it to track sleep and steps and...
Oh, can you do that?
Oh, my God.
I think it just has
What do
golf.
you have it for? Just the time?
On golf.
What? You only have a Garmin for golf? There's so many more things you could be using it for.
I don't think so. Well, how do you know that?
Because I used to have a Fitbit, and I think they're competitors, which means...
Yeah, if you push a button, it says play golf. Now there's some buttons underneath it. Tempo... Oh, boy, I never saw this.
This is a generational
I never
divide.
saw this screen. Tempo training, walk, workouts, run, bike, pool, swim, clocks.
You can track everything. That's the whole point of having a Garmin. You could... Like every time, you walk to the cafeteria, you walk to Bart, you walk to and from, you go to that wrestling event that you kind of told us about but didn't tell us about. You can track all that. You could, 10,000 steps a day. You could go swimming. It tracks your heart rate. If you want to live in a certain zone, if you want to be in the green, the yellow, the red, BPA. This ain't ringing a bell. But
No.
Did you buy that for yourself or was it a gift?
I got it for myself.
Oh, God. You didn't...
Are you saying there's things on here that I'm not taking advantage of?
Have you ever read a car manual?
You know
it's
what?
kind of the same concept.
Hey, E, this is what I'm talking about. Like, hey, you guys want to play a game? All right, how long is it going to take to explain this? Because my attention span is just terrible.
Oh, my God.
Anyway, R.I.P. Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies.
Well, yeah, that's really sad, legitimately.
That is crazy. By the way, Steve Sarkisian.
Sark After Dark?
Saying what we all know in the South.
Well, wasn't he coaching in the Southwest?
Sarkisian went after Ole Miss.
What did he do?
He said, all you have to do is take basket weaving and you can get an Ole Miss degree. Now,
that's not bad.
I mean, it's true. I mean, they don't beat Tulane twice this year if they have any legitimate academic standards, like Tulane.
Well, now you're talking about Dijon Stripling. You're talking about a 49er now. Because he's a running rebel.
Yeah.
You better be careful.
My bad.
The acceptance rate at Ole Miss, by the way, is, oh my God.
What?
97%.
Isn't that, are all SEC schools like that? Or are not all SEC schools created equal academically? Like, is Ole Miss a worse school than Clemson academically?
Well, I think Clemson is private, isn't it?
Oh, but it's still, okay.
42.4%.
So is Alabama considered a better university than Mississippi? Academically.
Well, it's 76% to 77%, so it's a lightly selective institution. I don't think it's that hard to get into, especially if you're out of state. I think tuition's a big factor now for a lot of people, but I don't know. You could ask Ethan, our guy in sales. He went to Bama.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. You could ask him what he got on his SATs.
Steiny, do you want to guess the acceptance rate for Franklin and Marshall?
Is this going to upset me? I would say 33.
28.
Yeah.
We actually did this the other day because I was disappointed in my alma mater. So when I attended Willamette, I didn't get like incredible grades. I wasn't the smartest guy in the world. Did some extracurriculars, played baseball, did all these extra things. Went there to play baseball, obviously. But it was closer to like 40 or 50%, the acceptance rate.
50?
Yeah. It's 77 now.
So it's a community college though now, probably.
No. It's a private university. As you well know, Willamette University is the first university of the west of the Mississippi. 1812, I believe, was the year.
Oh.
But now they've, just like the West was, they just opened up their doors to everyone. And I'm not sure how I feel about that.
And Bee's knees saying, imagine getting rejected by Ole Miss. You're in the 2%. All right, Draymond Green, he's got a podcast, the Draymond Green Show. And if you aren't aware, on what day was it? Sunday, the Timberwolves were playing the Spurs, and Wemby threw a flagrant 2 elbow. He got ejected from the game. However, he's not suspended for any more games of the series, and apparently he wasn't fined either. And so Draymond Green, who knows a thing or two about an elbow and a fine, had this to say, and I must tell you, I hadn't thought about it. Draymond Green on the Wemby situation.
The shot of the night was Wemby's elbow shot on Naz Reid's neck. Got a flagrant 2, ejected from the game. We found out this morning Wemby won't be suspended, will not be fined, and that life just goes on. And then I saw Mitch Johnson's press conference. I was like, whoa. He took matters in his own hand, and if the referees ain't going to call it, I'm happy he did. But there's intent, guys. I'm not one to ever want to see guys get suspended because I think that shit is whack. But Jaden McDaniels and Joker just got fined for much less. I would say to the Minnesota Timberwolves, hey, guys, this is fair game. There's no suspension. There's no fines. This is fair game. Coming out there tomorrow night and doing it to Wemby. Who's going to elbow him in the face? That's what I would be saying. You got to get your get back. If nobody's coming back at those guys, going back at Wemby, you lose the war. Because what he just did was set a tone. And you either go full force at it or you get rolled over.
That's Draymond Green. Now, the one thing I will say is you aren't going to have to tell Minnesota to be physical.
To get back.
Yeah.
Well, their get back was winning the game. I mean, he got ejected, right?
I'm kind of on his side on this one. We were. How many other players get suspended for more than just the game they were ejected with that? And this is the thing, and there's nothing wrong with it. Draymond gets suspended. Would you agree? A flagrant 2 like that?
I actually am not sure about that. And the reason is, obviously he has a track record.
Right.
It's different in the playoffs. It's different when I think the NBA legitimately does not want a suspension to change the way a playoff series should go. I think they honestly want to let the players handle it. It's why Draymond, it's why I don't think he got suspended in the conference finals against OKC when he kicked Adams in the gonads twice. Like, he should have been suspended in that series, not the finals.
Well,
but once he did it to LeBron, I think it was like, all right, third strike, we got to do something.
Well, that's why I didn't think about it like Draymond thought about it, because I thought about it as though, well, look, the NBA has now made it very clear they take in past incidents. All right, well, Wemby hasn't had any. None. 0. And so this is his first one, and if he does it tonight, he'll probably get thrown out tonight and then get suspended for a game 6, I would think. But it also got me to thinking about, previous, past incidents. Like, what happens if, Wemby does this, let's say, 3 times in a postseason, as opposed to 3 times over a 10-year period?
Mm-hmm.
If in year 12 he does it for the 4th time in his career, does that mean he's got a negative track record, or do you allow a certain amount of stuff like this to happen over the course of his career?
Well, and the chat, I think, is Loon is bringing up a good point that Ron Artest was suspended for 6 games, 7 games after elbowing James Harden in the head. I remember that play. It was pretty clearly I thought he was trying to hit him. And he had a track record. So, maybe they do. It was one of those plays where if he had been suspended, I would understand. But the fact that he's not doesn't really bother me, because he didn't cause harm to Naz Reid. They lost the game. I mean, that was the punishment. And to your point, I don't think Wembanyama's that kind of guy.
Right.
But Draymond saying that someone should do something about it.
Yes. I mean,
that I struggle with. It's a little like the bird song thing.
Right.
You don't have to throw at a guy. You can.
Right.
And if someone on the Wolves, let's say they set a hard screen and put him on his ass and take a foul first couple minutes of the game, I think that's fair. That wouldn't bother me.
A hard foul wouldn't bother me.
No, that's all within the lines. But someone taking a cheap shot at him at risk of getting ejected, that to me is completely too far. You're putting your own team in a hole.
Yeah, I just think, Minnesota.
So which Wolf's going to do it?
I'm worried about the Wolves. What's the line tonight?
9.5.
Oh, my God. That's a lot.
Well, it's in San Antonio, isn't it?
I know. No, it is. That's still a lot.
So which Wolf is going to bark at Wemby? If you had to bet.
It will be probably Anthony Edwards.
I don't think that's him.
Dude. Well, it can't be Gobert because they need him. And
it's going to be Jaden McDaniels.
I'm sure it will be. That'd be my
bet.
Well, I'm not sure it will be. But, DiVincenzo would have been a candidate if he were healthy for sure.
He would do it on accident. Dante DiVincenzo's like him and Randall are kind of the same, like bulls in a china shop. You never know what they're doing. Dante DiVincenzo's made the most ridiculously normal plays look completely dumb. He does that more than anybody, but he's a good player.
Gary in Daly City. What do you got, buddy? Gary, Daly City. Hey.
How you guys doing? Yeah, I watched a long time, and it just quick get on this. One, when he did it, he lined them up. Wembanyama lined. Thank God Nas Reed didn't react. Think if that was like an Oakley, a Mason, from either side.
Yeah.
They would have Rodman, Karl Malone, guys like that back old school. They would have been either a fight or they would have been suspended, and he should have been fined. I mean, he lined them up. Reggie Miller and the other guy were saying, we don't know if it's a 1 or 2. I mean, we're all sitting here watching basketball for years. We go, he's gone. He's gone. He should have been fined at least.
I didn't think there was.
Draymond's right.
Yeah, I didn't think there was any doubt it was a 2, and that wasn't even close.
No, I agree.
So I'm with you there, Gar.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about it, man. He's lucky he didn't hit him in the eye.
Yeah.
I mean, he's lucky he didn't get popped. I mean, he turned and looked at him. If that's in the schoolyard or anywhere playing in the gym, guys are fighting.
I think you might be right there.
That wasn't a mistake. But anyway, take care, guys.
Thanks, Gary. No,
technically a flagrant 2, I think $2,000.
Yeah, I mean,
the bucket.
I know it's hard to judge intent, but you watch that in slow motion, and it's like he did. Great phrase by Gary. He did line him up.
Well, I couldn't believe it. So I saw the notification because I wasn't watching live, and you click on it and it goes to the video. And he's absolutely right. When I saw what Wemby did, because he seems like a pretty peaceful guy. He literally trained with monks this last summer, or Shaolin monk. So when he hits him, I'm just thinking that is so out of character. I couldn't believe it. Now, one thing I think the Wolves will do tonight, you got to test him. Like, I don't know.
I agree.
I don't know about getting him back, like hitting him in the midsection or, upending him. I don't know, whatever it is. But I can guarantee you the Wolves are going to be in his grill, pushing him, shoving him, playing as close to dirty as possible to try and get him to do that again. Because he showed that he will do something like that if he really gets that frustrated. Like, in a way, he kind of tipped his hand. And if you're Victor Wembanyama, you got to be really careful tonight, because the other part is now the refs are looking for it. And so if you're Minnesota, I think there's absolutely a way that you can view that as getting under his skin, and especially for a guy who's never played in the postseason before. This is a huge game. I mean, if Minnesota wins this game tonight, they win the series, I think.
Well, to me, this is always, and we're not going to get into it because we only have 3 or 4 minutes. But to me, this is always the one thing when I talk about officiating with fans. This is what I'm talking about. So tonight, for people out there that say, just call it by the rules. Just call it by the rules. Like, it's not that easy. This series is 2-2. Wembanyama just got thrown out for a vicious elbow, and now it's game 5. And if you're an official, they are taught to, like, they're not going in with a blank slate. They're going in saying, let's keep an eye on if the Timberwolves are going to try to seek any kind of retaliation. Okay, but you can make a case that if you're going in looking for that, then you find it, you're going to penalize them in a way that you might not have penalized them if you went in with a completely blank slate. So, like, there's no one way to do it. Like, if you were reffing that game tonight, like, these guys talk about what they may be walking into.
Yeah, and I would hope that the officials, because umpires do this too. Like, when, all right, someone got a hit at the end of last game. It was kind of purposeful, a little borderline. All right, next day, if the starting pitcher hits a guy in the first inning, what are we going to do?
Right.
Some umpires or some referees, like tonight, might say, all right, we're going to hit him with a flagrant one, shut this bleep down, none of that, warnings to both benches, next guy who does something stupid is gone. That's how I hope it's officiated. But you might have a couple of refs who are saying, you know what, first thing we see, boom, that guy's gone immediately.
Right.
And that to me would be a little over the top because at the end of the day, it is a Game 5 and a 2-2 second round series that is likely going to determine the outcome of the entire series. And I don't want that decided by a referee.
Yeah, I think it's going to, but I think tonight's game's going to be, it's going to be chippy.
Or impacted that much by a referee.
Oh, I know what I wanted to ask you. Who, real quick, what NBA rookie, let's say in the last 5 years, has, a first-round pick or a really high pick, top 5-10 pick? What guy has come into the league in his first year and impacted winning the most, let's say in the last 7 years of the NBA draft? Like I would say, what about Cooper Flagg? Great player, don't get me wrong, but didn't really... I'm trying to think of somebody as it would relate to the Warriors. If they, who was a draft pick that was high that his first year you were like, man, that guy's helping him win?
Well, Wemby obviously is the easy one, but
although
I don't know if they won a ton.
He missed a ton of games though his rookie year, didn't he?
Yeah, and they kind of load managed him. It's funny, but the guy I think of two. One of them is Edgecombe. I think Philly. Although Philly was in the postseason.
Yeah.
Knipple? Charlotte was pretty bad last year.
That's not a bad one. And I'm not saying this to be mean, but Pods, for example, doesn't fit this for me. Cade Cunningham's probably the answer. Good job, 707. Juwan Jennings. All right, what's coming up on the game? You're right, 707. It starts and ends with Cunningham. Thank you. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for mix and match Foster Farms Simply Raised Boneless Skinless Chicken Breasts, thin sliced or tenders. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Ink Business Premier Card. Go from here to possible with the Chase Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai. We have a full slate of baseball games scheduled for Monday night as the season continues to heat up. Atlanta will take on Miami. Houston will visit the Twin Cities. And Colorado will host Texas. We'll also see San Francisco out in Arizona. San Diego hosts Los Angeles. And Chicago takes on Seattle. The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com. In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space.
Come on, guys. Mill cleats on a seat.
Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Willard and Dibbs in the house. And Evan in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Hey, guys.
Hey, yo. What's going on, fellas?
Not a lot. Talked a lot about Giannis and what it's going to take. We talked to Giants, first hour of the show.
The decisiveness of Buster Posey.
Yeah. Oh.
Or not.
He's got guts. Is he decisive?
I was just thinking,
like when you go grab a bunch of people and then 8 months later you want to get rid of them, is that decisive?
I think so.
Decisive about.
I mean,
well, you know what they say,
making his mistakes.
If you know you made a mistake, you got to try to fix it as fast as possible.
By the way, I'm not ready for that. Are you guys ready for that? I thought, well, put it this way. It's not like I think the Giants are some sort of contender or whatever. I would be bummed if they, I don't even think it'll happen. You know, Chapman and Adames have no trade clauses, blah, blah, blah. No one's going to want these contracts, all that stuff. I'd be bummed if they just, like, gave up on May 12th. Like, if they just dumped salaries for young players and went into total AAA mode. Like, we're not, I don't know. Don't you want to fight a little bit?
I don't think they're there at all.
Well, Bob Nightingale, like, they're all reporting that they're there mentally.
Well, I think there's two things. One is, how do you attack this logjam of, how do you get Eldridge and Schmidt onto the field at the same time? And could that cost you one of your big, one of those guys?
Well, I mean, one solution would be for Casey Schmidt to play the outfield, but I don't know how quickly he can get up to speed and be a right fielder. And right now you've got, Bader in center because Jung-Hoo Lee, I guess, can't play center. So what do you do there? Is it a platoon situation? There's a lot of complex things that need to get solved. The easiest would be to just trade one of the guys, because if you don't love those contracts, then that would definitely free up third base, or I don't think you're trading Devers. And you mentioned earlier, Mark, that Chapman and Adames with no trade clauses.
I believe so, yeah, full.
So that would complicate things.
I mean, they could approve them. They're allowed to do that. I don't know that they would or why they would at this point or whatever, but I don't know. Ev, you made a good observation today because my big question is, why is Bryce here? And I liked your observation of maybe they love him working with Ron Washington. So great with infielders, and Bryce does need to learn first base a little bit faster. But I'll say the same thing I said last Monday. This is hell for Tony Vitello. He is going to have to do an absolute line dance in front of the media every night. He had to do it last night. He had to almost promise to the media last night that Bryce Eldridge will be in the lineup tonight, which he will be.
Well, he did say that, yeah.
Right, and now we're all sitting here left to wonder which one of the multi-hit veterans from last night are not going to be in the lineup tonight. So, this is not fair to Tony Vitello, and great if he's working with Wash. That makes sense to me, but not enough sense. I don't know why Bryce is here. I don't know why they're doing this to themselves.
Yeah, I mean, with Wash, it's like you got to find him a position. And I don't know, maybe it's in left field or a corner outfield spot. I think the biggest problem they have the reason why there's a logjam is because the spine of their team is incredibly weak. Their catcher, they just traded. Oh. Susak's on the IL, so you got a guy who might not be catching in 3 years, Rodriguez behind there. Your shortstop, you acquired because you couldn't develop one or one that you trusted. Your second baseman is a 1-year free agent. Your center fielder is a 1-year free agent, or two for Bader, but still, he's a stopgap.
Yep.
And then Drew Gilbert is your backup center fielder, who is apparently more interested in gyration than hitting a baseball right now.
Dibs, you know what that would be, right?
That's a gyration sensation is what that is. And in fact, that actually was last night.
Yes, it was.
That was sensual baseball.
And look, if they beat the Dodgers because, by all means, go for it. But it's but think about it. The spine of your team, which is supposed to be the most athletic and best part of your squad, they're kind of all cobbled together or throwaways. And so as a result of that, you're basically spreading out everyone to, okay, well, Devers can only play first base or DH. Eldridge can only play first base or DH. Chapman can only third base or DH. Schmidt, you put him in one of the corners or DH, or maybe play the middle infield. Ramos can't play anywhere besides left, or you don't want to put him there. Lee apparently can't play center field. It's like, I think the lack of athleticism on their team is really showing.
And a lack of, a plan even, because you talked about the shortstop, and I think they have 2, if not 3, in the farm that you'd like to have them come up in the next 3 or 4 years. But you've got Adames who's going to be here seemingly forever. And just looking at last night, and Chapman 0 for 4, maybe he's the guy who goes ahead and in sits, but that's not going to play very well.
No, not just, remember, he was the one who sat when Eldridge arrived. He's 3 for 35 in May. And outside
3 for 35.
3 for 35 in May.
Wow.
He had a 7-game streak that started with the last game in Philly. He went 7 consecutive games without a hit. Then he went 3 for 8 over the weekend against Pittsburgh, then had another 0 for last night. 3 for 35 in May. But yeah, like, you can't go to that well very often. I really appreciate all the reporters on the scene sticking with this and staying in the moment. But the question I've arrived at, and I don't know, it's really, unfortunately, Tony's the one who's in the dugout talking every day. But the question that needs to be asked is, let's go back a week. Why'd you call him up? Why did you call, like, in order to do what? Someone explain why this is the best thing for the Giants and Bryce's development if you guys are doing backflips in order to find a start for him here and there. And you can tell, Vitello is already, I mean, these quotes are absurd. He already made him sound like a bad baseball player once. He's like, we want to get him in there, but we also want to win. That's not a good answer. Then he started bringing up Barry Bonds. He's like, it's not the way Barry Bonds wanted to get ready for games,
right.
But, you know, we'll get him in at bat at night. Then he's left in the on-deck circle when the game ends. The whole Tony is being asked to do complete vocal backflips. It's not going to work, and I want to know why he's here. And my sense is he here because they knew everyone was pissed, so they wanted to give him a little bit of meat before a homestand, and that's a bad reason.
I was asking Evan, okay, maybe the bats were dormant. Mm-hmm. Okay, they're totally dormant. All right, so let's bring Eldridge up and get him in there. Okay. Obviously, it's going to have to come at the expense of one of the guys who are established but not hitting. So you play that game for a little bit, which is kind of what they've done, and it's ended up right here. All right. So I'm saying, Evan, and I know it's nothing, but, you know, they've won 3 of 4 now. Mm. Okay. So what if they take 3 of 4 from the Dodgers in this series, doing whatever they're doing now, whether it's Eldridge will get, there's 4 games, let's say he only gets 6 at-bats in the series.
Yeah, he might.
But they go 3-1, and now they have another series, and he's playing 1 out of 2.5, 3 games, but the other guys are starting to hit. Everything, and you get him a day here and there. I'm just trying to.
I get it. Everything for team. We all love that. Everything for team, but woof. This is your top prospect and a first-round draft pick who is 21 years old. I don't understand. I just wouldn't treat him this way. It's not that he's like I loved your guys' conversation about it today. You're right, Ev. He hasn't earned the spot. That's fine. I have no issue with that. I'm not saying he gets to skip the line and get a start every day. I just don't know why he's here.
I mean, because he was hitting really well in Sacramento, and to Steiny's point, he needed a boost, and I think you'd hope that there'd be some sort of immediate impact, unlike last season when you can go fail and hit 100 and it doesn't really matter. But maybe they're just thinking, okay, like first couple games, wow, he looked overpowered. Like there's anytime a lefty comes in, he can't see the ball.
Right.
So what are we going to do to get him in? Well, we got to try and find him a position. All right, you're going to work with Wash a little bit, get in the video room, work with a couple coordinators. And so the next time you face someone, like, I actually do think it's a little unfair. Okay, so Sasaki throws last night.
Right. Who's having a terrible year.
You're going to let him face Yamamoto?
Exactly. That's what I was saying yesterday.
Maybe we'll get him a little Ohtani tomorrow, too.
Exactly.
Let's do that.
Yeah, so and I would rather pick Sasaki and Sheehan, but that's just me. Okay, but maybe they didn't expect him to look this raw this quickly. And to be fair, Vitello hasn't really seen him outside of spring training. So to me, it's a thing where there's no way he's worse than Encarnacion, who's essentially the bat that he replaces. I know he's a righty, he plays an outfield, but they needed a different guy in there. And I think the idea of bringing up a couple of prospects is also not like, it's not that crazy. I ran down the list with Steiny, but it's like the Tigers did this with Torkelson, the Orioles did this with Holiday. The Cubs did it a little bit with Bastellaros at the beginning of this year, who's now emerging for them. It's not uncommon for a guy to come up and not play every day, but my bigger concern is that he has not looked like a professional hitter in the few at-bats that he's got.
He's at 14 at-bats.
Right, and so he's not looking like a professional hitter, and so now you bring him up and he just sits instead of, I don't know, getting at-bats every day in Sacramento and getting the confidence.
Well, I know he can kill Albuquerque. It's like, I know that he can hit in Las Vegas.
Oh, he was still striking out a lot down there.
Well, that's what he does, but he's making contact.
Yeah, no, I get it. He was 14 for his last 28 before they brought him up. Like Dibbs knows, I looked at the guy every single night. I watched every at bat. I get it. I just so now you're going to use him in your late inning, high leveraged pinch hitting spots if he's overwhelmed. I'm not. That's all. I get what you're saying. I'm just not seeing the role. I don't. They brought him up here to fill in blank. I'd love to hear the Giants answer that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. By the way, Willard and Dibbs with Trevor McDonald at 2:30 today. Is that correct?
Might be more like 2:35, but yeah. And last night's starting pitcher will be giving us a little buzz.
Nice.
Yeah.
What do we know about him?
Well, Dibbs knows a lot about him.
He's not Italian.
Yeah, he's from Alabama.
Okay.
Mississippi, but close enough.
Same thing.
Literally his town.
Lucedale. I thought it was Alabama.
Mississippi.
Okay, Lucedale,
he was born
Mississippi.
in Alabama.
Was born in Alabama. So, okay.
And Lucedale is like
I knew there was an
maybe
Alabama there.
a 3-iron away from Alabama. I don't think you can get closer to Alabama without being in Alabama.
Yeah.
And, straight out of high school. Never went to college. He was going to go to South Alabama, but he got drafted, and we'll ask him the story about when he got drafted and what he was doing.
And he has a key to the city.
What city?
Lucedale.
Oh, I was going to say. It's a little early for San Francisco.
Not San Francisco.
I know he pitched well against the Dodgers, but
They gave him a key to the locker room last night.
Willie Brown just got one, for goodness sakes.
Oh, and here's the other thing we know about him. He should be the Giants' fourth starter.
He sure looks like it.
He sure looks like it. It's early. You're liking it early.
There's plenty of room for him now with Webb banged up a little bit.
Yes, there is. But Webb's going to be back, and I think he's probably going to get his spot back when he comes.
So who do you take out?
Well, tonight's starting pitcher would be the first guy on the block.
Hauser.
But he's got a 2-year deal.
Right.
Hey, Dibbs, I got a question for you. I don't know if you'll know the answer or not. SEC schools.
Yeah.
Alabama. What, Clemson?
That's
not SEC.
Let me start over.
LSU.
Alabama.
A&M.
LSU.
Arkansas, Auburn.
Florida State.
Tennessee Orange. No, those are not SEC.
Okay, the traditional SEC from 10, 20 years ago.
Okay.
Are all those essentially similar academic institutions? Or
no.
do they vary greatly?
They vary wildly. Vanderbilt is considered the Stanford of the South, for example.
Okay.
That's why they know. That's why they always get their butts kicked in sports.
So if you go to Vandy, that's like, the Ivy League of the South, essentially.
All right.
Then you go to Ole Miss.
Or Tulane.
And
gotcha.
Yeah, same thing. Tulane is a very good academic school. You go to Ole Miss, and it might be basket weaving. And it might be
that's what Steve
showing up with a
Sarkisian
pulse.
said.
Yeah. If you show up with a pulse, you get an automatic C+. So, it varies pretty wildly.
I went to the wrong school.
I just pulled up
It's one of the best party schools in the country.
the SEC, current SEC academic rankings. Why do you ask, by the way? You're just curious?
We got into talking about, because Steve Sarkisian said...
You went after Ole Miss, and so I looked up.
You went after Ole Miss, said basket weaving gets you a degree.
Which isn't necessarily that far off. It said it at a 97% acceptance rate. Mm-hmm. And so someone chimed in and said, well, what do you have to do to get denied from Ole Miss? I mean, at that point, I don't know where you go. Is there a place, what's your backup school?
Right, your safety school?
Yeah.
If you can't get into Ole Miss and they're letting 97% in.
Out-of-state tuition, can't get into Ole Miss, that's going to be tough.
Vandy, Jackson Junior College, something like that.
Texas and Florida are tied for second behind Vandy.
Okay.
Georgia's number 4.
Swamp.
Texas A&M comes in at number 5. Auburn comes in at number 6. We got a 7th place tie with Missouri and Tennessee.
Good journalism school.
Oh, Rocky Top.
Missouri,
Yeah.
We're getting to Alabama eventually.
I can keep going, or are you bored? Number 9, South Carolina.
That's fine.
Do you want to get to Alabama? Number 10, Oklahoma.
Tibbs, who we liking in the PGA?
Number 11, Kentucky.
Yeah, Kentucky, boy. Tommy Fleetwood. Tommy's breakthrough, yeah.
First major.
I heard he's had trouble.
I mean, he always has trouble. He's always in it and then finds a way to not win it.
Yeah.
Is there any chance Jordan Spieth just has a good weekend?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And although some of the quotes that he had coming out were basically, I'm driving it great and then I can't putt, or I'm putting it great and I can't hit the irons. I don't think he has really put it together of late, but this course is one of those different ones where it's going to be a lot of wedges, I'm being told. So a lot of inside 150. So if you're good with the wedge game, then you've got a good shot at a Runnemink.
Rory have a chance?
Always.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah. But I don't think that this course sets up for the big bombers like Rory. I mean, he has a complete game, so he is always a threat.
Gotcha.
But Tommy Fleetwood played well at this course when they had the BMW championship there back in 2018. And Fleetwood's coming in good form. Horses for courses. He likes the course there. So it's kind of not a long shot, but it's a mid shot.
Okay.
Tommy Fleetwood.
Fair enough.
Well, so Draymond thinks that someone needs to take Wemby's head off tonight. And we were taking bets as to which Wolf is going to be the one to take a shot. Would you guys like to weigh in?
Well, I guess the betting favorite would be his countryman, would it not?
So apparently he's somewhat of a mentor to Wemby.
Exactly. So that I would not guess that. I was just wondering what the betting favorite was.
Well, Julius Randle would be.
Really?
I think. I mean,
if I'm Minnesota, I'm sending out a henchman.
Bones Highland.
No doubt. I'm not
sending out
Bones. Right? I'm not putting out somebody I care about. It's a 2-2 tie. Like, I'm keeping my people in the game.
Yeah. I'd go back and get like Luke Garza, and I know he's not even on their team right now.
He can shoot. He's with the Celtics. He's on Boston.
Now, your guy Finchy would never order the code red like that. I mean, that doesn't seem like something he would do. Steiny, you know better.
He'd take out Tony Brothers before he took out Victor Wembanyama.
Fair.
I mean, they got to do something. They'll probably just come out really physical. But I don't think the problem is they're not very deep. If they lose a guy because of that, they can't lose Gobert.
Right. And I'm sure you saw the montage of all the things that they've been doing to Wemby throughout the course of the series and the year, like pushing him from behind and basically hog tying him and tackling him. So the young Frenchman finally snapped.
I'm sending out slow-mo. Warrior grade. Kyle Anderson.
Forever warrior,
yeah. That's funny. I'm sending him out.
It's funny you said that, though. About 4 or 5 years ago, before my dad passed, he officiated Finch in high school all the time. And I saw Finch play a few times, but not as much as my dad. And I was like, Finch was pretty good, huh, Dad? And he goes, oh, son, he was nasty. And he didn't mean he meant like Finch is nasty. Like he's
like borderline dirty.
You know who might be?
I mean,
and ready for the moment.
Really,
he's been sitting at the end of the bench the entire season.
DeAndre Jordan,
Jinglin' Joe.
Joe Ingles.
Joe Ingles.
Yeah,
he's Australian.
38 years old.
Might have something in the tank.
Last dance.
Yeah.
Just come on out, bumble on out, and just put one on Wemby.
Whoever's the random fifth starter you've never seen before is all eyes are on him. Yeah.
Great series. Really layered in all the things going on with that series. I do hope San Antonio nothing against your boy.
That's fine.
But Spurs and Thunder, we need it.
Yeah,
we need
it.
We need that series.
The thing I like about Minnesota is they're just not a cookie cutter NBA team.
Completely.
They're like the Raiders from back in the day almost.
What do you mean by that?
They're
gritty.
They're a little dirty, they're feisty, they're not the smartest in the world.
They get under your skin.
It would be real, I root for them, but it's hard. They lose a lot of late leads with boneheaded stuff, and I just can never understand how he can live with it, but the pro game's different. You have to live with stuff.
You have to. I love them, but I don't think they can beat Oklahoma City. I think San Antonio can. And
might not be
that's
wrong.
My only thing in these playoffs as a Warrior fan is I just hope Oklahoma City loses.
Now why?
He's anti-Shea.
I don't like them.
You don't like Shea.
Yeah. I don't like them. I don't appreciate they're awesome. I'm not a hater. They're incredible. They deserve a ton of credit. There are certain things about their approach that I don't like.
Well, they might be the next dynasty.
They might. They might.
I don't know if they're going to be a dynasty, but I just feel like they are going to be there for the next 5 years.
They're going to be hard. They have not lost a game yet, correct?
Not this year.
No.
Yeah.
I think they're the 11th team to ever start 8-0 in the playoffs.
Oh.
So Josh Dubow from the AP tweet, which he's really good at that. The little researchy stuff.
Nobody's
the
ever
little
gone.
nugs.
Nobody's ever gone 4-4-4-4.
Correct.
Nope.
Yeah.
The Warriors were 15-0, and then it was a gentleman's sweep against the Cavs.
Right. That's I forgot about that.
Shaq and Kobe's team, right, lost game 1 to Allen Iverson
2000.
in the finals, and that was their only loss of the whole thing.
Yeah, that was 0-1, I believe. Yeah.
No,
I know the Sixers almost did it.
Yeah.
That was Moses'
actually,
fault. But that was probably only a 3, because he said faux. They only had 3 rounds to get to the finals because
That's
I think
right.
they had a bye or something in the first round.
Yeah, and plus there was the era where it was just best of 5 in the first round.
Yep, some
which,
best of 3.
You know, I kind of like the urgency of that. But
I do too.
Yesterday was their first win by single digits in the playoffs.
LeBron's playing more basketball, right?
I find it hard to believe.
There's
He's
no
just
way
gonna-
that was just no way that was the last game.
I just
last
can't
night.
believe,
no
it's
way.
going to be August 2nd, and LeBron has announced his retirement.
Yeah.
That's not the way he'll do it, I don't think.
Just didn't feel it.
No, he's going to do it at Chase Center.
Maybe.
In what jersey?
That's a good point. Well, I thought about it. It's like the last home game of this season was the Lakers, I guess, on paper going into the year. I know a lot of people who bought tickets ahead of time thinking that it could be
his last.
the final, but also the final LeBron and Steph matchup. And yeah, I feel like that would be something way out in front. Like just on a random week, there's nothing else going in sports. LeBron decides to announce that he's retiring at the end of next season.
What are they cooking up?
What about this?
What are they cooking
It's a little interesting. Just that I'll send you off with this.
Oh.
Eldridge from the 415. They may have brought Eldridge up to send a message. Everyone is on the block.
Yeah.
Producer get traded. They can't say it out loud without it being that harsh. Maybe there is a message of just having him there, knowing that he got to play if somebody, goes 3-4 days without getting a hit.
I mean, it's a fair. Adamas Endeavors woke up the second he got here, so it's a fair point. Chapman did not though, and he was the one who sat that night. So, but even I still would say, even if that was the case, where Buster was like, "I need to shake these guys up," it's almost like you're using your top prospect as a bluff, and I don't love that. That's your guy. That's your guy. You got to treat him like your guy.
All right. That's going to do it. We'll be back tomorrow doing our thing. Goo, if you're out there, get well soon. And don't go anywhere. Willard and Dibbs, bring it home. 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Danny.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Yeah, Trevor McDonald is going to be on the show in 20 minutes. Last night's starting pitcher, his Giants career is off to one hell of a start.
Good little start.
Yeah, he looks
I
good.
thought they should have taken him out before, was the 6th inning.
Why?
He was at 90 pitches.
That's
and
okay.
I
He's
know.
stretched out.
He's a little stretched out,
Yeah.
and then he got taken out, and he lost his chance at the win.
Oh, that's okay. Stats.
Muncy with the big fly.
That's a stat.
I get it.
Yeah, no, I thought Vitello took him out at exactly the right time. As soon as that second hit went out there in the 6th inning, it's like, go get him. And sure, so he didn't get a win. I get that. Who knows what would have happened, though, if they had gone to the bullpen. The Giants might not have even gotten the win. So, anyway, we're excited to talk to Trevor here for the first time.
Yeah.
And we will grill him on why Bryce Eldridge is his teammate.
Exactly.
Why? No. Can we talk about this, y'all? Why is he here?
I think there's a number of ways you can read into it. And I like the texter who's saying, maybe it is a little bit of a threat, or just kind of like, hey, this guy's here, and if you struggle, he'll get your at-bats, and you know what? You might be in a spot where you get traded, and if Chapman's got a no-trade clause, and you said that he does, a full no-trade clause, but you find yourself all of a sudden not playing every day, you might be open to different horizons if you're Matt Chapman. And now it's really too early for any of that conjecture, but Bryce is here. I think Bryce is here, and he should play a lot more than he is, but maybe it is learn from Wash how to play first base, or apply a little pressure to the vets. It could be a number of different things.
Confirmed, by the way, Willie Adames and Matt Chapman have full no-trade clauses. So just add that into all analysis. It doesn't mean that you can't bring up the idea of trading them. They would have to approve it, though. They would have to approve a trade. It would have to go to the right team. So Bob Nightingale, who was on the morning show today, he can write, he can speak, he can say all he wants that the Giants would love to get out from underneath those contracts, but they can't. They can't unless those guys are in on the deal. So I like, and yeah, 415 text, I like that thought.
That was
too.
great, yeah.
No, but I still wouldn't do that with Bryce. Like I guess to my thinking, it's let's look at this through the perspective of Bryce. And it's not like he doesn't get to make the rules. He's 21 years old. He's not in charge. I understand that. But at the same time, his development is a major, major piece of the future of this organization. So let's look at it through his eyes. And I bet if you asked him, hey, where would you rather be? He'd say the bigs, because
it's the bigs.
It's the bigs, and it's the money, and it's the all of the stuff. That's the show. So would you rather sit in the bigs or play down on the farm? You'd probably rather sit in the bigs, especially because he's not sitting full time. Tony has already said he'll be in the lineup tonight. I can't wait to find out who sits. I can't wait to find out.
I'll just go ahead and predict right now it's Chapman. Chapman is 0 for 11 lifetime against Yamamoto.
You're right, and I hope you're right.
0 for 11.
Let me tell you something right now, and I know most of you don't care, and that's fine. You cannot care. You are already tiptoeing in a very political area. If you're basically signaling, Chappie, we're going to sit you to start every week. That's what we're doing. That is a throw the stapler off the wall in the office conversation.
No doubt.
No doubt.
But somebody's going to have to sit if Eldridge plays every third game. And right now it's not Rafi Devers, because look at that. It's May. And all of a sudden, when it turns to May, click, he starts, playing great. And Adames is another guy who's really starting to lock back in. And Adames is such a streaky hitter that you can't ever take him out when he's starting to go on one of these heaters. And I guess Casey Schmidt, he's cooled off a little bit. You could take him out.
Well, although 2 for 3 with a walk last night,
and he has a homer against Yamamoto. Yeah. So I don't know if you take him out, and that leaves the guy who's 0 for 11, Matt Chapman, against Yoshinobu Yamamoto. And so sorry, Matt. Come off the bench tonight.
Oh, I mean, is it that simple that they just go based either on history or recent hot streaks? But yeah, I was looking at it. Just look at the box score last night. You want to sit a rise? 2 hits. Schmidt, 2 hits. Devers, 2 hits, including a home run. Scores 3 times. Want to stick him in the outfield? What about Ramos? 2 hits, 2 RBIs. Hottest hitter on the team, actually. We're not talking enough about him. Elliot Ramos. Okay. What about Adames? Adames hasn't had a day off yet. 2 hits, 3 runs driven in. They the Giants.
Bader with a double.
Yeah, well, Bader, whatever.
Double, 1 for 5.
So now you're putting Jung Hoo out in center field again. And oh, by the way, I do not believe. My intel tells me the Giants are poking around with Casey Schmidt. Pregame warmups in the outfield. They're not ready to do it. They're not ready to put him in the outfield for an actual game. So you have to take that kind of out of play for now. It has to be an infielder, and the infield is all high-priced, accomplished, and outside of Matt Chapman, hot. They're all hot.
Right. So there you go. Outside of Matt Chapman.
Okay.
But again, I liked your analogy of that's a stapler off the wall conversation where Matt Chapman would not be happy if that's the decision that comes down. And so then that leads you down the road of, yeah, maybe I do want to be traded. And, he's got 3 more years on his contract after this one, $25 million a year. And that might be something that the organization would be happy about.
I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, I know what a lot of you are already going to say. There's no room for feelings. You're right. I agree. Dibs, I bet you agree. I totally understand that. But we can't, from the outside, act like that's not a problem. It just is. Like a clubhouse dynamic and the politics and the chemistry and all of the things, right? Chappie, catch the bleeping ball. That guy.
Yeah.
He got a temper. He's got a temper, and, promises get made. And expectations get made. And he's a team leader, and he's a brilliant third baseman.
Right.
So.
And he's, what'd you say, 3 for 35 in May? Or?
Yeah, 3 for 35 in May.
Yeah, and so.
He's a walking ofer right now. He had, here, I'm going to pull up the game log. Because, by the way, he's 3 for 35 in May, but in the last game of April, he went 0 for 4. So he's 3 for his last 39. 2 for 4 in game 2 at Philadelphia, which was the first game of that doubleheader. And then since then, listen to this. Let me read it off and see if this kind of sits with you. This is starting on April 30th. I'm going to go through his box lines. 0 for 4, 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 0 for 3, 0 for 4, 1 for 3, 2 for 5, 0 for 4.
Oh. So 2 games, he had hits. He had 1 hit, he had 2 hits, end of the hits.
The weekend against Pittsburgh.
Right.
He had 2 doubles on Sunday against Pittsburgh. He had a single on Saturday. And outside of that, since April 30th, he is over. 8 of the last 10 games. Over.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah, Grandy, what's up?
Did you guys read Susan Slusser, the piece she wrote yesterday?
I've been trying to read her, Pabs, all the stuff. What's up?
Just this piece is what you guys are talking about. She writes, this is not a quote, but and she's plugged in more than anybody else. She writes, the Giants' high-priced infield, Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, and 3-time batting champ Luis Ariz aren't going to take well to sitting once a week.
There you go.
And that's from Susan Slusser, who's not going to just make that up out of thin air.
Completely. And let's see. Pavlovich wrote, I'm trying to, he referred to the Chapman sitting is a card that cannot be played often.
Right. Well, I mean, what do you consider often? Once a week? That's not that often, although when you look at his history, 2019, 156 games. He's got a 151, a 155, a 154 here. He plays.
He plays
every day.
And we love that.
He got hurt last year, so.
Yeah, we love that, though. We like, you want to reward that. And so, what
are they doing?
he doing here?
Well, he's sitting around.
What is it? Like we got to talk about this. What's he doing here? You're right, texter. They send a message. Okay, you sent a message. He can work with Ron Washington. Great. Working with Ron Washington. How about, hey, Willard Dibbs, he earned it. Okay. He's 21 years old, and this organization, if it made a list of the top 5 most important things for 2026, the development of Bryce Eldridge is on the list. Hell, it might be number 1. That is how important this is. So I'm going to push back a little bit if the thought is, he's up, and so that's good. He gets to be in the bigs, and he hasn't earned anything yet. So, you got to wait your turn. I got a great thing that you can do while you wait your turn. Play baseball in Sacramento. That's what I want the Giants to answer. And Trevor McDonald's going to be on in 10 minutes, and it's not his question to answer. It's actually not even Tony Vitello's. Tony, my God, the dancing shoes are unbelievable right now.
And just
this poor guy, is like bullets are being shot at his feet, and he is dancing. There's no answer.
Well, and all of his answers are coming off as bad answers because there are no answers. And when you make a comparison to Barry Bonds, that's not doing the kid a lot of favors in terms of the pressure and the future pressure that he's going to be under. I don't know what the answer is supposed to be, but you mentioned it before. He already yesterday said, he'll be in the lineup today. So Bryce Eldridge will be in the lineup today, DHing most likely. Devers over at first, you would figure. And then we play who gonna sit?
Who sits?
Yep. And I think it's an easy call for me to make, not having to go in the clubhouse.
Yeah, but you know what? Let's see. This is a Stones lineup is what this is.
As in the Rolling Stones?
No, as in who's got the Stones.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was easy last week because Arise was hurt, right?
Arise was hurt.
KCU plays second.
And the only other start was, hey, Chappie, let's give you one day off. I bet he won't do it again. See, I hope you're right. I think you're wrong.
Who is it then?
Schmidt. Because they can have that conversation.
With Casey, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean...
your best hitter.
Exactly.
By OPS standards. Right. He's not your best hitter, but he's been your best producer.
And one of two Giants who has a home run against Yamamoto. Yeah. So you're going to go ahead and hurt your lineup, hurt your chance to win so that you don't have to bruise an ego of your third baseman?
Anyone got any ideas? Yeah. What's he doing here?
Well, he's playing.
No, he's not.
Well, he is tonight.
Okay.
So that's what he's doing here.
All right. Hey, you want to win a pair of tickets to see the Giants and the White Sox next Saturday, May 23rd, Oracle Park. First 15,000 fans are going to receive a Gigante chain hat presented by Benjamin Moore. Buy your tickets at sfgiants.com. We're giving away a pair of tickets today in the 4 p.m. hour. So keep listening for your cue to call. The hat is nice, too, by the way. It's nice. So keep listening. When you hear it, your cue, be caller 5 to the contest line. Don't call now, but that line for your reference is 415-523-4652, and you will win courtesy of Benjamin Moore. For more info, visit 957thegame.com. We're also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. What are your thoughts? Eldridge is up. We can't figure out why. 888-957-9570 is our number. Last night's starting pitcher, Trevor McDonald, joins us next on Willard and Dibbs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard. You all know I love golf, and that's why I stay at Silverado Resort when golfing in Napa. Choose from 36 holes of championship golf. Rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center. Restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play Kitchen and Bar. With newly renovated rooms, it is the ultimate escape. Absolutely beautiful there. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi?
And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Struggling to lose weight despite trying every diet? You're not alone, and there's a better way. At Prime Mayo Medical, they're helping men and women achieve real, lasting weight loss results with expert medical support every step of the way. And for a limited time, listeners can get started for their first visit, including full blood work, plus first month of GLP-1 treatments for only $199, a savings of $400. Call 415-761-4037 or go to PrimeMailMedical.com.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
J Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries, continuing its mission to uplift women across industries. J Vineyards and the Valkyries share a commitment to female leadership, ambition, and breaking barriers to support women who raise the bar in sports and beyond. So Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at Jay's Tasting Room in Healdsburg for a memorable experience. J Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence, on the court and in every bottle.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills? Switch to Red Pocket Mobile. With Red Pocket Mobile, premium 5G plans start at just $10 a month. Pick a plan, lock in your rate, and that's the number you'll see on your bill every month. No hidden fees and no long-term contracts. And here's the kicker. Red Pocket lets you choose from 3 major 5G networks, not just one. Pick the network that actually works where you live and where you work. Try one, and if you like it, keep it. If not, switch to another. Never be stuck with a single network again. Plus, keep your phone, keep your number. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
New customers can switch and save 50%. Choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price and no contracts at redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Devers, it's a high drive to right. It is out of here. And that's home run number 5 on the year.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, also on the table today is last night for me was a little bit of a hold up, wait a minute game. Hold up.
What do you mean?
Wait a minute. Well, I just think we're getting ahead of ourselves with the whole the Giants would love to just back that thing up out of all these contracts and completely start over.
Not all of them, but I think you're right about national pundits and columnists are all kind of jumping out in front of it hey, they'd love to get out from underneath all these deals.
Yeah, can we
maybe one deal.
Maybe.
Start with one.
Well, I'll tell you what, and this might be unpopular or even unfair, but the contract that has been mentioned that I actually would want to get out from underneath first if I'm Buster Posey are not the 3 everybody's talking about. It's Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah, I get that.
And the reason is that the other 3 all have lengthy track records of success in Major League Baseball. I feel like we know exactly who these guys are. Now, they all have warts, especially at their price. We could debate the merits of these contracts, the length of them, how much leadership and off-the-field stuff matters, but the positions they play. But for me, this year is the okay, Jung-Hoo Lee. This is your third year in the bigs. Let's find out exactly who you are. And we have started it off with, let's move him from a key defensive spot to the hide him defensive spot. And while I loved his 3-week run that he had a couple of weeks ago, he is showing himself to just be a fine, average.
He's an absolutely dead level average baseball player.
And that's not worth the money.
OPS is average. His defense is average. He's not really the grandson of the wind. He's the grandson of the breeze, as we were talking about it yesterday.
Even that. I mean, yeah.
So he's a flat level average ball player, and the contract's not humongous, but yeah, you'd like to get out from underneath it. But the one I think which would serve two purposes. One, you would get out of 3.5 years of Chapman, and two, I was looking around baseball at OPS by position, and the Giants are 17th out of 30 in OPS by their third baseman.
Okay.
There's some teams out there with horrific third base production.
Sure.
The Reds, Cabrian Hayes, their OPS from third base is like 420.
It's like it is. We hear it from all these national people who we talk to all the time. It's never been harder to hit. And so, yeah, there's a lot of teams. There's no team that's just getting production everywhere. The Giants just went through a lengthy period where they were getting no production from anywhere.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Aside from Casey Schmidt, who plays everywhere.
Yeah, we don't even know what his position is. Moving all over the diamond. But it's starting to turn. Devers is starting to do what he does in May. Adames is perking up. I'm not saying it's perfect. Adames's numbers all told are still dreadful. He still hasn't even gotten to 600 in OPS, even with this hot streak. Devers, on the other hand, dude, he's another couple of days away from rocketing right up to where he kind of almost normally is.
Should be.
You know? And so that's just kind of the way I look at it. These guys, at least a couple of them, they've got no trade clauses. Nobody's touching those contracts. But I can fall back on the idea that, you know what, they might come around. I think Jung-Hoo Lee, we're learning right now exactly who he is. And he's fine. He's not going to kill you. He can be on the team, but I think you could allocate that money better. I definitely think you could allocate that money better.
And I was wrong about Chapman. He's got 4 more years under contract. So
4 more years.
That's 100. That's a clean 100 that you owe him. 100 and change. Jung-Hoo's got 3 years and basically 65 left. And the other two, you're right, Devers and Adames, those are way too big and way too long. And honestly, Devers, if he can continue to play like he has the last week or so, he's going to be worth the money because he is a still legitimate middle of the lineup presence as long as it's not April. And here we are in May. And so he's locking in. I'm just concerned about Chapman and the trajectory of his career. This is now year 10. And over the last couple of years, the average has gone down, the power's gone down, the OPS is going down. I'm just kind of worried what the next 4 years will look like.
Sure, and that's totally fair. But I guess my point is last night for me was a game where you're like, wait a minute. Can we just hang out and fight for a little bit? There's no penalty to fight for a little while. It is May 12th.
Right.
So this is more just a message to the blow it up crew. That's where I'm like, just hang on a second. Because I do want to see if these guys can figure it out a little bit. And I do want to see these bullpen reinforcements who are on the way. You know, they like Jason Foley's going to be here probably in about 3 weeks. He's on a rehab assignment. He's closed before. Sam Hentges is about to join the team if he hasn't already. I'm not even sure exactly if he's up yet or not, but he's going to. Eric Miller's going to be back from the injured list here probably this week. Daniel Susak's about to come up. I was watching him drive in runs about an hour ago for Sacramento today for a day game. Like they're just Can we hang out a second on May 12th and see what this team can do? Because, by the way, I'll tell you one thing that they already do that teams of the last handful of years haven't done. They play the Dodgers. Like, they don't fold and just curl up in a ball.
Are they
when the Dodgers
3-1 against LA?
3-1.
Okay.
And they've scored 16 runs in the last 2 games.
And they knocked the Dodgers out of first place.
Yeah.
And so you're 7 back of LA and a little bit further back of San Diego. But yeah, we're not at the blow it up portion of the season, certainly. And, you could win the series against the Dodgers. You could win the series against the A's. And next thing you know, you go on a little bit of a run and you might be able to sniff 500 again.
Giants are chasing down Trevor McDonald, by the way. Just want to let everybody hang tight. Last night's starting pitcher who has never lost a start in the big leagues in his life.
It's pretty awesome.
And 2 of them are at Dodger Stadium.
That's even better.
Yeah.
So, Dodger killer.
4 starts. The Giants have won all 4 of them.
And just watching him pitch, he looks like he belongs. And I know it's been, kind of a long journey from him to go from an 18-year-old drafted straight out of high school to now maybe sticking and staying. And it seems like every year he's close. And then, you got to start in AAA.
Yep.
A couple September call-ups. But now it looks like he might be somewhat of a fixture in the rotation.
Well, he's calm. Boy. Yeah. Like, again, these last 2 starts for him are his 3rd and 4th big league starts of his life. And I think he's 24 years old. And he just walks out there and he looks like, last night we're runners on and here comes Shohei. And he's just like, yeah, whatever. Boop. Gets Shohei all off balance. Shohei's in a big old slump, by the way.
Yeah.
But the Giants have pitched their butts off against that guy this year. I shouldn't have said that out loud because there's 3 more games this week. He'll probably hit 8 home runs.
He could.
You know what I mean? Like, I love it. He's calm. So, anyway, and then to answer this, and, I think there's a lot to think about here with the Bryce Eldridge situation. Someone from 415 just texted in because I keep asking, why is he here? And this texter said, why do you keep asking that question about Eldridge? You asked, we told you, they brought him up to bring a spark, to bring a threat, and it worked. End of story. Talk about something else. Okay, no, because I don't accept that answer.
A spark and a threat?
Like, again, I can be with you in that you might be right, but I also therefore then disagree with the thought process if that's what the Giants were doing. You don't do that to your top prospect and then announce upon arrival he's staying here for the long haul. To do what?
To spark and threat.
Spark and threat?
Spark and threat, yeah. And then play occasionally.
I don't want Bryce Eldridge to spark and threat. I want him to play baseball.
I'm with you. And tonight, he gets to play baseball.
He
and
does.
maybe if he goes out and has a couple of hits, he might get to play again tomorrow. But if he plays tonight, one of your regulars is going to have to sit. And Devers has played in all 41. Same thing with Jung-Hoo. Adames and Chapman and Ramos, they've played in 40 games. So somebody's going to have their feelings hurt when they have to take a day off.
Just listen to these quotes from Tony Vitello last night. These are not good. These are not, like, I feel for Tony. Tony is dancing right now. Listen to this quote, and I get it. Tony keeps stepping in it because there's nothing good for him to say, and he's brand new at this. Quote, I think the future is bright is an understatement, and I think anything to do justice by his development is smart. But also, we're trying to win games.
I mean, that is an absolute step in it. So, in other words, we want to do everything to develop him, do justice by the development. That would be smart. But what's not smart is playing him because we want to win games. And I'm kind of new at this, but when we win games, I'm happier and the fans are happier. So we can't play Bryce because, boy, I don't think he's going to help us win, but we do want to be smart and develop him.
So there's that part, but then there's a secondary question. Anything to do justice by his development is smart. Okay, then why are you doing this? This is not, my opinion, doing justice by his development. He has been at the plate, Because I think he got an at-bat or 2 on Sunday in the long game. He been at the plate like 5 times in the last 4 days?
Yeah.
If you start from Friday, he didn't start. Saturday, he started, he hit a homer. Sunday, he got in late. Last night, he was left in the on-deck circle at the end of the game. I think that's like 5 trips to the plate in 5 days. That's not doing justice by his development.
I agree.
My opinion.
And I think the traditional baseball, old school people would agree with that because the old axiom is you don't bring a guy up, a prospect, you don't bring him up and have him sit. You bring him up and you play him. And that's always been the way it's been in baseball. And now they have this situation where they bring him up and he's not getting a chance to play.
Here's another one. You ready for another?
Oh, I love this one.
Tony?
Yep. This one's good.
As much of a threat as Bryce is, our biggest threat in the lineup is Rafi. Our best producer so far has been Casey. So it does kind of make it that triangle of bodies there, and it does make it a little bit of a puzzle to solve.
Yeah, triangle of bodies. All of a sudden we're running the triangle offense now. You know, Tex Winter, the triangle offense.
I can help you with how to solve it. You can't.
Well, you can.
You can't.
You can keep hitting fungos to Casey in right field and have him run around out there, and maybe he could be the right field version of Elliot Ramos.
Send him down.
Send him down. By the way, it's the bigs. I don't think you can just jam Casey out into right field. Do you know what I mean? Like he's got to actually be ready to play right field. I mean, the Giants threw Jesus Rodriguez out there last week. They lost a game because of it. And he supposedly plays right field.
Exactly.
Casey doesn't even play right field.
And that was there had to be a first time, and that was his first time. Thank you, Tony V. I don't think there'll be a second.
What about when Susak comes
You liked
up?
him so much in right field that you traded Patrick Bailey, to get him right back in the squad.
But don't you want Rodriguez's bat in the lineup when the sack comes back?
Possibly.
Don't you want them both in there?
It depends on what is going on elsewhere.
So keep that in mind. Your roster crunch only continues.
It's going to get even more crunchy.
Because you want Rodriguez's bat in the lineup. And the sack is going to be back.
Right.
So now what do?
Well, and with catchers, you're never going to be out of the lineup that long.
Sure.
But, Susak will play 2 out of every 3, and then Rodriguez will be in the squat, and then he'll be out in the outfield a little bit, and Jung-Hoo Lee maybe goes to center, or he sits, or Bader sits, or there's going to be some people who aren't playing as much baseball as they'd like, and it's just up to Tony V and company to massage those egos. It's not easy.
Good luck.
Yep.
It won't work.
It has to.
But it won't.
Well, then it's a job.
But you can't. I mean, let's make
that's
a call.
Vitello's job.
Okay,
right.
So Tony Vitello, who's been in the big leagues for 4 seconds.
41 games and counting.
That's now his job. How did Steve Kerr do with it when Klay Thompson got in his feelings?
It wasn't the easiest thing, and Klay was kind of mopey most of the year.
And then what happened?
And then he left.
Right. There you go.
Sign and trade.
So that's what happens when you get high-priced veterans who think a certain way about their career and you try to massage their ego. It's not going to work. You're not going to convince Matt Chapman to sit once a week. You're not going to convince Willie Adames to sit once a week, and I would pay admission to watch somebody try to convince Rafi Devers to sit once a week. And if you sit Casey Schmidt once or twice a week, I mean, your favorite word of the week, malpractice.
Right.
His OPS is 8.5.
Yeah.
He's in.
Our best producer so far has been Casey. As much of a threat as Bryce is, our biggest threat is Rafi. So you got Rafi the threat, he plays every day. Casey the producer, he's got to play. Adames is starting to lock in, and it's pretty clear that the sore spot in the lineup is your best defensive player, and that's Matt Chapman. So it's not as easy as I'm making it seem, because you're right. No matter what happens, someone's going to be all up in their feelings. And Vitello inherited this. He wasn't here when all these guys got extended or traded for or free agent signings and all the rest of it, but he is in a bit of a tough spot, that's for sure.
Yeah, I like when he calls it a puzzle, you and I call it a tough spot. I don't even. It's harder than that. There's no answer here. Like that's why I'm kind of with Grandy. But now here's the problem with the whole idea of send him down. You just went on record saying you wouldn't do that. They spent all of the beginning of last week saying, yeah, he's here. He's here to stay. And by the way, that's my other issue with this. Those of you who are, screw everybody's feelings. And, you know, they're going to have to sit once a week. And Bryce hasn't earned it yet, and he'll have to earn his way in. Listen, unless somebody gets hurt, there is not going to be an answer that develops. It's not like you've got an exit strategy to this. All this stuff we're saying, let's boo, boo, boo. Let's switch. Yeah. Casey can sit in the stands, and Jesus can play right center. We'll do 4 outfielders.
I like it.
Like, what?
I like what you're thinking.
There's no answer here. And if he stays all year, the only thing he's doing is losing at bats. I love that he's working with Ron Washington. I think that's important. He's got to play defense somewhere, or at least be able to at some point in his career. So that makes sense to me. But the idea that this is the play for the rest of the year, it's almost like you're hoping for somebody to get hurt.
Or you're hoping that you can, find somebody to take one of these big contracts. And those reports, if they're true from Nightingale and Rosenthal and all the rest of the national people who are saying, yeah, the Giants would love to get out from underneath some of these humongous contracts. Well, if that's the case, then hopefully Buster's out there working the phones to try to find somebody to take one of these 9-figure guys.
Bob Nightingale says Chapman is the most tradable of the big 3.
Probably Chapman would be my guess. I mean, with the Adames, you'd have to eat a lot of that money. Same with Devers, where Chapman, you probably have to eat less than the other guys for sure. I would think Chapman would have more value at this point.
And you have to convince him to waive his no-trade clause.
Right.
Don't forget that part.
Fine. Nothing makes you want to waive your no-trade clause more than sitting once a week. Or, sitting twice a week.
Okay.
If all of a sudden you're chestnut checkers.
Purposefully piss him off.
In the interest of getting your phenom on the field. And as long as Casey Schmidt has an OPS of 850 and Matt Chapman is going 3 for the entire month, then sorry, Chappie. And if you get mad about it, maybe you want to waive that no-trade clause. And you're on to Cincinnati.
By the way, we haven't lost focus on Trevor McDonald. He's going to call it 3. He's going to call it 3.
Perfect.
Okay, so he needed a little time. I think he was watching highlights of Shohei striking out last night or something like that.
That was a nasty pitch.
It was
a changeup,
I think. Nasty pitch.
Just started waist high and then that thing just disappeared.
I can't wait to talk to him about just what is that experience like? Just here we are. I'm 24 years old. Call him up. There you go. There's the mound, Dodger Stadium. Here's Shohei. He's leading off.
Right.
There you go.
I mean, here's all of them.
Here's the ball.
There's Mookie, and there's Muncy, right. And there's Freddie, and all these guys who can go by one name. And yeah, you're going to go out there and just shut him down. And you didn't totally shut him down, but he pitched well enough to keep him in the game.
No doubt. And actually, that inning where they scored twice, that could have so easily been a 7-run inning. It's like bases loaded, nobody out. Boom, base hit to the outfield. 1-1, bases loaded, it was still just bases loaded, nobody out. I'm like, oh God, they're going to put up a crooked one. And he kept it right there and kept it at 2-1, and the Giants rallied right back. Hey, what about if they just trade Eldridge? How about that? Here's Nightingale.
Might have to. Of course, you're not adding to his trade value by sitting. He needs to play. I mean, he's not playing with San Francisco. He needs to be, playing in Sacramento. He's got to play. But yeah, I mean, I know that was kind of raised over the winter, and they said no. But where are you going to play him? So I think there has to be a world where you listen to offers and see if somebody wants this guy and move him.
Buyer's remorse on the big deals.
They have to at this point, unless these guys get going, particularly Devers. I mean, I know he's been better last couple of days, but he's been a shadow himself, since the Red Sox days. Adames hasn't looked anything like he did in Milwaukee. Chapman, they know him, of course, and, they signed that extension, and he probably would have got that money from somewhere else. But he just hasn't, produced those numbers yet either, and neither has Lee, of course.
Bob Nightingale, USA Today, joining the Morning Roast.
Yep.
We're getting a lot of texts that are all kind of from the same grocery store, and I get it. We see you in the aisles. 510, you guys are thinking too much. You sit whoever's playing the worst offensively and defensively, start whoever's going to help the team.
Done.
Period.
Easy.
Next text.
Hey, Chappie, I know we owe you $100 million, but if I were you, I wouldn't look at the lineup card tonight. Yeah.
415, the solution is for the players to put their big boy pants on and accept that whoever's performing best plays, period. Have any of you ever run a business? Have you ever met other human beings?
I mean, it is that easy, but it's also not that easy.
It's not, and I wish it was, and I get where you're coming from emotionally, and I actually agree with you in some sense.
That's enough for me, Doug.
But it won't work. You can't. Imagine, right? Shohei strikes you out, and when you get back to the dugout, Tony's like, guess you're not playing tomorrow.
Yep.
You're going to lose him. Tony's been here for 6 minutes. You're going to lose him.
Well,
I promise you. You're going to. I get it. I get the emotion, but you're going to lose him.
You're going to lose him. You piss him off, and then ship him out, and he'll be happy to go.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And check out this 1-2 punch. So Trevor McDonald joins us next, and then Justice De Los Santos, who covers the Giants live at Dodger Stadium in L.A., going to join us in about 20. Okay. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 21% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $451 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard windows and patio doors and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey, everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen. Like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. NA member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Kohl's has styles that make summer feel easy, even when faced with hard decisions like lounging at the pool or on the patio, grilling up a hamburger or hot dog, rolling down the windows or turning up the AC. Yeah, summer is full of tough choices. With 15% off outfits your family will love, getting dressed isn't one of them. Shop effortless looks at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, offer ends May 17th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I'm a Giants fan.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're gonna be throwing some fire at you right now from the city of Los Angeles, where the Giants just absolutely squatted all over the Dodgers last night.
Squat.
And then they gyrated in center field.
Yeah.
Poor Jung-Hoo Lee got roped into that thing. That was definitely a Gilbert and Bader special. There's no question.
I mean, those two just as a tandem.
You can just leave it right there. Those two. I mean they're...
I'll tell you what, after we win, let's get Jung-Hoo in a triangle and let's just, I don't know, we'll gyrate out and pulse him. Yeah.
Yeah. Gilbert was especially
active?
Yeah. Energetic.
Gyrational?
Yeah. All right. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line and talk to one of their teammates. He just happens to also be the starting pitcher last night. And I believe when he starts in the major leagues, the team that he pitches for has never lost the baseball game. So that's kind of a fun little deal. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Trevor McDonald joining us here on Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Trevor, nice job last night.
How we doing? I appreciate it.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good. Can you take us through, do you have some calming mechanisms or something? You've done that. You've gone out and started a big league game 4 times. The Giants have won all of them. 2 of them are at Dodger Stadium. You walk out there last night, Shohei is the first batter you face, and you look just completely calm. So how do you achieve that?
I don't know. Try to get really locked in when I get out there. Obviously, you want to beat the Dodgers every chance you get. So, that was my mindset, is to go out there and attack on them.
And that's exactly what you did. And the Shohei strikeout was probably my favorite because he looked just baffled as that pitch disappeared. And so you're getting pretty comfortable out there. How is it feeling being a major leaguer and doing well and thinking about maybe being here for the long haul?
It feels good. That's my goal. Obviously, I want to be up here and help us win as many games as possible. We got an awesome group, and obviously the center field last night after the game showed you the vibes are getting high, so we're ready to keep rolling.
Yeah, Trevor, since you brought it up, and I know we brought it up first, but yeah, can you take us through What do you know about how that gets planned? And I mean, is Drew just completely behind that one? What's going on there in the clubhouse?
I don't think anybody even seen it. We got back in the clubhouse last night, and I just got on Twitter, and it was the first thing I seen, and then it was like 10 more posts, and I was showing some of the guys, and everybody was laughing and sending it around, and then it kind of blew up. But it was hilarious.
Can you give us
I'm sure Drew was the mastermind behind it.
For sure. Yeah. Can you give us a little something about being Drew Gilbert's teammate?
He is the best. Just a ball of energy is the only way you can describe it.
And it's got to be fun for you. I mean, straight out of high school, and you did the whole minor league thing, and here's Drew, who went to college, and you guys are just about the same age. Is that something that's comforting for you to have a lot of teammates that are right around the same age as you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, even the older guys, too, though, everybody clicks well. I mean, it's a good group. So, I mean, regardless of the age, it's good.
Trevor McDonald is with us here, Giants starting pitcher on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. And we know there's some unknown here in the next handful of weeks, Logan Webb coming back and whatnot. But what has the organization told you at this point about your role? What are your expectations going forward?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm just going to compete while I'm here and keep pitching and try to win us some games, and and then we'll just see what happens. But enjoying it while I'm here and hoping for the best. So.
And getting the starts, is there a thought that maybe you would move to the bullpen, or do you foresee yourself primarily just in that starter role, no matter where it is?
Whatever they see, obviously I would like to be a starter. That's what I've always done. That's what I enjoy. That's what I think I'm good at. But whatever it takes, like I said, we're just trying to win games and keep climbing up. So wherever they need me, that's where I'll be.
Trevor, you just said something interesting about this being this great group of guys, and you're all getting along, and I don't doubt that. I can tell you from the outside, fans are looking at all of this. A little bit of a logjam on the roster with Bryce Eldridge coming up, a manager who's never managed in the big leagues before, and there's just a lot of curiosity about how that's all blending together as a group. How would you describe it?
I think the common denominator in all that is everybody wants to win. So regardless of, backgrounds or age or prospect status, whatever, we all have the same goal in mind. And when you put all that together, that's when things get dangerous.
Yeah, dangerous last night, and the offense erupted. What's it been like for you to play for Tony Vitello? I know it's only been a short stint that you've been up with the big club, but spring training as well. Give us a little insight into what you love about Tony V.
Everything. He's a competitor. He wants to win, like I just said. Brings a good energy, brings the guys together well, and nobody wants it more than he does. So, and we love that as players playing behind it.
Hey, Trevor, can you just give us something in terms of what it feels like to pitch to Shohei Ohtani?
Obviously he's. Sorry, I was tossing a BP ball back to him.
Okay. Are you out on the field right now?
Yeah, I'm standing out here doing my earth, and I like to get out here barefooted some on the grass. The Dodgers are hitting BP right now, so I'm just kind of bobbing and weaving. But no, obviously he's got the big name and status and everything behind him, and he's an unbelievable player. But I don't give any of the hitters any credit, and I feel like that's what helps me, as I go after all of them the exact same.
Is there any of the, not pinch me moment, but when you're looking out and it's Mookie Betts, a guy who's been in the bigs for 10 or 11 years, and you were about 13 years old when he was actually making his debut. Do you allow yourself any of those moments, or do you just stay totally locked in?
Oh, absolutely. Especially on days I'm not pitching, I'm standing in the dugout and I'm like, dang, that's Mookie and Freddie, you know what I mean? Because, I was a Braves fan coming up, and Freddie was one of my favorites ever, so... Absolutely. But when I'm on the mound, I try to stay away from it and just lock in.
Talking with Trevor McDonald, starting pitcher, San Francisco Giants. Hey, Trevor, also, especially when somebody's new up to the bigs, we like to get to know you a little bit. Did I see that you just got engaged recently?
I did, yeah. We're getting married in January, having a New Year's wedding next year. So
I love it. Do you want to share with everybody how you went about proposing?
I told her we were going to, it was right before I left to come out for spring training. I left, I want to say, in the middle of January, and so I told her we were going to go on a date that night before I flew out, and then I proposed to her, took her on a little detour stop before we went out, so proposed and all that, got it out of the way. I think I was a lot more nervous doing that than I am out here.
Now, and is she a softball player?
She did play, yeah. She played at Mississippi State and then played 1 year pro and then hung it up and started traveling with me, so.
Okay. And, like, do you guys try to strike each other out in the backyard? Or, I mean, what would happen there?
So I would mow her down for sure.
I love that. Oh, I love that. Okay, Trevor McDonald. Hey, along those lines of trying to get to know somebody who's just come up, we'd love to do the big finish with you on the way out the door. You ready to go?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Trevor McDonald on the big finish. Here's how it works. We give you 2 categories. Each category has a set of questions. You just pick one category, and we'll go from there. The 2 categories are Let's Get Loose or Go Pro. What do you want to pick?
Let's do Let's Get Loose.
Let's Get Loose. All right. And now this is all based on your hometown of Lucedale, Mississippi. So what do you miss most about your hometown of Lucedale, Mississippi?
I would say the small town aspect of it. I mean, everywhere out here, you know, it's big cities and lots of stoplights, and back home it's super slow going and easy rolling, and all your hometown buddies and being on the river and water and whatnot. I enjoy all that stuff, so that's what I miss the most.
Is it true that you have a key to the city, and how did you get that?
I did get a key to the city, yeah. So once I debuted, I was the second person out of that town to ever do that. The other was Justin Steele with the Cubs, went to the same high school. So, yeah, they did the same thing for him several years before, and then when I debuted, they gave me the key to the city and declared October 18th as Trevor McDonald Day in Lucedale. So
that is pretty awesome.
That's awesome.
To have a day and you get a key and the whole thing. We did some research now on Lucedale. Tell us about the Pecan Festival in Beaumont, Mississippi, or the Flowing Well, or the Rocky Creek Catfish Cottage. Tell me about some of the places.
The Rocky Creek Catfish Cottage is, I mean, that place is historic. There's people come from all over to here, and they're doing themselves a good deed. That place is unbelievable.
Man, what's going on in there? What would you order?
Fish. I mean, that's
right.
what you get.
That's
catfish,
fair enough.
You know?
Yeah, catfish. I get. What's the Pecan Festival? Do you go to that?
I haven't been to the Pecan Festival. I think we all say pecan down there, but that's in Beaumont's probably 30, 40 minutes away from Lucedale. I hadn't been to that one.
Okay, so you got to travel a little bit for that one.
A lot of stoplights, so you may have to go through.
That's too far.
There. Yeah.
All right. Hey, what was your favorite activity when you were on the water in the Gulf?
I like to go frog gigging. That's our favorite.
I'm sorry.
Did you say frog gigging?
Oh yeah.
I think you're going to need to explain to us what that is. These are California people that you're talking to, Trevor.
Yeah, so we'll load up on the boat and we'll get our flashlights and the ice chest loaded down and all, and we'll just head out on the river, find the slough and whatnot, and find some bullfrogs and get on them. I don't use a gig personally. I think everything deserves a fighting chance, so I'll just get out there and get them with my hands. Unless I can't get to one, then I'll pull the gig out.
And you pull the gig. I mean, it's great.
I mean, so frog gigging, and then October 18th you celebrate Trevor McDonald Day, and then next January you get married.
Yep, that's right. That's the plan.
It's a full year right there. And in the meantime, how about you keep mowing down Dodgers?
Good off season.
Yep.
That's right. Yeah, we'll try.
All right, Trevor, great to meet you. Enjoy the barefoot walk around Dodger Stadium, and thank you so much for hopping on the show.
Absolutely. Thank you all for having me. I enjoyed it.
Very much so.
Trevor McDonald.
Trevor McDonald, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go frog gigging after the show.
Frog gigging. I mean, he wants to give the bullfrog a fighting chance.
Oh, my God. It's incredible. All right, we need to react to that for a minute. I got a lot of thoughts going through my head all of a sudden. Also, Justice Taylor Santos, live from L.A., is going to join us in about 10 minutes or so. Sponsored by Inn at the Tides at Bodega Bay. Escape. Book your stay at the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Enjoy sweeping views, clean, fresh, cool ocean air. In your room, a chilled complimentary bottle of wine awaits. Breakfast is served at the Tides Wharf. Book today at inatthetides.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley over here to talk about Fremont Bank. It's my bank, and it's a family-owned bank, and I love being a part of a family-owned bank because it has that feel to it that you don't get from the big box bank. They're celebrating more than 60 years in business. They set out to build it in 1964, and they created this great local ecosystem around banking and money and the customers and the community. And you can see your money working all around you in the Bay Area. When you deposit it into Fremont Bank, they reinvest it, supporting families and businesses and home ownership right here in the Bay Area. They also support nonprofits, and they make many meaningful grants for the betterment of the Bay Area communities. And also, Fremont Bank designates 5% of their earnings for charity right here in the Bay Area. And the Fremont Bank clients, they keep their money in the Bay Area as well, and that creates jobs and also creates a more vibrant Bay Area economy. Make the change, leave the big box bank, and be a part of Fremont Bank. You won't regret it. It's Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
Celebrate culture, community, and connection at the free South Bay Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Festival at History Park on May 16th. Join History San Jose Mosaic America, the Chinese Historical and Cultural Project, and the Japanese American Museum of San Jose for a day full of vibrant cultural performances, hands-on activities for all ages, special exhibits, and delicious food. Come celebrate the history and culture of the AANHPI communities in the Santa Clara Valley. Admission is free. Visit historysanjose.org for more information.
Question. Real estate in California. What the Seriously, can someone help? What's an escrow? What's an ARM? What is an REO? What is pre-approval? Can I get pre-approval? Why is inventory so low? Why are interest rates so high? Oh, interest rates not so high? How low is low? How not so high is right?
Before you go down the road of questions, get expert help at championsofhome.com. California Association of Realtors. Who's your realtor?
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress, so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. a multivitamin, and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Hey, John, how you doing?
Hey, that's a good question.
Now, back to Dillard and Wibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Ah, what a gem. I'd like to go frog gigging with John Miller someday.
Frog gigging?
Frog gigging. No, don't say gigging. It's gigging.
Frog gigging.
There's no fourth G. There's 3 G's. Giggin apostrophe.
I spent the time during the break actually researching exactly what frog gigging is and if it's legal in California.
And by the way, if the internet and AI call it frog gigging, I'm not saying that's phonetically incorrect or even from an accuracy standpoint incorrect. I'm just telling you, down there, down that SEC.
Right.
That's some frog gigging down there.
Well, and apparently it's not a pecan, it's a pecan.
Pecan.
So,
well, but that's a tomato, Nevada thing. He probably thinks Las Vegas is in Nevada.
I suppose.
I bet he does. Anyway, what'd you find?
Basically, it is the gig pole is basically a giant spear. And so you see a frog and you just go out there and you're going to gig a frog, which basically means you were just going to stab him. The pole is usually between 8 and 14 feet. And for frog gigs, a gig typically has 3 or 4 barbed spear points.
God.
See frog, stab frog, eat frog. Go on. 2.
I mean, at least you eat it, but
I guess.
That sounds gruesome.
Well, he actually was saying, Trevor McDonald, that he wants to give the frog a fighting chance.
So he jumps in and goes after him with his hands.
Yeah, just grab him. Grab that frog.
By the way, what happens when you get one? If the goal is to eat it or whatever, and Trevor jumps in and catches it with his hands, well, then it would still be alive. So what do you do then? We need to have Trevor on again already.
Maybe it's like a gig and release. You know, you grab and release. You grab the frog, you show your friends, and then you go ahead and pop it back in. Here's a typical California angle to it from NPR. Gigging the edible frog, an inhumane tradition.
Yeah, it sounds as such.
Right, but you can fish, and you can go ahead and fish and catch a fish and then fillet that thing. That's not inhumane. Because that's called fishing.
Well,
but you're going to gig a frog, and that's inhumane?
We do that.
It's all inhumane.
Well, but you'd feel differently about it if you were not fishing with a pole, but you were spear fishing. I'm sure it's not. Maybe you're right. It's not any worse, but it is a little bit more aggressive and gruesome.
I suppose.
Spear them. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I would not be. I can fish. And with bass and catch and release. I can wrap my head around that. I'm not firing a spear through an animal. It's just not in my DNA.
Right. I mean, if we're going to, weigh things on how humane or inhumane.
Yeah, I'm not trying. I'm not on a soapbox here. Like, whatever. Right.
I've never been to Mississippi, and I've never thought about frog gigging.
I didn't know what it was.
I had to ask, and then I had to do the research. It's like, there's some sport to it, I'm sure. Sports, man. And so
all we did is ask, what do you do on the golf?
Right.
Yeah, we get go frog gigging.
I was thinking maybe
what the hell did you just
water
say?
Skiing or I like to canoe, Mark. I really like to canoe.
You ever talk to someone and you're like, man, the United States of America is a large ass place.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. You know what I mean? When you talk about a country's culture, what the hell is America's culture?
We got about 30 cultures.
47,000 different things.
No doubt.
You and I are in our 50s. I don't even know what the hell he just said to us. I've never even heard of that. Probably because they talk about it on NPR, which I don't,
and the inhumane tradition.
Yeah.
Okay, NPR. I get it, but it's one of my favorite things about talking to these new athletes. It's like, where are you from? And then you do a little bit of the work on where they're actually from. And his town's 2,400 people, and it's right down there by the Gulf and almost borders Alabama. And like you're saying, it's a different world out there in this country. Many different little corners and pockets.
Many different worlds.
Yep.
Oh yeah, okay. The lineup is out. The lineup's out. Yeah, and then we can go back to talking about frogs. But the lineup is out. I know Justice is coming on. Relax, Lucas. We're frog gigging here for a second. Okay, we've never heard about this. Never learn something new every day. Frog gigging.
Yep.
Anyway, the lineup's out, and congratulations to Dan Dibberclaws. And what I had said was, I hope you're right, but you might be wrong. But yeah, Matt Chapman is on the bench tonight for the San Francisco Giants.
Man, well, I hope he's going to be okay. I hope he's going to pull through.
You know what? He's probably plenty pissed. But the question is not like, can you do this once or twice? Again, the question is are you doing this all year long? And that's different. That's different. You know, they did it the day they brought him up. I think that's an easy one. You just got back from a road trip. Matt, you didn't get any hits on the entire road trip. So, let's just give you a minute.
Take a break.
Take a day. And then Bryce plays, okay. Now, a week later, you're doing it again. Nobody else got a turn. Devers and Adames didn't get a turn.
Well, Rise did because he was a little nicked
hurt.
up.
Yeah.
A couple games, he was, a little hurt.
And then, they've been hitting the hell out of the ball, Devers and Adames.
Yeah.
So you probably, again, can be like, here's why we're doing it. I promise you Matt's ticked, and y'all may not care, but at the same time, we learn this over and over as sports fans. Like, it does matter. You don't want to send people down a road and let them get out of rhythm, and then now the relationship is this, that, or the other. I don't know. Can you think of any playing time situations that have become controversial here in the Bay Area recently?
Not a one.
Not one.
All roads do lead in one direction, and I don't think Kuminga was always thrilled with the playing time allocation that he received.
Nor was Moody, nor have many others
been.
Klay Thompson I already brought up. It's not just young guys. The Klay one is much more like what we're looking at with Chapman right now.
Yeah, and its productivity goes down, your production goes down, and you're an older player, and so sometimes you got to just take a hard pill and swallow it.
And Jesus Rodriguez is probably livid. He, too, is on the bench tonight.
Yeah, they'll play tomorrow.
I know. Jung-Hoo Lee, Luis Arise, Casey Schmidt, Devers, Ramos, Adames, Eldridge, Bader, Eric Haas, Adrian Hauser, starting pitcher against Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Okay?
Big star for Hauser tonight, with McDonald pitching as well as he is. I mean, this could be
a good point. That's a good point.
Whatever the contract is, he can find himself on the outside.
Well, I tell you what, Justice De Los Santos on the River Islands guest line, who covers the San Francisco Giants so well, and we've loved having him on a few times already this year. Let's do it again. He's with us now live from L.A., and I do think that's one of the questions. Hey, Justice, what's going on? Thanks for coming on, man.
Doing well, yeah, doing well. Appreciate it for having me. Just had some dim sum. It's like 70 degrees, a couple scattered clouds. Can't complain.
I love it. Love it. Perfect. Yeah, you're in a good setting, especially when the Giants are coming off of one of their better performances of the year. But this one's interesting from the pitching perspective. Look, if Chapman and other veterans are playing for playing time, is Adrian Hauser also? How long is the leash right now for him?
I mean, it's a little tough. Like, I understand where you're coming from because Trevor McDonald has been having some good starts in the time that he's been up here. I do think that the Giants are going to exercise some patience with him because he did sign the 2-year, $22 million deal with that club option for 2028. But I did kind of go back to last year just as a point of reference. Jordan Hicks had the great start to start the year. I think he kind of got an 8-start leash where things weren't going well. And then at that point, they had Hayden Birdsong and went to him there. But no, Hauser's coming off of his best start of the year, went 6+ innings, allowed 2 runs, one of which was earned. I personally thought he could have gone a little longer in that game as well. I wouldn't have been shocked if he could have completed 7 innings. But, he's coming off of his best start of the year. This is obviously a very big task for him against the reigning back-to-back champs. And if he pitches well tonight, I think he's, at the minimum kind of kicks that can down the road for a little bit.
Yeah, and you also have the Logan Webb situation where he's on the IL. When do you think that he is going to be able to come off? When's he eligible to even come off?
I think he went on I think he is retroactive to May 6th. So if you do the math and you incorporate one of the off days into it, I think it might be at the, it's at the minimum going to be 2 starts. I think that might be what he's aiming for. Webb said that he thinks this is going to be a minimum stint. So, that would kind of equate to 2, maybe 3 missed starts. And it's really going to depend. I don't know if they're going to have him do a rehab assignment. I don't think they are. Nothing's been said on that note. But Webb, we was pretty confident in saying that this was going to be a minimum 15-day stint for him.
Justice De Los Santos, Merck News on the Giants right here on Willard and Dibbs. Justice, who is the closer for this team?
That is a great question. Because last night before, the Giants scored 3 runs or whatever it was in the top of the 9th inning, Caleb Killian was warming up to protect a 3-run lead. Obviously, Ryan Walker was optioned. Eric Miller is currently rehabbing. So there isn't a very clear closer right now. It kind of was already closer by committee in a sense, but, it's starting the year. But, you had Walker and Miller, and those were 2 guys where you can kind of mix and match. Now it feels pretty open-ended. I think, Caleb Killian has gotten a couple opportunities. He reported his first career save. It was either a week ago or 2 weeks ago. Had the outing against the Pittsburgh Pirates. I think it was last Friday where it got a little dicey. I think Killian might be the closest thing this team has to a closer right now. I think he'll at least get those opportunities. The stuff is nasty, but, he doesn't have the high leverage experience, so it's going to be a little bit of trial by fire here for whether it's Killian or whoever that they have in the bullpen.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be a situation where you get a lead late and you go out there and try to find out if somebody can actually win the job. And all eyes today, though, on Bryce Eldridge, who gets in there and he gets to start and face Yamamoto. What do you think is going to be the fallout short-term or even longer-term of Matt Chapman again getting a day off that he probably isn't thrilled about?
Yeah, I go back to last Monday when Bryce and Jesus Rodriguez were initially both called up, and it was Chapman that sat out so Casey Schmidt could be at third base in order to get Bryce in the lineup. And we talked to Chapman about this. It was after one of the games this past weekend, and he was asked, hey, in order to get Bryce and these guys in the lineup, one of these more veteran guys is probably going to have to sit. And Adames is starting to find himself offensively. Rafael Devers has, the 5th highest OPS in the month of May, and Casey Schmidt's been swinging the bat well all season. So, if you have to pick a guy to kind of sit based off performance, Chapman. And, he's going to say all the right things. I can't imagine he's thrilled necessarily to be taking a day off, but none of these guys can. These are guys that want to be in here every day, and I think Chapman understands that, there is a 6'7" first baseman capable of doing some damage, and, if he's not swinging the bat, they've got guys that are swinging the bat, and, it's kind of just going to be, it is what it is right now. If Chapman wants to be in there every day, it's just going to come down to performance. And I don't think it's going to be we're going to be seeing him sitting multiple times a week, but, it's one of those wait and see things. If Eldridge starts swinging the bat well, Schmidt's swinging the bat well, Chapman isn't, maybe we see a little more as far as off days for Chapman.
Justice, I think that everybody, at least I am, scratching head a little bit with regard to why Bryce Eldridge is up. You've got this logjam. The press availability for Tony Vitello yesterday where he consistently says, yeah, he's pretty much most of the time going to come off the bench. Yet in the next sentence, it's anything for Bryce's development. I'm having a hard time figuring out why the Giants called him up last week. Why do you think they called him up?
Yeah, when we asked Buster Posey about that, the rationale was they wanted to jumpstart the offense, which is a fair one to make because, remember that they were coming off being swept both in Philadelphia and Tampa. At the time of the call-up, the offense was last in runs, last in homers, last in walks, last in steals, 29th in OPS, whatever the numbers were. So that was kind of the rationale of jump-starting the offense. And kind of in fairness, the Giants offense has looked a lot better since Eldridge and Rodriguez have been up. I think they've scored at least 5 runs in 4 of their last 8 games, whereas the first 34 games or whatever it was, they barely scratched that off. I think it's 10 times in the first 34. So it was they were called up, both Rodriguez and Eldridge, in order to jumpstart the offense. Now, but the point that you're making, it is, it's not perfect. It's, and that's kind of a function of the roster. I don't necessarily put this on Vitello because it's a tough spot to put him in because you've got a lot of very well-compensated guys around this infield. You also have, a veteran, Luis Arias, who's hitting well. You have Casey Schmidt, who's hitting well. There's really not, a clear and defined place that they could put him, barring, an injury or a trade. And I think, it's funny. I was thinking about this last night. I actually wrote this morning. Like, if Buster Posey wanted to make his own, Benji Molina trade, that would be trading Luis Arias and you put Schmidt at second base, and that kind of frees everything else up. I don't think they would necessarily want to do that right now because they're trying to find any offense they could. But depending on how the ebbs and flow of this season go, maybe that's something that gets entertained, especially because Luis is on a one-year deal. But like you mentioned, it's not perfect. For a 21-year-old to kind of be in this quasi, maybe an everyday player in the sense that he gets a pinch hit appearance, but not a starter. So it's not perfect. And, Bryce said he's not concerned, or Vitello said he's not concerned about the development. But, just objectively speaking, it's a lot more difficult to learn Major League pitching when you're not consistently facing Major League pitching.
Yeah, and it's a lot more difficult for Matt Chapman to break out of his slump if he's not actually in the batter's box trying to break out of his slump. Casey Schmidt to right field, is this something that we're all just kind of making up? Or are they, in your opinion, making a concerted effort to try to get him up to speed?
Oh, he's worked out there. He's had a couple days, pregame that he spent some time in right field. I do think it might be a little easier to move Elliott to right and move Schmidt to left. You can kind of hide guys in left foot, Oracle Park. Between the 24-foot wall, the bricks, all the angles, it's not the easiest one to learn. I think that'd probably make a little more sense if they were going to do that. But it is something they're at least entertaining. And, we don't necessarily consider Schmidt as like a burner necessarily, but you watch him run the bases. He's very fast. He's very athletic. And I think it's something that he could acclimate to. Go back to last year. He had never played first base as a professional, not in the minors, not in the majors, never. And then they throw him out there in first base, and Houston is like, oh, well, I guess Casey Schmidt can play first base. And, yeah, there was, the thing with Chapman earlier this year, but that's just the inexperience. But, if you talk about defensive versatility, it's Casey Schmidt and Jesus Rodriguez. If both of them are capable of doing a lot of different things, and maybe that's what it comes down to. Right now, Jung-Hoo's swinging a hot bat, Elliott's swinging a hot bat, so there's not necessarily the easiest. There's going to have to be some creativity here. Maybe if Bader continues to struggle, maybe you entertain the idea of Jung-Hoo to center and then maybe occasionally Schmidt and right. I think they do want to keep Bader in center for defensive purposes. But to go back to the original question, I would not be shocked if we see Schmidt out there at some point. Now, is it going to be every day? Probably not. But maybe once in a while, wouldn't be shocked.
Justice, let's go back to Jung-Hoo Lee for a second and expand a little bit, on would they be willing to move him back to center? And then I'd love to hear a broader answer. He was not a buster signing. And, he hasn't been bad this year, but it's also, I don't know, it just looks kind of average to me. What do you think the overall organizational stance is on Jung-Hoo Lee right now?
As far as moving into center, they did sign Harrison Bader to the 2-year, $20.5 million deal. I think that they're going to kind of, not exactly a one-to-one with Hauser, but, when you sign a guy to a multi-year deal, you're going to allow him that opportunity. Jung-Hoo Lee didn't rate out well as a defender in center field last year. Not necessarily the worst eye test in the world, but when you kind of look at the metrics and you look at some of the jumps, it's maybe this wasn't our best option. So that was, a lot was made about that, and I think we'll see Harrison Bader continue to be in center field as of right now. As far as the organizational outlook, it's been, we've gotten, I think, more than a full season's worth of games. At this point, there's been some good, there's been some bad. I think, it was a rough start to the season, but he's really picked it up offensively. I do think that, this move to right field is going to make him a more valuable player in the long run. But, we're kind of getting a sense of who he is as a player. On days where a right-hander's on the mound, we're probably going to see him at leadoff spot. On days where there's a lefty on the mound, we're probably going to see him lower in the lineup, if not, have another bat in the lineup entirely. He's not great against lefties. But, he's been a solid defender over there in right field. It's looked good. The results of this season have been solid. Maybe he's not, he hasn't so far been that guy that they signed to the $113 million deal, but he has been a very solid player in this offense. And, again, it kind of goes back. I hate to say everything goes back to, Rafael Devers and Willie Adames and Matt Chapman, but a lot of this team's issues can be solved if those guys start hitting like they're capable. And we saw it yesterday with Devers. He works this great at bat against Sasaki, hits his 5th homer. He's heating up, Adames heating up. And you see, the wins are starting to come. That's no accident that as they go, the offense starts to go, or the team starts to go, rather.
Yeah, and I think that's fair to put the pressure on your high-priced guys. And there were some reports going around over the weekend and beyond about the Giants maybe wanting to get out from underneath some of these contracts. Do you think that's at all feasible for any of those big deals?
I mean, it's tough from, when you look at those deals, there's probably not going to be a lot of teams that would be willing to take on the length of the Devers contract or the Adames contract, maybe the Chapman contract, if he's, is willing to waive the no trade clause. I don't think that's something that's going to be, realistically entertained going forward. But, if that is an option that the Giants wanted to pursue, it's not exactly easy to do just because of the duration of those contracts and the money that's still tied up there.
Justice, great stuff. We really appreciate you jumping on with us right before the game.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good one.
Okay, you too. Justice De Los Santos covers the Giants for the Merc and is also at Dodger Stadium. We have spent just about the last half hour talking to people who are walking around Chavez Ravine.
But unlike Trevor McDonald, I think he has his shoes on.
I think so, but we didn't confirm it.
Should have asked.
We didn't confirm it.
Maybe we could have done a big finish with Justice.
We could have.
Are you
wearing shoes right now?
You've got to know him a little bit, so that ship probably has sailed. But I would guess he's wearing shoes. But Trevor, it's an off day.
Dude.
The best day. Pitch yesterday, pitch well. Take your shoes off and walk around the grass at Dodger Stadium.
Intimidating the Dodger hitters in the middle of batting practice. Some dude who struck you out last night's just cruising around barefoot, shagging balls. It's weird.
It's a little weird. And he was, ducking and dodging for any possible shots to the outfield. But it's got to be the best day when it's the day after your start. You have a little bit of work to do, but not too much. And so take off your shoes and just cruise.
We love Justice De Los Santos. That was great having him on. He's got his own YouTube channel on all things Giants, so check that out. And his podcast called Splash Considerations.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was a consideration.
It was a consideration. Sensation.
All right. There you go.
Yeah, for Justice De Los Santos. Yeah, thank you very much. So anyway, all right. Anything jump out to you there? I mean, he rings a bell of, I think, a lot more calmness than we're feeling right now.
For the Chapman part of it.
For all of it. For all of it.
Yeah.
Adrian Hauser and Jung-Hoo Lee and Harrison Bader and patience. It's just funny because, I get it. I think that some of us are saying that. It's again, that's my message to the blow it up crew. It's May 12th. You can't blow it up. There's no point to it. I would still like to see this team continue to make tweaks and fight. If there are larger moves to make, fine. But I think if you're going to have all your beat staff, and I know they're not Giant staff, but if you're going to put the beat reporters and give them the information, and the idea is, no, we're chilling. We're chilling. We're gonna hang with these guys. I mean, we're training Patrick Bailey.
Well, yeah.
But we're chilling. I mean, we're calling up our top prospect right after an 0-6 road trip, and we don't have a spot for him, but we're chilling. Do you see how it feels like a mixed message sometimes?
It can be, and, we'll see what happens with Bryce tonight. He could go out there and he could have a good day at the plate and then sit again tomorrow, or he could have a bad day and be back in the lineup tomorrow. You just don't know right now what they're going to do.
Dude, if he homers off of Yamamoto, that's a lap around the living room.
No doubt.
Big time. Woo! Okay, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Want to win a pair of tickets to a Giants game upcoming against the White Sox next Saturday, May 23rd at Oracle Park. First 15K are going to get a Gigante chain hat. You might have seen these bopping around. They're really cool. Presented by Benjamin Moore. Buy your tickets at sfgiants.com. We're giving a pair away today in the 5 o'clock hour. I said 4 o'clock earlier. I had that wrong. 5 o'clock hour. So just keep listening for your cue to call. When you hear it, be caller 5 to 415-523-4652. Don't call that number now, courtesy of Benjamin Moore, and you can get more info at 957thegame.com. We're talking Giants baseball and Warriors offseason. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here. If you're considering new windows for your current home or attractive window options for your new home build, Golden State Lumber and Showroom can guide you through the entire process. Golden State partners with Milgard, Marvin, and other industry-leading manufacturers, and their expert showroom staff can assist you in choosing the right materials from the best glass and finishes. Stylish frames include durable vinyl, sleek aluminum, and energy-efficient fiberglass. And right now, my friends, is a good time for homeowners and contractors to invest a tax refund in their home. We got our refund, and it's going right into the window project we've been planning. And you can upgrade with Milgard and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. But act soon. This offer ends June 8th. And get this, the first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Connect with them at goldenstatelumber.com or visit them at 3141 Arden Way. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kelsey. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. New York is trading at 9% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $1,044 if they take the title. On Kelsey, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kelsey app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kelsey. Trade on anything.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-927-1086. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-927-1086. 800-927-1086. 800-927-1086.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
It's Bonte. And listen, I know a great thing when I see it. And River Islands and Lathrop, this place is the real deal. We're talking about a community that's alive, especially this summer. Sparkling lakes are perfect for kayaking, paddleboarding, and just getting out on the water with the family. A brand new amphitheater is under construction for concerts and community events. The Redwood Cafe is opening this fall. This community is only getting better, folks. And the homes? Whether you're a young family, a professional ready to level up, or an active adult looking for that next chapter, River Islands has something for you. Homes start in the low 600,000s and go over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Del Webb's Lakeview Club is now open, giving you resort-style living right on the water with a swimming pool, fitness center, pickleball courts, and more. I'm telling you, warm evenings, great neighbors, summer on the water. This is Northern California living at its best. It's time for you to discover the islands. Start today at riverislands.com.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
So I would mow her down.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
We'll keep talking about the Giants situation. We didn't really get a chance, I think, to fully kind of unpack what is happening with the lineup tonight in L.A. Your thoughts are beyond welcome, 888-957-9570. But we also need to mention something that just came down. Very unfortunate. Jason Collins, former Stanford Cardinal. Obviously, his brother, Jaron Collins, a former Warriors assistant, had been diagnosed not all that long ago with a rare form of brain cancer. Jason Collins has passed away at age 47.
Man.
So our thoughts to the entire Collins family. Jason was, in my mind, a courageous trailblazer. He was the first NBA active player to come out as gay. That takes unbelievable courage. And so a leader, somebody who did a lot of positive stuff in the community, and he and his brother very, very well known to basketball fans here in the Bay. So our hearts go out to the entire Collins family. Jason Collins gone at age 47.
Yeah, well said. And I mean, just heartbreaking anytime, you see somebody, especially a young person at just 47 who passes away, and just kind of, it's jarring,
It's beyond jarring. Yeah. Played, how many years in the league? I can't see exactly how many years, but he played with 4 different organizations, played for the Celtics, the Wizards, the Hawks, and the Brooklyn Nets. So anyway, we're very, very well-known family here, and passes away at age 47. So hearts go out. That's a very, very tough story. Tough story to think about and read. The Giants lineup tonight is out, and there was, I think, overnight some intrigue in the way that this was going to go. And I'd love actually to really kind of get into a discussion here, and listeners feel welcome to weigh in on this. 888-957-9570. Matt Chapman is out of the lineup tonight for the second time in 8 days, and that is to create a runway for Bryce Eldridge. We just asked Justice De Los Santos about this, and I thought that while his answer is, it's completely acceptable, he's admitting, as are all the people talking about this, including Tony Vitello, You can weave your way through the answer all you want, and everywhere you arrive is not a comfortable spot. This is not a comfortable spot for the San Francisco Giants. Tony Vitello last night called it a difficult puzzle to solve. You can say all of the things that they will say. Hey, we brought Bryce up to spark the offense. And a lot of people are like, and look, it is. It's working. They're hitting the baseball. Also true. Eldridge is probably thrilled to be in the bigs. He was earning his way through the minors for sure. But the Giants organization has been very, very consistent through the years with top prospects. When they bring them up, they want them to play. And Vitello spent a lot of time last night saying he's not going to play. In fact, most days he will not start. But when he does, the added thing here is that now you've got to go tell a high-priced veteran that they're sitting against their will. I don't know where you are on this, Dibs. It feels to me like most fans, and I get it, are like, tough stuff, Buttercup.
Put on your big boy pants.
That's right.
And deal with it.
See that bench right over there? They put it in the dugout for a reason. Use it.
Yeah, and just be ready to come in and pinch hit. And Chapman will not be out of the lineup tomorrow. He'll be back in the lineup tomorrow, and might be somebody else who has to come out depending on how things go. And what Vitello also said is, we're trying to win games. And, he says the future is bright is an understatement, but I think anything to do justice bias development is smart, but we're also trying to win games. So the mixed messages are all over the board, and I don't even know organizationally if they have a plan other than, hey, Tony, we want to play him as much as we can, but we respect the fact that you also want to win games, and so you're going to play Casey because he's your biggest producer. You're going to play Rafi because he's starting to lock in, and you're going to play Willie, and he's starting to lock in as well. So if the odd man out right now is Matt Chapman, well, you're going to have to sit on a Tuesday, and then maybe tomorrow you go in a different direction. Maybe you sit Luis Ariz for a night, or, you figure out, can Casey go out and play left field? Every day is going to be a new way to solve the puzzle.
Let's zero in on Chapman for a second. Let's do that. And how would you feel right now if you were him?
I'd feel probably frustrated, and I don't think, honestly, I'd be that angry because he's not playing great. Offensively, of all the options, you're the obvious one to sit. You are 3 for 35 in the month of May. You've been patently bad at the plate. Defensively, you've been on less than your normal, unbelievable level. He's been fine. He's been better than fine defensively, but you understand it. It's a team that needs offense, and you're not providing offense right now. So you could be frustrated. I don't know how. I personally wouldn't be that mad. I'd be mad at myself because
I get that.
His numbers are down year over year since he came to the Giants.
Right, but we're also like, I guess I would look at it and be like, so wait, the small sample applies only to me? You didn't sit Willie Adames last week when Bryce arrived. He couldn't hit. His numbers are they're still worse than Chapman's.
It's close, but yeah, he's still...
Even after a hot streak, they're still worse than Chapman's.
Yeah, a little bit.
See, okay, boy, this is threading the needle right here. I get where you're coming from, and you're not wrong. And would he be mad at himself? Yes, probably. That's one of the emotions, but I would be pissed. I would be super pissed at the Giants.
Well, I mean, them's the breaks.
Yes, them's the breaks. I understand it. I'm not arguing against the whole, it's a performance-based industry. You got to perform. But I think it's easy for us out here as sports fans to look at that and just be like, tough cookies. You wouldn't like it at your job. I can tell you if we had a weird quarter and Nahigian walked in here and we're like, we're going to let you take one day off a week. Like the hell you will. What are you talking about?
Am I still getting my $25 million a year?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
But that
would make it a little bit easier to take.
That's not the only thing.
I know it's not the only thing, but it's a thing.
But if you feel ownership for something, if you feel ownership,
like the show, I got my name on the marquee.
Exactly. Then you have pride in what you're doing. And the other thing is you bring up money. Okay, you invested this money in me. Would you like me to try to work it out? Because I'm not going to work it out in the dugout. Like, I'm going to say the same thing about Chappie that I'm going to say about Bryce. You got to get out there and get your at-bats.
I mean, he's gotten his at-bats.
I understand
He's
that.
gotten 153 at-bats, and you have one home run.
But now we're all of a sudden, everybody's like, okay, Rafi and Willie, let's go.
For right now.
Because they worked it out.
Because they're hot.
Right.
And you're
Chapman
not.
was, but for the first month and a half, Chapman was the one hitting, and those two dudes couldn't even make contact. And then they have a hot week, and we're like, yeah, Willie and Rafi. But you go sit.
Well, Bryce wasn't up then, so you didn't have the roster crunch that you have now. And so now you've got the young phenom up, and he does need to play more than one pinch hit at bat a game. And so you're in a spot where you're not taking Rafi out, and Casey's your hottest hitter, and you're not taking Adames out. It's you, Chappie. You're the guy who's not. It's been a couple weeks now where you haven't been very good offensively. So it's just one game. Like, if you're going to sit over there and be mad.
It's not just one game.
Well, it's one game tonight.
Yep, and it was one game last week.
Wednesday.
And where does it go from here? Like, again, you're the one who, I mean, we talked about, like, Slusser has said it, Pavlovich has said it, Justice De Los Santos just said it. None of these guys are going to be cool with one game a week. And yes, you are totally fair to respond, tough cookies, bud. You can absolutely respond that way. I'm just telling you, that doesn't erase the problem. It doesn't erase the issue.
The issue is that he's not hitting.
But
that's the issue.
Right, but by the way, like, if we're going to just spotlight the last week, why couldn't Chapman say, Bryce isn't hitting either? He's 2 for 14 and he looks overwhelmed at the plate.
Right.
So why are you putting him in instead of me?
He has as many home runs as you do, and he's had 14 at-bats.
That's fair.
And you've had 153, and you've got one home run.
But do you see the fight? Like, all I'm telling you is that you can give numbers all you want, and you're right, and Matt will still be pissed, and let's not act like that's not a thing. This is professional sports, big dollars, big investment, and these guys are ultra competitive. So I'm not going to disagree with any of your points with regard to he's struggling, tough stuff. Like, I'm not going to disagree with you, but I'm still telling you that the same thing is true going forward, which is that Bryce got called up and doesn't have a spot, and now you're going to additionally start to get into emotional warfare to some degree with your high-priced veterans. This is a game of chicken, and there's no Vitello wants an answer to the puzzle. Tough cookies to you, too. There is no answer to the puzzle.
It's a different answer every day.
Exactly.
And that's where it's going to have to be something where you thread that needle. And the worst case scenario tonight is also the best case, which is Adames and Devers and Bryce Eldridge. They all hit. And Casey Schmidt, you hit again. And Arise, you hit. Everybody hits. And Chappie sits. And so then you wake up tomorrow. It's like, man, we beat the Dodgers 11-10.
Yeah, what do you do?
What do we do, hot shot?
What do you do?
What do we do? Because, man, I mean, Eldridge was 3 for 4 with a double and a home run. And, Adames hit and Rafi hit and everybody hit. It was a hit party. And Chappie, you got a day off. But Chapman's thinking, I'm playing on Wednesday. Yeah, okay. Who you sitting? And that's where it becomes a good problem, but also a nightmare.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good problem to have.
Well, it's good if you score 11 runs.
It is.
I mean, that's good.
But let's not act like they're just going to go do that every night.
No, they won't.
You know what I mean?
But right now you have a number of guys who are, trending toward being hot.
Yeah.
And, you're not going to go to Rafi after what he's done of late and say, yeah, we're going to sit you on Wednesday.
Of course not. That's Rafi Devers. Rafi, by the way, is in a completely different category than the other guys, I think. That's Rafi Devers.
Right.
There's only one of these guys. I get it that a lot of them, they get the back of the baseball card and the resume, the history. There's only one guy on the Giants who has been a longtime elite hitter at the major league level. That's Rafi Devers. That's different. You're over there.
Chapman is 8 for his last 64.
I know.
And I just went back and looked at his log. He was hitting 303 after they lost at Washington. And he had 2 hits. He was 2 for 4. He went up to 303, and now he's hitting 229. So over the next 3.5 weeks, it's been an ongoing sea of 0 for 4s and 24 strikeouts over that period. Chappie's he's in a bad way. So you can be mad that you're going to sit, but go ahead and look at your game log, Matt, and see who's really mad now.
Yeah, but see, again, you're still picking a fight. Like, I get it.
It's impossible not to.
No, you didn't have to call up Bryce Eldridge.
But you wanted to call him up because he forced his way up here with the way he was hitting.
I disagree with that. I want to talk about that for a second. I got a question for you. But first, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Are you telling me that you want to remove from the conversation entirely that last Sunday night, when news broke that Bryce Eldridge was coming up, you want to remove marketing from that conversation entirely?
Of course not.
Okay, then if I'm Chapman, I've got a problem. That's what I'm getting at. It's not that you can't sit here and say, dude, you're struggling. It's not that you can't say, hey, you're 0 for 11 in your career against Yamamoto.
Right.
Which means as soon as we knock him out of this game in the 6th inning, you're going to be my prime pinch hitter, a late game defensive replacement, and all of those things just for tonight. Don't worry, you get to face Ohtani tomorrow. But if I'm Matt Chapman, I'm sitting here going, you guys, your investment is on this infield. This is what around whom you have built this team. And you have got to let us work through our struggles, or else this team is going nowhere. And
it's just one game, Matt.
But it's not just one game.
It is tonight.
We've been doing this every day for the first time in the history of my life.
But he's only sat one other time.
I know, but that's not my point. My point is the daily deal. This is good. Boy, all roads. Here we go. Remember before the season started?
Yeah.
I'm like, this is going to wear everybody out.
I said it has a great chance of working.
And I said it's going to wear everybody out. And what did it do? And it wore. No, it didn't.
A couple weeks it worked.
Exactly. And then it wore everybody out. And this is going to wear everybody out. Not just Chappie.
Well, they're going to find a resolution to this well in advance. Yeah, Buster's already pulled a trade. And I think that...
Which didn't open up anything for these guys.
No, but it showed that he is not afraid to make a move well ahead of the deadline.
Sure.
And it's pretty clear from behind the scenes and a few people I've talked to that Buster wasn't really into the way Patrick Bailey was going about catching. And I'm sure there was some feedback that was offered, and Bailey either took it or didn't take it. There was the confusion about what pitches they're supposed to call. I don't think that there was a seamless amount of connectivity organizationally between the catcher and the president of baseball ops, which is why he gets traded in early May.
Maybe, but I also don't think, everyone talks about what happened in Philly when Ryan Walker threw 12 straight of the same pitch or whatever. You're not going to trade a 2-time Gold Glover guy because you got into a disagreement with him about one game. This has to run deep on something. And at the end of it all, dude, you don't hit enough. Like, you're really good on defense, but there's a line where you have to at least be over here. We can't, again.
Well, Buster Posey's the legendary catcher in the organization, and so you have a catcher who's not doing the things that you want him to do, and he's not playing as well as you would like him to play, and so you're a former catcher, and you're like, I'm trading this guy.
He can't hit.
The sack can hit.
He can't hit.
No, and Jesus Rodriguez can also hit.
I don't know if he can catch.
Oh, we'll find out. He can't catch in right field. We know that.
Right.
There's that part of it.
I don't know if he can throw a runner out who's trying to steal.
Yep.
I don't know these things yet.
Well, pitching and defense, as much as we think that that's what this team should be about, it's clearly not about that.
Out the window.
Arise has been good at second base, better than we thought.
They lucked out on that.
I mean, he's been playing well, so yeah.
No, go around the diamond. Chapman's on the bench tonight. What do we got?
Adames I think he's a pretty good shortstop.
He's okay.
He'll make a ghastly mistake every now and again.
He's all right. This is not bad.
Devers has been fine at first.
But also, this is not an elite defensive player.
No. Casey Schmidt at third tonight, I think. He's a solid third baseman. He doesn't get a lot of time over there, so we'll see.
Downgrade from Chapman, though.
Elliot Ramos in left can be an adventure. Bader in center, I think, is a good defensive center fielder.
Yeah, now that he's back, yes.
And Jung Hoo in right is, I was surprised to hear Justice De Los Santos talk about like the advanced metrics and the lack of range and the routes to the ball and all the rest of it. So, yeah, you're not a pitching and defense team.
And you just traded your Gold Glove catcher.
And you're pitching a guy tonight with a 6 ERA, who you signed to a 2-year deal. So pitching and defense, not so much. So you want your hitters to be in there, and your Gold Glove third baseman isn't hitting, so now you sit.
Tonight.
Correct.
And then we do this again tomorrow.
Yeah, and we'll play the same game.
Don't wear everybody out.
Not me. I'm into it.
No, not
this
you.
is super fun.
Not you, not me. But them is going to wear them out. Believe me, does Tony Vitello look like a guy to you who just sits there and takes the same probing question 14 days in a row, and he's just like, yeah, I totally get why you're asking, so let me give you the same answer again. He's going to blow his freaking top.
He's coming up with new ways to answer the same question. And yesterday was Barry Bonds.
And they're getting worse. And it's been 24 hours.
Can I throw something out to you guys?
Please.
I think Dibbs is probably right that in his heart of hearts, Chapman probably understands right now why it's him taking a sit down. Like, he probably gets that.
Yep.
But Chapman also probably thinks, why the hell is Eldridge here?
And and no one's answered that yet.
No. Why the hell is he here? If you don't think he's good enough to start every single day, and you're going to play him twice a week maybe, and it's costing me an opportunity to get going, it's not good for anybody.
Correct.
Why is he here?
Correct. It all leads to that. For the first time, all roads don't lead to Kuminga. They lead to, why'd you call him up? And Buster's answer that Justice just trumpeted to us is kind of, to me, not really that acceptable. We wanted to spark the offense. Well, okay, you're either saying that you think Bryce is going to be the one who sparks the offense, or you're going to say the threat of Bryce sparks others. And then there will be people who go, and it's working. And even if that were the case, I think that's a little bit of a leap that Devers just started hitting because he suddenly got terrified that Bryce Eldridge showed up. It's a little bit of a leap. Actually, it's a huge leap. But even if that were true, it still doesn't answer, is that the right thing for Bryce Eldridge's development? And the answer is no. The answer is unequivocally no. And you are now creating a logjam willfully that is going to be something that you have to navigate every night. You are going to, at times, upset some players. You are, at times, going to wear your manager out who needs to speak to this on a daily basis. Only if you continue to score 6, 7, 8 runs a night is it going to be okay. That's the only time. But it's much more likely against Yamamoto and Ohtani that we come back here on Thursday morning. The Giants have scored 3 times in 48 hours, and we're all sitting here looking at each other going, who the hell do you sit this time? They have no off days on this road trip.
Right.
None.
It's 13 straight games if you count the end of the homestand, and they have a 10-game road trip, and you play 10 straight days. So I think you look at tomorrow already, and you say, all right, Jung-Hoo Lee, lefty against Ohtani, you're going to take tomorrow off.
But what does that do? Who's in right? That doesn't even open up the window.
Ramos goes to right, and Schmidt debuts in left. Let's go. I mean, it's baseball. You tell me you're a professional baseball player and you can't play the outfield? You gotta be kidding me.
You watched Elliot Ramos not be able to play left field all last year.
I saw Marco Luciano not be able to play any position.
Exactly.
Now, this is a different case when you're talking about Casey Schmidt.
And so you're going to put Casey in the other corner? He's never played outfield in his life?
I'm sure he played in Little League.
Yes.
Travel ball.
Not in the pros.
It's the outfield. I'm not asking a guard in football to play quarterback. Just run around and catch a fly ball.
Oh, yeah, that's it. We're live on YouTube throughout the entire day. Just search 95.7 The Game. You'll find us. We're expanding our community for the super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member. You get early access to new videos, private content, insider content, exclusive content, after games, all of it. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. All right, some people want to weigh in. 888-957-9570 is the number. Giants tickets next hour. Stay with us. It's Willard and Dibbs. It's also Willard here for Habas. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? And then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
At Ashby Lumber in Berkeley and Concord, you'll find Fiberon composite decking, made to capture the look of real wood without the constant upkeep. No sanding, no staining, just durable, low-maintenance performance. Discover Fiberon's Concordia line, including the Aster collection, with rich, multi-tonal colors and long-lasting protection, backed by a limited lifetime performance warranty and a 50-year stain and fade warranty. Get expert guidance for your next project at Ashby Lumber. Visit Ashby Lumber in Berkeley or Concord today. Fiberon, built for life outdoors.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at mirastarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA. No purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Spring is showing up and showing out. Give your yard its own moment with limited time deals from Lowe's. Grab select 1.5-gallon annuals hanging baskets, 2 for only $15. Plus, we've got Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for just $10. A little dirt, a little color, and we are so back. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid 5/7 through 5/13. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
In the East Bay, we're looking at mid-60s today, sunnier for tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
I mean, what kind of question is that?
On 95.7 The Game.
All right. I'm going to take some calls on this. 888-957-9570. Bryce Eldridge is in the lineup tonight. Matt Chapman is not. And then where do we go next? The daily lineup juggle already appears to be a challenge for Tony Vitello. I'll give the Giants this. I think I made this comparison to something else last week. You know, I always used to wonder why the BCS in college football would do this. All you did was tick everybody off. And then in December, when you've got a 2-week break, stupid bowl games that nobody cares about, and everyone's yelling and screaming at each other, it should be Alabama. No, it should be Ohio State.
What's James Madison doing in there?
Everyone's yelling at each other, and I'm like, why do they set it up this way? And there would always be people who go,
genius.
Talking about college football.
Yep.
Oh, if that's what the Giants wanted, then okay. I've never in my career seen more intrigue in just what the lineup was going to be, because you're playing this game of musical chairs. The Giants they've constructed a reality show with their daily lineup, and we all sit down at a table and vote someone out every night.
And coming up, Tony will speak, Tony Vitello in the dugout, and all the reporters will jump on their Twitters and their X's and their Threads and start firing out exactly what Tony says. And Tony will be asked probably, 50% of the questions will be about the 6'7" first baseman, Bryce Eldridge. So, yeah, is Bryce going to play today? Does this mean Bryce is now the new first baseman? Is Rafi Devers being shuttled to DH? How did Chapman take the news? Was Chappie chapped? Did you chap his hide? Was Chappie mad? Tony V? What other questions can we pepper? How's Casey looking out there in the outfield? Any chance that he might start catching some fly balls?
Don't wear everybody out. And I know everybody's fine with it because we just love to be like, Chapman, you got too many offers, so sit down.
Just for now.
Okay. Yeah,
and then maybe for later, too.
You know, it's funny. Like someone just texted in, and this is it's an accurate and fair comment. However, I'd love to address it. So 415, if your show didn't have good ratings, there would be consequences.
Oh, you think?
Sure.
2014's on the phone.
I'm so glad that you put it the way you did. If the show didn't have good ratings, there would be consequences. Yeah, so we're super grateful, a lot of gratitude. We don't have to worry about that. Not right now. These things do ebb and flow sometimes. But the point is like, okay, let's say there was a month. We're like, oof, those were not good ratings. I'm not, do you think that if the boss was just like, so we're going to start looping in other people,
Grandy,
I'd fight like hell. That would be, as I put it earlier, a stapler off the wall conversation in someone's office.
Especially if it was like,
you're not going to let me try to work it out?
So one day a week it's going to be Grandy, and I don't get to stay home. I just have to sit. I have to sit on a bench and watch Grandy do 4 hours of radio.
You're right. If you gave me a day off a week, actually.
Different story. But no. You got to still show up and
be ready.
Got to go to the show meeting and take your BP.
We might call you in at 5:20 to do a 5-minute segment.
Right, higher or lower.
Totally.
Like you actually have to sit where Grandy does. You have to produce the show. We may need you later, so be ready.
I mean, Chappie gets to just sit and watch until he's needed later. This would be akin to, Casey Schmidt going out and playing left field. If I had to actually do work.
I guess all I'm getting at.
I could have your seat, Lucas, just sitting and watching.
That's a great point.
Thank you.
Or sitting where you don't have to watch.
Good point.
Is actually where Lucas is.
Genius.
I wish the audience knew this. We literally don't even know if Lucas is in there. When we talk
Me neither.
Yeah. When we talk to Lucas, it is blind faith that he's there, and that little whack-a-mole thing will happen, and his head will just, you know what I mean? It's like,
I don't know what you mean, because I don't even see him when he goes whack-a-mole.
I know,
but I'm laughing because of Lucas's face.
Yeah.
See, that's Grandy.
It's like calling the kids for dinner when you're upstairs. Come on upstairs for dinner. I don't even know if they're down there. They've got cars now. They're gone. They're not like.
You never know.
You never know. So anyway, what I'm getting at is you all get to be right that Chappie has no one to blame but himself. But I get to be right that he's pissed. And
we don't know that yet, but
we do.
You can presume that he's angry.
Of course we know. Yes, I am going to presume that he's angry.
And Tony Vitello will be asked, I'm sure, today.
And by the way, that's not just a flick off your shoulder. Well, tough cookies, Mr. 7 years and hundreds of millions of dollars and Gold Glove third baseman. It's not. You don't just blow that off. Emotionally, clubhouse, chemistry, relationships.
No one's blowing it off.
I think a lot of people are blowing it off.
You get a day, and this is the second time he gets a day. And you know what? If the ratings don't go up and we feel like it's that person is the soft spot and why we're not doing well, then you might get another day. And that's just the way it goes because we need to win games.
Correct. That is the way it goes. And then him being pissed and that being kind of a problem is also, I would argue, the way it goes. And that's not great.
Depends on how things go with, when he gets back in there.
For sure.
Maybe this will be his motivation.
But I can dot all through recent history all the times that something similar to this has happened. And we all act like, yeah, too bad. No, not too bad. Like, it becomes a problem. It can be Kuminga. It could be Clay. It could be Jordan Poole. It could be, we can come
Buddy healed. Wasn't a problem.
Yeah, Buddy healed.
Buddy basically, he stopped playing.
But, right. That's different.
It's a little bit of a different level.
Yeah.
He's not quite as accomplished. Well, he is as accomplished as Chapman, but he got to a spot where he wasn't making threes. And so, yeah, we're not going to let you play anymore.
What if this is akin to, and I know this is a different position, but let's say when Trey Lance got hurt, Jimmy came in and he cooked, and then he got a little bit hurt, and Brock came in and he cooked, and the Niners are 9-0, and all three of them have 3 wins each.
And they're all healthy.
And then they all got healthy.
Yeah.
And it's like you all are asking them to be like, oh, no, you play. You play. It's fine. I know the organization has got a lot invested in you, Trey, so you play. It's fine. I'll just sit out a little bit. Literally playing time is the number one or number 2 if you want to talk about money, but Matt Chapman doesn't need to worry about that. These are the number 1 and 2 motivators of these professional athletes. So I don't, and as you detailed, somebody who plays every game, 154, 158, blah, 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 through the years. This is not something that they're going to take lightly. And every reporter has already said it, that every single one of those guys in the infield would not take kindly to a day a week on the bench.
Right, and so far this is just the second week where it looks like it'll be a day a week. And if it's every week, all the way up until the trade deadline, then you might have a behind closed doors discussion from Matt Chapman about him being traded somewhere where he can actually play every day. Because if that's what he wants and he's not getting it here, well, then he can go ahead and press and try to get the Giants to deal him. And the Giants may be motivated to do that with all the contracts that they have still out there.
Let's go to Chris in Santa Clara. Chris, thank you for calling in. What's going on? You're on with Willard and Dibs.
You got it. So, hey, a couple things. One, kind of the Patrick Bailey watch, because it is connected to my main point. He's starting his second game now today for Cleveland. In his first game, he went 0 for 3 with a strikeout and a ground into double play. He's 0 for 1 now, so he's still looking for his very first time getting on base over in the American League. Just figured I'd kind of toss that in the background.
All right.
My sense about why they brought up Eldridge is because I think that Buster needed some cover to bring up Rodriguez. That if he had only dealt Bailey, brought up Rodriguez, and that was it, I think that would have put a ton of pressure on Rodriguez, and I can see him being a real future for this franchise. And so by bringing up Eldridge, we got to be honest here. This guy, although he's brand new, he's only had 42 career at-bats, but he's got a career lifetime batting average of, 114. He has a 43% strikeout rate in his 42 times that he's, formal at-bats. So, is he really going to be, long-term with the franchise? Who knows? I think he is there to kind of put some pressure on some of these other guys because my sense is Buster knows that the fan base and the baseball fan base throughout the larger Northern California, they're really glad that he pulled the trigger and got rid of Bailey. I mean, that's just not, he was not able to perform at any kind of level. And I think Eldridge is kind of a stalking horse. I mean, if it turns out that he goes great, well, then good. You know, he'll take somebody's spot. If it turns out that he doesn't, but my sense is you certainly don't start him for 4 games on a road trip to L.A. when he's already has a lifetime 114 and he could drop below the Mendoza line if he was playing 4 games at Dodger Stadium.
Well,
Mendoza line's 200.
Mendoza line's 200. So
I like it.
Yeah, but you're like, Chris, you get that's you're grabbing 40 or some odd at bats from a kid who the last year when he was up here couldn't even buy beer after the game. Like, this is an unbelievable small sample to be talking about Bryce Eldridge's numbers. The bottom line is this is number 1 prospect in the organization. He's a top 15 prospect in all of baseball. He is a big, big freaking deal to this organization. To bring him up and not play him, I don't understand. And even the scenario you're throwing out, if he comes up here and doesn't play well and then doesn't play because of it, guess what that does around the league? It lowers his value if what you were trying to do is move on from him. I mean, just take a look at the last Giants prospect. They wore him out in the big leagues so much at such a high level that they got to the point where he was worthless, and they had to just cut him. So that's all I'm saying, Chris.
And you may be on with it. I mean, I'm not necessarily defending Buster. I just think that there's a lot of movement going on, and I think there's, reality. I mean, is it possible the Giants end up making the playoffs? I mean, it's theoretically possible. They could get hot. Everybody else could collapse. I mean, hey, the Padres are in first by a half game. They're probably already planning their June parade down there to celebrate that so we're up in first place for a couple days. But, I mean, I think Buster knows that it's long shot for this team to grab one of those wild cards. And so he's got to be looking longer term. At least that's my sense. I mean, I'm certainly, in terms of listening to everybody calling in, I think I have not heard anybody go, oh my God, Patrick Bailey got traded. Everybody's between neutral and, oh wow, Buster actually pulled the trigger. Excellent, divide.
No,
you'll love this. When I texted my 19-year-old who plays ball up in San Francisco, I only got 2 words back from him. Adios, pelota.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, Chris, thanks. I listen, Patrick Bailey is a completely different subject matter for me. And if Buster is sort of giving up on the season, if you will, if that's the idea, and I don't think he's giving up on the season.
No.
If he looks at this and he goes, look, this team's not going anywhere, well, then to me, then you have even less of a reason to not, then you play Bryce every day. You play him every day.
Right. And I don't think after 41 games, you can look at it and say, well, this is going nowhere. Baseball Reference has it at a 3.6% chance they make the playoffs. Okay, that's up from 3 before yesterday's game.
Right, exactly,
so,
after 1 game.
You go ahead and you win a couple, 2 or 3 more, and you've got 3 more in L.A., and then you got 3 in Sacramento. You go 5-1 in those games, all of a sudden, now you might be 5 out in the wild card instead of 6.5, and you're not even looking at the standings yet.
No.
Right now, you're just trying to figure out how you can serve both ends of this, which is you play Bryce as much as you can. You still put out a team that you think can win baseball games. And then, on the side, you figure out, are there trades that we can make, whether it's a rise or if we get Chapman angry enough to where he'll waive the no trade. There's got to be another shoe that drops in all this. I don't think that they're going to go all the way through the year doing this. Who's going to sit today? Like that, I agree with you. This can't go on for a long time, but in the short term, yeah, it can go on.
Well, it is. It is going on, but it can't go on for long. And I know a lot of you, I'm seeing here come more texts. Willard, who cares if Chapman's mad? The Giants should. And they do. And I totally understand your position on this. If you're a fan and that's how you feel. This isn't about feelings. No, it's not directly about feelings, but it is indirectly about feelings because the idea of an organization and a coaching staff is to put players in their best position to succeed. So whether they're feeling good is going to affect whether they're playing well, and that is something that you massively invested in. You massively invested in that. So I push back a little bit on this what I find, this dismissive idea that nobody gives a rip about your feelings. It's like, no, I'm not saying they give a rip about directly the feelings, but understand, in my opinion, the larger thing that represents. Yes, your players matter to you, especially the ones that you gave 7 figures to.
Yeah, $151 million.
Like the Giants pride themselves, the Warriors, the 49ers, prideful organizations in how they treat their players and the relationship that they have and the belief that directly affects the output that they're getting on the field. That is their reputation, and their reputation around the league matters to them, and it should. Like that. So you're right. 2 times on the bench. Are we losing our minds? No, but this is obviously a precursor to much more. One of 2 things is going to happen. You're either going to rotate the veterans on the bench or you're going to let Bryce rot.
Or you're going to end up sending him down.
Yes.
If he plays and he really continues to struggle, and the caller was making a point about 42 at-bats, that is a minuscule sample. That's not even a month worth of baseball. So Bryce is going to get a chance to show exactly where he is and what he's got. I don't think it would be a quick trigger, but I do think that short of another move where you would free up a spot, whether it's Arise, who I think you can get something for Luis Arise, and it doesn't have to be in the end of July. You could do it earlier, but at the same time, if you are still trying to fight and scrap in the wild card race, he's your best hitter as far as like singles and, productivity. He's been consistent all year. So unless you're going to look to wave an early white flag, you wouldn't trade one of your better hitters right now, and that's Luis Arise.
Yeah. Remember, Tony Vitello said it yesterday. We're also trying to win games.
Right. So, and the other piece would be Chapman, and, he has a no-trade clause that he'd have to waive. And again, if you really want to stay somewhat in a race, and it's so early, you can't say that they're out of it. I mean, they're not in a good spot early. I'm not liking it early.
No, they put.
But you're 6.5 out.
They dug a hole. Here's a better way to look at it. Standings, schmandings.
Totally.
In mid-May. Maybe we could even do a Steiny Guru bet on this.
Ooh, I like this.
Depends on your answer. Forget the wild card standings. Do you think at any point this year, the San Francisco Giants will get back to 500?
Do they have to get above 500 or just get back to 500?
Back to 500.
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
That's a good question. Thank you, Grant. If I asked you,
that's the key.
What would you pick a side? Which side do you want to bet on that?
Well, I know where Steiny would be, and I know where you would be. I definitely know where Guru would be. So just to balance it out,
Guru thinks they'll be over 500 in 8 days.
He's got the Giants going.
I got the Giants going 82-75.
That would be an impressive run to get to 82-75 right now. I'll go Team Steiny and say no. Okay. No, they will not get back to 500.
What would you say on that, Grandy?
He's eating.
Remind me of that record again right now.
17-24. Man, it's like higher or lower all of a sudden.
I hate that I feel no, but it's just the way I feel.
Okay,
I'd say no.
Whack-a-mole, what do you think?
Oh, yeah, I'm still confident.
Yeah, see, Lucas is...
They're going to win like 85 games.
All right, you guys want to do a team bet then?
Oh, yeah.
I'll go with Lucas.
I got to be with Dibs?
Grandy.
Yep. See how I pinholed you guys?
Yeah.
That was amazing.
What's the bet?
It was like I took the two of you and stuck you right in the middle of our center field gyration. Just absolutely just pounded you into a bad spot. Lucas, it's okay. Really, it is. It's okay.
That's an HR
We're
issue
still
right
going to
there.
have a job tomorrow. I swear to God. We're not getting benched.
I'm not in this one.
Who's Drew Gilbert?
Yeah, exactly.
Drew Gilbert at this station? I think we all know the answer to that. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Everybody knows who Drew Gilbert is at this station. You're not going to get me to say it.
Ooh.
All right. Are we doing it? Y'all want to do it?
Yeah.
All right, Lucas.
What's at stake?
I don't make some offer me something.
I don't know.
Show dinner at the end of the year.
Sure. Sounds great.
Okay.
Show dinner.
Max. What do we want to do, Luke? $40 a head?
50.
$50 a head?
Yeah, 50 a head. Fine.
Perfect.
Okay. Book it.
It's a big bet.
All they got to do is get to 500.
Come on, Giants.
get to 500.
Just get there.
At any point.
At any point.
Yeah, 7 below right now, so.
Yep. They were 9 below 48 hours ago.
Ooh. All right.
Oh, no.
Be a good time for one of them 6-game winning streaks right about now.
Totally. I got 2 right now.
Lucas, what the hell are we doing? Why'd we just do this? They're about to face Yamamoto and Ohtani in back-to-back nights.
You saying we should wait 2 days?
I mean, we probably should have seen if they could get one of them.
I know why. I'd bet $50 to root for the Giants the rest of the year.
That's a good point. It's a good point. Yeah. You guys wearing blue tomorrow? 2 of you? Huh?
Probably not.
I may rock my my green and gold, though, for when they take on
Dodgers.
the Athletics.
The Athletics.
Yeah, I got a couple of jerseys back when we were their flagship station.
You know
Speaking of fired.
You know the Athletics are in first place.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Yep.
2 games over 500.
Strong.
They're in first place. So, with a negative run differential. That's not easy to do.
Maybe the Giants will go to Sacramento and just leave Bryce there after they leave town. Just, Bryce, you want to play? Why don't you go ahead and stay here? Don't even worry about getting on the plane. They go to Arizona after that? Is that right?
Sure. Yeah. Whatever. I knew this one was gonna be a tough one. I've been doing this long enough to know how at least the sports fans who react and engage on sports radio, I know how they tend to think. I know how a lot of you tend to think. And so I get it. I mean, you just look at our text line right now. Willard, please grow up. Next one. It doesn't matter how much money you're getting paid. I'm trying to tell you that, yes, it does. Yes, it does. It may not matter to you, but it matters to the Giants. It matters how much you invest in something. Look at all of you cruising around in life, acting like maybe you'd send your kids to college and then you don't care if they go to class. Yes, you do, because you invested a bunch of money in that. Bryce Eldridge, by the way, no different. They invested a first-round draft pick in him.
But not a lot of money just yet.
But a lot of money for a draft pick, first-round draft pick.
Right.
That's a lot of money. And so his development is incredibly important to this organization. So that's all I'm getting at. You're going to give your third baseman hundreds of millions of dollars. You're going to have your top prospect come up and immediately sort of like butt heads in the lineup when all you want is for both of them to do well. It's what I think happens is fans, because, I get it. We get mad, so we're cool with punishment. That's not how pro sports works.
This is not a punishment.
But it feels like that to him.
Well, if it feels like that to him, then that's a him problem, because he has not been good. And I pointed this out earlier. It's been almost 20 games, half the year. You've been bad. It's not a punishment. It's not when I play somebody over you who is maybe better than you.
It's not a him problem, and they're not playing anyone who's better than him. They're playing Bryce Eldridge.
That's right.
Who has like 5 major league hits.
Well, they brought him up, and they're going to have to play him. You can't just bring him up and never play him.
No, they shouldn't have brought him up.
Well, they did. So here they are.
And I'm allowed
and they shouldn't have given Matt Chapman $150 million. Because he's a declining asset.
That's a fair point, too. But
they shouldn't have traded for Rafi Devers.
But they're all here and they're on the same team, so they are motivated for him to play better, and the only way to play better is for him to play.
The only way for him to play better is when he plays to play better.
Understood.
And in the meantime, maybe you sit, and that helps you to get a little bit of a shock to the system.
It's not going to.
Well, we don't know that. That's a defeatist attitude.
Well, no, that's like there's no. What would that do? I'm going to sit over here, and that's going to.
I'd be ready to pinch hit. I mean, Bryce did it yesterday. You don't hear him crying about it.
He's 21, and no, he didn't do it yesterday. He got left in the on-deck circle.
He sat on the bench, and he was ready to pinch hit.
Yes, he was. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Pair of tickets to Saturday, May 23rd's Giants-White Sox game coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. So stay tuned for that as well. It's Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Safeway is celebrating 100 years. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through Check out Rice-A-Roni 4.3 to 7.2 ounce selected variety boxes, just 59 cents each. Now you can sing.
Hey, mix and match. Mark 1 pound strawberries or 6 ounce blueberries. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. And mix and match Foster Farm, Simply Raised, boneless, skinless, chicken breasts, thin sliced, or tenders. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two.
Well done. All right, these and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer and the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connects to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 21% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $451 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
I'm Piera Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
It's a great question. That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
This makes sense to you? 707. Willard, you're crying about Chapman getting benched, but in the same breath, you're mad that Eldridge is playing instead of him. You're contradicting yourself. Do those things sound contradictory?
I don't think so. I don't think you're mad that Eldridge is playing.
Correct.
You're mad that he's not playing more.
I'm mad that he's here.
Right, which I don't know why you're mad that he's here.
Let me rephrase. I'm not mad that he's here. I think it's the wrong move.
I think it's the wrong move if you don't play him. If you want to bring him up, then you play him. That's all. And so whatever that means all around him, then make it work.
Yeah, well, that's like really easy for other people to say.
Right.
Make it work. There is no way to make it work. That's my point.
Well, my point is
I'm not
you can make it
about
work.
anything.
Matt Chapman he hasn't earned playing every day. 10 years in baseball, it's been great.
I don't agree.
The way he's playing right now, you don't just get to play every day.
What were y'all saying this about Adames and Devers?
Yes.
3 weeks ago when Chapman was the only one hitting?
Yes.
No, you weren't.
Absolutely.
Nobody said
and you
bench
didn't
him.
have Bryce Eldridge up here.
Nobody
so
said
you didn't
bench
have
him.
the roster crunch.
But I didn't hear anybody say we need to call up Bryce Eldridge and bench Rafi Devers. Nobody said that.
For a game, absolutely.
Nobody said that. And for a game, what's that going to do? What's that going to do?
It might be a chance to reset. You get back in there and you have a day to just rest up.
I mean, anybody can do that.
Happened to Adames, right?
They could have already. Sure, it happens to everybody once or twice a season. You can do that. You already could have done that. I don't mind that. That's not what's happening here. That's not what's happening. They're not giving Chapman a day so he can look and reset. They just did that 7 days ago.
And how'd that work out for you?
Not good.
Right.
So why would you do it again?
Because he cannot hit right now.
But again.
And so you want to go out and you want to win a game.
All right.
And you call up Bryce Eldridge and you can think that wasn't the right move or not. And you can think that it was a PR stunt. Whatever you think, they brought him up. And when you bring him up, you have to play him, in my opinion.
I agree with that. But there's nowhere for him to play. Like, I'm going to keep this
first base.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
He's playing first tonight. Rafi's going to DH.
Yep. We'll see how that goes.
We will. I mean, Yamamoto is a very tough pitcher.
I'm going to keep this in the back of my mind. I sure hope Steph Curry doesn't have back-to-back games where he's cold from three.
So now Matt Chapman is Steph Curry.
No, Dibs, but he is
That's a whole different level.
Of course it is. Fine. I'll use a different example, like I have 5 times already in Klay Thompson. Okay? And that ended up being a very bad thing for all parties. That's all I'm saying. This flippant nature of it doesn't matter what anybody thinks thing is not real life.
No, it does matter.
Of course it matters.
You don't have to bend over backwards to appease a guy just because.
Nobody's asking you to bend over backwards.
Well, then that's why he's going to sit tonight, and it's going to be okay.
No, it's not, because Bryce Eldridge is going to sit tomorrow, and he's going to sit Thursday, and he's probably going to sit Friday. That. That's exactly what Tony has said.
He just said that pregame?
He said last night he is largely going to come off of the bench. He said that.
Well, that to me is the malpractice part of it.
I agree with you. That's what I'm trying to say. You and I are actually on the same space in this. Bryce does need to play. And there's nowhere for him to play here. This thing that we're doing right now feels okay because it's one time or two times. That's not what it's going to be. It has to be every time Bryce plays, somebody sits.
Right.
And I'm telling you, that's got a very short shelf life. You cannot run the Giants that way. It won't work.
Well, you can't run the Giants the way the Giants are being run. And this is where you put Buster Posey in as president of baseball ops, and you give out a fat contract to Chapman. You give out a whopper of a contract for Adames. You trade for a monstrosity of a contract, and then you recall your number one prospect and throw him in the mix? Like,
I don't get it.
Well, then, why aren't we all more critical of the way this is being run by Buster Posey at the top?
I think plenty of people have, but it is also in the grand scheme of what you're talking about, it is still very early. It's still very early. I know people believe me, I get it. Everyone's pissed at whatever they saw last night, right? I understand that. But Rafael Devers has not been awful the entire time he's been here as a Giant.
He's heating up.
Right. He was solid last year. He's having a good May. He had a really, really awful April. He was probably the worst everyday player in all of baseball. But that doesn't mean that it's already a done conversation that it was a bad trade. We're not there yet, are we?
Not yet, but I mean, you look at the back end of this deal and he signed through 2033.
Pessimistic.
It's hideous.
Yeah, but that's also that's projection. Right. I don't know where it's going to go next.
And we could already be into that portion of the Matt Chapman contract. He's 33 years old. You have him for 4 more years after this one. He's owed about $120 million, and year over year, he's slowly been ticking down. The power's going away. The average is down, and so I don't know. You look at that contract, and it's already looking worse than you would have hoped.
I don't disagree with any of that. But that, to me, I don't know how relevant that is in the Bryce Eldridge conversation. I am largely having, this conversation is based on what Tony Vitello said last night, much more than it is who is or isn't in the lineup tonight. The Giants have told us a few different things since he arrived. And it's funny to me how many people want a victory lap because Matt Chapman's not in the lineup tonight. I don't even give a rip that Matt Chapman's not in the lineup tonight. I don't care if it's Adames, Devers, or whoever. I'm just telling you that this larger plan won't work. My opinion. It won't work. This is going to frustrate everybody. It's going to make everybody it's going to be harder for them to all find their rhythm. And the main thing is it's going to keep your top prospect on the bench and lower the at-bats he has in maybe his most important developmental year as he transitions from any minor league spot to the bigs. That's the hardest jump, obviously, for anyone to make.
Right.
And you can't do that flippantly. And I just don't, this does not make sense to me. And the Giants have already outwardly put their foot in their mouths. They've already said 2 things that are, you want to talk about contradicting yourself. How about Tony Vitello last week being like, well, it wouldn't make sense for us to call him up if we weren't going to play him almost every day. And a week later, he's in the Dodger Stadium dugout being like, he's a bench player. What, and everyone's like, yeah. What do you mean, yeah? No, this is not the way to do it. That's all I'm saying.
Who's making the call on that?
Buster.
Exactly.
And others, but he's got the final call.
You're the boss, and this is what you're going to do. You're going to call up your prospect. Your manager 1 week is going to say, yeah, he's going to play all the time, and now it's going to be here and there. So he plays tonight. Tomorrow, lefty against lefty, Ohtani probably won't play. And then, he's a righty. Thursday, you've got a day game. Do you give him the day game, or do you wait until you go to Sacramento in a field where he actually has played before? So
actually, all night games this week, but it doesn't matter.
It really doesn't matter.
No,
the point is he should be playing in 3 of the 4, and right now he's 0 for 1, and he'll be in there tonight. Who knows how long? Maybe if they go to a lefty out of the pen, you go ahead and pinch hit for him. I don't know. I don't know. This whole thing is, for me, it's organizational malpractice. And Tony Vitello, you said it, and you're not wrong. He's been put in a very difficult spot.
I feel terrible for him.
He's got to try to navigate it and, have the hard conversation with Matt Chapman today, which is, you're not in today, but be ready tomorrow.
And I don't even know if that comes directly from Tony, and the veterans, according to reports, Buster had conversations with all of them. You know what I mean? Here's the other thing. if you just want to step back from this, I have no issue with it. I don't have issue with people taking days off, but apparently they do. They do. And if they have an issue with it, then that's an issue. This is, so many of you have said, this is professional baseball. That's right. And Tony Vitello is not used to that. Tony Vitello, in his entire career, what he's been used to is, damn it, what he says goes. And none of you are getting a lot of money, and none of you have that kind of power in this dugout. And if I say that you're going to sit on a given day, you're going to sit on a given day, and that's it. But this is professional sports. Like, this is a big NBA town. This is a big NBA station. You telling me that the people who make a lot of money in the NBA don't have a lot of power? Hell, if you want to go all the way to the top, LeBron James has been a GM for over a decade in this league. So, yes, the players who make a lot of money on teams, they have a big voice in the room, as they should. I'm not saying that they get to decide the lineup and who's in and who's out or where you get trade, but I mean, yeah, these guys have no trade clauses and 7-figure contracts.
9-figure contracts.
I'm sorry, 9-figure contracts. That makes them very, very powerful. It doesn't mean they get the final call, but I just feel like a lot of you are throwing an opinion out that doesn't work in actual sports and big business, where it's just like, yeah, you look at the unfireable 9-figure contract and you say, you sit, and if that bothers you, you deal with it. See you later. I'm going to go for a walk. Well, like, it's just not.
It's not, you don't do it that coldly, but the reality of the situation is he's not playing very good baseball.
Sure.
And you're trying to win games. So I'm sorry that you're making $25 million a year for 4 more years after this one. And, we owe you, and it's a guaranteed deal. So you're going to get your $100 million, but that doesn't mean that you just get to go out there and play every day because you're a star and you're making a lot of money.
I mean, this, again, it's not even about tonight. This is about every night.
Right. This is about, some game next week when he sits again.
I don't see how this is. It's not, but again, today it's about Chapman because we're here today.
Right.
This is about all of them. It's about, for me, it's about all of them. And we're one night in and Tony's like, boof, tough puzzle. And I don't know. I feel like, yeah, as a Giants fan, I think you should care about that. I think you should care about that. I don't think that there's
I care about who's out there in the uniform playing.
And we should also care about what puts them in their best position to succeed, what puts the team clubhouse in the best spot, the chemistry, the at-bats for everybody. I want the guys who aren't hitting well to get at-bats so they can start trying to hit well. I want the number one prospect in the organization to get a lot of at-bats this year. I don't want him watching Giants games. That's what he did last night.
Right.
That's a wasted day.
So tonight, he gets to play.
Yes.
And unfortunately, you don't have enough spots to where all of your 9-figure guys can all play at the same time. So you're Matt Chapman, you have 1 home run. Last year, you had 21. This year, you have 1. Mm-hmm. 1 singular home run. Your average has gone down and down and down every year, and your OPS is 624. So the numbers would tell me that you're having a bad year at the plate. So, especially a bad month or whatever it's been, 3 or 4 weeks.
Bad 3 weeks, no doubt.
So, I'm sorry, but that's just the way that it goes tonight. And hopefully tomorrow you can get back in there and we'll hit you 7th and maybe you can actually get a base hit.
When I said earlier, if I'm Chapman, I'd be pissed. If you want to make it just about tonight, yeah. That'll be fine. But again, this is not just about tonight. This is about the whole picture and how long. Like, why don't I ask you that? How long do you think Tony can pull this off?
This lineup juggling?
This dance.
Probably a couple weeks, 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay, so what are we doing in 2 or 3 weeks? You sending him back down?
At that point, you may have a trade for him or you trade a rise. Or if Bryce struggles, if Bryce is hitting or not hitting at this clip, and you give him 60 at-bats or 70 at-bats, and he's hitting about 113, and the strikeout rate is through the roof, then you're sending him back down.
Okay.
And it's not ideal what you want to do, but if you're not playing him up here, and when you are, he's not hitting, then you absolutely have to send him down.
So 2 things on that. 1, what if he does hit? You said, let's do this for 2 weeks and then you'll make a trade. You understand how rare a trade is in May. I know they already pulled one off.
Right.
But people are not deadline dealing for Luis Ariz in May. They're not ready to deadline deal yet. The season hasn't taken shape. Nobody even knows who's a contender or not. The whole league thinks they're a contender at this point.
Right.
We're sitting here talking about the Giants still being in the wild card
and you're
race.
able to trade your 2-time Gold Glove catcher.
Yes.
On May 9th to a team that,
But rare, and that was very surprising.
Right.
Yeah.
And I would imagine that considering what the roster is right now, if Bryce does show that he's ready, he belongs in the show, and you need him in the lineup, well, then it's up to Buster to pick up the phone and figure out what he can do with this roster glut.
Yep. And then the other thing you said, what if he's not hitting? Well, if he's not hitting, but also I'm only playing him twice a week, and the rest of the data I'm getting is, hey, Bryce, just sit here, and at 9:15 we'll call you so that you can head up there. By the way, maybe. We might just send you out to the on-deck circle and then call you back. But maybe go up there in a leverage moment and get a hit for us. I don't think you can get data on a 21-year-old in those kinds of at-bats.
Absolutely not.
Needs to play every day.
And that's where I'm confused as to, it's got to be, the management that has decided that this is the course of action that they're going to take, which is he's not going to play every day. He'll play here and there. And if that really is your organizational approach to developing Bryce Eldridge, then that is malpractice, because a 21-year-old hitter needs to be in there every day, learn the routine of what it is to be a major leaguer, DH or first base. It doesn't really matter at that point, but to play him on a Tuesday and not Wednesday, and maybe he pinch hits Thursday, and then you go to Sacramento, he gets 5 at-bats in Dodger Stadium, that's not going to be good enough.
Yeah. I mean, listen, we're sitting here talking this out. I actually think at the core of it, I think you and I are on the same page. I don't know if you feel the exact same way I do, but I like Bryce Eldridge. It's a weird feeling because I'm a Giants fan. I'm excited to watch him hit, but I don't think he should be here. I don't think he should be here. And those who are saying, hey, this is about winning, well, explain to me what Bryce Eldridge has ever done to this point that tells you that helps the Giants win. I hope that it does, but give me a break. Playing Bryce Eldridge right now isn't about winning. He's 21 and has had 14 at-bats this year and 2 hits. We have no idea what his attachment is to winning. Playing Bryce Eldridge right now is about developing who you hope to be your next star. But, if I asked you that, who gives the Giants a better chance to win tonight in that lineup? Matt Chapman or Bryce Eldridge?
Oh, it's Bryce Eldridge.
How?
Because Matt Chapman stinks right now.
Bryce Eldridge,
that's why.
He's never played Major League Baseball before.
He has as many home runs this year as Matt Chapman.
That's 1 home run. He has 1 other hit.
Right, and which is about as many as Matt Chapman has had in this entire month.
Feels like a projection.
It feels like in the moment, Matt Chapman right now is an automatic out. He's 3 for 35 in May.
So is Bryce.
Bryce has 2 hits.
In 14 at-bats.
Matt has 3 in 14 games.
Right.
So right now, in this moment on a Tuesday night, the lefty against Yamamoto, I like his chances.
Yamamoto, yeah, okay.
Matt Chapman right now is beyond struggling. So
Bryce has never been a good big league hitter yet in his life.
Well, that's a tiny sample. You want to go small sample, Steve? No, there it is.
Right, but my question was how do we know that he's more attached to winning? And oh, by the way, you're hucking him in there tonight against one of the best pitchers in the game.
Right. Well, how do we know that Matt Chapman isn't washed?
We don't.
Right.
But again, Matt Chapman has been, first of all, he's an excellent third baseman. He's been a good player through his years. All I'm saying is Bryce Eldridge, hell, Justice De Los Santos watches every at-bat. Earlier today, he comes on and says Bryce looks overmatched in a lot of his at-bats. Matt might be struggling. He's not overmatched. He's a big league ball player.
Right.
Big time, long
10
time.
10 years, long time, but
in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Indeed, we got Giants tickets to the game against the White Sox on the 23rd. It's a Saturday, and it's brought to you by Benjamin Moore, that really, really cool. You've probably been seeing the ads, but that really cool Gigante hat, the chain hat that they're going to be giving away that day. You'll know when you get the cue to call, so don't call yet. Don't call now. Don't call now. But Our contest line is where we will pay that off. We'll give you the number. You'll hear the sounder in a little bit and a chance to win Giants tickets. Yeah, I guess, my mind is more just kind of on where this goes next. And I'm with Tony. This is a tough puzzle, and I don't really see what the answer is. So it's just easy right now just to be like, this is just a Tuesday. You're going to play a baseball game. Matt's going to be okay. He's a big boy. I get all that. But this thing doesn't go anywhere. And your contention that you could do this for maybe a couple weeks and then make whatever that next move is. I'm like, well, what move is that?
Who knows?
I don't like.
We don't know what the future holds.
Trades are so difficult in May. They are very rare. I don't even know if the
Dodgers made a trade yesterday, did they not?
Yeah, that's tiny stuff. We're talking about you're talking about big money deals.
Potentially. I mean, if it's Luis Ariz, it's not a big money deal.
Okay,
the guy's making $10 million and it's expiring.
Wouldn't you be bummed if they trade Luis Ariz in May?
Depends on where they go. If they lose 8 of 9,
I guess
and
not.
Now you're 14 below. Now you can start thinking about white flag city, and so
I guess.
That's why over the next couple of weeks, maybe it's 2 or 3 weeks, you see where the team is, you see how Bryce is doing. And you do a little bit of the roster juggle. If Casey Schmidt continues to be an 850 OPS guy, then he's got to probably play every day. But if he starts to find his level, which is probably a 750 OPS guy, I mean, he's allowed to be this good the whole year. But if he starts to normalize, then he's a guy who can maybe have a day where he sits. And you can definitely get creative with how you're going to go about doing this.
I don't know that you can.
And Bryce is not going to play every day, which I think is criminal, but that's been clear what they're doing.
Is it, or is it just what they said yesterday?
Yeah, I don't know.
The week before, they said the opposite. And, oh, by the way, if you did get to a point, if you lost 8 of 9 and you wanted to trade Luis Ariz, I'd be ticked off that the Giants did it in May still. Because don't you want to get the best return on investment? The way you do that at the deadline in baseball is you wait and you get multiple bidders. I don't know what kind of return Luis Ariz would bring you, but I'd like to wait and find out. There's a reason everybody waits. You know what I mean? Like the Rockies already know they're not going anywhere this year because they don't go anywhere any year. But whoever it is they want to deal this time around, they're not going to do it now. You wait till July, see if you can get 5 teams interested and up their bids. So that's all. I don't know, man. I just don't get it. I don't get what they're doing. That's all I can say.
Well,
I don't understand what they're doing.
I get what they're doing today, and that's Bryce plays and Matt sits. And you go through today, and you may have somebody who, has a little small injury or something, and now they need to have a couple of days like Luis Ariz did, and so that might take some of the pressure off this lineup puzzle that Tony V is really, dreading having to go through. Every day is different. You may get to tomorrow and you may need Bryce to play because somebody else needs a day for whatever reason.
I mean, what about the larger thing? I mean, you're the one who brought up the Slusser quote. We're just dismissing that? Every single beat reporter has said the same thing. We're just dismissing that as like, too bad. Tough stuff, Buttercup, for all of them. Like, all of them have reported the exact same thing.
Which is the high-priced vets are going to be mad if they have to sit.
The infielders are not cool with days off, like rotating days off. They're just not feeling it. And if the Giants, some of you are right. The Giants have the power to be like, too bad. Too bad. You guys are 17 and 24, so too bad. They can do that, but I don't know. I think that's a thing. That's a thing.
It just depends on like how a guy's going. So you go to Devers after today, and he has a couple hits again, whatever, or you go to Devers and you say, yeah, you're gonna have to sit tomorrow because it's your turn. No chance. And he's hot, and you wouldn't do that. But right now, it's made a little bit easier by the fact that Matt Chapman is struggling,
I guess.
And so you can do that because he's on the struggle bus, and already, even though I think that they should be playing Eldridge more, it seems like they're not going to play him that often anyway. So you're really not in that much of a roster crunch unless Eldridge is going to play 5 of every 6 days.
Yeah, but
he should.
Right.
But he's not.
So you are in a roster crunch.
You're only in a crunch if they go about this the right way, which is young prospect, you get to play.
That's all.
But for some reason, they're not doing that.
That's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying is, what the hell are you doing? if you have him up with the big club, then he plays. Like, has that ever happened? I guess earlier we were talking, and Evan Giddings was saying a couple teams earlier this year, they did that. They brought up their young prospect, and they didn't play him all the time right away, and you kind of work your way into it. So I guess you could do that with Bryce Eldridge, but I don't think it's the right move.
Any of those examples you bring up, did those guys just then blossom? Or was that not good for them? That's, I don't know. That's why I just that's all I'm saying. This is not a healthy situation for the players involved. I don't want to just make this about Matt Chapman sitting on a Tuesday night, but this doesn't work. If you get all these guys hitting like you want, then Bryce is going to get shoved out. So that's all. The Giants have said this now about 4 different ways since last Sunday when they called Bryce Eldridge up. And I feel like with 1 week of evidence, they've already started to kind of look, what's the word? Inconsistent is the nicest way that I can say it.
Yeah, I was going to say amateurish.
Yeah.
Or almost like they're making it up as they go.
Which is already, from a PR standpoint, what you're worried about as the Giants this year. Your president of baseball ops is, I think he's younger than Steph Curry, for God's sakes. And your manager has never managed in the bigs. And so eyeballs are going to be up, antennas are open, antennas are going to be up with regard to how you guys are handling stuff like this. And we're early, so I don't think anybody's losing their mind yet. Trevor McDonald, by the way, if you missed it, Trevor McDonald was a fun guy. Last night's starting pitcher. Odyssey app, YouTube, if you missed the interview earlier today. Frog Giggin, go check it out. But, they're still in that moment where they're like, dude, Tony's a ton of fun, right? Drew Gilbert's hips. We're having a great time out here. But I'm thinking about this entire picture, and I'm having a hard time with the algorithm right now. Doesn't look like this is the best thing for Bryce. I don't think it's the best thing for these infielders. And if you guys want to treat everybody with anger because they're not producing, that's fine. But as a Giants fan, I want to get them all to a point where they're producing. That's the goal. That's the goal. It's not to get mad at people who have a few offers and then bench them. It's like, let's get them going. And so I want Bryce to get at bats in Sacramento, and I want the Giants infielders to work their way through this. That's all. Yeah, and a couple of them are working their way through it. And exactly. That's Adames Endeavors, and Chapman has not been able to work his way through it. And so now he sits tonight, and you can let that motivate you, or you can stew, or you can do whatever you need to do to be ready for Wednesday. But it's just one game, and unless Eldridge really starts to play more often than what they have said, this probably won't be that big of an issue too often, because you bring up Eldridge and you're not going to play him? Yeah, but so then there's the issue. Do you see what I'm saying? No matter what, there's an issue. Thank you. There's multiple issues. That's all I'm saying. And the biggest issue is that you've got somebody who doesn't really have command of the job running your organization. That's the biggest issue. You've got a legendary catcher with no front office experience running the front office. That is the biggest issue. You hire a rookie manager who had never been in pro ball before, and it's been a learning curve, and he's a fun soundbite, and he sure seems to make mistakes like other managers, and he's poking his way through the job. You gave out 9-figure contracts to guys who maybe aren't worthy of 9-figure contracts, and you've got an organization that is kind of making it up as they go along, in my opinion. Well, or maybe this is actually going to make sense when we get to July. You know what I mean? Think about the things that the Giants have taken criticism for. You can look, okay, the bullpen. The bullpen looks like you just hucked a bunch of people out there and you're praying. Well, they also knew that, and you can criticize them for this too, but they signed a bunch of people who they knew weren't going to quite be ready at the start of the season. Sam Hentges, Jason Foley. A lot of you fans are going to hear those names and you're like, who? What is that? Well, they're much more accomplished relievers. Could this thing take shape? Can Eric Miller come back? Can Killian grab this role? Can Keaton Wynn keep doing his thing? Could this be a much more stable bullpen a month from now? And by the way, their metrics would still suggest they're not a bad bullpen. It's just that we're mad because Ryan Walker experience and, late game save situations and all that. But could that make more sense? You traded Patrick Bailey, Rafi Devers, Willie Adames, habitual slow starters. They get going. Maybe Buster realizes more than we do. And maybe their plan all along was to, hey, I got tweaks to make to this organization and this roster. This is going to take some time. There might be bumps early, but we know what we're doing and where we're heading. It's just that those of us out here don't know. Maybe that's the way that this is all going to go. I'm open to that. But you're right that in this moment, it's very, very hard to see, and especially this week. Listen, if they did a really good job of coming out and explaining their plan, I think we're in the kind of a season where fans would be like, all right, that's the plan. Let's go do it. But they've come out and publicly said sort of the opposite thing in back-to-back weeks. We're calling him up. He's here to play. We're not sending him back down. Very next Monday, he's here. Not going to start very much.
He'll play here and there.
So you understand why everybody's confused.
Because organizationally, you don't have a plan. And in the offseason, you go out and you sign Harrison Bader and you sign two back Chris Berman end of the rotation starting pitchers. And that was your plan? Robbie Ray's in the final year of his contract. I don't know if he'll return, and if so, how much they'll pay him. And for me, you didn't really address the need at rotation. You brought in a couple of back-end guys. One's been okay. Hauser tonight, I do think it's a pivotal start. You have a couple of guys that were drafted down in AAA. Now, Buster didn't draft him, but neither of the Carsons is really getting that next shot to come up here and try to do it again. And your bullpen was completely thrown together. And I know you've got Peguero coming back, and you've got Foley you just picked up, and he'll be your closer. Whatever. It's all kind of, to me, it's piecemealing it without any real anchor pieces. So your rotation is patchwork, other than your two big two at the top. And Landon Roop's been good.
Roop's been great.
He's been fine. So two of your starters are giant question marks. Your bullpen doesn't have a real threatening closer. And your offense, now you've got Eldridge up here and you don't have enough spots to play everybody. So organizationally, what are you doing? What is the plan? Is the plan go all in with the vets? Okay, then Eldridge would be in Sacramento. Is the plan to have Eldridge come up here and jumpstart the offense? Well, then you have to play him. What's the plan? And you signed Luis Ariz, and I like the signing, but he's here for just 1 year. And you mentioned Jung-Hoo Lee. That happened before Buster got here, and he's out there playing okay. What's the plan? There is no plan. I don't know either. And it's
and the Ariz thing. Look, there's no way they could have known that Casey Schmidt was going to play this well. That's how I feel. I know that he was starting to do some good things at the end of last year. He deserves just a ton of credit. I'm so impressed with the way he's commanding the zone and the way he's attacking things that are in the zone. He's a big, powerful kid, so he's starting to even bring some power to the team. He still leads the team in home runs at this hour. So, I'm very impressed by that, and I get that the Giants could not necessarily rely on that going into the season. But it's here. It's happening. That's great. I never would have thought that they could use Casey Schmidt on a daily basis as a designated hitter, but I think we've officially arrived at a time where you can. He's holding down a middle-of-the-order spot, albeit for the worst offense in baseball, but still, he's doing it. And then they did this. And so, listen, that's part of my belief. My belief is the timing of this had something to do with calming a lot of the fan base down. And that just feels a little bit underhanded to Bryce. In the end, when we all talk about who's kind of taking one on the chin here, I feel like we've just had a conversation for an hour that makes it sound like I'm caping up for Matt Chapman. It's not. It's Bryce. It's Bryce. Bryce is the one who's being put in a bad spot here, not anybody else. Matt, take a day off here or there. You're mad about it. You're not mad about it. Whatever. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. But Bryce is the one who is being put in a bad spot. I think you got pulled up after an 0-6 road trip, which A, made it feel like you had to put a cape on and save the organization. I feel like marketing was part of why you came. Then you get here. Then they announce that suddenly most of the time you're not even going to play. But we're not going to send you back down. But we all damn well know that if he doesn't play well, he may get sent back down. Just feels like he's getting jerked around a little bit. That's all.
Big time. And if you're 21 and you're a baseball player, you want to play baseball. And sure, you know, if you asked him, he probably would rather be up here getting 8 at-bats a week as opposed to being in Sacramento and traveling to Round Rock and, you know, getting your full 4 or 5 at-bats every single day and, you know, plane rides and bus rides and whatever it is. But you'd rather be in the bigs, but you want to play. So he's kind of being set up to fail because if he's up here playing 1 out of every 3 or 4 games, it's going to be difficult. And you're facing Yamamoto tonight, one of the best pitchers in the National League. So odds are you're going to struggle. He's a great pitcher, and you're not coming in with any rhythm.
Well, yeah, and I'm like, who wants to put that on Bryce? You know what I mean? Okay, you get 3 at-bats tonight. Let's see it, kid. And then...
You sit tomorrow.
What's that? Exactly.
And maybe Thursday as well.
What if he hits 2 homers tonight? Now how does the fan base feel when he's not in the lineup the next day? They already did it once. Kind of did it twice. He homered on Saturday.
Yep.
Didn't play again until tonight. So that's all. That's really all I'm pointing out. Like you got a cycle here. You got a pie chart, whatever you want to call it. You have a puzzle, and the pieces don't quite fit. So, you know what is the solution? Now you're stuck because I wouldn't have called him up last week, but they did, and so now it looks even worse to send him right back down. So now you're kind of pot committed. You're pot committed to do what we're talking about for a little while, which is uncomfortable for a lot of people, I think.
I think it's a few weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. You get through May, and at that point, you have a better chance to look at not only what your record is, but did everyone stay healthy, and how has Bryce looked in 3 weeks? And, you know, figuring 3 weeks, maybe he has 50 at-bats between now and the end of May. You would hope he gets that many, but hopefully you can see what you need to see from Bryce, and if there's a spot that opens up because – you know, somebody gets a little bit dinged up or somebody really cools off, this could work itself out. But right now, it's a daily guess for the puzzle.
All right, that's it. That's the cue right there. Caller 5 contest line right now. 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Pair of tickets to see the Giants and the White Sox at Oracle Park next Saturday, May 23rd, courtesy of Benjamin Moore. You get the chain hat. Good luck. If you don't win today, we got another pair tomorrow. We got another pair coming up tomorrow. So, caller 5 right now, 415-523-4652. Go to the Giants game a week from this Saturday. Get yourself a hat and a W.
Yeah, good luck. Will Venable homecoming. Pride of Santa Fe High School.
Explain.
Managing the White Sox. His father, Max, was a great Giant in the 80s.
Definitely the 80s.
In the 80s,
I was always trying to get that baseball card. Max Venable. He was one of my favorites when I was a little kid.
Yeah, great guy.
I didn't know why.
Why you wanted it?
I just liked his batting stance or something like that. I was probably like, I think he played in the early 80s, actually.
That's why I was thinking maybe 70s, 80s, but it was the early 80s.
6 years old.
Yep.
Like, I need a Max Venable baseball card. Why? I don't know. I like the way that thing looks.
So Will is the manager of the White Sox, and he was a 2 or actually maybe even a 3 sport star at Santa Fe High before going to Princeton and deciding, baseball, because he was a basketball player, phenomenal basketball player. And then I give this baseball thing a try, played in the pros, and now he's the manager of the White Sox.
Oof. All right.
Have it.
On their way to town. By the way, I'm going to be out there that day with the whole Cal Poly class. So if you end up winning these tickets, turn around and take a look at the press box and wave. It's going to be like a party of 20 in there.
You're going to have them all in the box?
Yeah.
But there's not enough seats.
Oh, yeah, there is.
Really?
Absolutely.
Cram all you in there?
No problem.
All 20 of you?
No problem.
Wow. You got pole down there, 3rd and King.
Yeah.
Press box pole.
I think that's where we're sitting.
Okay.
It's That's where we sat last year.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe we'll go up to the roof. I don't know. But I think so. So that'll be fun. Yeah. No, the Giants are awesome about that. So the other side to this conversation to me is also what I called last night a hold up, wait a minute game, which is, I don't know, man. We're on the yo-yo with this team right now. I get it. They win a game, and you're like, okay, maybe they get something going. And then they lose a really ugly one, and you're like, never mind. This is silly. But I keep thinking to myself, it's May 12th, and I'm not interested in giving up on seasons on May 12th. Please don't take that as a prediction. Do I see this as a competitor in the playoff chase at this hour? No, I do not. But that doesn't mean I want to stop rooting for it. So even this idea of trading Patrick Bailey, which kicked in a bunch of national reports that the Giants would love to get out from underneath any of these contracts. Kind of an odd report the more I think about it. And it came from Bob Nightingale, who, by the way, was on the Morning Roast today. Take a listen to some of what he said. First off, how the Giants are viewed nationally.
Well, just that they were bold in the moves, but they haven't worked out and hasn't been good. But, can things change? Sure. But right now they invest a lot of money, made the bold moves by, making the trade with Devers and that kind of contract for Adames. I don't think the Brewers even made an offer for Adames. And, of course, hiring Tony Vitello. So, made some big gambles so far, and they haven't worked out.
Do you hear that? I didn't even hear that the first time. Brewers didn't even make an offer for Willie Adames.
Right.
Didn't even make him an offer.
But the Giants did.
The team that knows him best.
Right.
Didn't even make an offer. Giants are like, how about 182?
Man, 7 years, $182.
Buyer's remorse for the Giants?
They have to at this point, unless these guys get going, particularly Devers. I mean, I know he's been better last couple of days, but he's been a shadow himself, since the Red Sox days. Adames hasn't looked anything like he did in Milwaukee. Chapman, they know him, of course, and, they signed that extension, and he probably would have got that money from somewhere else. But he just hasn't, produced those numbers yet either, and neither has Lee, of course.
So here's what this kind of got me thinking. It made me realize something. This report coming out actually on May 10th, Mother's Day, or whatever. Was it Saturday or Sunday that Patrick Bailey got traded? I think that was Saturday.
Yeah, the 9th, I think.
Yeah, and then the reports come out. There's like, Giants would love to get rid of those contracts. And you know what went through my head, which surprised me? I didn't even think I felt this way, but that helped me realize that I do. I don't want them to move on from those guys yet. I'm not there yet. I'm not giving up yet. Lucas brought up to me that before the season, you and I were all doing our sort of preseason content and everything.
Oh, yeah.
I did a whole video about like the one thing that we know about this team. The only thing that we know is that the infield will hit. Whoops. Now they are now. Yeah. Arise is all year. Devers is now. Adames is now. Chapman is not. But over the long haul, will that be proven to be a poor take? Seems likely, but not definitely. I guess, but I'm not there yet. I'm not there
yet.
It's
May 12th. Yeah. You don't have to be there.
No, but but it's like that report makes it sound like the Giants are there. And that's why I called last night, hold up, wait a minute game. Like, don't do that yet. That feels very, that feels like defeatist too early.
It's a little premature. I mean, you're 41 games in, so we just got by the quarter poll. 1/4 of the season is down, and it was not good. 17-24 is definitely not good, but you mentioned Adames is starting to hit. He still only has 3 home runs, so he's actually getting hits and driving in runs, which is nice, but I'm just wondering about the power outage for Chapman and Adames. I mean, neither one of them is even threatening the outfield fence very often. So, Devers is starting to connect, and he's starting to show that opposite field power, and he's starting to show that he's a legit power bat. But Chapman, no, and Adames, no. Jung-Hoo Lee, no. Like, this team just does not hit home runs.
Do you believe, this is the conversation we got into earlier, do you believe in the talent that the Giants have?
Do I believe in the talent?
Yeah.
I mean, not really.
Okay.
Like,
why?
Because like, if you want to compare it to other teams, it's just not that good. Like,
okay, compare it to another team, not the Dodgers.
I mean, there's the big ones, obviously, like, the Dodgers and the Yankees and some other of those vaunted lineups. And the Giants were never built to compete with that. Even the Padres. The Padres have a better lineup, but I think that they've scored about the same number of runs, right? Padres and the Giants on the year.
The Padres haven't scored a whole lot of runs. I mean, even if this is fascinating to me. So the Braves have the best record in the National League. How does the Giants' talent compare to the Braves? Just go through their lineup. How do you feel about the Braves' talent versus the Giants' talent? Just talent.
I mean, the Braves, I think, have more talent, and maybe it's because I'm too close to the Giants situation, and, you see what the Giants roll out on the regular, and they have a lot of 7th and 8th place hitters in their lineup.
I mean, do you know who is sure, there's Matt Olson, and there's Ronald Acuna. Ronald Acuna, though, has 2 home runs this year.
Yeah.
He's not doing much. So there's some big names, but the Giants have big names. They got Rafael Devers and Willie Adames and Matt Chapman and Luis Ariz. I mean, the Braves are starting Mauricio Dubon. He's out there in center field and playing utility. Yaz is on that team and hitting 200 with no home runs.
He's up to 200.
Exactly, up to 200. Austin Riley is hitting 213 for that team.
Ozzie Albies has 8 home runs.
Yep, and is hitting 306.
Drake Baldwin's got 10.
Drake Baldwin is someone who I bet most fans don't even know who that is.
Right. So there's names, and then there's productivity.
Sure.
So the Giants have some names, and Adames and Devers and Chapman. Well, Chapman is reaching career lows. Adames is not even at 600 OPS, and Devers is starting to be Devers. So
it's kind of odd, though.
Those are your big 3. And then beyond that, like Jung-Hoo Lee is dead average, flat average player. Harrison Bader, you signed him to a 2-year deal. He's barely hitting 100. And to your point about Atlanta, like Casey Schmidt, outside of this market, I don't think that a Braves fan knows Casey Schmidt.
Nor do they know who Elliot Ramos is. I mean,
exactly.
They know that, I know the name, but you don't know much about those guys. And Ramos is quietly, let's see, what's the OPS is up to 760 for Elliot Ramos.
Yeah, he's been great.
Yeah. Yep.
He's been great.
There is still a tinge of me that looks at this lineup and goes, I don't get it. I don't get why it's this bad. So if I were Buster Posey, and we're all going to rip Buster Posey for constructing the roster, and I do think that it's been a poorly constructed roster, but not because of the names who are in the lineup. I think it's been constructed poorly because, as you were talking about earlier, they didn't really follow a path or a plan. They keep thinking they want good defense, and then they replace good defense because they're not getting any offense.
Right.
They don't know exactly who their bullpen is. If you're pitching Oracle Park, you need a bullpen. You need a very defined bullpen. They didn't do it. So we can poke holes in all that, but when you tell me who's trotting out there for the starting lineup at the beginning of the year, do you remember what all of us were saying? It was the most excited we had been about a lineup
about an offense,
in years.
Well, part of it was you were going to have guys who just played all the time, regulars, and they have. Like Chapman now is going to sit because he's struggling, and you need to get Bryce in there, but
still a regular.
And Devers and Ariz and Adames certainly has played in all the games. Jung-Hoo Lee's played in every single game. So yeah, you're excited about the fact that they have regulars, but they're ordinary. The majority of these guys are having years worse than what you expected.
Right.
And that's the problem.
I kind of don't get it. It doesn't really make any sense. We know what we're looking at. I know that I can go around the diamond and talk about the imperfections of each, but it doesn't really make sense that it looks like this. So what that means to me is that there's at least albeit less than 50% of me, but there's a percentage of me that still believes in the talent that the Giants have and that they will hit better. Is this the start of it? God, I hope so. I really, really hope so. I don't know, But I hope that this sustains on some level. I'm not going to ask for 8 runs a night like they've been doing for the last 48 hours, but hopefully this is the start of something. But there's a little piece of me that wants to push back on this idea. Boy, the Giants want to get out from under these contracts. Wait a second.
Well, they might.
But that's waving the white flag.
Right, and it's too early for that.
I guess that's what I'm saying. Don't wave the white flag just yet.
They won't on May 12th. But to your point about like these players and you don't get it, Willy Adames is a 220 hitter. That's what he's been for the majority of his career. But he's got that pop, and he's got 3 home runs. So he's hitting 215, which, I mean, you'll take it. You'd rather have 240, but 215 with 3 home runs. Matt Chapman is a career 240 hitter, but he's always shown some pop. He's got 1 home run. So not only are these guys not hitting as often as they used to, they've got no power. Chapman hit 21 home runs last year, and he's got 1.
Mm-hmm.
And Adames hit 30, and he's got 3. So that, to me, is the really appalling part of what's going on is you as a team have 27 home runs total in 40 games. That is far and away worse than baseball.
Yeah, no, it's not enough. It's not enough. But maybe they'll come in bunches.
I mean, they did for Adames last year.
Yeah, and Devers is having a come in bunches sort of a moment right now. And, maybe these things will even out. Maybe Rafi Devers is still going to hit 30 home runs this year.
Yeah, he
or
might.
North of 25.
You would hope.
You think he'll get north of 25?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, what, Adames has got... No, you're talking Adames or Devers? Oh, Devers for sure.
For sure?
He's got 5, and we haven't even gotten to Colorado, and we haven't even gotten into the real hot months. Arizona, place you can hit home runs. So,
but that's the point. Like, he's got 5, but 5 days ago he had 2.
Yeah.
So maybe they come in bunches. All right, we're sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water, 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibbs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just 1 branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises. And you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Inherited a home? Done being a landlord? Helping parents downsize? We've bought over 1,500 Bay Area homes since 2016. As is, on your timeline. No pressure. Call 510-462-6000 or search John Buys Bay Area Houses. 510-462-6000.
John Buys Bay Area Houses. Sell your house the easy way.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Ah, Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
It's Bonte. And listen, I know a great thing when I see it. And River Islands in Lathrop, this place is the real deal. We're talking about a community that's alive, especially this summer. Sparkling lakes are perfect for kayaking, paddleboarding, and just getting out on the water with the family. A brand new amphitheater is under construction for concerts and community events. The Redwood Cafe is opening this fall. This community is only getting better, folks. And the homes? Whether you're a young family, a professional ready to level up, or an active adult looking for that next chapter, River Islands has something for you. Homes start in the low 600,000s and go over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Dale Webb's Lakeview Club is now open, giving you resort-style living right on the water with a swimming pool, fitness center, pickleball courts, and more. I'm telling you, warm evenings, great neighbors, summer on the water. This is Northern California living at its best. It's time for you to discover the islands. Start today at riverislands.com.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
Warriors officially announced that Steve Kerr has signed a new 2-year contract extension.
All right, Steve Kerr.
I know a lot of people have asked, so is he coming on the show? Yeah. Of course he's coming on the show. Yeah. What day?
Yep.
Tomorrow?
No. No.
Thursday?
Probably not.
Friday?
Maybe not.
Next week?
Maybe Friday.
I mean, how about you come by tomorrow as we are at Chase Center? You're already going to be there, Steve.
Well, they released a statement, but they haven't done a press conference yet.
No, we're going to be there.
We're going to be there.
For the Valkyries game.
He's not going to be there.
He better be already putting in the work. I
think he's going to do it on Zoom.
He should be sitting down with Draymond and Steph and talking about turnovers right now. And how we cut down on those turnovers.
No, he should be on YouTube grinding on college tape. That's what he should be doing.
Well, it's not what he does.
Yeah, it is now. It is
London boy.
It is now. Steve Kerr's making that pick.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, he's going to have input.
I think the pick is on the move.
Yeah, all right.
Do you really think so?
I think that they're going to try like heck.
You think the Warriors are going to trade the pick?
Trades are hard.
Ooh.
Trades are hard.
God, I'm just in a mood to bet stuff today.
The Bucks want to have a resolution on the Giannis thing before the draft, and the Warriors have a juicy pick at 11, and they also are covetous of Giannis.
I don't think the Warriors are getting Giannis.
Well, someone is.
Someone is. Yes, I don't think it will be the Warriors.
Yeah, who knows?
You think they're trading the pick?
I think they'd like to.
Okay, but do you think they will?
I have no idea, Mark.
I know, but you got to make a guess.
When's the draft? It's like the 15th or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say my guess would be no, because I think they would trade the pick for Giannis, and I don't know if they're even the front runners for Giannis.
I don't think so. Are you looking up Kalshi right now?
Of course, and I'm check my account, see if my Kerr money's come in.
I can always tell when you have your Kalshi voice on. You kind of go a little bit lower on the microphone, and you look down.
You got to check check the Kalshi.
What are the odds on Giannis?
Well, the former Giannis market was closed. I don't know if they've opened up a new one yet. I'll check because
I thought you could trade on anything.
You can, but they had an expiration date for the first one, which was at the deadline.
But there's got to be a new one. There's got to be.
Yeah, looks like stays with Milwaukee or retires 19%.
No.
Boston 17%.
Boston.
Miami 10%. New York and LA are now ahead of Milwaukee. Golden State's at 7%.
I don't think they're getting Giannis.
Charlotte 1%.
I don't think they're getting Giannis.
You're probably right.
I think the Warriors are going to make the pick.
Yeah, New York on the rise, up to 21%.
I think the Warriors are going to make the pick.
Lakers at 20%. Giannis a Laker. Giannis and Luka and Austin Reeves. Yuck. That's all I have to say about that. And you got to take Alex and Thanasis with you, too. All the Antetokounmpos have to go.
Where do you think LeBron's playing?
Let me check on Kalshi.
Anthony Slater on the morning roast. LeBron to the Warriors, is it possible?
They've been interested in the past, and LeBron has kind of declined in the past, like, if we're being honest, right? Some of this stuff has been reported. I think to your question, like, yeah, they'd be interested, but right now we're talking about, like, they could clear, like, mid-level money. You know, Cleveland's similar. Like, part of the trouble I think LeBron might have is, like, this is no longer like a cap space, unrestricted free agent type league. So it would have to maybe be a sign and trade. Would the Lakers even be interested in something like that? And, you know, I think that the Lakers showed, when a lot of this buzz of him potentially leaving was going on, I think the Lakers were in a tougher spot. They actually impressed before Luka got hurt. LeBron was kind of sliding into this, like, third type role. They're in the second round. Like, yeah, they're getting pounded by the Thunder, but who isn't? I tend to believe he may go back, honestly.
Okay.
59% stays in LA or retires.
He probably doesn't want to leave LA.
25% Cleveland.
His son is on the team.
Cleveland?
No, the Lakers.
I mean, yeah, I guess he kind of is.
His son's on the team. Would you leave?
Depends on, you know, whether or not I wanted to be elsewhere.
Slate's also weighed in on that idea. Trade or make the pick. What do you think he said?
He said make the pick.
Let's find out.
If it was top 4, I would be stunned if they would have used it as a trade asset. Now that it's 11, it feels like it's something they'll at least explore their options in the trade market. Obviously, if they go into the Giannis sweepstakes, the Kawhi, you know, if Kawhi's made available, all that, it's something that those teams rightfully will be like, you know, that's prime chip 1. We want the 11th pick in this draft. And then they need to decide how much they like the 11th pick, you know, whoever's going to be available at 11. Because for example, the Jimmy Butler trade last deadline or 2 deadlines ago, however you want to term it. I know part of the reason they were willing to put that immediate first in the trade with Wiggins to get Butler was because they didn't love the 15 to 20 range of that draft. They needed to decide how much they love the 11 range of this draft. And I think that's, again, what kind of the next month's about.
Okay. If it had been top 4, no way in hell they would trade it. But now that it's 11, they'll explore. But again, I don't think they're getting Giannis. And my take is that's the only guy I'd give it up for.
Right. And I think that if that's the backdrop and other teams are going to have more pick assets to throw at Milwaukee for Giannis, then the Warriors probably aren't getting Giannis. But then again, do these other teams have that much salary, disposable salary? The Warriors could package Jimmy Butler, the number 11 pick, and 2 other firsts, And would that be enough? Or can Milwaukee get a better offer?
You know what the Warriors might want to try doing? You know, you've taken a lot of, or at least let me put it this way. You've made a lot of comments about what Tony Vitello shares.
Right, he shares a lot.
He shares a lot. And sometimes that can get you into trouble. I think it might be smart for the Warriors to kind of try to publicly tap the brakes on the whole, hey, you know Joe Lacob is big game hunting all the time. Because what happens is I wonder if Joe Lacob, and this is going to sound ridiculous, but I wonder if he's ever going to get Farhan. Here's what I mean by that. Farhan ended up with the reputation that he would big game hunt and fail. And no one's ever going to mistake Joe Lacob for Farhan, but I do wonder about this whole idea. If you keep telling everybody you're big game hunting and you keep not getting anyone, is that going to start sort of like leading to some sort of a reputation or a vibe that people don't really like? You know, you're after Giannis. Again, not going to get him. Listen to what Slate said. Well, they've tried to get LeBron before, and he's pretty much politely declined.
Same thing with Kevin Durant.
Same thing with Kevin Durant.
The Clippers apparently rebuked your efforts to get Kawhi.
Right, and Jimmy Butler had to have his arm twisted and a bunch of money.
And his pockets full, yes.
Yeah. So, like, I think we've all danced around this a little bit, the idea of whether or not the Warriors are as attractive maybe as they think they are. I think they're a great organization. I think they're attractive. But are they as attractive as they think they are?
We will find out. I think this summer is a good time to really find out.
Fair question, right?
Right.
I mean, so Joe, he's going to go big game hunting, and there's all these names we're tossing around. It sort of feels likely to me that they're not getting any of them.
Well, Giannis, I think, would be the only one that is even semi-likely. And, like, the Clippers, they probably still don't want to help you, Joe, and deal with the Warriors. And I don't think LeBron's coming here to play for the mid-level. He may actually stay in Los Angeles and give it one more shot down there. I don't think he's going to retire. So it may just come down to Giannis. And I would imagine that the Bucks are going to get a lot of better offers from other teams that are more likely lottery teams in the future?
Not just offers. My read on the Giannis and Warriors thing has always been that can happen if Giannis tells the Bucks, I want to be a Warrior. That's kind of been my read on it.
Right.
If he and I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think he's going to do that.
He might.
Why would he do that?
Because they are a good organization and they take care of